King of Traffic, Toilet Ghost. The next livestream room Manhwa passed by was filled with enthusiastic noise. Please, everyone, big brothers and sisters, younger brothers and sisters, hit that follow button for me. As long as you follow, I'll train whatever you want to see. The room Pang Jiming entered was filled with fitness equipment. Here, he could maximize his own advantages. The bullet comments quickly scrolled across the screen. I want to see you lift a 100 gene barbell 10 times. If you succeed, I'll follow you. I want to see you do 10 pull-ups. If you succeed, I'll follow you. Jump rope 100 times in 1 minute. If you succeed, I'll follow you. There were countless bullet comments of this nature. The audience's demands varied, and individually, none of them posed a challenge to Pang Jiming. But given the sheer number of viewers and demands, completing the entire sequence would be exhausting for him. Shi Qiao's room was quiet, while Shu Yuhan spoke arrogantly in her room. This here is our storage room, and this limited edition handbag? Money can't necessarily buy it. Look at the color of this lipstick, it's truly mesmerizing and suits me perfectly. Only something this noble can be worthy of my face. This live streaming session seemed like an enjoyment for her. Tang Shuhui spoke timidly in her room, perhaps because she was unaccustomed to being exposed on camera. Hua Yingyun was at ease, with a cheerful personality and a sweet smile, a natural-born streamer. As Hua Hui walked along, Shi Qiao suddenly left her room, brushing past her so quickly that she kicked up a gust of wind. The audience on the prop phone posted bullet comments. Holy cow, you scared me. Running that fast, is a ghost chasing you? What kind of ghost? A bathroom ghost? Ha 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 ha. Following the direction Shi Qiao left, the sign for the bathroom was visible. It seemed she was in a hurry to use the toilet, which was why she ran so fast. This was a perfectly normal event, but unexpectedly, a scream sounded the next second. The scream was ear-piercing, and since the soundproofing on this floor was poor, all the players heard it and rushed out of their live stream rooms. Hua Yingyun, who was closest, rarely failed to smile, but now she frowned and asked, "What happened?" The players exchanged confused glances. Thus, they could only head toward the source of the scream to see for themselves what had occurred. Everyone arrived outside the bathroom just as Qi Qiao emerged from inside, her face pale with shock. Trembling, she pointed inside and cried, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" Qi Qiao's player level was F, meaning she might not have experienced many dungeons, causing the sight of the supernatural to heavily impact her. Hua Yingyun, having some experience, spoke up to comfort Qi Qiao, "Don't panic. We are all here. You'll be fine. Wait until you calm down a bit, then tell us what you saw inside." Qi Qiao looked stunned, unable to utter a single word for a long time, and people gradually grew impatient waiting. "Hurry up and speak. All of us are waiting for you. If this delays the live streaming and causes the mission to fail, I'll kill you." Pang Jiming spoke harshly. Although his words were crude, the logic was sound. Qi Qiao was timid, and his threat made her even more speechless. She looked like a pitiful small creature, her eyes filled with tears. Hua Yuan's patience was no better than Pang Jiming's. He stepped up to Qi Qiao, preparing to push her with his hand. At the same time, he said with a dark expression, "What is so hard to say? You have a mouth, can't you speak?" Hua Hui raised her voice, "Hua Yuan." Hua Yuan flinched in surprise, and the hand he had stretched out stopped abruptly in mid-air. He retracted his hand guiltily, hid it behind his back, and muttered, "She can't speak after all this time. I'll go in and see for myself." The surrounding crowd watched the show. Hua Yuan claimed to be D-level, and Hua Hui claimed to be F-level. Had they mixed up their ranks? Or perhaps, this was simply natural bloodline suppression. Even if he was slightly stronger than his older sister, he still had to listen to her. Hua Yuan entered the bathroom alone, and Hua Hui followed 2 steps behind. Just then, Qi Qiao began to speak. I saw an eyeball inside. It was moving. The toilet paper was. Who?
Human skin. It must be human skin.
Those two sentences were so stuttered that the crowd had great difficulty piecing them together.
Hua Yingyun glanced toward the bathroom door.
Hua Yuan had been inside for several minutes. Why hadn't he screamed? The silence was unusual. She didn't want to go in alone, but she didn't want to miss this clue either.
Let's go in together and look. We can watch out for each other.
Hua Huai was standing closer than the other players. She could see Hua Yuan opening the toilet stalls one by one, and he stopped for a long time at the third stall. His fingers gripped the stall door, and he picked up the toilet plunger and wildly stabbed around inside. When the players entered and saw this scene, they were all confused. Only Chi Chao, her face pale, tremblingly pointed at the stall Hua Yuan was in. The eyeball was in that stall. Everyone's expression changed, and their understanding of Hua Yuan was refreshed.
Hua Yingyun asked with difficulty, "Are you saying he is currently stabbing that eyeball?"
Sure enough, to become a D-level player at such a young age, he had to be different from other children. His fear of the supernatural was far less than that of ordinary players. Whether he was tired of stabbing or the supernatural entity was simply outmatched. He withdrew the toilet plunger, carelessly tossed it by his feet, splashing a streak of water. The players cautiously approached the stall and peered inside. Their tense hearts immediately relaxed upon seeing what was inside.
Pang Jiming sneered, "There's nothing here.
All of you are just playing tricks.
What a waste of time."
Inside each stall, a toilet paper dispenser was placed.
Hua Yingyun used her foot to open the dispenser lid.
The toilet paper inside was snow white and soft, looking like normal paper.
Only then did she completely relax.
Chi Qiao, did you see wrong? Did you perhaps think your ordinary face wouldn't gain enough followers within the time limit, causing mental stress and making you mistake toilet
paper for human skin? You meant the eyeball was in that hole, right?
It's pitch black in there, which certainly creates a gloomy feeling, and bathrooms naturally have heavy yin energy.
It's normal to hallucinate.
Hua Yingyun rationalized everything, easing the tension in everyone's hearts. After being frightened, Chi Chao was then bluntly told by Hua Yingyun that her appearance was ordinary and unsuitable for live streaming.
Anger immediately rushed to her head, and she blurted out, "Are you calling me ugly?
You have no idea how much powder you smeared on that face.
You actually believe that beauty you piled on is real.
What right does someone who lives behind a mask every day have to judge my appearance?" She pushed past the crowd, stood inside the stall, and pointed at the sewer opening. "That's right, the eyeball was in this hole.
I am absolutely certain I wasn't hallucinating. Believe it or not.
The king of traffic is not the worst." Compared with Chi Qiao's outburst, the other players were far calmer. Scorn flickered in their eyes as they drifted apart, muttering among themselves.
"Hey, Hua Yingyun, how many followers do you have?" Hua Yingyun flashed a sweet smile. 53. Pretty smooth so far. Pang Jiming was stunned. That many? I've only got 12. Shu Yuhan stepped in front of them and clicked her tongue. I'm already at 105. You two are too slow.
Hang Gaojia's palms were sweaty. He kept quiet and didn't join the chatter.
Tang Shu, we said gently, I only have 21. Yuhan, how did you get so many? Any tips? Basking in the envious stares, Shu Yuhan boasted, of course, born gorgeous and impossible to ignore. Viewers just love looking at me. A couple of casual lines and they flocked to follow.
Her secret was that there was no secret. Tang Shui had asked in vain. At this moment Chi Qiao looked like a clown on stage. They ignored her anger, and no one stepped up to comfort her or tell her she wasn't ugly, wasn't ordinary. In this way they seemed to confirm Hua Yingyun's words. They believed Hua Yingyun was right and she was wrong. So a fake face could still win others' affection. They didn't care about truth, only whether the face in front of them was pretty right now. Her livestream room follower count was 5, even the viewers disliked this face. Huayuan turned back, feigning innocence.
Big sis, how many followers do you have?
His act was full of holes.
But Huai answered, 1.
Huayuan hadn't expected that. He blinked, the flattery he'd prepared stuck in his throat. At some point Huai had grown into a towering tree in his mind, someone he had to look up to.
With far fewer followers than the others, was she planning to surge ahead in the next 2 days and blindside everyone? Or, Huayuan asked, are you lying to me?
He felt Huai couldn't possibly be this weak. Though he kept claiming she was beneath him, he knew deep down she wasn't. Huai took out the company mobile phone and tilted the screen toward him.
See for yourself if you don't believe me. The number was glaringly clear, a single 1.
He urged, then hurry up and stream.
Don't fail the day 3 quest.
Huai pocketed the phone.
Are you worried about me, or about yourself? If it's me, don't bother, you never wanted me alive in the first place. If it's yourself, same thing. I'm not your guardian angel. Do your own job and leave me alone.
Huai's aura was so sharp that Huayuan backed away, accidentally stepping on a toilet plunger and nearly tripping. Overwhelmed by her force, he stammered, "Gee, got it."
Fine, he didn't want to care anyway. Huayuan left and returned to his original streaming room.
As Huai was about to go, Chi Qiao stood in a stall and cautiously asked, "You really only have 1 follower?" Even fewer than hers. Huai was younger, and her looks were stunning, she shouldn't have so few. Not knowing Chi Qiao well, Huai didn't strike up conversation, but since the other girl asked, she politely nodded.
Chi
Qiao seemed to find salvation, smiling through tears.
Guess I'm not the worst. Maybe viewers' follows have nothing to do with looks. What did that even mean?
Chi Qiao and Huayuan were no different at heart. Her first instinct was to use Huai as a foil. Huai stayed silent a moment.
Do what you will.
She had no interest in being anyone's comparison, especially not the losing side of one. Leaving the bathroom, Huai toured every floor of the building.
She discovered it wasn't only streamers here, other staff were present as well.
They sat at their posts moving like machines. If she tried to step in for a closer look, someone would drive her off. Streamers may not enter areas outside floors 1, 39, and 40. Even so, Huai used the wooden hairpin item's invisibility to roam the entire building. Time flew while she searched, and night fell. The communal dining hall was on floor 1. After eating she had to take the elevator back to floor 40. Perhaps because it was the first day of streaming and most players hadn't met anything eerie, they were completely relaxed. After getting their food and sitting down, Pang Jiming said excitedly, "I gained 350 followers today. 1,000 followers in 3 days meant 333.33, call it 334 per day." Pang Jiming had beaten that, of course he was happy to show off.
Huayuan gave a sweet smile. Amazing, big brother. I only got 298. A reversal? The girl second only to Shu Yuhan hadn't even overtaken Pang Jiming. Hung Gaojie asked Tang Shui, "How many did you get today?" Tang Shui smiled gently. 203.
A bit below the daily average, just have to push harder the next 2 days.
Hung Gaojie exhaled in relief. I got 255, also under the average.
First day, everyone's new to streaming, these numbers are already good. Learning he wasn't the lowest, he started comforting others.
Shu Yuhan acted nonchalant. Looks like I'm way ahead today. Saying that meant she'd beaten Pang Jiming. How far above the average could she be? The others couldn't stand the suspense. Come on, how many did you get? Shu Yuhan flashed 5 fingers, grinning. A full 517.
She had cleared more than half the 3-day target in a single day.
Tang Shuhui's eyes went wide. My God, incredible.
I'm so jealous, being that gorgeous is a gift from heaven.
Yuhan, were you a streamer in real life too?
Shu Yuhan lapped it up, smiling and shaking her head.
Nope, just an ordinary girl from a well-off family. Turns out I'm born for this. After the dungeon I'll give streaming a real try.
While the table buzzed with excitement, Chi-Chiao lay sprawled over hers, eating with one hand and scrolling her mobile phone with the other. She looked ready to burn a hole through the screen with her stare.
Traffic King, broadcast.
Standing closer to Chi-Chiao, you could hear her muttering.
Grow. Grow. Why won't you grow?
Her follower count was a pitiful 13, at this rate she'd unquestionably be fired.
Everyone else had surged into triple digits, why wouldn't hers budge?
True, someone had even fewer. This morning Hua had answered one follower when asked.
And now?
Chi-Chiao lifted her head, searching for Hua. Spotting her, she carried her tray and sat opposite her.
Unable to wait, she asked, how many followers did you get?
Chi-Chiao's mental state was off, veins bulged on the hand gripping her phone and tray, desperate for some relief. Without setting down her chopsticks, Hua answered, 1.
Same as this morning, no gain at all, even worse than Chi-Chiao.
Chi-Chiao had clearly come looking for comfort, yet the answer left her unsatisfied. She refused to believe it and demanded, let me see your phone. Hua slammed his chopsticks down, breaking the tension.
Shut up, I'm trying to eat in peace. Like someone possessed, Chi-Chiao shot back, what about you? How many followers did you get?
Hua bared his teeth in a nasty grin.
288. So? Don't assume I'm weaker just because I'm younger, loser. Now even a little kid could insult her without restraint.
Chi-Chiao sprang to her feet, shrill, say that again, I'll beat you to death. Her eyes held a deep, abyssal black.
Hua clenched his teeth. Bring it on, think I'm scared? If you don't kill me, I'm definitely going to kill you. The metal tray clanged twice.
Hua glanced at the source, flinched, sat back down unwillingly, and sneered, lucky break. Roll the clock back a bit, needing him then would have been far less lucky. Hua sheathed his fangs, but Chi-Chiao wouldn't let it go.
She raised her tray, ready to fling the food at him.
Hua needed reining in, one trayful and Chi-Chiao could almost predict the carnage that would follow. He was a rabbit hound that had only just learned to sit under his master's whip. Provoke him now and he'd clamp his jaws till death. Worse, this beast had grown up on meat, keep him from blood and he might yet be trained, but one fresh taste would rouse the killer inside. Hua was dense, but not hopelessly so. It wasn't that he couldn't think, he simply hadn't used his brain in so long it had rusted over. Anything that clearly violated the rules, he wouldn't do. His mind worked differently, every so often he'd do something normal people couldn't fathom.
Chi-Chiao might not beat him at all.
Against all expectations, Hua blocked the leftovers with her own body. Enough, go back to your seat. Gravy slid down her cheeks, she didn't look the least bit disheveled. Hua jerked to his feet, expecting the mess to hit him only to have Hua take it all. Only moments ago she'd sworn she wasn't his guardian angel, yet here she was protecting him.
Why?
Hua stared blankly, fingers curling unconsciously. A strange yet familiar feeling welled up, warming his chest, leaving him rooted and at a loss. After a long moment his throat rasped, sis. Usually he was the one throwing things at her. Now, watching someone else drench her for his sake, he felt an inexplicable pang. The syllable died in his throat. Outside the communal dining hall stretched a vast lobby.
An announcement echoed from the lobby.
Now broadcasting today's standings for our intern streamers. Ranked 10th, intern streamer Yen Lian, with 0 followers, no comment possible, tee.
Ranked 9th, intern streamer Chi-Chiao, with 13 followers, your score's too low, buckle down for the next 2 days, okay.
The robotic voice still tacked on perky interjections. No one had expected the players' follower counts to be aired that very night.
10 players in total, minus the injured Yen Lian, Chi-Chiao's 13 followers put her dead last.
Hua was sure the company phone showed her one lone follower, by rights she should be last.
Could there be a hidden player in this dungeon? Well, just a fleeting thought. If she'd been last, she'd have been announced second to last in the reverse order.
Suspicion flickered, unconfirmed, she kept listening.
Ranked 8th, intern streamer Tang Shui, with 203 followers, below average. Keep pushing for the next 2 days, okay.
Ranked 7th, intern streamer Han Gaojie, with 255 followers, slightly below average. Give it your all, okay. Ranked 6th, intern streamer Hua Yuan, with 288 followers, slightly below average. Keep it up, okay.
Ranked 5th, intern streamer Pang Jiming, with 350 followers, above average. Keep up the good work, okay.
By now someone noticed Hua Yun, whose count was lower than Pang Jiming's, hadn't been called, and glances flew her way. Hua Yun looked away. She hadn't foreseen a broadcast and had lied during the earlier chat.
Shu Yuhan snickered. Nice, playing the pig to eat the tiger, huh? If the system hadn't announced it, you'd have just slipped under the radar. All harmless and innocent, but really a wolf in sheep's clothing.
The smugness vanished from Pang Jiming's face. He was only 5th, meaning the top 4 were all above average. With 9 players present, he'd barely cracked the upper half. Moments ago he'd worn a look of triumph, now someone somewhere was surely stifling a laugh. The broadcast droned on.
Ranked 4th, intern streamer Hua Yun, with 416 followers, above average. You're a qualified streamer, teehee. Shu Yuhan crowed with laughter. I'm dying, lied through your teeth and still have fewer followers than me?
Her grin faded. And you dared look down on me. Hua Yun couldn't smile, her face stiffened.
Don't celebrate too soon, I'll pass you soon enough.
Publicly slapped by the truth, she could no longer keep up the act. Let me remind you, don't pop the champagne halfway, or your face will look worse than mine.
3 spots left, are you confident you can snatch first? If you can't, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? You're just someone I'll overtake and stomp on at any moment.
Traffic king, guess correctly for a prize. Shu Yuhan claimed only a little over 500 fans, whether she's first is still up in the air. The players listened to the broadcast. 3rd place intern streamer, Shu Yuhan, with 517 fan follows, way above average. Just half the target to go. 500 plus fans, yet only 3rd place. 2 players left to report, Tu Yang and Hua Huai. Today, Tu Yang had kept a low profile, no group chats, always solo. Hua Huai self-reported 1 single fan, looks like she's the real dark horse. Shi Chao bit her lip, eyes boring into Hua Huai as though to drill a hole through her.
2nd place intern streamer, teehee, guess who? Guess right and win a prize. During introductions, both had stated their player rank as F. Yet these 2 FS snatched the top 2 spots.
Suddenly Tu Yang raised her hand. How do we vote? Just shout it out.
Exactly. Shout and I'll record it for you. Without modesty she pointed at Hua Huai. Then. I vote Hua Huai.
Not disdain for Hua Huai, just supreme self-confidence.
That confidence infected the rest. Guess right, win a reward, irresistible bait. From their bearing, Tu Yang carried a big boss aura. Dungeons seemed everyday fare to her, an uncanny ease about her.
Hua Huai looked a wreck, though she herself didn't think so. Players instinctively averted their eyes, faint disgust showing. Hua Yun, Tang Shui, Shu Yuhan, Pang Jiming, and Han Gaojie chose Hua Huai. If the count had used prop phone fans instead of company phone fans, Hua Huai was sure she'd have taken first.
The chance Tu Yang could outdo her was tiny.
Equally unhumble, Hua Huai spoke up, I picked Tu Yang. Hua Yuan hadn't chosen, he waited for Hua Huai, his gut said her pick was right. The moment she spoke, he echoed, I also picked Tu Yang. This wasn't a vote tally, more votes didn't matter.
Last to choose, Shi Chao glared at Hua Huai, stabbed a finger at Tu Yang. I picked Tu Yang. The truth would soon be out. The broadcast giggled. Watching you vote is such fun. Alright, time to reveal. 2nd place intern streamer Tu Yang, 1,346 follows, wow, shocking. She beat the company target in a single day, a born streamer. Tu Yang and Shu Yuhan were only 1 rank apart, yet her fan count nearly tripled. Terrifying. Dang dang dang, here's first place. Top and turn streamer Hua Huai, 5,628 follows, whoa, even better than when I started. Hua Huai's fan count left the others in the dust. Even Tu Ing Yang couldn't compete. Her face was a palette, first shock, then bewilderment, finally lips pressed tight as she looked away. Reveal over. Hua Huai, Huayuan, Shi Qiao answered correctly, receive your reward. The instant the words landed, every other player's hearing was cut off. They clutched their ears, shouting. Why can't I hear? Can you guys hear me? No sound, are you talking? I can't tell. Everyone's deaf? All holding their ears. They babbled at once, voices tangling beyond recognition. Anyway, silence reigned. Only Hua Huai's group could still hear the broadcast. In the first room on the 40th floor there's an anti-spy infrared detector, first to find it keeps it. Of course, if you want to share, I won't object. Shi Qiao's state of mind was fragile, if she got it, sharing was unlikely. The leftovers Hua Yuan had shielded her with time to collect payment. Hua Huai asked, can you stall her? She was entrusting him with a mission. Hua Yuan answered, I can. His bound specter was badly hurt, but inside the horror game key specters recover fast, with the new dungeon he could tap its power again. Yet it still wasn't fully healed, still unsummonable. Shi Qiao had already dashed into the elevator, waiting for the doors to close. Hua Huai flexed her puppet ability, twitching her fingers. Sorry, you need to step out first. Under the puppet ability's control, Shi Qiao involuntarily walked back out. She shrieked, what ghostly being is this, let me go. Eyes red, she looked madder than Zhuang Si. Even in madness Zhuang Si retained a sliver of self-restraint. Shi Qiao had none, she let hysteria run wild, reason gone. It said rookies crack easily in dungeons, Shi Qiao had seen too few to handle the pressure. A few careless words from Hua Yun had snapped her mind. And the player's indifference had stripped away her sense of self. What hadn't she lost? Probably only her life, still intact. A horror game player who can't self-regulate will sooner or later die in a dungeon. Blind panic never helps. Calm down and there might still be a sliver of hope. Hua Huai had even fewer company phone fans than Shi Qiao, she knew nothing of streaming and could offer no real help. As the elevator doors nearly shut, Hua Huai said, if you want to live, come yourself, 2 days left, not zero hope. Shi Qiao's plight stirred memories. She wondered, when Zhang Zhanye was in the horror game, had he gone through this too? A dungeon can last long or short, outside, only moments pass. She could never truly grasp his hardship, those short real-world weeks might have been ages inside for Zhang Zhanye. Looking back, she realized she had changed as well. Once clueless, written off as deadweight by every player. Now she could stride through a sea-level dungeon with ease, months ago she wouldn't have dared dream it. Stains still on her clothes, Hua Huai sprinted to the 40th floor and found the first room. The door was shut, needed the matching keycard. Rustling sounds came from inside, someone was living there. Traffic king, goods. Hua Huai recalled yesterday's manager Wang, supervisor Sumei had taken him to the 40th floor and arranged a room for him. Could manager Wang be staying in this very room? To earn the supervisor's smile and a personal escort to his lodgings. The broadcast reward, the anti-spy infrared detector, just happened to be inside this room. There couldn't be this many coincidences. This manager Wang was almost certainly an important NPC. Hua Huai used the wooden hairpin item, gaining a brief invisibility effect. She tapped the door twice, a man's voice came from inside, who's there? No answer, 2 more taps. Manager Wang opened the door, annoyed, only to find no one outside. He frowned. Who's playing pranks? How childish. He cautiously poked his head out and glanced down the corridor. Not far away, a silver-gray sports car sat parked, looking extremely valuable. This was the 40th floor. He couldn't figure out how the car had been moved up here without a sound. Surely it wasn't just a lightweight model.
Manager Wang left the room and walked toward the sports car. With the door left open, Hua Huai slipped inside. She swept her gaze across the layout and started with the most convenient drawer. Manager Wang apparently didn't stay here often. Most drawers were empty and spotless, obviously holding nothing she wanted.
Not here. Not there. Nothing anywhere.
Hua Huai scanned the room again, wondering where the reward could be.
Suddenly her eyes fixed on something.
From a suit jacket hanging on the coat rack, a corner of some device peeked out.
It looked like an instrument.
As she reached out, footsteps approached the door.
So soon? Beep. The call connected.
Supervisor Su, why did you park a sports car in the corridor? The corridor lights are completely blocked by the car. Manager Wang returned, shut the door, and eyed the room suspiciously. Something felt off.
He tugged the suit on the rack, it swayed slightly. Glancing at the window, he muttered, "Windows are closed, where's the draft?"
Hua Huai crouched, holding her breath, shuffling tiny steps to avoid him, clutching the device she'd snatched. Calling it a reward when she had to steal it herself, what kind of reward was that? To keep out of reach, she huddled in the corner, waiting for a chance to slip out unnoticed. Luckily Manager Wang's suspicion soon faded. He pulled out a laptop and lay on the bed with a contented look. Hua Huai read from his face that he was anticipating something enjoyable.
A moment after the computer booted, the cursor hovered over a folder.
Then Supervisor Su Mei called back. Staff had checked the 40th floor and found no trace of any sports car.
Impossible. A whole sports car gone just like that?
Manager Wang set the laptop aside and strode out. Hua Huai peeked. The folder on screen was labeled merchandise.
Heart pounding, she tried to open it. But a commotion erupted in the corridor.
Manager Wang stepped out and, sure enough, the sports car had vanished without a trace. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, still nothing.
Unable to explain it, he convinced himself he'd imagined it.
As he turned to go back, a woman shoved past him, rushing for his room.
What the? He grabbed her arm. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're the new intern streamer? Don't you know the rules?
Shi Qiao finally shook off Hua Yuan downstairs, only to meet another obstacle on the 40th floor. She struggled, eyes blazing.
Let go. What I do is none of your business.
Manager Wang, a grown man, easily kept his grip.
Eyes narrowing dangerously, he said, "This is my room, of course it's my business."
You don't even know whose room this is, yet you're trying to get inside.
He squinted. Is there something in here you want?
She shouted in answer. She seized his hand and bit down hard on his wrist. She bit with full force. Blood seeped out, staining her white teeth, making her look like a man-eating demon. With a cry of pain, Manager Wang yanked his hand back.
Crazy woman.
Free of him, Shi Qiao stormed into the room and ransacked it like a maniac, muttering, "Anti-spy infrared detector.
Anti-spy infrared detector. This key item will be mine.
With it, I'll be saved.
No one will snatch it from me."
Mid-search she paused, confused.
What does the anti-spy infrared detector even look like?
Her words didn't escape Manager Wang's ears.
Click. He locked the door. He advanced step by step, voice silky. You're talking about the anti-spy infrared detector?
Where did you hear about it? Like a devil breathing down her neck, Shi Qiao felt the danger in turn. Only now did she realize how unfamiliar this man was. Why was he on the 40th floor? She sank to the floor, staring up.
I went into the wrong room.
The lie was so flimsy she couldn't believe it herself. A menacing aura filled the sealed space. She had to get out.
Right now. Immediately.
She scrambled wildly for the door like a frightened animal. Manager Wang lunged, seized the back of her neck, and pressed her to the floor.
He knelt, bringing his face level with hers.
Eyes locked, his madness equaled hers.
Grinning, he said, "I asked you a question, why won't you answer? I'm your company's honored guest, and you, an intern streamer, treat me like this? Breaking into my room. He drew the word out, laughter oozing from his throat, sinister and cold. There should be a price to pay, don't you think? The laughter spread, Qiqiao shivered uncontrollably. Danger pressed in, she was no match for him. Terror brought tears to her eyes as she stammered, I didn't mean it. It's my first offense, could you let me off just this once? Their faces were inches apart, Qiqiao could see every pore, every twitch of muscle on Manager Wang's face. King of traffic, feigning sleep. Qiqiao wasn't defending the real issue, she was dodging it, hoping Manager Wang would forgive her. Since when do good things like that happen in this world? Manager Wang's facial muscles twitched as the force in his hand suddenly increased, pressing her so hard she couldn't breathe. That hand was big enough to wrap around Qiqiao's neck. Even with her back facing up, she still struggled for air. If you know about the anti-spy infrared detector, then you definitely know my secret. So tonight, why don't you stay in my room? Manager Wang's eyes curved into crescents, but there was no smile in them. Qiqiao felt only suffocation and horror, all her blood rushing to her head. By now, hoping Manager Wang would let her go was almost impossible. Although her player rank was low, she had still experienced a dungeon or two. She owned only one item. And it was single use. If she used it here, any later danger would be a death sentence. But right now, it was already a death sentence. Qiqiao's face flushed from breathlessness as a transparent object appeared in her palm, it looked almost like a plastic bag. In fact, the item was precisely a plastic bag. To use it, you slipped the bag over the enemy's head, causing momentary suffocation and hampering movement. The duration was limited, it posed no real threat, only a temporary escape. With every ounce of strength, Qiqiao finally pulled the item over Manager Wang's head. The grip on her neck loosened, she scrambled up, not bothering to search for the anti-spy infrared detector she wanted. Spurred by the adrenaline, her panic eased. Staying alive was the only thing that mattered. She managed to leave the room, finally letting her pounding heart settle. Huawei had slipped out before Qiqiao burst in, and the anti-spy infrared detector was already in her hands. Unfortunately, the computer folder was locked, she had no way to open it. Back in her room, Huawei didn't rush to use the device. Its origin was suspicious, and it clearly related to voyeurism. She had good reason to suspect someone inside the building needed to use it. Most likely, it was meant for the rooms the players currently occupied. Which meant someone was watching the players' every move. She had heard some cameras could film at night, if she rashly used the item, she could easily be targeted. To dismantle the surveillance in the room, she first had to find whoever was behind the cameras. Make them look away for a moment, then use the item without a trace. Manager Wang's appearance was suspicious, the anti-spy infrared detector being in his room was suspicious, and so was that locked, inaccessible folder. All the clues blatantly pointed to Manager Wang. The reward mentioned in the announcement wasn't the item itself, it was discovering these suspicious points. She cleaned the stains off her body and changed into comfortable pajamas. Huawei collapsed onto the soft bed, lips curling slightly. So that's how it is. The prop phone appeared in her hand, she checked the follower count first, just over 6,000. Looks like the ranking announced was based on this phone's followers. She tapped back, bullet comments drifted across the display. That woman was nuts just now, scared me stiff. When the announcement listed the rankings, it was so intense every liar had nowhere to hide. When the streamer snuck into that room I nearly died of fright, so scared Manager Wang would spot her. Viewers hung on every moment, fingers flying to send bullet comments. One viewer stood out from the rest. This live stream room is fascinating, but don't you think none of this could happen in real life? Yet the streamer's timeline matches ours, morning to night, it's the same. When it's daytime outside her window, it's daytime here. When it's night outside her window, it's night here. No short drama shoots like this, no bloopers, actors' emotions so real, effects too convincing. Can this really be done? His comment paused half a minute, then another appeared. I'm a paranormal fanatic,
I strongly suspect the streamer is in a dimension different from ours, experiencing true horror.
The audience erupted, exclamation marks flooded the screen. Don't scare me in the middle of the night.
It's not entirely impossible. Back in my village something weird happened that night. I've heard similar eerie stories, pretty much like what you said.
So, what if this stuff is real? Better believe it than not. Show some respect when dealing with things like this. The bullet comments turned solemn, making the atmosphere inexplicably eerie.
Hua Huai swiped the screen. With so many fans, leaving the livestream room abruptly felt impolite. Before leaving, she tapped the screen.
Why, good night, everyone. A farewell should count as polite enough.
In her own way, Hua Huai ended today's live streaming.
Viewers' hands froze above their keyboards, suddenly forlorn.
They sighed. Hua Huai really keeps a disciplined schedule.
The live stream room would reopen tomorrow morning.
Following the past 2 days' pattern, viewers knew exactly when to gather. They didn't expect replies, they simply treated the live stream room as entertainment and a place for real-time discussion. Hua Huai now understood a bit about this dungeon, so tonight she deliberately kept her sleep light. She had acquired something that didn't belong to her and couldn't be sure whether its owner had noticed. At the very least, tonight she had to stay alert. Close to midnight, Hua Huai faintly heard movement, someone walking in the corridor. First, the footsteps lingered outside her door. Judging by the sound, they came from a pair of men's leather shoes. Her mind snapped awake, yet her eyes stayed shut, feigning sleep. After Qi Qiao entered Manager Wang's room, she should have remained in his sight the entire time. Whether she took the anti-spy infrared detector, Manager Wang knew the answer. So, excluding Qi Qiao, any other player could have taken it. Manager Wang realized the item was missing and was now pacing the night, searching for it. What's the point of lingering outside? Does he have X-ray vision? The thought had barely landed when the sound of electronic lockpicking came from the entryway. Manager Wang, a mere guest, actually possessed an intern streamer's room keycard. King of Traffic, Night Visit. The leather sole struck the floor with a steady rhythm, as though stepping on the tip of a heart. Every approaching beat tightened Hua Huai's own heart a notch more. In the darkness she could feel a gaze sizing her up, inching closer. After an unknowable length of time the stranger finally looked away. A moment later came the faint sound of rummaging through drawers and cupboards. Every drawer and cabinet had been searched, yet the intruder still hadn't found what he wanted. Once more he stood at the bedside, casting a shadow so deep it seemed to swallow the light. A hand seized the quilt. Hua Huai showed no reaction, her lashes never quivering. Where her eyes couldn't be seen, her fingers instinctively curled into fists. The instant the quilt was lifted her body slackened, hand going limp like a child feigning sleep. She knitted her brows and murmured, "So cold." Suddenly her mouth opened wide. Manager Wang almost thought he'd been spotted, his mind already racing for an excuse. Instead, she drew 2 quick breaths and let out a fierce sneeze. Sniffling, she looked on the verge of catching a chill. People asleep usually seek warmth when cold. She rolled over, hunting for the quilt, perfectly natural. With a casual flip she let Manager Wang see that what he sought wasn't hidden beneath her. Where else was left to check? For a split second Manager Wang's tension rivaled Hua Huai's own. He paused to steady himself, focused on the pillow, then gingerly felt it, nothing. Looks like it's not in this room. Every place he could think of had been turned inside out. Her pajamas had no pockets, nothing could be concealed there. There was no point wasting more time on one person. Manager Wang left, moving to the next door. The lock clicked shut again, half of Hua Huai's face stayed buried in the pillow as her ink-black eyes slid open. Hidden beneath the quilt, she slipped the anti-spy infrared detector from the mattress seam. Kicking and tugging, she pulled the quilt back over herself. Much warmer now, she mumbled. In the hush of night the electronic click of a lock sounded once more. This room housed Hua Yuan and Tu Yin-yang. As before, Manager Wang searched every possible hiding place. Finding nothing, he positioned himself between the 2 single beds. His gaze swept back and forth,
finally settling on Tu Yang. He pinched the quilt corner, preparing to flip it again. Just then a mouse leapt onto his shoe, squeaking in challenge. Startled, Manager Wang tried frantically to shake it off. Who could have guessed the rodent would cling to his trouser leg through every violent motion, as though glued there? A mouse, filthy vermin. How could a man of his standing allow such a creature to stay on him? What if it infected him with disease? Afraid to touch it, he kept jerking his leg. This couldn't go on, he had to get rid of it. Spotting the bedside lamp, he grabbed it to smash the mouse. The mouse seemed almost clever, scurrying to the other side of his trouser leg the instant the lamp came down. With the mouse gone, the heavy metal lamp crashed straight into his own shin. The lamp was solid metal, already weighty in hand. Disgust made him swing without restraint, nearly breaking his leg. He wanted to scream but swallowed it, letting out only a stifled gasp. It hurt. It hurt so much. And still the mouse clung to his trouser leg. Afraid to strike again, he used the lamp to nudge the creature away. The mouse squeaked as if mocking his helplessness. It scurried upward, slipping under his shirt hem. Tiny claws scraped his skin, bold and unafraid. Unable to bear another second, Manager Wang dashed from the room. The moment he stepped out, the mouse slipped from his shirt and vanished back inside. That mouse must be a spirit, he muttered in fury. The door shut, the mouse nestled beside Tu Yang's pillow, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Eyes still closed, Tu Yang murmured, "You stink of that man, go wash." The mouse drooped, its movements stopping mid-gesture. It squeaked twice, as though protesting. Still, it hopped off the bed and padded obediently to the bathroom. Its tail twisted the tap open, it lay in the basin, luxuriating under the stream. Once washed, it perched by the window, letting the cold air fluff its fur dry. Only when clean did it curl back beside Tu Yang. Manager Wang had been right, this mouse had become a spirit. Yet it was far from the filthy pest he imagined, quite the opposite. Outside, Manager Wang approached the next door. This room held Hua Yinyun and Tang Shuhui. After fruitless rummaging, he stood at Tang Shuhui's bedside. Tang Shuhui, fast asleep, noticed nothing until the quilt lifted and a chill brushed her skin. Frowning, she groped blindly for something warm. She had no sense of direction, her hands searched at random. They brushed a hand lukewarm at best. Half asleep, she found the sensation odd. What could feel like that? Hot food? A heat pack? No, neither. She had to see. Driven by curiosity, she forced her eyes open. Still dazed, she stared at the two entwined hands. Why was there a man standing by her bed? Her gaze traveled upward, the face she saw made her muscles twitch. The next second. Ah! Manager Wang clamped a hand over her mouth before the scream could escape. I'm looking for something, he said grimly. Have you seen a black detector? Hand it over and I'll pretend nothing happened. Wasn't she the victim here? Yet he spoke as though he were the one wronged, willing to let it go. If she had the device and refused, what would he do? Kill her? Her fingers clenched the bedding beneath her. This was a dungeon world, the man in front of her was an NPC. Killing her would be nothing unusual. King of traffic, rewards. Tang Shui racked her brain and was sure she had never touched the thing Manager Wang described. She shook her head firmly. I haven't seen it. It's not with me. Sometimes a simple answer isn't enough to earn trust. Manager Wang looked down at her, throat bobbing. Then let me search you. To prove her innocence and avoid a deadly ending, Tang Shui agreed. Naive as she was, she didn't notice the strange gleam in Manager Wang's eyes. His palms slid to her waist, conducting a minute search that brought a flush to her cheeks. A familiar memory surfaced. Yesterday in the elevator those same hands had been just as unruly. Was the hunt for the item only an excuse to take advantage of her? Timid by nature, she didn't dare push back against such forcefulness. Her eyes reddened like a rabbit's as she stammered, I can't hide anything on my body. You? Don't touch me like that. How could anyone remain unmoved by her fragile, pitiful look? Manager Wang rasped, you say it's not there, so it's not? I need to verify for myself. Only after I've checked will I be sure.
Tang Shuhui endured in silence, praying he'd finish quickly and leave the room. She was too innocent. Manager Wang didn't relent, the provocation went to his head. He pinned her down and kissed her lips. An ambiguous tangle of limbs, the atmosphere thickening through the entire room. Breath ragged, she turned her face away. You're done checking, right? It really isn't on me. Interrupted repeatedly, Manager Wang narrowed his eyes, reining in his frenzy a little. At her ear, in a whisper light as a feather, I hear your supervisor wants you to gain 1,000 fans within 3 days. I'm a man who cherishes beauty. If you find it tough, come to my room. Tang Shuhui's gaze steadied. Manager Wang meant that if she failed the mission, he would help her. Manager Wang rose from her, straightening his disheveled shirt. If you spot the thing I lost, come find me any time. I'll give you a reward, something far better than a pile of fans. How could such an offer not make her heart race? Tang Shuhui's pulse thundered, she bit her lip and finally answered, I understand. Manager Wang smiled in satisfaction and didn't bother checking Huayin Yun, who shared the room. The two girls lived together. If anything odd turned up, he trusted Tang Shuhui would tell him. After all, every creature yearns to climb higher. Manager Wang left the room. Whether he would visit other players' rooms remained unknown. Tang Shuhui exhaled in relief, the other single bed creaked. She turned to see Huayin Yun roll over, now facing her. Tang Shuhui was about to look away when Huayin Yun opened her eyes. Impressive, Tang Shuhui, she drawled. You can even hook an NPC and get him to openly bend the rules for you. That pitiful face of yours is downright nauseating. The insults battered Tang Shuhui, blood rushed to her head, and after a long stammer she managed, I didn't hook up with him. Eyes red, she added, don't use such ugly words, hook up, nauseating, you're going too far. Huayin Yun sneered, keep pretending plastic bags aren't half as good at it as you. The night dragged on endlessly for some, yet passed uneventfully for others. Early riser Hua Huai opened the prop phone's live stream room as usual. Viewers who'd been waiting poured in, their enthusiasm making her shy. Nervous, Hua Huai tapped the screen. Why, good morning, everyone. The bullet comments exploded. Streamer finally gets it, greeting us when she starts and ends. She's just a kid, give her time to learn. No need to force it, be yourself, as always. Actually, Hua Huai thought the same. She had already hit the mission target within 3 days, leaving her free for today and tomorrow. This mission spanned a whole month, plenty of time. She didn't want to spend all of it stuck in a fabricated persona inside the live stream room. Gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the street, perhaps because of the dungeon, she couldn't see any specters outside. News that Jin Jiayue had triggered a level up by hunting specters in the horror game world stirred her. She asked her bound specters and Black Feather for their opinions. A chance to grow stronger, why not take it? All agreed. Goal set, Hua Huai rode the elevator to the first floor. The lobby was spacious. Once past the glass doors she would exit the building. She strode toward the exit, only to be called back just as she was about to step outside. Supervisor Sume approached and asked, Hua Huai, where are you going? Hua Huai was puzzled. I want to take a walk outside. Sume frowned. Why stroll about? Isn't the building big enough? So many waves of intern streamers have come, yet no one ever asked to leave. In Sume's mind, no one should even think of stepping out. Under such scrutiny, Hua Huai needed a legitimate reason. Unfamiliar with the streaming industry, she couldn't come up with one no matter how she racked her brains. She stood rooted, planning to fob Sume off first. Then a familiar format floated before her eyes. It was a bullet comment from the prop phone's livestream room. She didn't know why it appeared, but it was timely rain. Tell her you need an outdoor shoot. Viewers are tired of the same old studio backdrop. Hua Huai repeated the line. Sume pondered, torn and skeptical. Outdoor shoot, haven't heard that term in ages.
Will an outdoor shoot really attract viewers?
Lips pressed into a line, she said. You're the best intern streamer. If you say so, you must have your reasons. Fine. Back by 10 p.m., the building locks its doors after that. Once closed, all staff rest, no one will open for you. Miss the curfew and you'll wait until 6 a.m. for the doors to reopen. With permission granted, Hua Huai smiled politely.
Got it, back early.
The moment she crossed the building's threshold, a chill hit her face. The street refreshed, what should have been busy traffic now lay deathly still. Perhaps the surface was calm while hidden currents surged beneath. A razor-sharp claw shot out, aiming straight for her carotid artery. Before Hua Huai could react, another hand, slender yet strong, gripped the claw by the wrist. King of traffic, Paradise City. Crack! The next second, the crisp sound of bones snapping rang out. A cold wind howled through the surroundings, thick with eerie aura. Zhao Ling effortlessly snapped the wrist of the attacking specter. Since the creature's rank was too low, he didn't finish it off outright. Zhang Changchang grinned, realizing Zhao Ling was leaving the kill to her, and happily accepted. Thanks. Heiyu leapt out, its body now several times larger than it had been inside the boudoir pavilion dungeon, rivaling a tiger in size. Golden vertical pupils flashed dangerously. It glanced at the distant, swaying specter, sprang high, and sprinted over. Its powerful limbs, impossible for a humanoid specter to match, bared sharp fangs and, with a crunch, bit into the specter. Black mist spread, vanishing without a trace as Heiyu chewed and swallowed. Jin Jiayue still held back. Even without rank brands on these specters' foreheads, she could sense their strength. Slaying them would bring her no advancement. The commotion drew crowds of specters, yet none could halt their steps. The group pressed outward. They swept through the street like a whirlwind. Seeing such savage slaughter, the specters had surged forward in frenzy, then turned tail. As they fled, they spotted still more specters racing fearlessly toward the fight. They glanced back but dared not slow. So those specters were chasing. Wait, the one being chased is one of their own, isn't she? Why does her aura feel so utterly different? They soon came into Hua Huai's sight. The one at the head of the chase was a girl of about 15 in a fresh floral dress, pretty and bright. Looking at her felt like basking in warm sunshine. She seemed out of place in this world. Out of breath, she caught sight of Hua Huai and lit up, sprinting over. Save me! Zhang Changchang watched the girl duck behind Hua Huai, taller by a head yet begging for her protection. Puffing her cheeks, Zhang Changchang pointed at the girl. Step out. Don't hide behind my sister, or I'll kill you first. The girl was a specter, but she kept her human appearance. Among specters, kill means obliteration of the soul. Hua Huai summoned every specter and spirit pet she had. She herself could wield no specter ability. With the girl so close, Zhang Changchang felt it was extremely dangerous. Outside dungeons in the horror game, when had anyone ever seen a specter retaining a human face? In the girl's eyes, Hua Huai sensed none of the usual malice. After spotting her, the girl had darted behind her. Did she know Hua Huai possessed a bound specter and would surely help? Or was she in league with the chasing specters, planning to lure and kill her? Human that she was, Hua Huai couldn't feel specter auras and couldn't gauge the girl's rank. She hesitated to act, about to question, but Zhang Changchang couldn't wait. Her puppet ability struck at the girl. Sensing the attack, the girl scrambled backward. In her panic, she tripped over her own feet and landed on her bottom. At the same instant, a mobile phone slipped from her pocket, displaying a live stream room interface. The feed showed exactly this place, Hua Huai's live stream room. A quick glance at the familiar screen startled Hua Huai. She never expected to meet one of her viewers face to face. The girl must have recognized her through the livestream. No wonder joy had flashed in her eyes as she ran over. Holding the phone like a shield, the girl blurted, "I'm the streamer's fan, don't hit me." She looked aggrieved. "I'm not a bad guy." Yet Hua Huai's company phone hadn't started a live stream room at all. What was showing on that screen, then? Hua Huai pulled out both phones to check, at first she noticed nothing wrong.
Only after a long moment did she realize.
The company phone had no extra functions, only the live stream room. Thus she'd thought exiting the room simply meant letting the phone's screen go dark. In truth, opening it revealed bullet comments from every period she had been streaming the whole time. When she stayed motionless, the girl assumed Hua Huai understood and began to pocket the phone.
Hua Huai hastily said, "Wait, could I take a look at your phone?"
The girl handed it over, and Hua Huai tested both devices from a viewer's perspective. When the company phone's screen lit, the girl's phone showed the company feed. When the company phone went dark, the girl's phone connected to the prop phone's feed. That was why Hua Huai hadn't realized the company phone had streamed far longer than she thought. Then Hua Huai shut the prop phone's livestream room and darkened the company phone. The girl's device finally showed nothing at all. In other words, as long as any phone was streaming, Spectre viewers could still see the feed.
Close the prop phone's room and real-world viewers lost the picture.
She restarted the live stream room, and the prop phone vanished from her hand. The pursuing specters kept their eyes on the girl yet feared Jin Jiayue and Zhao Ling, none daring to step forward. Once sure the girl posed no threat, Jin Jiayue said, "Their power is greater than the last bunch.
Slaying them would bring her advancement." An illusionary realm shrouded the area the next instant.
She told Zhao Ling, half each. It was the fairest split. Zhao Ling voiced no objection. Neither strength could be underestimated, each excelled in their own field.
Sensing danger, the specters spun to flee. Too naive, once targeted, escape was impossible.
Spectre slaughter is swift and brutal. In a few exchanges the pack dissolved into black smoke and scattered.
Curious, Hua Huai asked the girl, "Aren't you the same kind? Why were they chasing you?"
The girl shook her head.
"We're not the same.
They're nearly mindless things, bent on tearing apart anything different.
I'm fully aware of what I'm doing and hold no hostility toward humans." After a pause she asked mysteriously, "Do you know where I'm from?"
Hua Huai choked, mouth opening dryly.
"I can't tell fortunes."
The girl's bright smile was almost dazzling.
"I slipped out of Paradise City.
I'm endlessly curious about the world outside, but the city folk always say it's dangerous beyond Paradise City, keeping me in. I left this time because I saw your live stream and came looking for you. Seems my luck's pretty good, I found you so quickly. King of traffic, hope." From the girl's description, Hua Huai learned that Paradise City was utterly different from the world outside its walls.
No wonder the girl's behavior was nothing like those specters.
Hua Huai was puzzled.
"It's so dangerous, why did you come looking for me?" The girl answered without hesitation. "You're our hope."
Hua Huai's head filled with question marks. She blurted, "Huh?" Besides feeling confused, she also found those words oddly familiar. It was as if, back in the grotesque dollhouse yesterday, someone in the livestream room had said something similar. The girl explained, "You probably don't know fewer and fewer people ever leave Paradise City, so it's getting overcrowded, we're nearly out of space. One day, when newcomers exceed the city's capacity, some residents will be forced to leave. The outside world is perilous, leaving the city is likely a death sentence. We seem to have died once already, if we die again, we'll vanish completely."
Hua Huai felt a bit dizzy. Isn't that contradictory? From what the girl said, she wanted people to leave the city, yet also didn't want them to leave.
Speaking from her own perspective, the girl forgot Hua Huai wasn't a resident and couldn't grasp her story.
Realizing this, she apologized, "Sorry. There are two kinds of leaving, one means rebirth, the other is being expelled from Paradise City.
They say there's a place called the reincarnation realm that can help residents gain new life. Paradise City has a huge notice board that displays residents' names, only those named can enter the reincarnation realm.
Lately, the board updates less and less often, the last name appeared a year ago."
Strange terms popped into Hua Huai's mind one after another. She yearned to uncover the truth of this world. Now this clue was being handed to her. If she followed it, she might find answers. Hua Huai's expression shifted slightly.
"What's your name?" The reply came, "I'm Jiang Jiao." She asked again, "Where is Paradise City?" Zhang Jiao answered, "It can be anywhere, wherever your heart envisions." Hua Huai frowned. "Can I enter it?"
Zhang Jiao thought for a moment, then shook her head.
"I'm afraid not, no human has ever entered the city." She hesitated. "But, it's not absolutely impossible.
Elders who've lived there longer say if a human becomes powerful enough, they might get a chance. However, so far no one has reached that level.
Ran Ping of the Bounty Guild is rank S, yet even he has never entered Paradise City.
Thus, to enter the city, Hua Huai would have to raise her player rank above S.
For her, that was still too far away. She set the thought aside and asked another question, "Have you ever entered the reincarnation realm?"
Hua Huai didn't expect much. Predictably, Zhang Jiao said, "No, I've only heard of it."
People whose names aren't called by the notice board can't enter the reincarnation realm. Hua Huai now had a rough idea. Recalling how Zhang Jiao had been chased by specters, she asked reasonably, "Do you have any special abilities?" Zhang Jiao replied frankly, "No. I'm almost the same as humans, the only difference is that I'm not alive." "So the horror game world held beings like this too?" Hua Huai asked again, "Are all residents of Paradise City like you?"
Precisely because they were the same, they feared the specters outside and were utterly defenseless.
Zhang Jiao nodded solemnly. Exactly.
Even so, Zhang Jiao had left Paradise City just to find her, this so-called hope. After getting the urgent answers she needed, Hua Huai returned to her original confusion.
"Why do you say I'm hope?" She couldn't even enter Paradise City, let alone solve its overcrowding.
Zhang Jiao tilted her head, unable to give a clear reason, and mumbled, "I just feel you are."
My sixth sense is really accurate. Hua Huai fell silent, then said, "All right."
She had no words left, nothing more to say. During the subsequent spectre hunt, Zhang Jiao stuck with the team the whole time.
By evening, Hua Huai decided to return to the building.
Although the building closed at 10, she didn't plan to cut it that close. Once it was dark and visibility dropped, any danger would be beyond her ability to handle. After a whole day of combat, her bound specters had burned through most of their strength. If it ran out, she wouldn't be able to summon them at all. Worse, she would also lose access to their abilities. For her, the difficulty of this sea-level dungeon would spike dramatically. The instant Hua Huai stepped inside the building, her bound specters vanished. Zhang Jiao stood outside. No matter how she tried, she couldn't cross the threshold, sweat beading on her forehead. Hua Huai reached out to pull her in, but no amount of effort could bring her inside. At last Hua Huai understood how dungeon zones worked. A dungeon is a special zone. Aside from specters native to it and players bound specters, no outside specter may enter. This ensures players can survive as long as they don't trigger the boss's kill conditions. The horror game thought of everything. It isn't simply about mindless slaughter.
Within the horror game, both specters and players must abide by the rules. Left with no choice, Hua Huai asked, "Can you go back?"
Out here, it was far too dangerous for Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao refused to give up and struggled for ages. Only when she was sure she couldn't enter did she squat down in frustration.
"I can go back, but I don't want to."
The specters on this street had mostly been cleared, but no one could guarantee more wouldn't appear. Seeing Hua Huai's worry, Zhang Jiao patted her chest.
"It's fine, I'm quick-witted, I won't die. If it really becomes too much, I can still return in time.
In short, nothing major will happen to me.
Just do what you need to do, don't mind me."
She had said earlier that the city exists wherever the heart envisions.
Meaning she could return to Paradise City anytime.
Zhang Jiao's words set Hua Huai at ease. At this hour, it was time for the broadcast announcing the rankings again. Yan Lian still hadn't woken up, leaving her at the bottom of the list. The other players' ranks hadn't changed. Qi Xiao remained ninth, but her fan count had risen sharply, now exceeding 400. It was as if she'd suddenly seen the light. Qi Xiao lifted the corners of her lips in pride, her eyes conveying a single message. "See? I have what it takes." Shu Yuhan didn't look at her, instead she stared at Hua Huai.
What are you dragging in?
From Shu Yuhan's point of view, the street outside the dungeon was empty, Hua Huai was gripping nothing, as if pulling something inside. King of traffic, obsessed. Under everyone's gaze, Shu Yuhan spoke again. Also, did you just step outside? Many of the players present had seen what happened to anyone who left the dungeon's bounds, most didn't survive a minute. Yet Hua Huai had not only left, she'd come back unharmed. That wasn't something an F-rank player should be able to do. Over the loudspeaker, her rank and follower count were announced at just the right moment. The players gasped, staring at her as though she were a vengeful ghost. Pang Jiming protested, how does she have so many followers? It's almost enough to make me think she's cheating. Hua Huai's current follower count, 8,546. Nearly 3,000 more than yesterday. In a way, her prop really could be called a cheat. Even if she hadn't done it on purpose. Her dungeon-breaking presence made Huai Yinyun frown. She couldn't be an abnormal in disguise, using a child's face to lull us into dropping our guard. Otherwise it's hard to explain her follower numbers. Huai Yinyun had her own theory. Most of the time you can guess the abnormal boss's identity from the dungeon's name. Judging by this dungeon's name and the mission we got, the abnormal boss is most likely a streamer. A pro streamer would naturally gain followers far faster than any player. The more she spoke, the more the players shuddered, as if Hua Huai really were the abnormal boss. Then came the fatal question. Shu Yuhan pointed at Hua Yuan. What about him? Don't tell me he's an abnormal too. And don't forget the one lying there critically injured. In a sea-level dungeon there's only one abnormal capable of moving and thinking on its own. That single one is the current dungeon's abnormal boss. Not every player knew that, but it wasn't a huge secret, someone always did. With that, Huai Yinyun's theory collapsed. Still wary, she said, even if she isn't the abnormal boss, she's definitely not simple. Hua Huai pressed her lips together. If she really were the abnormal boss, Huai Yinyun's speech would already have put a target on her back. Pointing out that special identity right in front of her wasn't the smartest move. Pang Jiming said arrogantly, easy, just test her. He was confident in his own kung fu, the muscles under his shirt showed he trained hard. Where exactly he trained, though, nobody could tell. He balled a fist, sprinted forward, and swung at her. From the wind of the punch it was clear Pang Jiming wasn't holding back. It was both a probe and a casual attempt to deck her. Hua Huai sidestepped, the sudden motion flicked her hair. The rib bone dagger flashed into her palm. She stamped in place and sprang, kicking Pang Jiming in the waist. With her light weight the kick only staggered him 2 steps. As he stumbled she planted her foot on his calf, vaulted up, and perched on his shoulder. In one fluid sequence she seized Pang Jiming's hair to keep her balance and held the rib bone dagger right before his eyes. The blade a finger width from his face, Pang Jiming froze, eyes wide, terrified the dagger would plunge into them next. A ghost-like whisper sounded by his ear, figured it out yet? Gulp. Pang Jiming swallowed hard and stammered, I figured it out. Hua Huai pressed, and the result? His eyes stung with dryness. She's a player, an F-rank player, no mistake. The answer hardly mattered. After this, no one dared provoke her again. Hua Huai sheathed the rib bone dagger and hopped down. She'd skipped lunch, tonight she'd make up for it. Luckily the public dining hall stayed open, she could eat any time. The players glanced from Hua Huai to Hua Yuan. Neither of the two was someone to trifle with. But right now the players had no leisure to make trouble for them. More than half still hadn't met their mission goal. Top priority was grabbing as many followers as possible before tomorrow's announcement, or they'd be eliminated. Dungeon time reached day 3, players crouched in their live stream rooms, not even pausing to eat or relieve themselves. This was the final day, they had to hit their target. Some hadn't slept at all last night, staying in their rooms the whole time. A knock came at Hua Huai's door. When she opened it a dazzling figure stood there. Yanlian rubbed her still healing head. The supervisor told me 2 days are gone, I have 1 left. He also said you're currently in first place. I never thought I'd still have a chance to live, how lucky. She curved a sincere smile.
Thank you, Hua Huai. Hua Huai blinked. You came just to thank me?
Yan Lian's grin widened.
You saved my life, doesn't that deserve a special thank you?
Hua Huai exhaled.
I'm glad you woke up. If you hadn't, I was thinking of switching you to another dungeon.
Time's short, hurry and find a way to hit your goal.
Yan Lian toyed with her mobile phone.
Relax, clearing a C-level goal isn't beyond me. To be an A-level player, your skills have to be rock solid. After a bit more chat, they headed together to the live stream rooms on the 39th floor. As they walked the corridor, they occasionally heard voices from the rooms. Today the sound carried especially clear, the players inside were almost possessed. Huayin Yun, tap that follow, babies, love ya.
What? You want to see me dance? Alright, since you're so eager, I'll dance for you.
Music played in the room, her sweet laughter drifting out.
Shu Yuhan yelled, you wanna watch me cut up these luxury bags? Remembering her persona, she gritted her teeth. Fine, your wish is my command. After I snip them, remember to tap follow, okay? Pang Jiming, don't make me lift barbells, I'm dying here. Can't you ask for something else? Something less exhausting? Fine, I'll go for it. However many you want, I'll lift them. Hung Gaojie, recite an entire book? Are you kidding me?
His vision darkened. Nobody can memorize a whole book this fast. Whatever reply came, he clenched his teeth. Alright, I'll recite. Every player, to varying degrees, was being forced by the audience to do things they found unbearable.
Traffic King, pass.
Passing Huayuan's live stream room, he responded to something the audience must have said, directly killing people violates the game rules.
I'm not stupid beyond saving. You want to see me kill someone? Fine, come over here and let me kill you to liven things up for everyone in the live stream room.
Yan Lian chuckled softly, that truly is a unique live streaming style.
He probably won't be eliminated.
For some reason, Huayuan's behavior unexpectedly resonated with the malicious nature of the specters.
When players first enter a game dungeon, there is no possibility of forming a team.
The fact that he could survive alone in a dungeon means Huayuan has advantages of his own, to some extent. To better distinguish the persona of each live stream room, corresponding names were hung on the door of every live stream room. Yan Lian found the right one and pushed the door open.
Hua Huai returned to the grotesque dollhouse. Pushing open the door, a toy bear looked up eagerly, seemingly anticipating her arrival. The small pink flower on its chest was particularly conspicuous and dazzling. Hua Huai squatted down and smiled, "Are you waiting for me?"
The toy bear nodded, pointed at the alarm clock on the table, and then pointed at her.
Hua Huai looked back and forth twice, then realized after a moment, "You mean I didn't come yesterday, but you waited for me all day?"
The toy bear lowered its head slightly in frustration, stirring its two hands in front of its chest, mimicking the way humans fiddle with their
fingers.
She said in surprise, "I didn't know you were waiting.
That day you burrowed back into the pile of dolls, and I thought you didn't want to play with me anymore. Anyway, I'm free today, so I'll play with you specifically, okay?" She had already completed the mission objective.
After being summoned yesterday, the bound specters could not be summoned for long today, they needed a period of rest.
She ran all over the entire building, up and down.
Maybe there were details she hadn't noticed, but there was still plenty of time left. Haste makes waste. Sometimes there's no need to rush, clues will automatically deliver themselves to your door.
Hua Huai lowered her gaze and rubbed the toy bear's head.
It seemed to enjoy it, rubbing against Hua Huai's palm.
Perhaps only the room she was in could still emit genuine laughter.
The players who went to the restaurant for lunch were few and far between, only 4 people.
They were Hua Huai, Yan Lian, Huayuan, and Tu Yingyang. The players who went to the restaurant for dinner on time included Huayin Yun and Shu Yuhan.
Being able to come down to eat on time indicated that they had completed their mission objectives within the stipulated time. The broadcast began announcing the players' rankings. Unlike the previous 2 days, this time the rankings were announced in ascending order. As expected, Huawei still held the first place ranking. If Huawei didn't possess the prop phone, the first place ranking should have belonged to Tu Yang.
She was leagues ahead of everyone else, securing the second position.
As everyone knows, these two are both excellent, no need for excessive commentary.
Keep up the great work.
The tone of the broadcast was as playful and energetic as ever. Yan Lian was indeed an A-level player, taking a position right after Tu Yang in just 1 day. The number of fans she acquired exceeded 2,000. The players were surprised and confused by this, and Huawei also didn't know how she managed it. When Huawei felt confused, Yan Lian whispered in her ear, "Specters can also be manipulated. As long as they don't rush up and attack me directly, I have plenty of ways to handle them." However, the inspiration came from Huayuan.
He doesn't know how to utilize it, but I do. Huayuan attracting the attention of the specters was entirely due to his personal character.
Yan Lian did it intentionally, accurately grasping the specters' weak points, making acquiring fans a piece of cake. Her life was saved by Huawei, and now her trust in Huawei had long exceeded the limit. She told her everything. Fourth place was taken by Huayuan, with 1,523 fans.
His ranking was surprisingly high.
Fifth place was Huayinyun, with 1,325 fans. Sixth place was Xu Yuhan, with 1,269 fans.
The above were the players who came downstairs for dinner in the evening.
On the first day, Xu Yuhan's fan count was higher than Huayinyun's, but now she had been surpassed. Her original arrogance vanished without a trace at this moment.
Huayinyun should have been happy, but she wasn't smiling, her entire face was tense.
Previously, she always appeared before everyone with a sweet smile. It was truly unfamiliar to see her like this. Seventh place was Qi Qiao, with 1,089 fans.
The elevator door opened just then, and she walked out, saying to everyone, "Are you disappointed to see that I completed the mission objective?" Grinning widely, "But I'm very happy. In the future, I'm going to surpass all of you. What good is having a beautiful face? You'll all eventually be trampled under my feet."
Unlike her madness on the first day, she was able to maintain her sanity, slowly walking into the restaurant, ready to enjoy her dinner tonight. Eighth place was Tang Shuwei, with 1,010 fans.
This ranking was quite close to the passing line. Dropping below 1,000 meant failure for the stage mission. Everyone held their breath, listening.
Ninth place was Hong Gaojie, with 1,001 fans. At the last moment, he barely crossed the passing line, truly making people sweat for him. There was only a difference of 2 numbers remaining. Unless Pang Jiming's fan count was 1,000 or 1,001, resulting in a narrow loss due to a later time, he could still pass the line by falling into 10th place. By all accounts, the probability of failure was higher.
The result: 10th place was Pang Jiming, with 1,000 fans.
Passed by the skin of his teeth.
Wow!
That's truly surprising.
All the intern streamers completed the first round's mission objective.
A burst of enthusiastic applause sounded from the broadcast. In the empty hall, the sound made everyone's hair stand on end.
"Alright, stop the applause."
As the voice fell silent, the applause abruptly stopped.
"Now, I will announce the mission objective for the second round. The intern streamers must achieve the requirement of 10,000 fans within the next 5 days.
The number of fans you currently have acquired will also be counted." The players, who had already struggled to meet the mission objective, suddenly felt like the sky was collapsing.
Within 5 days. 10,000 fans.
Compared to the previous mission objective, they only had 2 more days, but the required fan count was 9 times higher. The elevator door opened again, and 3 people walked out with ashen faces. Pang Jiming, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground like a crawling dog, his limbs trembling uncontrollably.
After hearing the words from the broadcast clearly, he broke down and said, "How many? 10,000 fans in 5 days. Why not just kill? Kill him instead." Pang Jiming didn't dare to utter the second half of the sentence.
After all, in a horror game dungeon, if his words suddenly came true, he would be instantly doomed.
Hung Daojia was dizzy from reading and hadn't heard what the broadcast said at all. Seeing Pang Jiming so distraught, he asked blankly, "What did it say?" Tang Shui was relatively normal and replied, "The next objective is to reach 10,000 fans within 5 days. King of traffic, venting outlet." This night, again, was a sleepless one for who knows how many players. Rest? They had no right to rest. If they didn't meet their goals, they would die. Days passed, and the players became increasingly obsessed. They went to the restaurant less and less, even holding their bladders until they could no longer bear it before finally relieving themselves. After several days of observation, Huawei discovered that Manager Wang left his room at a very regular time each day, for about half an hour each time. Following this pattern, Huawei took advantage of Manager Wang leaving the room and immediately used the anti-spy infrared detector to thoroughly check the entire room. Finally, she found a pinhole camera hidden in the power strip. The hiding place was sufficiently concealed. Had she not used a tool, Huawei would never have imagined such a small space could hide such a danger. Using a tool, she pried open the power strip and removed the pinhole camera inside. On the first day of the dungeon, from the conversation between Supervisor Su Mei and Manager Wang, it seemed Manager Wang was not the manager of this company, but the two were very familiar and often had work-related interactions. There was a folder named Goods on Manager Wang's computer. Manager Wang had mentioned this to Su Mei before, and Su Mei even said it depended on the Goods' own wishes. Now, a pinhole camera appeared in the intern streamer's room, hidden in the power strip. Huawei did not believe that Manager Wang, who was outside the company's staff, had the right to privately modify an intern streamer's room. Most likely, the two colluded, and the person who actually installed the pinhole camera here was Su Mei, the supervisor of this company. The goods they spoke of earlier probably referred to these intern streamers. As for what they wanted with these goods, Huawei didn't know. She vaguely felt it wouldn't be anything good. In that case, the character behind the broadcast was worth pondering. Giving the anti-spy infrared detector as a reward, and also being able to block the hearing of players who failed to be chosen. The answer was obvious. The voice behind the daily broadcast was precisely from the abnormal boss of the current dungeon. So far in the dungeon, no players had died. It gave the impression that the law of slaughter in this dungeon only consisted of the goals presented before everyone's eyes. Help! Help me! Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from downstairs. All the players ran towards the source of the sound. The incident occurred in Pang Jiming's livestream room. The cry of alarm was issued by Tang Shui. No one expected the once gentle girl to erupt with such an astonishing voice. The players thought they would see some terrifying scene, but it was just Pang Jiming collapsing from exhaustion. After several consecutive days of live streaming, day and night, it was natural for him to faint. The players were too busy to care for themselves, and having their time delayed by such a trivial matter, Huayin Yun said with a fake smile to Tang. "Shui, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You have a backdoor, we don't. Do you want to get rid of us during the second mission objective, then complete the dungeon alone and take all the bonus money? You are truly a greedy one." Huayin Yun's words contained a massive amount of information. Shu Yuhan's expression turned serious. "You said backdoor, what do you mean?" Huayin Yun twitched her lips. "She's got connections, she hooked up with that Manager Wang. While we work hard to gain fans, she just needs to slip into Manager Wang's room." After several days, all the players felt exhausted. Now, upon learning that Tang Shui could easily obtain everything they worked hard for without effort, they naturally felt unbalanced. Shu Yuhan's voice was extremely soft. "I thought I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect there to be someone even more shameless." Huayin Yun didn't hear clearly and frowned. "What?" Shu Yuhan immediately shook her head. "Nothing, I mean, she's too disgusting. Since she wants us out, then we'll get her out first. What do you all think?" Huayin Yun openly pushed Tang Shui to be an antagonist for everyone. Currently, everyone was feeling suppressed and had nowhere to vent. An outlet for their frustration was conveniently delivered, and they wouldn't waste the opportunity. Whether it was true or false didn't matter to them, as they desperately needed an outlet.
Everyone's unfamiliar, cold gaze fell on Tang Shuhui, as if they were judging a criminal with their eyes.
Hung Gaojie asked, "How do we get her out?" Shu Yuhan chuckled softly.
"That's easy, just use her own methods against her. She wasted our time, so we can naturally waste her time too. There are many of us, we'll take turns, let's see how she'll live stream to gain fans." Her gaze turned to the few who had not spoken.
"What are your opinions?" "Before you answer, I must remind you that dangerous people are best eliminated as early as possible. After all, she's a woman who can even hook up with an NPC." Yan Lian waved her hand.
"Don't look at me, I was unconscious for 2 days and don't understand many things.
My head is still fuzzy, and thinking gives me a headache. Do whatever you want, just don't include me." That was reasonable enough, so they skipped her. Tu Yang said expressionlessly, "I'm not participating." She had far exceeded the passing line in the first round, probably wanting to avoid trouble. Hua didn't understand the full story and couldn't make a judgment about someone based on their fragmented words. She said indifferently, "I won't participate either." Shu Yuhan's gaze drifted over them one by one. She thought, as expected, the core of F-rank players was pretty much the same. They always wanted others to put in the effort while they reaped the benefits. Hua Yuan gave a malicious smile, not disappointing them. "Alright, I love this kind of thing."
Shi Qiao's lips trembled, seemingly unable to suppress a distorted expression, and she tried to speak normally. "I agree, why should she not have to
work hard? This isn't fair."
Turning to the 3 neutral individuals, she said, "Without effort, there will be no reward.
Are you going to do nothing and wait for the fruits of victory to fall into your laps? Once Tang Shuhui is dealt with, you'll be the next group of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered."
The neutral ones were precisely the players who topped the charts daily. Their number of fans far exceeded others, so even if they didn't stream for a day, they wouldn't feel panicked. Their overly powerful performance was, in the eyes of the other players, equally dangerous and worthy of vigilance. Tu Yang let out a soft chuckle from her nose, which, at this moment, carried a hint of disdain and mockery.
"I will wait and see." The provocative tone easily made Shu Yuhan's temper flare. The most infuriating thing was that Tu Yang didn't even consider her an opponent.
Due to her tall stature, Tu Yang had the capital to look down on her.
Shu Yuhan scoffed, "You really think you're something, don't you?
Even if you are, you're still only in second place, being suppressed by a 12-year-old girl. That night of the first broadcast, you were full of confidence, thinking you'd get first place.
It's absolutely hilarious, you brought shame upon yourself. Because of you, we didn't even qualify for the rewards. King of traffic, beast."
Tu Yang only said one sentence, but Shu Yuhan followed it up with a long tirade.
Any clear-sighted person could tell that Shu Yuhan was triggered.
Tu Yang didn't bother arguing with her and said casually, "I don't have time to waste talking nonsense with you.
Say whatever you want." Turning to leave, Shu Yuhan shouted at her retreating back, feeling guilty?
"You can't win the argument, so you claim you don't have time to talk to me." Tu Yang didn't respond again and entered her live stream room. From Shu Yuhan's perspective, she believed she had won, but for some reason, she couldn't feel happy. Something was stuck in her chest, leaving her feeling suffocated. She tried to relieve herself by muttering, "Humph, who is she trying to fool?" With the matter settled, the players dispersed. Except for Tang Shuhui, no one paid attention to the unconscious Pang Jiming. After observing them just now, Hua Hui realized that the players were not as glamorous as they appeared.
Hua Yinyun's sweat hadn't completely dried.
Although she had tidied up before leaving her room and specifically put on a jacket, the damp hair and collar at the nape of her neck still revealed her distress. Shu Yuhan's skirt hem was always short, but today it was exceptionally so, and one corner was tucked inside, not having been smoothed out. It gave the impression that she had hastily pulled down her skirt and rushed out the door without time to properly adjust it. Shi Qiao was wearing a long-sleeved dress, and a red liquid seemed to have accidentally stained the cuff. Whenever others looked her way, she would subconsciously put her hands behind her back. Hong Gaojie's eyes were unfocused and bloodshot, his entire face telling everyone that he was exhausted. There was no need to mention Pang Jiming, who had fainted inside. He originally exchanged physical stamina for fan numbers, and now he was completely exhausted. Having fallen asleep like this, no one knew when he would wake up. Acquiring fans in this manner meant that his fan count was naturally impressive on the first day when his stamina was high, but as time went on, the difficulty would increase significantly for him. In contrast, the remaining people were still relatively presentable. Suddenly, a scarlet interface popped up. The item mobile phone currently live streaming has reached 10,000 followers. Function unlocked, photography. For the past few days, her follower count had hovered around 8 or 9,000, always falling short of 10,000. It must have been the recent argument that made the audience feel there was something worth watching, thus increasing the number of followers. But wasn't this function available from the start? Photography, this mobile phone can capture things invisible to the human eye. Please use with caution. This meant that the original photo function was like a mobile phone in the real world, only capable of recording the current picture. Now, it was an external pair of yin-yang eyes. Hua Huai was slightly excited and instinctively asked in her mind, if the level of the anomaly is high, will it still be unable to take a picture? She hadn't expected the horror game key to actually reply to her. This function has no level restriction. The text displayed on the scarlet interface made her eyes light up. This function sounded incredibly powerful. Moreover, it could be used in a dungeon of any level. She couldn't wait to test this function. The prop phone appeared in her hand, and she opened the photography function. Hua Huai decided that the location for her first test would be the bathroom on the 4th floor. Shi Qiao had claimed there was an anomaly inside. If her words were true, it was highly likely that Hua Huai could photograph things invisible to the human eye there. She aimed the lens at the bathroom and slowly stepped inside. First, a massive mirror came into view. Every floor's bathroom had this type of mirror. When she had searched the entire building that day, she hadn't found anything unusual. Now, using this mobile phone, she discovered an anomaly. There seemed to be something on the floor reflected in the mirror. To see more clearly, Hua Huai raised her mobile phone, straightened her arm, and stood on her tiptoes to look at the mobile phone screen. From a top-down angle, she witnessed a chilling scene. She was looking at the mirror through the mobile phone, and scattered fragments of human figures within the mirror were also glancing sideways at her. It was an angle that defied common sense. In places where she couldn't see the anomaly could see her. Hua Huai raised her guard but was not prepared to retreat. Holding the mobile phone, she continued walking inward. The first few stalls were normal, but when she opened the door to the 3rd stall, an inexplicable coldness washed over her. The image on the mobile phone changed. The scene inside the stall was bloody and messy. Shi Qiao hadn't been lying, there truly was an eyeball in the sewer opening. Using the rib bone dagger to open the toilet paper dispenser lid, she saw pieces of fresh skin wriggling inside, still covered in blood, giving the feeling that they had just been cut off. The light bulb above the stall was a bloody head, and blood drip dropped down from the hair strands. A pool of blood spread across the white tiled floor, creating a stark contrast between the two. No wonder Chi Qiao had been scared into such a state. Having mostly finished inspecting the bathroom, Hua Huai cautiously backed away. Most of the anomalies she knew about were still aggressive towards humans. She retreated nervously, and the scene inside the bathroom remained the same, without any sudden changes. After completely leaving, Hua Huai breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't stop there. She decided to check the bathroom on every floor. The final conclusion was that only the bathroom on the 39th floor looked so terrifyingly spooky. Given this, the death location of that anomaly was most likely inside the bathroom on the 39th floor. The scope of the building was too vast. Searching the remaining areas thoroughly could not be completed in a single day. She happened to arrive at the 1st floor, so she decided to eat a meal before returning to her room. Slap.
As soon as the elevator door opened, a slap rang out.
Tang Shui, stop pretending to be so pitiful all the time.
Trying to gain sympathy?
You're barking up the wrong tree with us.
After several consecutive days of torment, Hua Yinyun's facade had completely crumbled.
Her formerly sweet demeanor was replaced by eyes sharp as blades and a mouth dripping with poison. Tang Shui fell to the ground, her cheeks swollen red, her expression full of grievance and the cowardice of not daring to argue back. Hung Gaojie felt pity and carefully touched Hua Yinyun, whispering, "How about
we just stop?
We've already wasted a day of her time, that's enough return on investment."
Shu Yuhan glared at him and said sarcastically, "You're so kind, aren't you?
You get to play the good guy, and we get stuck playing the villains.
In the dungeon, you either don't do it, or you go all the way. For someone who can't even commit to that, dying in the dungeon is completely normal."
Hua Yinyun turned her head and glanced at Hung Gaojie. "Someone like you, daring to maintain the persona of a top student?
I don't even think you're as smart as I am." Hung Gaojie was left speechless by the rebuke, and his thick, black-rimmed glasses made his expression look even more dull.
Shi Qiao's throat bobbed, like a beast that had encountered prey, waiting for the moment to hunt.
"Sisters, I have a great idea.
King of traffic, a tragic object.
Let's use her for the live stream the next few days, how about it?"
The sentence felt like a door to a new world swinging open for the players.
Ideas flashed through their minds. Hua Yinyun was first to speak, asking uncertainly, "What do you mean?" Shi Qiao's eyes brimmed with thick malice. "After streaming these past few days, I've realized something.
Everyone in the livestream room is filled with spite. The more miserable we look, the happier they get.
They're rotten to the core. If you want followers fast, pander to their cruelty."
Her voice turned eerie.
"You don't want to stay miserable forever, do you?"
Most players present were rank D and had survived several game dungeons.
They already understood Qi Qiao's implication.
Shu Yuhan curled her lips.
"You mean let her take our place as the miserable punching bag?" Hua Yinyun put on a sweet, unsettling smile. "A group livestream sounds fun."
The players closed in step by step. Tang Shui backed away, panic on her face.
"You can't do this."
At this moment the group looked like ravenous ghosts. Yan Lian stood at a distance, quietly shaking her head at Hua Huai. Hua Huai, who had considered helping Tang Shui, immediately dropped the thought.
In a dungeon you meet every sort of person. If Yan Lian judged someone unworthy of rescue, they probably weren't. After getting her meal, Hua Huai sat opposite her and asked, "What did you see?"
Yan Lian said calmly, "She placed the delicate flower well, but she underestimated how vile people can be in here. Now she's tasting the fruit of her own act." In this dungeon there were few male players, and the females weren't moved by frail fragility. At the same time, the little white flower vibe screamed easy target. It was no surprise she became everyone's prey.
Yan Lian chewed slowly. "Don't rush to help someone you don't know. If you save a viper, it may bite you the moment you turn your back."
Hua Huai had never planned to intervene, only the gang's excessive cruelty had stirred a flicker of sympathy.
She answered meekly, "Understood." At that moment, in the lobby, Tang Shui was forced into a corner by the elevator.
The frail girl was hopelessly outmatched. The players pinned her down and the button for the 39th floor lit up. Just before the doors closed, venom flashed in her eyes.
Arrival, 39th floor. Tang Shui was hauled out of the elevator. Hua Yinyun led the way, reading the plaques on every door.
Halfway down the corridor she stopped.
"So there's a live stream room like this?"
The plaque on the door read, "Detention Room." Twisted taste, but nothing surprising inside a dungeon.
Hua Yinyun tilted her face. "Take her in."
Inside the detention room sat all sorts of strange, never-before-seen implements. The players tied Tang Shui up with rope, then started the livestream. Tang Shui struggled in vain, for mobile phones showed her wretched state in real time. She thrashed until red grazes lined her wrists and ankles.
Viewer numbers skyrocketed, bullet comments flew past, everyone malicious. Just tying her up? Boring, slap her already. Her skin so fair, a slap would leave a gorgeous red print. Plenty of tools on the wall, use every single one. Inside the live stream room, kind comments were almost non-existent. Han Gaojie eyed the wall of implements and hesitated. This is bad, what if we kill her? Shu Yuhan elbowed him aside and unhooked a tool. Scaredy cat. We bust our backs to finish the mission, she breezes through every day, doesn't that strike you as odd? She deserves every bit of this, no need for guilt. She glanced at Han Gaojie's phone screen. Worry about your follower count instead. The players had assumed the implements were props. Once they felt their weight they realized every piece was real. That made them more careful not to beat her to death by mistake. The live stream lasted until the small hours. All involved saw their follower counts soar, gaining more in one day than in several before. The corridor lay silent except for faint, ragged breathing from the detention room. The handle turned, someone entered. The light flicked on. Tang Shui squinted, and once adjusted she saw who it was. Weakly she asked, here to stream too? Hua Yuan sat on a chair, legs swinging lazily. Nope. I'm here to let you out. Tang Shui laughed, first a giggle, then a cough as saliva went down the wrong pipe. When the fit passed she rasped, you're with them, stop the fake kindness. Hua Yuan looked at her. You mean what happened today? I'm not with anyone, I don't even know them, how could we be a group? I'm letting you out because I think it'll be fun. Even if you say no, I'll still release you, your opinion doesn't count. He flashed a big grin, found a usable blade, and cut the ropes binding Tang Shui. With a yawn he strolled out. I was never here, I know nothing. Tang Shui couldn't believe Hua Yuan had actually freed her. Staring at the rope burns, her eyes turned dark. Footsteps echoed on the 40th floor corridor, the familiar clack of leather soles. Hua hadn't slept at all, she'd tampered with the pinhole camera in her room. If Manager Wang reviewed the footage later, he'd know it was her doing. She'd waited until Manager Wang briefly left to dismantle it, not from fear, but to avoid alerting him and drawing interference. The whole affair was filthy, even if Manager Wang found out, he wouldn't confront her openly. At most he'd sneak into her room at night to strike. Sure enough, the leather shoes halted outside her door. Yan Lian, a light sleeper, opened her eyes and watched the shadow under the gap. Outside stood a pair of feet and a small patch of darkness, she couldn't tell what it was. The owner of those feet spotted the dark patch and visibly panicked, scrambling 2 steps back in haste. The shadow under the door stretched, faded, and finally vanished. This time Manager Wang didn't enter, he simply left. That didn't make sense. The other night he'd come looking for the anti-spy infrared detector, tonight he should be even quicker. Could it be, something outside frightened him? Those frantic steps did give that impression. He'd been scared and backed off. The king of traffic can't be cleaned up. Hua threw back the covers, preparing to get out of bed. Yan Lian whispered, what are you going to do? Hua pointed outside the door, I'll go take a look. Yan Lian was a little nervous. You're too bold. It's the middle of the night. Analyzing from the perspective of someone who has experienced so many dungeons, it's best not to go out easily in the middle of the night, you might run into something unclean. Hua's eyes sparkled. It might not be something bad. She lightened her steps, quietly opened the door, and in the corner outside, a bloody toy bear sat silently. Seeing her, the toy bear was startled. It was a literal jump, and it started moving its 2 legs, trying to run. Perhaps due to excessive nervousness, its movements were clumsy, making it look incredibly cute. Hua reached out to it, do you want to come in and play? This sentence rendered Yan Lian speechless. Shouldn't she have asked for her opinion? But thinking about it carefully, even if she had asked, she would likely have agreed. Over the past few days, Hua had told her everything that happened in the grotesque dollhouse. The toy bear was not the kind of malicious strange entity. Its steps slowed down. It turned its head,
and its pair of dark eyes seemed to flicker with hesitation.
Hua Huai said with a smile, "Come on, it's fine."
Her smile radiated extreme infectiousness, and the toy bear couldn't help but walk toward her. It wasn't until it plopped down in her arms that it realized how close it was to Hua Huai. Its body was filthy, while Hua Huai was clean and tidy, a stark contrast.
Self-consciousness enveloped the toy bear. It scrambled to climb out, indicating that it was very dirty. Yan Lian was surprised. She had only ever heard Hua Huai talk about it, but never seen it herself. She hadn't expected it to be so cute, and couldn't help but smile. "Why don't you take it for a bath first?"
The toy bear nodded vigorously, agreeing with the suggestion. Hua Huai had always assumed that strange entities habitually maintained a terrifying appearance, so she had never thought about washing the toy bear. Now that she had the toy bear's support, she realized that her previous assumptions had been too one-sided. The sink was filled with water, and the toy bear jumped in. Giving the toy bear a bath felt incredibly strange, a bit like children playing house. Hua Huai washed it seriously, but unexpectedly, the toy bear could not be cleaned. The water in the sink was changed repeatedly, but it was always bright crimson and carried a heavy scent of blood. It was as if the toy bear had wounds, and fresh blood continuously flowed out. Before washing, the wounds were scabbed over; after washing, the scabs fell off. Realizing this, Hua Huai's fingertips turned slightly white.
She blinked and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Let's not wash it anymore." Hesitantly, she asked, Are you feeling any pain?"
Bloody water dripped from her palms and the backs of her hands into the sink. The toy bear's chest swelled twice. It shook its head violently and jumped back into the sink on its own, wanting to wash away the bloodstains on its body. It simply couldn't be washed off; no amount of washing helped. Hua Huai wanted to reach out to stop it, but the toy bear jumped out of the sink and quickly ran away. Bloody paw prints were left on the ground, step after step. Hua Huai followed closely, but its speed was too fast, and it vanished in moments.
That's right, the toy bear is a strange entity. How could she catch up? Time moved to the next day, and Pang Jiming woke up from his faint.
When he realized he had wasted a day of live streaming time, he immediately felt like the sky had fallen.
Han Gaojie couldn't help but tell him what happened yesterday. Seeing his eyes widen, he exclaimed in surprise, "You can do that? Is that the main point?" Pang Jiming hurried out, "When does the live streaming start today?"
"It's already daylight, so we should be able to live stream."
"Let's hurry to the detention room.
We must make up for the lost fan count today.
Tomorrow is the last day."
He rubbed his hands together excitedly as he walked. "It sounds very easy and can attract a lot of attention."
"That's a great idea."
The two went to the detention room together. When the door opened, the person tied up inside was completely different from what they had expected.
Pang Jiming asked suspiciously, "Shi Qiao, why is it you?"
Shi Qiao's mouth was gagged, and she could only make woo sounds.
Han Gaojie stepped forward and removed the cloth strip from her mouth. She said excitedly, "It was Tang Shui. She really is colluding with Manager Wang. She's retaliating against me.
She had Manager Wang tie me up here."
"It's good that you're here. Hurry and untie me."
Yesterday, Shi Qiao suggested using Tang Shui for live streaming.
Now, choosing to tie her up here was clearly retaliation.
And incidentally, to show the other players that Tang Shui was not someone to be provoked casually. Shi Qiao's appearance was precisely the price for provoking Tang Shui. Seeing no movement from the two, Shi Qiao felt a growing unease in her heart and urged, "What are you standing around for?
Hurry up and untie me."
Han Gaojie's expression shifted, and he was about to step forward to untie her. A hand stopped him, and a chilling voice said, "You mean Tang Shui is backing, so why should we target her?
Instead of risking retaliation, why don't we just accept the situation? You can take her place, can't you?" Both men's hearts sank.
Shi Qiao's face contorted, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "What did you say?" She quickly turned to Han Gaojie, trying to persuade him, "Don't forget the original intention of why we did this.
It's fundamentally unfair that Tang Shui is backing. We work so hard, yet she doesn't have to do anything.
Unexpectedly, someone else pushed the door open and entered.
Hua Yingyun walked in smiling, with you here, we won't have to work hard in the future either.
She gradually approached Qiqiao, her smiling face like a devil's.
The only one who will be working hard is you. In the live stream room, it didn't matter who the miserable character was.
What mattered was whether they could gain a large number of followers. To prevent Qiqiao from being eliminated, they thoughtfully helped her open her live stream room.
After all, if she was eliminated, where would they find another character they could bully at will?
The target of the bullying had changed, but what the players were doing had not. Cries and pleas occasionally echoed from the detention room, but no one could save her, no matter how desperate her screams were.
She had come up with the idea herself, how could she not personally taste it?
In the evening, the players participating in this live streaming session still saw a significant increase in followers. If this live streaming pace continued, exceeding the mission goal would be easy. The players could go downstairs to eat on time, and they could sleep on schedule, their mental state couldn't be better. Only Qiqiao was tormented beyond recognition. She murmured softly, Tang Shui. Suddenly raising her voice, her desperate shriek pierced the sky, Tang Shui.
I want you dead.
Her sticky long hair hung down on her face, and her wrists and ankles were chafed raw and bleeding. Her recovering mental state erupted once again under this torment. Highlights of King of Traffic. Dungeon Day 8, the last day of the second objective.
Hua Yingyun and the others arrived at the detention room and, just like yesterday, started the livestream. Hello, we're on air right on time again today.
Darlings who like us, tap follow in the top left. Tell us straight in the chat what torture tools you'd like to see. The camera framed the disheveled Qiqiao. After a whole night here she felt she was dying.
Yet they wouldn't let her die.
They delivered her meals on schedule, afraid she might starve.
Bullet comments drifted across the screen.
I want to see a whip dipped in salt water, must be fun lashing her.
Too cliché, didn't you watch that yesterday?
Switch it up, feather her soles, the living hell vibe is way cooler.
Qiqiao watched the comments, she knew every line would come true.
She had no choice but to endure. While enduring, she could only hunt for a chance to escape. Shoes and socks were stripped off, Hua Yingyun and Shu Yuhan refused to touch her soles. They hadn't been washed for over a day, no way the stench would cling to their hands.
Such dirty work was tossed straight to the two men.
Hong Gaojie, wary of the stink, moved hesitantly.
Pang Jiming shouldered him aside. I'll do it.
Just a bit of foot odor, stop dawdling. Back in the gym I sweated way more than this every day.
It's him.
Qiqiao thought, she'd spotted her chance. A feather brushed her sole, the tickle forcing a laugh out of her.
From an unseen angle, she grazed Pang Jiming's arm with the back of her foot.
Her delicate skin was worlds apart from his coarse arm, the contact sent a tingle through him.
Pang Jiming swallowed, his gaze on Qiqiao's eyes growing entranced.
The woman looked plain, yet her skin was startlingly soft. If only, the thought made his breath quicken uncontrollably.
Anyway, she was tied up and couldn't resist.
Besides, that move was clearly a tease. Without noticing, Pang Jiming grew gentler, obviously going easy on her for the rest of the stream.
To avoid exposing it, Qiqiao still acted as if she were suffering.
By the time the evening stream ended, every room had passed 10,000 followers.
Hua Yingyun waved a hand. Phew, I'm beat, it's finally over.
I'm heading down to eat, do as you like.
Shu Yuhan sashayed with a swaying waist.
Let's go together. Only Pang Jiming and Qiqiao remained in the room.
In a syrupy falsetto Qiqiao cooed, brother I feel so wronged.
I didn't do anything wrong, yet I'm tied here suffering like this. Tears rolled down, her ordinary face now carried a heart-wrenching charm. If brother helps me, I'll listen to brother from now on and even cook up smart plans for you. The group stream idea was mine to begin with, who knew they'd kick me aside once the bridge was crossed? I've got brains, brother's got brawn, if we team up, who in this dungeon can stop us?
Pretty please.
The cloying barrage worked better than expected on Pang Jiming. Chi Qiao was 28, Pang Jiming had introduced himself as 25. Being called brother raised no alarm bells for him. Visibly, he lost himself in the repeated brother, his ego inflating fast. Still he hesitated.
We need someone to take your place.
This streaming trick was too easy, Pang Jiming wasn't ready to give it up. After all, no life mattered more than his own.
Chi Qiao's mind spun.
Pick whoever stirs the most pity. The weaker they look, the more the twisted audience will love it.
Those two kids will definitely outperform me. 5 players had yet to join the group stream ranks.
Chi Qiao didn't know the outsiders well, perfect for setting them against each other while she reaped the spoils.
Why choose Hua Huai and Hua Yuan from the 5? Simple, only they were children. Compared with Tu Yang and Yanlian, they looked far weaker.
Tang Shui had backing, after the previous failure she'd be doubly cautious. Besides, Chi Qiao had other plans for Tang Shui. Pang Jiming had seen Hua Huai's prowess, even now his legs trembled.
Them? I can't beat that Hua Huai, even together it won't be easy.
Thinking back, those two brats both seem able to use some special power.
Shouldn't that kind of ability only show up in specters? Chi Qiao lifted an eyelid. Aren't you a C-level player? You don't even know what's going on? Pang Jiming gave a dry laugh. Of course I know. They must have used some special prop, look specterish just to scare us.
Though that Hua Yuan's rank is higher, his power seems weaker, start with him. We need a win to mobilize Hua Yun and the rest, then we gang up on Hua Huai.
No need to guess, obvious losses were something Hua Yun's group would never take.
They had to show sincerity first, let Hua Yun see the profit.
Chi Qiao played the fragile doll.
Brother's right, I'll obey brother.
Pang Jiming couldn't hold back, sinking into the tender trap. Every player had completed the second objective. The hall announcement had already ended.
The third objective, gain 100,000 followers within 10 days, difficulty spiking again. Everyone felt the pressure, Hua Huai and Yanlian included. Days of calm had slowed Hua Huai's follower growth, she was barely past 12,000. Tu Yang had overtaken her at 15,000. At this rate she'd fall behind Yanlian, then behind Hua Yun and the rest. She had to make a move in the coming days. Routine searching and investigating couldn't fire up the live stream room.
The fastest way to gain followers was to deliver highlights.
She didn't bicker or act, the outside world was her stage. Follower counts surged most during fights, she had to brave the danger. The bound specter's energy from last time still hadn't fully recovered. When specters used powers they were indeed stronger than her. But her own use cost far less energy. This outing she wouldn't summon the bound specters. Once their power ran dry, who knew how long recovery would take? King of traffic, fool. With manager Wang clearing the way, Tang Shui had sailed through the past few days. Well fed and watered, she was heading back to the 40th floor. But the elevator stopped at the 39th, and Pang Jiming appeared outside. He hesitated. Tang Shuhui's nerves frayed. In or out? I'm closing the door. Pang strode in, seized her arm. Come with me. Ignoring her struggles, he hauled her out. Then, he dragged her into the bathroom and flung her down. The door slammed shut. It had no lock, Chi Qiao jammed it shut with a broom. Tang scrambled up, yanking the door with all her might, useless. She pounded. Pang Jiming. What are you doing? Let me out. When manager Wang finds me gone, you'll be sorry. No answer, only silence. Chi Qiao gestured, Pang followed her. In an empty corridor he asked, what if she tells manager Wang tomorrow? Chi Qiao smiled cryptically. She won't get the chance. Her gaze drifted. To tell, one needs opportunity. Pang frowned. What opportunity? Chi Qiao's smile turned secretive. You'll see tomorrow. Dusk had fallen, night was about to begin. Tang sat in the bathroom, Chi Xiao's ghost stories echoing in her head. Recalling them now made her skin crawl. It felt colder in here. Normal restrooms are often cooler, even in the real world.
Just her imagination. Ignore it and it's gone.
Eyes shut tight, she hugged her skirt and crouched by the door.
So cold. Ha! Her breath came out white. Was it this cold last night? She couldn't help wondering. Seconds crawled until midnight struck.
In the hush, music blared.
Light up your phone's glow.
Step into this battlefield of live streaming. Curl your lips, puppet-like smile.
My dear viewers, smash that follow. Cold sweat-soaked Tang, nails bit her palms.
She snapped her eyes open.
Where was that music coming from?
She fished out her phone and opened the live stream room app.
The device only had that one function. The song wasn't from it. Who's there? Who's pulling this prank?
Eyes wide, she lifted her head slowly. The track looped, every beat hammering her heart. Above, the light flickered on, off, on. In the strobe she saw a girl dancing to the rhythm.
Light on, daytime scene.
Light off, the girl appeared, surroundings drenched in gloom. The horror stole her breath. Back glued to the door, she shrank further, gaze locked. As the girl danced, her skin flaked off, blood pooled. Still she kept the beat until only a crimson figure remained. Blood lapped at Tang's shoes. She screamed, stood to avoid contact.
The girl now stood half a meter away. Mouth opening, blood gurgled out, follow me, okay?
Their eyes met, Tang felt the air freeze in her lungs.
Darkness swallowed her and she collapsed. You reek of something I hate. Around 5 a.m., most players still slept. Someone knocked on Tu Yingyang and Huayuan's door. Tu leaned in the doorway. What do you want?
Under her pressure, Pang felt oddly small.
I need Huayuan. Tu gave a curt nod. Brat, someone for you. Huayuan stormed out. I have a name, stop calling me that.
He spotted Pang and scowled.
We're not friends, why me?
Temper flaring, he looked ready to pounce if the answer stank.
Pang feigned regret.
It's your sister, she asked for you.
She's on the 39th floor, says she found big clues to share. Tu rolled her eyes, who'd by such a lousy act? Simple-minded Huayuan did.
He stepped out and headed straight for the elevator. Pang smirked in triumph, Tu slammed the door. At the 39th, the corridor was silent. Pang stopped outside the detention room, Hua sensed trouble.
I thought we were meeting my sister. Chi Xiao arrived and kicked him inside. They followed.
She mocked, you believe anything, such a kid.
Hua staggered, sat scowling. You tricked me? Pang laughed. Yep. So what? Your sister humiliated me, payback from you seems fair. Hua bristled. Just you two? He stood, dusting his pants. Pang charged with a rope, Hua vanished, leaving him swiping air.
An instant later Hua clung to Pang's back, teeth sinking into his neck as if to tear a chunk free. His bound specter gift had no combat edge, but escape was first-rate. His attacks were primitive. Pang yelped, flailed, grabbed a distant knife and stabbed behind. Sensing danger, Hua bit off flesh and blinked away.
Pang stood numb, he hadn't thought the kid capable.
Hua reformed in front, 3 white eyes staring like at a corpse. He spat the flesh, blood-painted teeth and lips.
2. A mouthful of gore hit the floor. Disgusting.
Huayuan wasn't as strong as Hua Huai, but far more savage. King of traffic, counterattack. Compared with Huayuan, Pang Jiming, and Chi Xiao looked like complete rookies, every move still carrying an ingrained sense of rule following.
Even if they themselves didn't notice, those rules silently bound them. Against Huayuan, they weren't prepared to kill.
Hua Yuan had no scruples about them. Pang Jiming, furious, lunged to grab Hua Yuan's throat, yet even while seized, his strange ability let him slip away. Hua Yuan picked up a small knife from the detention room and, as Pang Jiming turned back, nailed it into the wooden table beside his neck. The blade faced his neck, the aim wasn't perfect, slicing a gash along it. Neither Pang Jiming nor Qi Qiao had used a single item, almost everything relied on Pang Jiming's head-on charges, trying to hurt Hua Yuan. Of course they gained nothing, instead Hua Yuan turned the knife on them, tied them up, and that was that. Qi Qiao struggled, drenched in sweat, only yesterday freed, now bound again. She shrieked, "Pang Jiming, as a sea-level player, where's your item? Don't tell me you've played so many rounds and don't own even one item." By now Pang Jiming looked worse than she did. "I'm not a sea-level player, I said that to make you think I'm strong. I'm actually an F-rank player." Qi Qiao was also an F-rank player. No wonder two novices couldn't make a splash. Hua Yuan opened his mobile phone's live streaming, grinning nastily. "I'm a real D-level player, losing to me, you're not getting shortchanged. Fun, really fun. Toys delivered to my door, can't waste them, the audience has to enjoy the show." Hua Yuan picked up a row of finger screws, frowning. "How does this thing work? Never seen it." The viewers in the live stream room were eager to help. "Put the screws round their fingers and pull the ends apart, 10 fingers linked to the heart, hurts like hell." Understanding lit up Hua Yuan's face, Pang Jiming and Qi Qiao shook their heads frantically. Don't use that, pick something else, please." The screws dangled from Hua Yuan's fingertips, he tilted his head, lips curving. "You're scared of this one, then this is the one." Heart-rending screams tore through the detention room, viewer numbers in Hua Yuan's live stream room skyrocketed. "Streamer rocks. Love that vibe," followed. "Haven't seen a streamer who makes ghosts so happy in ages," followed. "Blood and mince woven together, pure ghost ecstasy," followed. Around 6 in the morning Hua Yun and the others reached the detention room's livestream entrance and heard noise inside. After knocking, Hua Yuan's blood-streaked face appeared. Seeing them, he bluntly ordered, "Today this place is mine, find somewhere else." Hua Yun naturally wouldn't obey. "We came first, even your sister knows first come first served, so should you." If not for fear of the ability his sister had shown that day, they wouldn't be standing here trying to reason with Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan bared his teeth. "In game terms, this scene has reset. Now I'm first." He played the rogue. "Don't waste words on me, I don't speak reason and can't be bothered to understand it." Eyes darkening, he lifted his gaze. "You understand what I mean, right?" Hua Yun was about to reply when a scream came from the bathroom. Shu Yuhan gagged and fled the bathroom at speed. Giving up the argument, Hua Yun ran to her. "What happened?" Shu Yuhan pointed at the bathroom, couldn't speak, and gagged again. After steadying herself she managed, "Inside, there's a bloody corpse." Today was the dungeon's 9th day, the first dead player had finally appeared. A player's death usually meant clues would soon surface. Hua Yun couldn't stop the corners of her mouth lifting, eyes sparkling. "Let's take a look." Han Gaojie and Shu Yuhan followed slowly. Inside they found 3 people already there. Hua Huai, Yan Lian and Tu Yang hadn't missed it either. Anyone seeing the stall's contents couldn't help but shrink their pupils in shock. Exactly as Shu Yuhan said, literally blood-drenched. The person before them had lost their skin, with only flesh left. Recognizing the face was impossible. But judging by heightened features and the players present, it had to be Tang Shuwei. She had shared a room with Hua Yun, so everyone looked to her. Clearly this was a ghost's doing. Tang Shuwei had violated the law of slaughter. But what had she done recently? Tu Yang spoke first. "Hua Yun, did she do anything unusual?" If anyone had been unusual, it was Tang Shuwei. Hua Yun caught on at once, snorting. Rookies always charge head-on. She thought it was freedom, but it was just another pit. Ever since she escaped the detention room that day, Tang Shuwei never returned to her room. You've all heard the rumors these past few days. playing pitiful every day. Now the ghost has its eye on her, she's truly free. According to rumor, Tang Shui had gone to Manager Wang's room. Yanlian curled her lip in disgust.
Seducing an NPC in the dungeon, she's got heavy tastes.
Extreme acts were unwise in a dungeon, Yanlian knew that well.
Tang Shuhui's naive stunt matched her player rank perfectly. Tu Yingyang pondered. So Manager Wang can't be separated from this.
She leaned into the stall, grabbed the gory corpse, the sticky feel made her press her lips thin. With a firm look she yanked, dragging the body out of the stall.
Huai Yun bared her teeth in a long U. Shu Yuhan gagged again, nearly turning her stomach inside out. Hung Gaojie's face twisted, all his features bunching together.
In every past game dungeon they'd never seen anyone as tough as Tu Yingyang. She didn't mind filth and showed no fear of corpses.
With the body gone, the view opened up. Tu Yingyang peered into the sewer hole, the pitch-black pipe suddenly rolled an eyeball. To anyone else it was pure horror.
Tu Yingyang stayed calm, lifted the toilet paper box again, fresh pieces of skin with blood lay inside for all to see.
Huai Yun's palms sweated, stammering, that day. Qi Qiao, wasn't lying? We kept using this bathroom.
Shu Yuhan's heart pounded, she felt something unseen watching them.
Tang Shuhui's cause of death is obvious, I'm going to livestream.
Stay longer and she'd lose her mind.
Traffic King, go out and see.
Players don't have to dispose of the bodies themselves. When the crowd dispersed, Hua Huai noticed white flecks on the floor, crouched, and rubbed them between two fingers.
It seemed to have fallen from the wall.
Hua Huai looked up and spotted a patch of plaster peeling off above the main door.
A corner was missing, revealing something yellow. It looked like a sheet of paper. Following her gaze, Yanlian gave the verdict. Most likely a yellow talisman used to suppress specters. The company knew this place is haunted, yet they still let us use the bathroom on this floor and even covered it with plaster. They save every cent they can, our lives are worthless in their eyes. Still, thanks to that yellow talisman, Tang Shui, who violated the law of slaughter, has survived this long. The specter probably can't leave this bathroom. The mission objective in this dungeon is headache-inducing, but the specter's range of power is greatly reduced, fitting for sea-level difficulty. Hua Huai still had a question about that. How do we explain the toy bear? Yanlian smiled. Have you ever heard a toy bear speak? No rule says a sea-level dungeon can only have one specter. At first Hua Huai had suspected the toy bear was this dungeon's abnormal boss. The yellow talisman above the bathroom in Tang Shuhui's time of death showed the abnormal boss couldn't leave the bathroom.
So the boss and the toy bear weren't the same specter. With Tang Shuhui's matter settled, the players returned to the livestream room as usual. Hua Huai walked out of the building again. Zhang Jiao was nowhere to be seen, probably already back in Paradise City. Ever since the bullet comments had automatically appeared before her eyes, repeated tests showed she could summon them from the prop phone whenever she wanted. The prop phone had also unlocked a new reward tier. Reaching 100,000 followers would grant further permissions. The rankings announced over the loudspeaker included the follower count from this prop phone. Most likely, this prop phone originated in this very dungeon. That made the permissions earned at follower milestones intriguing. Instinct told Hua Huai the prop phone would be a huge help in clearing this dungeon. Because the bound specters had swept the street that day, only a few specters remained, perfect practice for Hua Huai. The players inside the dungeon never imagined you could gain followers outside the instance. Huai Yun and the others lingered by the elevator when Shu Yuhan mused, "Aren't we missing someone?" Only 3 of them had gathered today. Pang Jiming was gone. Hang Gaojie, who shared a room with him, said, "He didn't come back to sleep last night. Don't tell me he broke the specter's law of slaughter too." Huai Yun proposed, "Let's split up and search. If something really happened, we might pick up a clue they don't have." The more clues they gathered, the better they could avoid danger. They might even turn those clues to their advantage. Alas, the 3 scoured every freely accessible area and still found no trace of Pang Jiming. Staff would drive players away from floors other than 1, 39, and 40, but they never harmed them.
Pang Jiming wouldn't linger in those sections after being chased out. Hung Gaojie hesitated. You don't think he's in the detention room? Going in circles just to end up back where you started. Hua Yinyun and Shu Yuhan thought it possible. Shu Yuhan felt a chill. You don't suppose those three are plotting something against us? That Hua Yuan gives me the creeps.
That day he agreed with what we did, yet he didn't live stream with us. His sister stayed neutral and didn't stop him at all.
Shouldn't siblings stand on the same side?
Compared with Hua Yuan, Hua Huai and Yan Lian look much closer. Anyone might think Yan Lian and Hua Huai are real sisters.
Anxiety welled up in Hua Yinyun. It is weird.
I haven't seen Hua Huai today. She didn't enter her usual live stream room.
Do you think she's left the building again? Why is she allowed outside? She glanced out the window. Could this dungeon be special, letting players leave the building temporarily? A bold idea surfaced. Should we go out and see too? Shu Yuhan frowned. Aren't we looking for Pang Jiming? Hua Yinyun shook her head. No need, he's probably still in that room, which means he's alive. Alive means no value, why bother searching? Right now something more interesting is staring us in the face, aren't you curious? Hung Gaojie took a big step back. Not curious. I'm not going out.
Behind black-rimmed glasses, his pupils shrank in dread.
I've seen what happens to players who leave the dungeon zone.
That player was shredded in an instant, blood splattered my face, chunks of flesh littered the floor. He had been a mere half-step away, 1 foot almost through death's door.
The warm blood, the violent visual shock. He still remembered the relief of pulling that foot back into the dungeon area. Hua Yinyun tried to persuade them.
Hua Huai streams for very short periods and rarely stays in the live stream room.
Yet her follower count always ranks near the top, does that make sense?
I bet her way of gaining followers is tied to whatever's outside. I did the math. On days she never left the building, her follower changes were tiny, sometimes worse than ours. She probably realized that keeping on like this would make the next mission objective impossible. So today she left the building again.
Given this dungeon's theme, streaming can be split into indoor and outdoor.
I suspect that in this special dungeon, players are allowed to stream outdoors. Both Shu Yuhan and Hang Gaojie had noticed the fluctuations in Hua Huai's follower count. Thinking back carefully, it was exactly as Hua Yinyun said. The day Hua Huai left the building, her follower numbers had soared.
Shu Yuhan still worried.
But on the first night her follower count was already high. As if struck by a thought, her pupils dilated.
When we first entered the dungeon, do you remember how Yan Lian and Hua Yuan looked?
She answered herself, one was bruised all over, the other unconscious.
No one would believe they just entered the dungeon. Is it possible they entered the dungeon earlier than we did?
King of traffic, strength.
Hua Yinyun followed Shu Yuhan's line of thinking and continued to speculate. Occasionally, dungeons appear where players enter sequentially.
The players who arrive first are highly likely to gain an advantage.
It seems we've always been mistaken. For this dungeon, who stipulated that this building is the entire scope? Live streaming can only happen indoors?
That's ridiculous. Using the mindset of D-level players, this was the limit of how early they could think of entering the game.
The vague concept in Shu Yuhan's mind was gradually convinced by this reasoning.
Curiosity swept across her heart like a feather, making her itch to go out and see. How Hua Yuan and Yan Lian were injured, perhaps going outside would provide all the answers. Hua Huai was able to leave the building and return safely. Perhaps the outside of the building wasn't as dangerous as they imagined.
On the contrary, it might hide the secret to gaining traffic. First floor of the building. Hua Yinyun stood at the main entrance, looking back at Hung Gaojie's displeased expression.
Coward, are you really planning to stay hidden? If we return with clues obtained from outside, we definitely won't share them with you.
Hung Gaojie's eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses were full of fear. Actually, you don't have absolute certainty. Those are just your speculations. If you want to go out yourselves. Talk to me about this once you manage to return alive. No matter what the speculation, as long as there was even a 10% uncertainty, Hong Gaojia would not gamble with his life. Huai Yinyun's facial muscles tightened.
After a moment of deadlock, she sneered, "Coward, we'll go out ourselves."
I refuse to believe it. If Hua Huai can go out, we can't.
Despite her words, her movements were anything but decisive.
Her feet seemed stuck to the ground, impossible to lift.
Hong Gaojia had guessed her intentions. She really wasn't very confident about what she had just said, and it was all intended to sway others. Who would have thought that Hong Gaojia wouldn't fall for her trick at all?
Fortunately, Xu Yuhan was simpler-minded and seemed to agree with her. Before leaving this building, she needed to test the waters. Xu Yuhan was the stone she was about to throw to test the way. Unexpectedly, before she could even speak or act, a force pushed her out of the building. The only person standing beside her was Xu Yuhan. She treated Xu Yuhan as a stone to test the way, unaware that Xu Yuhan was thinking the same thing. The moment she left the building, Huai Yinyun's heart pounded wildly, terrified that a horrifying, strange creature would tear her to shreds. However, after waiting several seconds, she was still standing perfectly fine. The street before her was desolate and gray, and a faint smell of decay hung in the air. Temporarily setting aside these observations, Huai Yinyun's anger rushed to her brain. She turned and glared at Xu Yuhan. "You damned bastard! You used my life to test the path?"
As expected of someone low-class, only capable of using dirty tricks. Huai Yinyun was furious, her words sharp and biting.
Xu Yuhan retorted, "Stop pretending. Didn't you say all that just now because you wanted to fool us into going out first? Do you really think you're the smartest person in the world, capable of calculating everything? I was just pretending to agree with you. Since you think it's safe outside, you should be the one to go out and scout first." She looked down at the hand she used to push Huai Yinyun. "Of course, I do think your speculation has some merit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pushed you out myself." Xu Yuhan was unexpectedly bold, but not careful, and tended to be rough in her actions. If Huai Yinyun had run into danger, she had not considered the possibility of facing backlash. Right now, she looked triumphant. Huai Yinyun's intelligence was useless against these two, they simply wouldn't allow her to take slow, measured steps. Xu Yuhan actively stepped out of the building and found the instantaneous change in the street scene novel and amusing. Playing with her mobile phone, she walked up to Huai Yinyun and suddenly raised her hand, slapping her across the face. "What did you say? If you can't speak properly, I'll rip your mouth apart. You walk around all day with a smile meant to seduce men, yet put on an expression like you look down on everyone. You want to have your cake and eat it too. At least I'm willing to take responsibility for my actions. I'm much better than you, right? But I won't accept slander against me." The two started pulling and fighting, with Huai Yinyun clearly at a disadvantage. She saw Xu Yuhan holding her mobile phone in one hand and guessed she must be live streaming. How could the footage of her being beaten enter the live streaming screen? She reached out to grab it, but the difference in strength between her and Xu Yuhan was too great. She couldn't even win against one of Xu Yuhan's hands. She was pinned to the ground and brutally beaten, her hair pulled into a bird's nest. She looked utterly wretched. Xu Yuhan only had a few minor scratches on her face and still looked polished. This fight caused the audience in the livestream room to cheer, and the number of fans soared. The increase was even greater than during the detention room livestream. Xu Yuhan wanted to stop several times, but upon seeing the growing number of fans in the live stream room, she couldn't help but deliver two more slaps to Huai Yinyun. Two more slaps, and two more, until Xu Yuhan realized Huai Yinyun was about to collapse, and she finally stopped. She didn't know how Huai Yinyun felt, but her own palms were numb, beaten almost senseless. Hong Gaojia watched the entire time, not daring to step out of the building entrance, the past trauma lingering in his heart. After Xu Yuhan stopped, she walked out of their sight to conduct her outdoor live streaming for the day. Huai Yinyun's face was swollen,
she had never looked so terrible.
Getting up, she noticed Han Gaojie's gaze and angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? What's so interesting?"
Gritting her teeth, she yelled, "Get lost."
Watching her get beaten without intervening was utterly useless.
Limping back into the building, she thought that her beautiful face couldn't possibly be disfigured in the dungeon. In her entire life, nothing was more important to her than this face. Live streaming was tossed to the back of her mind as she focused solely on how to restore her face. That evening, Hua Yun came downstairs with her face completely wrapped in gauze. Anyone who saw her would think her injuries were extremely severe. In the public dining hall, very few players came down to eat. Besides her, there were 4 others. They were Yan Lian, Hua Yuan, Tu Yingyang, and Han Gaojie. At this time, Shu Yuhan hadn't returned yet. Had she died outside? Hua Yun secretly lowered her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving upward. That would be for the best. If she sought death herself, no one could blame her. However, her wish did not come true. Shu Yuhan returned to the building, her face beaming with success. As she walked, she didn't forget to interact with the audience in the livestream room. Her laughter was so loud that almost every creature on the first floor could hear it. Ha ha ha, really? If I agree to your request, will all of you really hit the follow button? Our intern streamer's final performance goal is 1 million fans. Ah? You say it's a piece of cake? Is that true? Show me your strength, alright? Her eyes sparkled as she stared intently at the screen, her smile unstoppable. Traffic King overtakes. The announcements sounded again. Dang dang, I'm back. Today's top player, Shu Yuhan, has 27,635 fans. What a spectacular comeback. Yesterday she'd barely scraped a pass, overnight her followers more than doubled. She'd vaulted from dead last to first place. The way everyone looked at her changed instantly. Hua Yun clenched her teeth, seething with resentment. She'd been the first to suggest leaving the building, yet Shu Yuhan reaped all the reward. Han Gaojie stared blankly. Only one day and she'd gained over 10,000 fans. A number he could never hit even if he live-streamed in the library till he passed out. If Hua Huai came back safe, and now Shu Yuhan too, did that mean there was no danger outside? That you could rack up fans out there instead? Without realizing it, his resolve began to waver. Yan Lian frowned. She knew exactly how dangerous outside could be. Hua Huai wasn't an ordinary player, of course she could come and go. But Shu Yuhan, what gave her the right? Could she be hiding her level, actually a high-tier player? There's always a bigger fish. Yan Lian refused to jump to conclusions. In second place, player Hua Huai with 25,342 fans, just a hair behind. Keep pushing, girl. Hua Huai's surge left Hua Yun and Han Gaojie red-eyed, jealousy taking root. So leaving the building really did make gaining followers easy. Third place downward saw only minor, steady shifts. Shu Yuhan strutted up, smug. Outside's perfectly safe. Today's outdoor stream was smooth. You all saw my follower spike. Outdoor streaming is basically free points. You guys stay cooped up in your live stream rooms busting guts yet barely get a follow. Tisk, tragic. She put on a mournful face, but glee spilled from her eyes, classic smug villain. Hua Yun trembled with rage, biting her lip until red beads appeared. What's there to gloat about? Tomorrow she'd stream outside too, and she'd outdo Shu Yuhan for sure. Han Gaojie, still terrified, couldn't decide whether to leave the building. The other players showed no envy or jealousy at all. Shu Yuhan glanced around. Where's Qi Qiao and Pang Jiming? With outdoor streaming we don't need to keep Qi Qiao locked in the detention room, it only hurts everyone. Han Gaojie shook his head. No idea, maybe still in there. To everyone's surprise Shu Yuhan spun around. Then I'll let Qi Qiao out. Hua Yuan barked behind her. Who said you could release her? Without my say-so, no one touches those doors. He flashed a nasty grin. Oh, and Pang Jiming too. A 10-year-old brat shouting at grown-ups without a care. His tone made it clear both Qi Xiao and Pang Jiming were trapped by him. He looked every bit the ringleader, keeping the pair locked up.
Combined, Qi Xiao and Pang Jiming were pushing 50 yet couldn't outfox a kid. Xu Yuhan sneered, certain she'd never be as useless as them.
She stepped up to Hua Yuan, sharp-eyed. If your sister won't teach you manners, I will. Only the strong have the right to speak. She reached to grab his hair, ready to dish out a heavy blow. A bloody slash suddenly striped her hand. At the same time the rib-bone dagger whirled back, making her heart lurch. She still clutched a fistful of hair, but Hua Yuan vanished, reappearing to jab a fork deep into her thigh. Ah! Xu Yuhan screamed, tears spurting. It happened so fast the others hadn't reacted before she was left a wreck.
Hua Yuan yanked the fork free, deadpan.
Only the strong speak, huh, so that's how it works.
Hua Huai arrived too late to stop Xu Yuhan's idiotic move.
Getting on Hua Yuan's bad side meant her easy days were numbered. Hua Huai still didn't know Xu Yuhan had gone out today. Her own clothes were now tattered, slashed east and west. Stains of rot spattered the fabric. At a glance she looked like a beggar.
The contrast with Xu Yuhan's glamorous return left everyone baffled.
Those who didn't know didn't dare ask, those who knew didn't need to.
Hua Huai walked to Hua Yuan. Tomorrow you're coming with me. Leave him here, and who knew what chaos he'd stir next.
Hua Yuan sat on the floor, shameless.
Not going, I know you want me dead.
The other players smelled juicy gossip.
Siblings treating each other like this?
They all held their breath to listen.
Hua Huai gave him a look. I keep my word.
Hua Yuan kicked his legs, dust everywhere, almost rolling on the ground. Still not going, outside's too dangerous.
Hua Huai's face hardened. Whether you want to or not, I'll drag you there. Hua Yuan howled, bawling as if grievously wronged. Hua Huai knew this act by heart. All thunder, no rain, looks pitiful, pure pretense. She sneered. Cut the act, I know what you're up to the moment you twitch. 8 a.m. Tomorrow, first floor lobby. Be there or I'll come haul you out. I hope you won't waste my time.
She leaned down to the sulking kid. And release Pang Jiming and Qi Xiao. Your fun stops when it hurts others.
Hua Yuan puffed his cheeks, defiant. He turned away with a snort. Don't lecture me. Fine, I'll release them, spare the rest. His instant willingness already impressed Hua Huai.
The rest drifted past her ears. Players clicked their tongues. Xu Yuhan's threats had failed, yet Hua Huai's calm words made Hua Yuan fold.
The same kid who'd stabbed a fork into a thigh and yanked it out bloodily was now rolling on the floor like a brat.
King of traffic, drugs.
The next day, outside the building.
Hua Yuan had never seen Hua Huai like this before. Her fighting form was crisp and decisive, every move sending his heart racing. Though Hua Huai could use her binding Yi ability, several spectral strikes had still whistled past her body. Putting himself in her shoes, he knew he definitely couldn't have done it. Fortunately, Hua Huai had no intention of making him fight. Bringing him out was simply to let him tag along. Nearby, he could stream however he liked without any real danger.
Because every threat in the vicinity had been cleared out by Hua Huai.
The Hua Huai before him felt unfamiliar, yet he couldn't help looking up to her. She was his own sister. They were family bound by blood. When your older sister is this strong, it's hard for a younger brother not to feel proud. Before he knew it, Hua Yuan's thoughts had drifted off course. The fighting lasted until dusk. Hua Huai truly had endless stamina and loved pushing her limits.
And with yesterday's experience, today felt far less strenuous.
Whenever Hua Yuan's livestream lens focused on Hua Huai, viewers in the livestream room surged.
Not because they enjoyed watching, but to track Hua Huai's position so they could steer clear and avoid being wiped out.
This time, without much effort on Hua Yuan's part, the fans poured in effortlessly. On the way back, they happened to run into Hua Yun, sporting a bruised face. She was streaming outside the building on the street. He didn't know how long she'd been out, but she was perfectly intact. She probably hadn't encountered any specters. Judging by her blooming smile, she'd gain a hefty number of fans today. Back inside the building, Yan Lian informed them that today Xu Yuhan, Pang Jiming, and Qi Qiao were all recuperating at the company.
Hua Yingyun had left the building alone.
At this point, Yan Lian said oddly, yesterday Xu Yuhan came back safe, and today Hua Yingyun also returned without a scratch. I've seen how dangerous it is outside the dungeon, they shouldn't be completely unscathed. Hua Yuan tilted his head and muttered, Big sister killed everything, where's the danger? The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Yan Lian knew Hua Huai had many bound specters, so her combat strength had to be impressive. But she hadn't imagined it was this overwhelming. Hua Huai had actually swept every specter from the entire area. No wonder Hua Huai's clothes were always in tatters whenever she returned. That night, back in his room, a cloth was clamped over Hua Yuan's nose and mouth. Before he could react, he'd already passed out. After finishing her meal in the public dining area, Hua Huai was about to leave when a banana peel landed in front of her. She was just stepping forward, but fortunately her balance was excellent. She froze mid-air and stopped herself. Following the peel's trajectory, she saw Qi Qiao hurriedly bend to pick it up. Sorry, I slipped and lost my grip. Hua Huai could set her foot down without worry. She dismissed the petty incident. Reaching the elevator, she found Pang Jiming already waiting. The doors opened and they stepped inside. Pang Jiming pressed the 38th floor, flustered. I meant to hit 39, how'd I miss? He tried again, this time the 19th floor lit up. Wrong again, stop shaking. The numbers 39 and 19 sit side by side, a slight nudge to the right lands on 19. On the third try he finally got the 39th floor. Red-purple pinch marks crisscrossed Pang Jiming's hand, fingers abused into trembling could be excused for mispressing. After several stops, Pang Jiming exited on the 39th floor. Hua Huai continued upward, arriving at the 40th floor. Outside her room she still felt something odd, though she couldn't pinpoint what. A faint, strange odor lingered in the air, unpleasant. The scent was too thin to trace to its source. She stood a while until the elevator reopened and Tu Yang stepped out, keen senses immediately detecting something off. Back at her own door, the smell was strongest. Of course, strongest only compared to everywhere else. This scent, its knockout drug. Tu Yang clearly knew pharmaceuticals, she identified the faint odor instantly. Hua Huai walked over and also noticed the heavier concentration here. Her eyes darkened, someone was playing dirty tricks. This room belonged to Hua Yuan and Tu Yang. Tu Yang was unharmed, so their target had to be Hua Yuan. No wonder, on her way up, Qi Qiao and Pang Jiming had stalled her repeatedly. They'd been buying time to strike at Hua Yuan. In a dungeon, binding Gi isn't omnipotent. If you reveal your abilities one after another and the other players figure out how they work, they'll devise counters and you're binding specters. Power becomes useless. In the last dungeon, Hua Yuan's bound specter had been badly injured by her. Summoning it again anytime soon was doubtful. When Hua Huai located Hua Yuan, she heard voices inside. Xu Yuhan, Han Gaojie, didn't expect you to have such a handy item. Trap him under this glass dome and let's see how he uses his ability. Pang Jiming, thanks to Han Gaojie, otherwise we'd never handle this brat. He rampages like a rabid dog. Yesterday I nearly died at his hands. My hand felt broken, and even after applying medicine I couldn't sleep all night from the pain. Qi Qiao, like a devil, murmured, throw him into the bathroom, then find someone to notify Hua Huai at midnight. She was crueler than the rest, she wanted a double kill. Hua Yuan had trapped Qi Qiao and Pang Jiming in the detention room for a whole day, making them suffer. No wonder they wanted him dead. Yet Han Gaojie's next words struck like thunder, tightening Hua Huai's heart. Wasn't it you lot who started the evil scheme, trying to make Hua Yuan take Qi Qiao's place in the detention room? And for that I have to waste an item on a player? Pang Jiming stammered, he was in the wrong and had no choice now. Leaving a ticking time bomb like Hua Yuan unchecked, he feared it would eventually blow up in his face. Qi Qiao's eyes were red as she raved, children shouldn't survive in dungeons, I'm just sending them where they belong. Pointing at Hua Yuan, don't tell me you haven't seen what his sister can do.
Kids are unstable elements, Huayuan is, and so is Huahuai. Yet these two unstable elements have terrifying abilities. Having them beside you, don't you feel scared? Honestly, you agree with us, otherwise you wouldn't have produced this item.
Since you provided the item, we'll handle the dirty work, you just watch.
Shi Qiao's stint in the detention room was the day before yesterday.
Looking at the timeline, it wasn't hard to deduce that Pang Jiming and Shi Qiao had previously attacked Huayuan. But unfamiliar with Huayuan's abilities, they'd ended up subdued by him instead.
Being locked in the detention room wasn't Huayuan's idea of fun, it was their own doing.
King of Traffic apologizes. A puddle of black mud crawls onto the lock, corroding it until the latch drops off.
Clang.
The sound is crystal clear, everyone turns around. The door swings open, and Huahuai steps into view. No need to send anyone to fetch me, I heard everything.
Huayuan lies unconscious, encased in what looks like a glass dome.
The sudden change has the group crowding around the dome.
Shu Yuhan threatens, "You don't want your brother to die, do you?"
Then stand still and behave. Huahuai lowers her eyes. You're overthinking it, his life or death has nothing to do with me.
If you dare kill him, go ahead and try.
The rule forbidding players from killing each other keeps their actions in check. No one risks their own life for a game of chicken. As long as Huahuai doesn't push them, they have no excuse for a fight to the death. Shu Yuhan doesn't believe her, sure it's a bluff to lower their guard.
He's your own brother, how could you be so heartless? Pang Jiming chimes in, exactly, we can't fall for her trick.
Kids these days can be really cunning.
Huahuai ignores them. You have two choices. 1. Kill him right now. 2. Hand him over to me. She enunciates, pick whichever you like.
Her face shows no tension, as if the person under guard means nothing to her. The word right now heaps urgency on them for no reason.
Shi Qiao retorts, what if we choose neither? Huahuai looks at the dome.
Then you lose your bargaining chip with me. Your threat only works because of him, yet you don't dare touch him, so what leverage do you have? They dare not strike at Huahuai directly because they fear her. Compared with Huayuan's amateur skills, her speed is unthinkably fast.
After a long standoff, Hong Gaojie is first to back down. Forget it. Let's just gain fans safely without more stunts.
If all of us complete the mission, we can get out alive, no need to be at each other's throats. This item belongs to Hong Gaojie, once he says so, no one can overrule him. The other three mutter, such cowards, useless. Huayuan is carried back by Huahuai herself.
To avoid disturbing Tu Ying Yang, she takes him to her own room. Dipping a towel in water, Yan leans against the doorframe. I thought you hated him, why save him?
Wringing the towel, Huahuai turns. I can save him, or I can choose not to.
It isn't my choice, it's theirs. But there's one thought in my heart that's always been true.
That thought requires him to stay alive and feel emotions he's never felt.
Yan Lian's eyes flicker. That's a very long game, and the outcome might not match your plan. There are too many unknowns, far less satisfying than a clean stab. Huahuai folds the towel neatly.
At least he once sincerely called me big sister. For that single sister, I'll treat him a little more seriously, within my power. She slips past Yanlian, sits by Huayuan's bed, and personally wipes the stains from his body. Time passes, Huayuan wakes to find Huahuai sitting quietly, apparently having stayed up all night.
You saved me? Huahuai glances back and softly says, Huayuan's heart pounds. Why, did you save me? Huahuai answers briefly, I felt like it. What the heck? Why save him?
He doesn't believe he would have died, there was no need to rescue him. Now his heart is in turmoil, a sudden urge to cry welling up. He clutches the bedding, baring fangs. I didn't need saving, quit meddling. What he gets in return is Huahuai saying, sorry. 2 nights ago I assumed you were at fault without knowing the facts and lectured you. I hadn't learned the truth, so I apologize. Those words of hers had been stuck in his chest all night. He felt wronged. He was only punishing those who tried to hurt him, yet she called it amusement that shouldn't rest on others' pain. Wrong is wrong, he doesn't need her apology. His eyes brim with tears that, too heavy to hold, finally spill. He turns away in a fluster, hiding the sudden onslaught of tears. He never knew being misunderstood could hurt so much, like a needle pricking his heart. And when the apology comes, an inexplicable sourness surges, making him want to bawl out loud. Crying until his head throbs, he wonders, when he once falsely accused Hua, did she feel the same? Unlike him, father and mother never apologized to Hua. They dote on him, indulging whatever he says, yet treat Hua the opposite. He used to gloat over that, flaunting it as capital to show off in front of her. By his parents' side whatever he says is right, by Hua, she always points out his errors. Truth hurts, he never liked hearing her words. In the end, he makes no sound of crying. He rasps, "I don't want your apology, don't bother." Hua's voice drifts through the room, right is right, wrong is forever wrong. When you're wrong, you apologize. Accepting it is your business, saying it is mine. Huayuan feels lost, not because she apologized, but because he too has done wrong yet never said sorry. To apologize now would obviously be too late. He can't open his mouth and doesn't know how to apologize. Overwhelming pressure steals his breath, he scrambles off the bed and bolts for the door without looking back. Hua's voice follows, "Tomorrow 8 a.m. Sharp, don't make me come drag you." Huayuan mumbles, "Got it." At dawn the next day, Hua is shaken awake by Yanlian. "Wake up, something big happened." Hua blinks, still drowsy. "What happened?" Yanlian says, "Remember the yellow talisman outside the bathroom? It's gone this morning. That yellow talisman restricted where the abnormal boss could move. Now that it's missing, the abnormal can leave the bathroom." Hua snaps, fully awake. "Anything else?" Yanlian answers gravely, "Pang Jiming's been hit, everyone else is fine." Hua rushes out. Pang Jiming's death is nothing like Tang Shuhui's, his wounds are mostly claw marks and piercing injuries. The attack style oddly resembles Zhu Tian's from the Worm Village dungeon. Traffic King, outdoor livestream. Han Gaojie and Pang Jiming shared a room. Right now Han Gaojie was cowering in the corner, shivering as if he'd seen a monster the night before. I think someone pushed things along to make Tang Shui die. Yanlian knew this kind of wound all too well, only a rookie would make such a mistake. The rules were clear, yet some still didn't know where the line was drawn. If you want to strike at another player, either make sure they never notice, or use your head and lure them into a trap. In a game dungeon you're not truly forbidden to kill, you just can't kill with brute force. The rules weren't designed to let players die in terror, they felt more like a filter. That was the conclusion Yanlian had reached after surviving so many dungeons. What Yanlian said matched Hua's own thoughts exactly. The odd part was that Pang Jiming and Tang Shui had no grudge. Why move against her? Only one player bore Tang Shui enough hatred to want her dead. After Tang Shui escaped, she'd made Qi Qiao take her place. The others disliked Tang Shui, but not enough to kill her. Eyes locked on Qi Qiao, her clasped fingers wouldn't stop twitching. She looked uneasy, yet Pang Jiming's death didn't surprise her. Perhaps when she told Pang Jiming to act, she'd already planned to kill two birds with one stone. So, had she been the one to pull the yellow talisman off the bathroom door? Hua had a bad feeling. Qi Qiao's madness had eased lately. If she could scheme, she ought to know what removing the talisman would unleash. Keeping the abnormal boss confined benefited every player. Even if you broke the law of slaughter, as long as you stayed out of the 39th floor bathroom, the abnormal couldn't hunt you. Hua swept her gaze across the group, but no one looked out of place. To most players, Pang Jiming's death was only a blip. What mattered now was gaining fans and scraping up past this round. While Hua fought outside till she dropped, Xu Yuhan and Huayin Yun streamed outdoors and gained fans with ease. Night after night they took first and second on the broadcast leaderboard. Hua was pushed to third. Hua Yuan leapt to fourth.
Yan Lian and Tu Wing Yang were struggling, barely skimming the pass line. Qi Qiao and Han Gaojie lagged far below the cutoff. At this rate they'd be eliminated in the current round.
Not only Qi Qiao and Han Gaojie envied how easy the top two had it, even Yan Lian's resolve wavered. But she knew the dangers outside and wouldn't step out rashly.
Qi Qiao and Han Gaojie didn't share her self-control. For days Xu Yuhan and Hua Yinyun returned glowing, their fan counts soaring, all pressure gone. One step outside the building and they too could enjoy that same ease.
They completely overlooked how Hua Huai's clothes came back shredded every time. Lately the abnormals outside were getting harder to find. Sometimes she had to run blocks farther, chasing one down the entire street.
The live stream room loved it, spamming shocked emojis. Who actually chases an abnormal these days?
Hua Yuan trailed behind, gasping for air, nearly losing her. That day Qi Qiao and Han Gaojie finally caved and chose to stream outside.
The instant he crossed the threshold, Han Gaojie's nerves drenched him in sweat.
Once outside, he found it nowhere near as dangerous as he'd imagined.
They made it out safely. The street held not a single abnormal, only a faint stench of rot that set them on edge. Qi Qiao's eyes darted around.
What we see out here is nothing like the view from inside.
Xu Yuhan shrugged.
Maybe the dungeon wants to confuse us, to stop us leaving the building for outdoor streams.
Standing here, doesn't it feel creepily desolate?
The buildings looked pristine, almost like the real world, except for the total absence of people. With no humans around, the trash on the street lay untouched.
The emptiness made them want to turn back.
But this was a game dungeon. Emptiness itself wasn't strange.
In a dungeon anything was possible. Whatever, after today my mission quota's done.
The gains had gone to Xu Yuhan's head, the round's pressure was ending, leaving no time for calm thought.
Hua Yinyun burned to beat Xu Yuhan for first place, while Qi Qiao and Han Gaojie desperately needed fans to survive. Fan numbers surged exactly as they'd hoped. Streamer, can you show us a landmark building in the background?
Frame it and I guarantee you 10,000 new fans.
All four streamers received those 2 bullet comments at the same instant. Han Gaojie's pupils shrank, he lurched back, ready to sprint into the building.
Xu Yuhan and Hua Yinyun were unfazed, they'd seen such messages before.
Run! Han Gaojie yelled. The viewers in the livestream room aren't human.
They want landmarks so they can find us and kill us.
Outside the building isn't part of the dungeon, they're watching us like clowns.
Xu Yuhan rolled her eyes. We get those comments all the time. If we were going to die, we'd be dead already.
Stream casually and the fans roll in. If you're too scared, don't block me. Hua Yinyun agreed and unhesitatingly framed a landmark.
Qi Qiao hesitated, then followed suit. Han Gaojie muttered, crazy, all of you. The landmark appeared on screen and all three saw their fan counts explode by 10,000. Xu Yuhan waved her mobile phone at Han Gaojie, showing the numbers, and sneered, coward.
So what if the viewers aren't human? This is a dungeon, non-human is normal.
As long as I profit, I'll do whatever they ask. Her logic was sound, but Han Gaojie was rattled. The slightest anomaly sent him fleeing.
I still say something's wrong.
If you want to stay out here, I won't stop you.
While speaking he kept backing away.
The moment he finished, he spun and sprinted back into the building.
Qi Qiao clutched her phone. Without fans I die anyway, I'd rather gamble. Traffic King, overlay.
Xu Yuhan held her mobile phone, live streaming the entire time, strolling back and forth on the street without restraint. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes staring at her, but when she looked up, there was nothing. No, that feeling was still there, as if it was slightly higher up. On the top floor of a residential building, a pitch-black spot suddenly lay there, and as her gaze met it, the spot gradually enlarged.
The anomaly leaped down from the top floor, its appearance becoming clearer as it approached.
Scarlet eyes, tattered skin, exposed muscle tissue, and only sparse hair on its head, scattering with the wind created by its descent.
Ugly and terrifying. The three separated their paths.
Hua Yinyun took another route, and as she passed an alley entrance, an anomaly rushed out swiftly, scaring her into dropping her mobile phone.
Immediately.
Qiqiao was less lucky. The anomalies she encountered were a group, and when they swarmed her, her scalp tingled with dread.
Dead legs, run quickly. Now is not the time to be stunned.
Qiqiao was so frightened she became hypoxic, and physiological tears streamed out. When she met Xu Yuhan and Hua Yinyun again, she found that they were also being chased by anomalies. The anomalies were so fast that they had to constantly dodge while fleeing, occasionally throwing out life-saving items. Qiqiao had no items left, and being chased by a group of anomalies, she acquired many wounds. After a continuous stretch of tense and thrilling flight, Qiqiao was the most disheveled.
Xu Yuhan and Hua Yinyun were startled by the scene behind her. Xu Yuhan blurted out, "Damn it! Get away from me! Can't you run a little slower and let me enter the building first?"
Her leg, injured by the fork, hadn't healed properly, and she endured the pain to run back, not to witness this scene.
This was truly disheartening. Qiqiao retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Life and death depend on individual capability, why should I yield to you?"
The anomalies behind her attacked repeatedly, and she had no time to dodge, nor did she have any items available for evasion. She simply darkened her gaze and reached out to grab Xu Yuhan. Xu Yuhan was running slightly faster than her, so Xu Yuhan did not see her outstretched hand. She grabbed Xu Yuhan and yanked her backward, causing her to fall into the pile of anomalies. This was no different from throwing a piece of meat into a wolf pack, where the wolves competed to devour it. Qiqiao and Hua Yinyun didn't even have time to hear a scream before the scent of flesh and blood wafted out. "You were the one who spoke harshly, don't blame me."
Qiqiao swallowed hard, seizing the opportunity to hastily run into the building. Hua Yinyun's superficial wounds had completely healed after these few days.
Coupled with her sufficient items, she ran the fastest among the three, rushing into the building first. When Qiqiao was about to return to the building, the revolving door stopped moving. The anomalies behind her were about to close in, and she pushed the revolving door with all her strength, her eyes splitting with fury.
It didn't budge.
In broad daylight, there was no reason for the company to close its doors.
Glancing sideways, she saw Hua Yinyun standing next to the button that controlled the revolving door. Hua Yinyun had deliberately locked her outside the door. Why? She didn't remember targeting Hua Yinyun before.
Why was she suddenly treating her like this? She bared her teeth and shouted angrily, "Hua Yinyun, open the door."
Two clanging punches hit the glass door, immediately drawing blood. Hua Yinyun stood pale in place.
If there was resentment, it was Qiqiao who resented her. But having lost her mobile phone, she was already a dead woman walking.
Why not drag someone down with her before she died?
She cracked an ugly, almost tearful smile, saying, "Save your strength."
"I won't let you in."
Qiqiao yelled, unwilling to give up, "Aren't you afraid of the backlash?"
"If I die, you'll die too." Hua Yinyun looked strange.
"You seem to only half understand the game rules.
Leaving the building was your own choice. What does the danger you encounter outside the building have to do with me? First, I didn't push you out. Second, I didn't stab you with a knife.
And third, you pushed Xu Yuhan to her death.
You didn't really think you could get away unscathed, did you?" Countless sharp claws pierced Qiqiao's body, splattering blood onto the building's glass door.
From this angle inside, Hua Yinyun couldn't see the anomalies, but she could see the player. Qiqiao was dead. Her mobile phone fell beside the door. Hua Yinyun watched with a calm gaze, but her body was breathing rapidly and trembling uncontrollably due to the bloody scene. After waiting for a long time, she reopened the revolving door and picked up the mobile phone that had fallen to the ground.
She lit up the screen.
Qiqiao's ID dimmed, converting to Hua Yinyun's ID, and her fans count soared. It wasn't 10,000, nor was it 20,000. It was an increase of 56,000 fans. The moment before Qiqiao's ID dimmed, Hua Yinyun saw that her fans count was exactly 56,000. Hua Yinyun covered her mouth tightly, her face flushed red. It was caused by excitement. With this fans count, she had become the #1 existence and successfully completed this round's goal. So, after a player dies, obtaining their mobile phone allows one to claim their fans count. Other players definitely didn't know this secret yet. There were still 3 days until the end of this round's goal. Huawei successfully completed the goal and unlocked the next function of the prop phone. The prop mobile phone live streaming mobile phone has reached 100,000 fans.
Function unlocked, Maiden's Work Log. Maiden's Work Log, the work log written by the maiden in the Traffic King dungeon. It has no other special purpose. Huawei exited the live stream room and clicked on the newly added function. Maiden's Work Log was the full name of the app. Clicking into it led to a page resembling a notepad. However, this page was very pink and full of girlish charm. She watched the content of the work log in sequence. March 3rd, sunny. I found a streamer job in a 40-story building. I heard the supervisor say that the entire building belongs to our company. How imposing. Outside the company, there are fashion photos of streamers hanging up. I also want to appear on the big screen outside someday. I must work hard and surpass everyone. March 4th, cloudy. The supervisor set a goal for us, requiring us to complete it within a specified time. Gaining 1,000 fans within 3 days feels so difficult. Wait, it's just the beginning. How can I be discouraged already? Cheer up. I am the best, I can definitely complete the mission. March 6th, sunny. Ha 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 ha, I completed the mission and even surpassed it significantly. This goal wasn't as hard as I thought. I just need to interact with the audience and fulfill the simple requests they make. I made things too complicated in my mind. The new mission goal is to reach 10,000 fans in the next 5 days. At this current pace, I can definitely complete it. March 9th, cloudy. The requests made by the audience are becoming increasingly difficult for me to fulfill. I feel exhausted lately. However, I met a person today who said he was here to discuss cooperation with our company, and asked us to just call him Manager Wang. King of Traffic, Special Single Player Mission. Manager Wang looked like the upright type. He not only praised my abilities to the skies but also extended an olive branch, saying he'd lend a hand if I ever ran into trouble. March 11th, sunny. I don't need anyone's help. I hit the mission target on my own. The new objective just dropped, gain 100,000 fans within 7 days. Are you kidding me? I'm only an intern streamer, more than 10,000 new fans a day? The company's really overestimating what an intern can pull off. Still, it's the top agency in the country, sky-high standards are only to be expected. All I've ever dreamed of is to become a star streamer everyone looks up to. How could I back out over a little setback like this? March 15th, overcast. So hard. Out of nowhere a flood of hate comments, my fan count's shrinking instead of growing. March 17th, overcast. So hard. The hate keeps piling up, some people even DM me, cursing me with the ugliest words. March 19th, overcast. So hard. If my fans drop any further I'll definitely wash out this round. March 20th, rain. The pressure broke me, I took Manager Wang's help. Turns out this is what he meant by help. It's not help at all. I feel filthy, no amount of scrubbing can wash it off. March 21st, rain. Manager Wang delivered on his aid, mission accomplished, I'm not fired, yet I can't feel an ounce of joy. My dream seems to have veered off track, speeding toward a place I can't predict. But there's no turning back now. Even if the road ahead is a dead end, I still have to charge in. April 3rd, rain. I cleared the final target too. From today on I'm an official streamer, the company will pour resources into packaging me into everything I ever dreamed of being. May 3rd, rain. I excel at the job, barely a month after signing, my photo covers the biggest screen on the building's facade. All glitz and glam, people have to crane their necks just to see me. My sweet smile curves just right, as if a puppeteer tugged the corners of my mouth.
The public thinks it's beautiful, I find it horrifying.
May 4th, rain.
I filed for resignation, the company refused, citing the fortune they'd invested in me. I promised to repay every loss, but they smiled and handed me a contract. That paper listed a sky-high penalty fee.
I've never seen that much money in my life. June 25th, rain. In a daze, no idea what day it is.
I look dazzling outside, yet inside I'd become everything I despise. After staying long enough I finally understood what deal Manager Wang came to sign that day. We are the goods, Manager Wang is the buyer, here to pick suitable merchandise for the higher-ups.
As one of those goods, I've met God knows how many of those higher-ups. June 28th, rain.
I loathe this life, just end it. I scrolled further, a photo appeared, a girl hugging a toy bear. Suddenly a drop of blood landed on the photo, spreading until the entire screen turned crimson. When the red faded, every word in the work log had vanished. As if it had never existed.
Hua Yuan held up his mobile phone.
He only half understood the bullet comments, but he had his own way of interpreting them. From what he could tell, the words on screen were definitely not praising him. He instantly cussed out the live stream room. Within half an hour his fan count plummeted. Infuriated, Hua Yuan hurled the phone away. At the same moment a scarlet interface unfolded before Hua Huai. Because the player holds a special item, a special solo mission has been triggered. The Traffic King dungeon is about to merge with the A-level dungeon information hive. After the merge, the player must eliminate the source of malicious comments. Accept this special solo mission? Reminder, refusing will raise Traffic King dungeon difficulty to B-level. The mission didn't demand an immediate choice, a 3-day countdown had been appended to the end. She had to decide before the timer hit 0. Anyway, there was still time to hesitate, no need to rush the choice. Unless absolutely cornered, Hua Huai didn't want to accept this solo mission. Judging from the description, it wouldn't be solved by brains alone, combat ability was required. Worst of all, she'd most likely run into the information hive's abnormal boss. That was a Class A aberration, last time it had already driven them into a sorry state. After this information hive run, Hua Huai finally understood why A-level and B-level dungeons, only one grade apart, felt like opposite shores of a chasm. In B-level and below, as long as you avoided traps and pieced the clues together, pure brainpower could carry you to clearance. A-level doesn't work that way, brains and fighting strength are both mandatory. No wonder Wei Shu Wei treated A-level dungeons with such solemnity. First floor communal restaurant. Hua Huai, freshly changed, came down for dinner and noticed 2 players missing from the usual headcount. Normally, barring emergencies, everyone showed up punctually for dinner. Up on the 39th floor livestream room you couldn't hear the announcements. For the sake of everyone else's fan counts the players tried to come down on time. The broadcast sounded, yet the 2 absent players still didn't appear. Rankings were read aloud, the order had shifted again. First place, Hua Yun with 160,000 fans. Second place, Hua Huai, 100,000 fans. Third place, Tu Yang, 87,000 fans. Wait, something feels off. Shu Yuhan was first last night with 91,000 fans. Even if her numbers dropped, this is a nosedive. Fourth place, Yan Lian, 83,000 fans. Fifth place, Hua Yuan, 75,000 fans. Sixth place, Hong Gaojie, 51,000 fans. That was the end of the announcement. Yan Lian frowned. Broadcast malfunction? Hong Gaojie clenched his chopsticks, his mind somewhere far away. He instinctively glanced outside, then swept his gaze across the restaurant. Nothing. Told you it's dangerous out there, but no one believed me, he muttered. Traffic King, plunder. Hong Gaojie's gaze locked on Hua Yun, yet she was the exception. Not only had she returned safely, her follower count had soared, rising nearly a third compared to yesterday. Yan Lian read the room, both Hua Yun and Hong Gaojie looked odd. Hua Yun showed no pride at taking first place, instead she seemed lost in thought. From Han Gaojia's face, Yan Lian could tell the two unreported players had probably died outside. Among the eerie, some were cunning. Perhaps they'd deliberately held back the first few days, angling for bigger fish. And look. They really did land too. The next 2 days, Hua Yingyun never left the building, indirectly confirming Yan Lian's guess. Players stayed in their live stream rooms. For some reason every room was flooded with toxic commenters. If it were only insults it'd be fine, but those comments slashed their follower counts. After a long stream the numbers hadn't grown, they'd dropped.
With the deadline looming, Tu Yang and Yan Lian stepped out of their rooms.
They began hunting clues. Staying cooped up was definitely not the solution to this mission. Manager Wang stood by the elevator, gazing out the window. Hearing footsteps, he turned and extended an olive branch. Are you in trouble? I'm a partner of your company. If you need help, just tell me. Within my power, I'll do my best. He paused, spelling it out, including the follower count you urgently need. Tu Yang wasn't polite. Tall as Manager Wang, she met his eyes. How? Gonna buy them for us? She sneered. Would our supervisor even recognize fans bought that way? Those followers probably won't generate revenue, right? What good are they to us? Just to look pretty? Yan Lian stared at Tu Yang, stunned for a second. Damn, she's fierce. Manager Wang was a key NPC in the dungeon. His help was exactly what they needed. Yet Tu Yang could sass him without batting an eye. She called herself an F-rank player, total lie. What F-rank player has guts like that? Come to think of it, she'd seen someone similar. Yan Lian asked tentatively, number 10? Tu Yang's breath caught, she didn't turn. It's you, number 10. Your aura's unique. I can't have met two people this alike across 2 dungeons, right? Tu Yang glanced sideways. I don't know what you're talking about. Fine, keep pretending. Yan Lian shut up, no need to expose her. Manager Wang couldn't follow player chatter, he simply picked up from Tu Yang's words. Whether it profits the company isn't for intern streamers like you to judge. I'm here negotiating a deal worth more than all you interns earn in a month. Does it matter if the followers behind your ID are real? What matters is the numbers their viewers see it, the company sees it. Gain always comes with loss. They weren't kids, they knew the drill. Yan Lian asked, what's the price for your help? Manager Wang smiled. With faces like yours, sitting in a room is a waste. I know people upstairs who can guarantee you pass probation and pour resources into you once you're full streamers. By now he felt it was in the bag. Then he added, but before I introduce you, I need to check you're qualified. His eyes raked over them as if appraising goods. To Yan Lian and Tu Yang, it was an insult. Yan Lian raised her hand to slap him. Before the blow landed, a foot shot past her ribs, kicking Manager Wang in the chest and slamming him into the wall with a bang. Tu Yang dressed androgynously, crisp and neat, the trousers made her legs look ramrod straight. After the kick she didn't retract her foot, instead planting it on his shoulder and looking down. You aren't qualified to speak to me like that. Stunned, Manager Wang reached to grab her ankle to free himself. Tu Yang reacted fast, pinning that hand under her soul. Planning revenge? I never worry about making enemies. But I'm afraid you won't live long enough to get back at me. When she lifted her foot, Manager Wang's hand was a mangled mess. Yan Lian gaped. Is this really okay? Tu Yang curled a faint smile. It's fine by me. Yan Lian. Meaning it might not be fine for me. We're both A-level players, how can Tu Yang be this reckless? Well, she was a newbie who'd just reached A-level, how could she compare to a veteran? These 2 days, Huai had been outside and picked up 2 mobile phones. Looks like Qi Xiao and Shu Yuhan really had died out there. Lighting both phones, one ID belonged to Shu Yuhan, the other to Hua Yingyun. Before she could look closer, the ID shifted to her own, follower count skyrocketing past 200,000.
She figured she now knew why Hua Yinyun's followers had jumped that day.
Hua Yinyun had accidentally lost her phone, then acquired Qiqiao's, merging the follower counts of both devices. So, following the dungeon's rhythm, players could compete against each other. At the right moment, they could plunder someone else's phone and claim it as their own. These 2 days every player's follower count had crashed. Clearly not everyone was meant to reach the mission target.
Plundering became crucial.
Thanks to her prop phone, Hua hadn't suffered from the toxic comments.
Right now, probably only she and Hua Yinyun knew plundering was possible.
Having robbed Hua Yinyun of her original followers, plus the recent drop, Hua Yinyun was far from the pass mark.
Tomorrow was elimination day.
Once Hua Yinyun noticed her follower count was off, she'd definitely start plundering. While Hua was thinking, Hua Yuan snatched one of the phones from her hand.
Let me see. Traffic King, elevation difference.
The mobile phone landed in Hua Yuan's hands. As expected, the original follower count on that phone migrated to his live streaming account. Every phone has its original owner, followers stack when ownership changes, but a third owner can never appear.
As long as the original owner is gone, whoever holds the phone will have its follower total added to their own account.
Hua Yuan's eyes widened in delight as he stared at the follower count behind the ID.
I've got over 100,000 followers. He quickly stuffed the phone into his pocket and asked cautiously, "Sis, you're not taking it back, are you?"
If Hua wanted it back, he'd have no way to resist. To avoid elimination this round, he put on a fawning smile.
"Sis, let me keep this phone, please."
The rib-bone dagger flashed into Hua's hand and shot straight at Hua Yuan. In that instant, Hua Yuan's breath froze, his eyes bulging as he thought he would die the next second. Yet the pain he expected never came. Instead, a metallic clang rang out behind him and the surrounding air violently rippled. Her arm was numb, but she didn't relax for a second. With the corrosion ability reinforcing her puppet ability, Hua's eyes blazed with fierce resolve. If the thing didn't die, she wouldn't stop. The specter was shaken by her aura and began to retreat. In the next moment, she lopped off its arm and its body dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Hua Yuan stood rooted in shock as Hua said, "Keep it." He blinked, his eyes felt dry, his heart pounding wildly. He hadn't even sensed when the specter had closed in. Without Hua's strike, he'd already be dead. She handed over the phone without asking for anything in return. Since when was Hua this agreeable?
Hua Yuan stared blankly. She had always been easy to talk to, hadn't she?
Before, Hua Yuan had never needed to rely on Hua, so he'd never paid her any attention. In his world, their parents were the supreme authority. He focused all his attention on them. He could get whatever he wanted without even currying favor. Whatever Hua wanted, their parents never granted. That height gap shoved Hua Yuan to a loftier perch. He took it for granted that he should stand above and look down on Hua. Now their positions were reversed. He had to read her expressions to act. Perspectives he'd never seen before were suddenly laid bare. He felt uneasy, afraid she might refuse him. Yet she proved far more agreeable than he'd imagined. A vine called guilt sprouted in his heart, coiling around his beating heart and tightening with every pulse. That night's broadcast ranking placed Hua back at number 1 with 230,000 followers. A glare shot toward Hua. The moment she looked back, the owner quickly lowered their head in obvious guilt. Everyone thought her follower surge was absurd, nearly 100,000 in a single day. Second place was Hua Yuan with 170,000 followers. What a joke! Hua's spike was one thing, but how had Hua Yuan gained almost 100,000 as well? Hua Yinyun shoveled rice into her mouth, absent-mindedly wondering how, these past 2 days, Hua and Hua Yuan had left the building again and returned safely every time. Hadn't they run into any specters outside? How could they come back unscathed every single trip? Her own follower count had dropped by nearly 100,000 today, falling far below the passing mark to just over 50,000. Malicious reviews couldn't cause such a massive exodus. The only explanation she could think of was that someone had found her phone and siphoned off her followers.
She crossed out the idea that a dead player's followers could be claimed along with their phone. Perhaps death wasn't even a prerequisite.
Her missing followers must have been taken by either Hua Huai or Hua Yuan.
Rank F. Rank D, whatever their level, the fact they could stay outside for so long without fear of specters proved how dangerous they were. She had to find another way to snatch followers from other players to pass tomorrow's cutoff. Today, apart from Hua Huai and Hua Yuan, no one else met the mission's passing mark. Inside the room,
Yan Lian edged close to Hua Huai and asked sheepishly, "Tomorrow, can you take me outside with you?" After speaking, she tugged her hair in frustration. "I've tried every trick, but those bastards keep unfollowing. There's been zero growth these 2 days." Yan Lian believed going out might offer a chance to change her fate. In truth, Hua Yuan's follower count had also been sliding these 2 days. Hua Huai handed over another phone she'd picked up.
"Here, this is for you." Baffled, Yan Lian still took it. "What's this for?"
The moment she lit the screen, the ID switched and her account instantly gained 100,000 followers.
Yan Lian exclaimed, "Damn! We can play it like this?"
She finally understood why Hua Yuan had still managed to gain 100,000 while everyone else stagnated.
And why Hua Yinyun's count had plummeted so dramatically.
While she'd robbed others of their followers, someone had robbed hers, leaving her scraping the bottom tonight.
Hua Huai asked, "During the past 2 days, has your horror game key shown any special prompts?"
She wanted to know whether the news of the 2 dungeons merging was public or hers alone.
Yan Lian thought, then shook her head. Nope.
Since Hua Huai asked, she must have received some information.
Did your horror game key give you a special prompt, then?
At the moment, the countdown for the special solo mission had less than 24 hours left. Hua Huai told her about the 2 dungeons merging, hiding nothing, not even the special solo task.
Yan Lian frowned.
In the end, we still can't escape the information hive dungeon. No wonder these 2 days have seen so many malicious comments. Those jerks just won't leave us alone. The information hive is an A-rank dungeon, way too dangerous.
Even if Traffic King rises to B rank, it's still easier than information hive. I don't recommend you take this mission.
From the past 2 days' broadcasts, everyone but Hua Huai had seen their follower counts drop thanks to malicious reviews. If the source of those reviews couldn't be stopped, players would never gain followers through normal streaming again. Even if they scraped through this round, the next target would be 1 million. To hit that mark, the players would have to resort to extreme measures.
Merge traffic and information.
Raiding the fans of other players is one option, asking manager Wang for help is another.
But neither of these options is any good.
So far, the combined fan count of every player is still under 1 million. Even if one player collected every other player's mobile phone, the final mission target still couldn't be reached. Manager Wang's aid is no cure, it conflicts with the abnormal law of slaughter.
Unless a player can stand against the abnormal boss. Endure its ceaseless slaughter and finish this dungeon's mission objective to clear the instance. If she refused this special solo mission, Hua Huai didn't know what would happen to the others.
But with the prop phone she'd exchanged in the mall, clearing this dungeon would be far easier for her than for anyone else. In short, by refusing, she would definitely clear the current dungeon.
Accepting it, on the contrary, could cost her life.
Many thoughts flashed through Hua Huai's mind, her expression flickered.
"I'll take the mission." Yan Lian was bewildered. "Why? There's no benefit in it for you. If you're worried about me, don't be."
"I'm not so desperate to live that I'd send you to die in my place."
Hua Huai looked up. "After comparing everything, this is the best way to keep both of us safe."
"The information hive dungeon is dangerous, but I might not die."
If she refused this solo mission, Yan Lian really would be in danger. With fan numbers not rising, raiding is pointless. Was Yan Lian supposed to humble herself and beg manager Wang for a way out? Given Yan Lian's temperament, she'd never do such a thing. For any woman, that would be an insult. Hua Huai didn't want such an insult to befall Yan Lian either.
Player has accepted the special solo mission, the Traffic King dungeon and the Information Hive dungeon will now merge. Immediately, a topographic map appeared on the Scarlet panel, showing the locations of both dungeons.
A route surfaced on the map, linking the two dungeons.
Apparently, this path had been designated part of the dungeon, a safe corridor carved out for players.
Night fell, the entire building was silent. Hua Yingyun slipped quietly out of her room and headed to the 39th floor.
Tang Shuhui had died in the bathroom, her mobile phone should be somewhere nearby.
Finding that phone alone wasn't enough, ideally she'd also get Pang Jiming's handset.
Only with both combined would she barely meet the pass mark. The memory of that day was too vivid, sneaking over at night was terrifying, making Hua Yingyun's heart pound.
She hadn't violated the abnormal law of slaughter, so what if it was scary? It didn't matter.
That's what she told herself, but doing it was another story. Her legs wouldn't stop trembling. The closer she got to the bathroom, the more she felt starved of oxygen. If she weren't afraid the other players might notice her in daylight, she wouldn't dare creep here in the dead of night.
Before entering the bathroom, one had to pass a huge mirror. In the darkness, Hua Yingyun didn't spot anything wrong.
In fact, even in such dim light, a figure appeared in the mirror. The figure's eyeballs tracked Hua Yingyun's every move, its body frozen inside the mirror, utterly motionless. Hua Yingyun brushed past and walked into the bathroom, the reflection still didn't vanish. Inside the bathroom, the bloodbath from that day had been wiped clean, as if nothing had ever happened.
After all this time, surely the phone had been cleared away? Since Tang Shuhui's incident, Hua Yingyun had never used the bathroom on this floor again. Now that she was here, she couldn't leave empty-handed.
She searched meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It really had been taken away. What was she supposed to do now? Without Tang Shuhui's handset, even Pang Jiming's wouldn't be enough, his fan count was too low. Who else could serve as a target?
The next day, every player's door was knocked in turn.
Open up, all of you, open up, hurry. The players opened their doors one by one to see Han Gaojia kneeling before them, eyes brimming with tears. Have any of you seen my mobile phone?
Not far from Han Gaojia stood Supervisor Sumei, watching him kneel with calm detachment. If anyone has seen his phone, please tell him honestly.
The company issues one prop phone to each in-turn streamer, replacements are not given for lost units.
If you can't even look after your own phone, you're simply unfit to be a streamer. Sumei had no intention of taking his side, she merely stated the facts.
Hua Yingyun's voice was icy.
Han Gaojie, you're dead last in fans.
Even if you hadn't lost your phone, could you break 100,000 today? Getting it back won't save you, you're still getting fired. Don't waste everyone's time over your trivial problem. Last night's broadcast had placed Hua Yingyun only one rank above Han Gaojie. Where did she find such nerve?
To stand there shooting off her mouth. Her face showed no panic at all, as if tonight's outcome were already sealed. She was the one who'd stolen Han Gaojie's phone. Hua Yingyun was no saint, and Han Gaojie was no better. Tu Yang crossed her arms, a faint mocking smile on her lips.
Hua Yingyun, his phone is in your hands, isn't it?
Though phrased as a question, her tone left no room for doubt.
She seemed already convinced that Hua Yingyun was responsible. Han Gaojie's gaze snapped onto Hua Yingyun. Tu Yang's implication was obvious. Han Gaojie realized his phone had been stolen, not carelessly misplaced.
He rose from his kneel and rushed at Hua Yingyun. Thick black-rimmed glasses masked his eyes, making his expression all the darker.
Give my phone back. Hua Yingyun glanced away from Tu Yang, muttering, mind your own business.
To Han Gaojie she said, the phone isn't on me, she's lying to you.
Why would I take your handset? Your death brings me no benefit at all.
In Han Gaojie's eyes this was still a no-contest dungeon among players.
Hua Yingyun's words made sense to him.
Tu Yang quickly shattered that thought. After dinner yesterday I picked up Tang Shuhui's phone. When I lit the screen, its ID switched to mine and reassigned Tang Shuhui's fans to my account. She smiled faintly, the corner of her mouth lifting almost imperceptibly. So I'd say this still works in your favor.
There was actually such a mechanism in the dungeon. On reflection, every handset the players held belonged to the company.
From the start the players had no ownership. Once fired, they were naturally expected to return the phone.
The battle for traffic and information. Hong Gaojie wavered. Unexpectedly, Hua Yinyun was able to turn the tables. She bit back at Tu Yang. How can that be? I don't know about this kind of thing, yet you know things we don't. If you ask me, you're trying to push the dirty deeds you committed onto me, aren't you? Tu Yang's smile didn't change, her mockery reaching its peak. Do I need to do such a thing?
Only a player like you, who can't leave the dungeon and must complete the mission, would be so obsessed with the mission objective. For some reason, Yanlian felt like she was being mocked. Comparing people only leads to frustration. There is a huge difference even between A ranks. Hua Yinyun didn't think much of her. You talk as if you're amazing. You're just a mere F-rank player. Hua Yinyun spoke the latter sentence with very little confidence. As an F-rank player, even without participating alongside them, she could still rank among the best based on her own ability. She was emotionally stable in the dungeon, like a seasoned veteran. Tu Yang didn't respond, but asked, "Do you know why I exposed you?" Hua Yinyun remained silent. Accepting that sentence would be telling everyone she really did it. Tu Yang didn't care if she accepted the statement or not, and continued on her own. I simply can't stand people who do these kinds of petty, thieving things. Everyone knows you should pick the soft persimmon to squeeze. Among the players present, Tu Yang seemed to be the toughest persimmon. She was tall and slender, her movements were clean and decisive, and she spoke without reserve, looking down on everyone. How could Hong Gaojie dare provoke such a person? According to Tu Yang's words, it didn't matter whose mobile phone it was, he just needed to get one. He said gloomily, "Hua Yinyun, don't force me to fight you for it." Hua Yinyun glared hatefully at Tu Yang, knowing that the truth no longer mattered. She decided to go all the way, since she had already started. She turned around, intending to go back into the room. Hong Gaojie reacted quickly, reaching out to grab her, but suddenly felt a sharp sting in his wrist. He hadn't expected Hua Yinyun to carry a small knife with her. It was that small knife that cut his wrist. Withdrawing his hand due to the pain, Hua Yinyun took the opportunity to lock herself inside the room. "If you have the guts, come in and take it." Hong Gaojie frantically smashed the door, but aside from hurting his hand, it had no effect. "Hua Yinyun, you want to kill me? Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." He didn't have an item that could open the door, so he turned his pleading gaze toward Tu Yang. "You said you couldn't stand her. Can you help me open this door? I will definitely remember your kindness and repay you." Tu Yang stated frankly, "I don't need your repayment, and I don't want to help you. You and she are two of a kind." The emphasis on the last four words left Hong Gaojie humiliated where he stood. After watching a good show, Yanlian looked away and tried to mediate. Everyone disperse, disperse. Staring at them like this is embarrassing for them." Everyone dispersed, including Supervisor Sumei. Hong Gaojie was unwilling to let it end like this. Looking at Sumei's retreating figure, he quickly rushed forward and grabbed her sleeve. "Supervisor, you'll help me, right? This is the company's room, there must be a spare room card." Sumei paused, mercilessly pulled back her sleeve, and said, "The company respects the intern streamers, there is no such thing as a spare room card. You lost your mobile phone yourself, you figure it out. I can't help you." Hua Yinyun was pressed against the door, eavesdropping. Hearing this, she scoffed internally. If there was no spare room card, how did manager Wang get in that night? Respecting intern streamers? She didn't believe Sumei's nonsense. But Sumei saying this made her temporarily safe. It suddenly became quiet outside the door. Hua Yinyun couldn't hear anything, so she pressed closer. Bang! The sudden loud noise exploded next to Hua Yinyun's ear, making her head buzz. The thought that she was safe hadn't lasted long before Hong Gaojie resorted to violently breaking down the door.
Today was the last day for this round's mission objective. If Han Gaojie couldn't get the mobile phone, he would eventually die, so of course, he would fight with all his might. She nervously checked if the door was loose, but found that despite Han Gaojie's repeated heavy blows, it remained completely steady. The material and craftsmanship of the door were excellent. Han Gaojie truly might not be able to break it open before the end of the day. Once today passed, Han Gaojie would be a dead man she wouldn't need to worry about. The door kept making bang-bang sounds. She didn't know how long he smashed it. The silence outside the door once again made Hwai Inyun's heart pound nervously. Could it be that Han Gaojie gave up? Feeling a faint unease, she leaned against the door and waited for a long time, but heard no further movement. Han Gaojie couldn't possibly give up. Waiting for the rabbit wouldn't work on her. It seemed Han Gaojie was looking for a new method. Manager Wang certainly had a way to open the door, and she couldn't afford to be trapped. Hwai Inyun gripped the small knife and cautiously pulled open the room door. Outside the door, there was no one, just as she had expected. Taking this chance, she needed to quickly find a new hiding spot and just make it through the day. Stop! Just a few steps after leaving the door, a voice came from behind. Hwai Inyun turned back and saw Han Gaojie holding a room card. She thought, I guessed right. Good thing I had foresight. Stop my foot. Only an idiot would stop. Hwai Inyun took off running, but unfortunately, her short legs weren't an advantage, and her stamina wasn't good enough. Han Gaojie caught up to her and tackled her to the ground. She clawed at his face and brandished the knife in her hand. The two wrestled, neither gaining an advantage. Clang! During the struggle, the knife flew out of her hand, leaving Hwai Inyun defenseless. Han Gaojie searched her body, and when he pulled out two mobile phones, his entire face twisted. You said you didn't have any? What is this? Tu Yang hadn't lied to him, the mobile phones were stolen by Hwai Inyun. Give them back to me. These two mobile phones were now their life-saving straw. Whoever got them would live. Hwai Inyun reached out with her left hand to snatch them, displaying the posture of a vicious wolf. The veins bulged on the back of her restrained right hand as she used all her strength to break free from the restraint. Lighting up the two mobile phones, Han Gaojie saw the IDs on both phones switch simultaneously, and his fan count surged dramatically. He looked down at Hwai Inyun. Give them to you? You can wait for death today. This woman wanted to put him to death. She truly had a viper's heart. Han Gaojie couldn't hold back and slapped her. He then stood up and stuffed both mobile phones into his pocket. Before he had walked 2 steps, the sound of metal clashing came from behind him. Han Gaojie turned back vigilantly, and a small knife came slicing toward his face. If I die, you won't live either. Did you think I would let you live? The incident happened too suddenly. Han Gaojie subconsciously raised his hand to block, and the pain caused cold sweat to instantly break out. Blood splattered across Hwai Inyun's face. Her pure and lovely countenance now looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. Traffic and information, cyberbullying. With one stab, flesh and blood spilled out. Han Gaojie cried out in pain, the agony leaving his mind blank, with only one thought remaining. Pain. It hurts too much. Hwai Inyun had never personally committed such a brutal act. Her breathing was ragged from nervousness, and without time to wipe the blood from her face, she immediately reached into his pocket to snatch the mobile phone. She couldn't worry about anything else, she had to survive first. Han Gaojie's mind was reeling, but he understood Hwai Inyun's intentions. If that's the case, then no one gets to live. He lunged and tackled Hwai Inyun, using his still intact hand to choke her neck. The small knife struck again, prompting him to use his hand to restrain Hwai Inyun's knife-wielding hand. Hwai Inyun managed to gasp, violently sucking in 2 breaths of fresh air. The next instant, pain made her eyes bulge, and a chill swept over her entire body. Han Gaojie bit down on her windpipe, brutally biting it clean through. Hwai Inyun immediately stopped breathing, and the small knife fell weakly. Han Gaojie broke down in tears, blood still pooling in his mouth,
which dripped onto Hwai Inyun's corpse when he opened it.
Why did it have to be like this? I don't want to die. Bastard!
Retrieving the two mobile phones, he staggered to his feet and then viciously stomped Hwai Inyun's corpse twice.
I said I don't want to die, did you hear me?
He still had one round of dungeon missions left, but he had lost a hand. Not only that, but killing people in the dungeon requires paying with one's life. Rather than waiting for Hwai Inyun to turn into a specter and come for him, he might as well
end his own life. He had endured enough.
Walking through dungeon after dungeon, he didn't want to become like this, exhausting all his strength to scheme, only to constantly guard against
being schemed against by others. So tired. He thought. At the very least, ending his life should be his own choice.
It wouldn't be in vain, having walked this path in the mortal world. Standing by the window, he looked down at the bustling street below.
Like a mirage, everything was fake. Bang!
Falling from the 40th floor, the two mobile phones clutched in his hand shattered into pieces, and his face became a pulp, unrecognizable. Death, in the dungeon, was as simple as breathing.
Yan Lian sighed.
I've seen too much of this kind of thing, I hardly feel anything anymore. Keep telling me how you plan to complete that special solo mission. This was a solo mission, meaning only Hua Huai could return to the information hive dungeon.
The route connecting the two dungeons was prepared specifically for Hua Huai. Hua Huai shared her analysis.
I once heard a term on the internet called keyboard warrior. At the time, I didn't understand what it meant, so I specifically looked it up online and learned that the term has a negative connotation. It usually refers to people who, without knowing the full situation, rely on conjecture and speculation to post aggressive comments online, often
involving slander and abuse. Comments involving slander and abuse are also referred to as malicious comments.
The emergence of that dungeon seems to be related to keyboard warriors. Yan Lian had broader exposure than Hua Huai, so she had already guessed this point. She said with slight worry, but knowing why the information hive dungeon appeared is useless. Your special solo mission requires you to find a way to eliminate the source of the malicious comments.
Don't tell me you plan to use force to solve it and wipe them all out? She laughed incredulously. How is that possible?
That dungeon not only has too many specters, but it also has a level A aberrant boss.
How is going there any different from seeking death? Hua Huai's perspective was unique. The creation of high-level dungeons might correspond to the resentment of the abnormal boss.
I haven't experienced many high-level dungeons, so I'm not entirely sure. From this angle, the abnormal boss of the information hive dungeon is likely either someone who was cyberbullied or someone who used a keyboard to cyberbully others. She paused for a moment, her mind continuously working. No, it should be the person who was cyberbullied. It was difficult to distinguish between the two, and Yan Lian hadn't made the distinction, so she asked, puzzled, why are you so certain? Hua Huai uttered two words, experience. Usually, those who hurt others with words turn around and completely forget what they said. But the victim, the listener, holds onto that matter firmly, for a year, 2 years, or even 10 years or longer.
This matter is like a brand, impossible to erase. Yan Lian's expression shifted slightly, she understood Hua Huai's meaning.
Reviewing the events that occurred in the information hive dungeon day by day, she realized that the questions appearing on the computer screen were all malicious and grew increasingly intense. From the victim's perspective, these things would naturally be unforgettable. The abnormal boss of that dungeon wanted the players to experience the torment it had endured and die in despair and helplessness. Every player had their own independent room. They couldn't go out at night, and players who didn't return to their room on time would be punished. The dungeon deliberately created an environment of isolation and helplessness for the players.
From the very beginning, there was no intention of letting the players team up to fight back.
In the information hive dungeon, all clues are hidden within the questions posed each day. The clues are few, and even if someone notices them, they might not be able to solve the puzzle. Facing this issue, Hua Huai smiled slightly.
A lone pillar cannot support a great house.
A single specter alone cannot form a cyberbullying trend.
We certainly can't defeat the abnormal boss, but eliminating the subordinates under its command is not impossible.
These days, Hua had been engaging in practical combat outside and had gained considerable experience. Her confidence was now soaring. Yan Lian pointed out the fatal flaw.
But you can't avoid the eyes of the abnormal boss.
She didn't know Hua well enough, she only knew she had many bound specters, but not their respective levels.
Hua shook her head. I don't need to avoid it, just delay it.
Before entering the dungeon, I acquired an item that can temporarily boost a specter's abilities. She was full of confidence, and Yan Lian said no more, simply embracing her.
Come back safe.
On the day she left for the Information Hive dungeon, Hua Yuan squatted by the door, watching Hua's retreating figure.
Why aren't you taking me today?
He used his finger to draw circles on the ground, one after another.
I don't even care if she takes me.
His feelings were practically written all over his face. Tu Yingyang withdrew her gaze and said lazily, "Little brat, stop looking.
Do you know what you look like right now?
Like a pitiful, abandoned puppy."
Hua Yuan instantly flushed, stood up, and bared his teeth. You look like a puppy. If I'm going to be anything, I'll be a wolf.
Tu Yingyang clicked her tongue and shook her head. The way you're baring your teeth makes you look even more like a puppy.
A wolf? You're not qualified yet.
No wolf would be pinned down by me with just one hand. Hua Yuan snorted, defending himself, that's only because I'm still small.
Just wait until I grow up. Traffic and information, high heels.
Returning to the Information Hive dungeon, a strong sense of malice emanated from the surroundings.
Oh dear, didn't she run away? Why did she come back? She's truly walked right into the trap. This is my toy, nobody is allowed to steal it. Whoever grabs it, gets it.
Everyone, let your abilities speak for themselves. The malice condensed into a tangible form, appearing densely before Hua. There were too many, the anomalies in this dungeon were unbelievably numerous. At the same time, the Scarlet panel once again displayed the Information Hive dungeon mission.
What does this mean?
The previous dungeon mission did not disappear directly. Upon re-entering this dungeon, the previous mission continues.
This means Jin Jiayue cannot be summoned.
She appears in this dungeon as a player, and that won't change. Those high heels were originally prepared for Jin Jiayue to use.
Now, having already entered this building, there's no chance to run.
It would be better to take advantage of the abnormal boss not having appeared yet, finish the fight quickly, and deal with these guys. To resolve the situation more quickly, Jiang Changchang and Heiyu were summoned. Jiang Changchang jumped twice happily.
Wow!
Elder sister, so many anomalies. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing a malicious smile. It's been a while since I stretched my muscles, this is perfect practice for me. Heiyu swelled up its massive body, opened its mouth in a roar, and revealed sharp fangs. After Hua's efforts over several days, Jiang Changchang had already leveled up to Class C. The anomalies in front of her were roughly on par with her level. Even in this situation where she didn't know how many she was fighting, Jiang Changchang believed she would win. In reality, she naturally had the confidence to think this way. The C-level anomalies in this dungeon simply didn't have any particularly special abilities. Only their base stats maintained them at Class C level. Jiang Changchang's puppet ability, when exerted by herself, was enough to restrain these guys in front of them. As a ghost pet, Heiyu's basic abilities were inherently different from anomalies. It was agile and extremely fast, biting and injuring many anomalies in one go. The ground beneath their feet began to soften, a sign that the abnormal boss was about to appear. This building was the abnormal boss's true form. Black muddy substance instantly covered the entire building, and Zhao Ling's figure appeared. Fighting the level A aberrant boss was clearly strenuous for him. Soon after the muddy substance covered the building, it was visibly swallowed by the structure. Their footing was unsteady, and they were subtly sinking into the building. Zhao Ling closed his eyes and resignedly said, "Give it to me."
Give him what? Hua Huai was stunned for a moment, and after realizing what he meant, she couldn't help but utter a single syllable, "Huh?"
Assuming she hadn't understood, Zhao Ling carefully repeated, "The high heels, give them to me." There was no rule stating that the high heels could not be used by a male anomaly. Because they were high heels, Hua Huai had always defaulted to assuming the user would be female. The situation was urgent, so Hua Huai immediately threw the high heels over. Upon receiving the high heels, Zhao Ling's strength greatly increased.
He now possessed the ability to contend with the level A aberrant boss. The muddy black substance covered the building once again.
This time, the anomalies wailed everywhere, begging for mercy. Zhao Ling's appearance time was limited, and the usage time of the high heels was also limited.
The faster they dealt with the anomalies in this building, the better.
But no matter how they killed them, that group of anomalies could not be killed. The moment after they turned into black smoke, they reformed again. They were in agony, yet they could not be destroyed.
What is going on?
Thinking carefully, the number of anomalies in the Information Hive dungeon was abnormally high. Normally, the appearance of anomalies needs to conform to the logic of the current dungeon.
So, what was the logic behind the appearance of this group of anomalies? Hive, bees, laying eggs. Hua Huai's pupils suddenly dilated.
In this dungeon, the abnormal boss was equivalent to the queen bee. As long as the queen bee didn't die, the young bees would be endless.
Correspondingly, the queen bee had one fatal weakness: weak combat power.
Looking at it this way, Zhao Ling, who had received the item buff, might not be without the power to fight. Changchang, hey you, let's first assist elder brother in dealing with the abnormal boss of this dungeon. The abnormal boss sensed danger and proactively initiated an attack.
Countless data cables drilled out from the room, like snakes flicking their tongues.
Put. 3 data cables rushed toward Hua Huai simultaneously. She quickly dodged, and the data cables violently stabbed into the black muddy substance, corroding it and emitting black smoke. Zhao Ling frowned tightly, looking at Hua Huai worriedly.
Hua Huai smiled back. I'm fine.
I can dodge this level of attack. Those data cables were incredibly powerful. If hit, one would immediately be turned into a sieve full of holes. Zhang Changchang and Heiyu ultimately had a huge level gap compared to the abnormal boss, making them unable to face its attacks directly. Their main action was evasion, while also delaying the movements of the young bee anomalies to give Zhao Ling better room to operate. Zhao Ling's corrosion ability was considered powerful among those of the same level. Now, with the item assistance, the corrosion ability gradually corroded the building's body, making the abnormal boss's movements increasingly sluggish. Painful wails came from the surroundings, and a humanoid figure condensed before them. That person was kneeling on the ground, covered in a thin layer of black muddy substance. He suddenly looked up at them.
Why did you come back again? And you're still trying to kill me? Don't you think you're going too far?
Zhao Ling stepped on the high heels, 1 step. 2 steps. Then twisted his ankle. Hua Huai asked nervously, Elder brother, are you alright?
Zhao Ling. I'm fine. Standing up straight again, he stood his ground and said to the abnormal boss, when you tried to kill humans, did you think you were going too far? We are all anomalies, let's be sincere.
In the eyes of anomalies, players are dispensable beings, no different from ants.
Their existence is the rules beneath the rules.
Zhao Ling's question was like asking a human if they felt they were going too far when they ate.
That kind of thing was already commonplace for them.
The abnormal boss seemed unskilled at debating, its words caught in its throat, and it only spoke after a long pause.
Humans and anomalies are different. You and I are the same kind, how can you side with humans?
Zhao Ling raised his lips.
In my eyes, there is no distinction between humans and anomalies. For me, the most important thing is family. The abnormal boss was incredulous and squeaked, family? You treat humans as family. Will humans treat you as family? You unreasonable fellow.
Jiang Changchang became unhappy upon hearing this, rushed out, and said, "You are the unreasonable fellow.
Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Pathetic and sorrowful, timid and cowardly, shallow and understanding, utterly dreadful."
This barrage of words directly made the abnormal boss feel wronged.
"You! How dare you talk about me like that? Traffic in information, black and white."
Jiang Changchang felt great after venting, but if she were asked to explain the reasoning, she wouldn't know where to start. It was Hua Huai who took over, organizing her thoughts and saying, "When you feel wronged, your first thought isn't to eliminate the person who wronged you, but to retreat into your own turtle shell. You are indeed a victim, but it's hard for people to respect you. Your understanding is shallow, centered around your own perception, believing that everything should align with what you think. Yet you don't realize that some matters completely fall outside the scope of your understanding. Most importantly, do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire. Just because you once stood in the rain, you want to tear up everyone else's umbrellas to vent your dissatisfaction." The core meaning of the information hive dungeon was revealed before them without any concealment. The abnormal boss lowered its head, its voice suppressed as it said, "It sounds so easy when you say it." It suddenly approached Hua Huai, its twisted face meeting her gaze. "Can you truly do it? You haven't stood in my shoes or seen the things I've endured, so what gives you the right to speak so casually?" Grabbing Hua Huai's shoulder, it said, "I have to admit, the person next to you is stronger than me. If we fight, I will surely lose. I could beg for mercy, I could let go, but I won't accept this."
"I am not wrong, you are the ones who are wrong. Unless you can prove that I am wrong, otherwise I will take your life. No matter how strong he is, this is my territory. I will take your life, even if it costs me my soul's destruction." As the voice faded, Hua Huai found herself in a slightly messy and overall dim room. She sat on a chair and saw a video playing on the computer, and she was the protagonist. The video footage was biased, the camera focused malicious intent on her, creating the image that she was the villain. Coupled with the voiceover narration of the video, it truly sent chills down one's spine. This video was a mix of truth and fabrication. Hua Huai had never revealed this matter, so she didn't know how the abnormal boss managed to project this incident onto the computer. She had indeed used Qin Yuan Kai to resolve the Xinhuan primary school incident as quickly and efficiently as possible. Fighting evil with evil is definitely not the best strategy. Sure enough, it was easy for her weakness to be exploited. In this video, Hua Huai was the perpetrator, and Qin Yuan Kai was the victim, with no censorship. Only the parties involved knew the reason for doing this. Malice flooded the screen, the bullet comments were countless, offering evaluations and insults using the dirtiest and vilest words in the world. Seeing these words, Hua Huai's heart tightened. Even though she knew that the innocent would eventually be proven innocent, she couldn't help but feel her anger burn. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard, posting a statement to prove her innocence. This statement was quickly drowned out by the bullet comments, like a needle dropped into the ocean, impossible to find. The abnormal boss couldn't have brought her here just to prove her innocence. Hua Huai slightly cleared her head, sweeping the video from the computer out of her mind. She looked around and realized this was not the Hua family home, it was a completely unfamiliar room. The room was filled with many items, most of which were placed haphazardly, except for the items on one shelf, which were clean and tidy. Hua Huai walked closer and saw that the items on the shelf were some two-dimensional ACGN figures, along with related books and posters. She casually picked up a comic book and flipped through the content. It didn't look like the type of manga girls typically enjoyed. However, she had read too few comics to make an accurate judgment. Observing other areas, there were pillows printed with comic characters on the bed, and a cardboard standee of a manga girl in the corner. Most of the items displayed in the room were related to ACGN culture. In such a room, through Hua Huai's persistent efforts, she found something unusual. An inconspicuous corner of the desk held a casually placed certificate. Just as she was about to reach for it, a knock came from outside the door. Hua Huai cautiously asked, "Who is it?" She carefully approached the door, but throughout the process, no one outside responded to her.
Unfortunately, the door had no peephole, so she couldn't peek outside. Her heart sank, and she grasped the doorknob. Just then, another knock sounded. She didn't open the door immediately and asked again, "Who is it?" The surroundings were silent, she could only hear her own breathing. She tried to summon the rib bone dagger, but it failed, she couldn't summon it. Hua Huai searched the room but truly couldn't find anything that could be called a weapon. She casually grabbed a brooch and put it in her pocket, then slowly twisted the doorknob. No sound. Is there no one there? No, there are too many people. Judging by the furnishings in the room, it was clearly a bedroom. But after opening the door, it connected to the outside. A dense crowd was packed in front of the door, and the moment Hua Huai poked her head out, countless rotten eggs, spoiled vegetables, and other things were thrown at her. Learning how to bully at such a young age, what will she be like when she grows up? How vicious. We must eliminate this scourge for the people. She wants to go out again? Is she trying to bully other people's children? Hua Huai closed the door, her body already in a wretched state. The brooch wasn't used, and now it wouldn't be needed. She put the brooch back where it belonged, returned to the desk, and picked up the inconspicuous certificate at the corner. Professional Qualification Certificate for Corpse Cosmetologist. Name: He Yen. Gender: male. Photo: the photo on the certificate matched the appearance of the abnormal boss. This certificate belonged to the abnormal boss. This meant that this room also belonged to He Yen. His profession and the style and furnishings of the room truly clashed. Clang. It seemed a heavy object smashed against the door, making a loud noise that startled her heart. Do you think you'll be fine hiding inside? People like you shouldn't even be alive. Think about the children you bullied. Do you, little devil, have even a shred of pity? Clang. 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 They smashed it several times in quick succession. With so many people working together, this thin door definitely wouldn't hold up. Hiding inside was not a solution. Of course, Hua Huai hadn't intended to hide. Escaping never solves problems, she just wanted to find some useful clues in the limited time she had. Before they could break the door down, Hua Huai continued searching the room. She found a magazine in a drawer. Among the numerous articles, Hua Huai found information about He Yen. Hashtag perverted young mortician defile corpses, large amounts of ACGN girl merchandise found in his home. Hashtag. The headline was quite explosive. The first half was enough to incite audience anger, while the second half subtly shifted the audience's focus. It gave the impression, based on inherent bias, that He Yen was like this because he collected a large amount of ACGN girl merchandise. It provided justification for the word pervert, making the first half of the statement seem reasonable. The huge initial impact established a prejudice, turning white into black. Traffic and information, don't want a next life. Clang. The door finally gave way and collapsed. The crowd had barely started to sneer before a bucket of water drenched them. Calmer now? Hua Huai set the bucket down and stood quietly in place. The mob bristled, shouting all at once. You dare throw water on us? Who do you think you are? She doesn't even respect adults, why would she care about children? Grab her and teach her a lesson. Hua Huai suddenly picked up the brooch she'd set aside, revealing its pin to everyone. I'm not going to argue with you, it'd be pointless. The truth will come out once the police issue their statement. I may not have done anything wrong, but if you lay a hand on me now, you definitely will. This brooch is my only means of self-defense. She could speak so firmly only because she had the strength to back it. With no special powers in play, she wasn't necessarily weaker than these adults. She preferred to avoid violence, but the crowd saw her as easy prey and ignored her warnings. One person rushed in. Without hesitation she pressed the brooch against his neck, pricking the skin. At times like this, making an example works best. Not literal murder, just enough to make them back off. She had come to prove that everything He Yen once did was wrong. so she would show him how to solve the problem. No need to justify herself, she could still shrug off the burden.
The online chatter was fake anyway. Why should lies bother her?
The moment the pin sank a finger width into flesh, the crowd, already convinced she was vicious, flinched.
Exactly as she expected, they retreated. Ordinary people always fear the mad.
In this situation she was the one without shoes. The barefoot never fear the shod. She strode to the desk, curled the monitor to the floor, then smashed the towering keyboard. She jumped up and down on the shattered parts until only shards remained. When it was done, she sat back in the chair.
If you know it hurts to watch yet keep staring, that's masochism.
I don't think I was wrong, but their words still angered me.
Now it's quiet, perfect.
She spoke to the air, yet her words were meant for Hien. She knew he was hiding somewhere, watching every move. When he gave no answer, she continued, you realize you've become just like the people who cyberbullied you.
You've turned into the very thing you once despised. Playing games with players here, have you ever truly enjoyed it?
She answered herself, I bet you haven't.
What you do is vent your grievances.
Yet every round forces you to relive that pain.
On and on, until death.
The instant her last word fell, the chair vanished from under her. The scene peeled away, she was back in the corridor. Caught off balance, she was steadied by Zhao Ling.
Careful!
All fight had drained from Hien, Hua Huai had overturned every belief he clung to. Head lowered, he murmured, so it could be this simple. I cared too much what others thought, the one trapping me here wasn't them, it was me.
His resentment wafted outward, baffled that such a simple truth had tormented him so long.
Yet when he raised his eyes again, killing intent flared.
But it's too late. You can do it, I might not.
My grudge won't fade, I want you all buried with me. Hien broke his word, the whole building shook, straining against the black sludge clinging to its frame.
The two aberration bodies were busy pummeling each other.
Zhao Ling kept stumbling thanks to his high heels, several times the item nearly got him hurt, making Hua Huai and Zhang Changchang's hearts leap. Luckily Zhao Ling learned fast, after a few stumbles he found his balance and, when Hien struck, slammed him to the floor.
Bang!
The entire structure shuddered, the sea-level anomalies cowered, too busy saving themselves.
Shockwaves from a Class A aberration clash were lethal to them. They couldn't even approach, let alone join the fight. Hien tried to turn incorporeal and flee, but against an equal aberration the trick was useless.
The instant he solidified to attack Hua Huai, he received a fatal blow. His aura fading fast, he still told her, not everyone has your courage. I'm a coward, when I'm off work I hole up in my tiny room. Others have friends, I don't.
Solitude is my joy. No one seems to get it, they just think I'm weird.
I'm always uneasy, terrified of gossip, and that fear piled up until I hated people even more.
The cyberbullying?
It was merely the last straw. The rib-bone dagger was already in Hua Huai's hand, sensing danger, she shifted to a defensive stance. But hearing his words, she realized his attack posture wasn't meant to kill her.
He simply didn't want to live anymore. Even as an aberration, he no longer wished to exist. Being human was agony for me. I don't want a next life. Thank you for letting me go. Those last words dissolved into the air. With the abnormal boss Hien dead, the sea-level anomalies dropped to their knees, kowtowing for mercy. Spare us. We only obeyed him, we couldn't defy his orders. We don't deserve to die again, please show mercy. We've already been punished, I still want to be human. Zhao Ling's aura was simply too overwhelming, the sea-level anomalies trembled under its pressure. If he struck, it would be child's play to crush them one by one. Aberrations hunted inside a dungeon don't count toward their evolution requirements. Hua Huai sliced her finger and drew a sigil, a huge stone gate appeared before them. The gate slowly opened onto utter darkness. It was the skill she'd gained in the Worm Village dungeon, because of its prerequisites she'd never had a chance to use or level it. Hearing their pleas, she decided it suited them perfectly. traffic and information, broken.
The bizarre entities spontaneously sensed the chilling aura emanating from the giant gate, revealing a sense of returning home. Without needing much explanation, they perceived what lay behind the door and rushed inside. As Yen and the bizarre entities left, the building vanished into thin air, and they found themselves standing on the main road.
The crimson panel showed that the special solo mission was complete and the A-level dungeon, Information Hive, was complete, but the settlement
interface had not yet appeared. Presumably, this was due to the merging of the two dungeons. They still couldn't leave until they completed the Traffic King dungeon mission. After this summoning, Zhao Ling and Jiang Changchang's abilities were overdrawn. Next, she would not only be unable to summon them but also unable to use their abilities. Heiyu, as a spirit pet, had relatively ample mental power and could still be summoned.
On the way back to the building, the mobile phone belonging to the company suddenly vibrated repeatedly.
She took it out and lit up the screen. The number of fans was constantly rising, breaking 10,000 in the blink of an eye, then 100,000, and gradually approaching 1 million. Strange, the increase in fans was far too abnormal.
This one was the mobile phone belonging to the company.
As she pondered, a figure waved at her.
After recognizing the person, she called out their name, Jiang Jiao. Didn't you go back?
Huawei hadn't seen Jiang Jiao in the days after leaving the building, so she naturally assumed Jiang Jiao had returned to Paradise City.
Jiang Jiao smiled.
I didn't originally want to go back, but it looked like you all ran into trouble.
Her gaze shifted toward Huawei's mobile phone. How is it? Have you met the company's requirements?
Huawei was astonished.
You did this? Jiang Jiao nodded.
The number of fans you needed was too high, so I was gone for a bit longer this trip. She tilted her head, looking slightly proud.
These fans are all residents of our Paradise City.
Paradise City was actually this large, capable of accommodating at least 1 million residents.
Huawei grew increasingly curious about Paradise City.
She thought that one day, she must become the powerful person Jiang Jiao spoke of and enter Paradise City to see it for herself.
Jiang Jiao didn't forget to mention the strange part.
It was a bit weird a few days ago, the residents couldn't click follow, but suddenly they could again a little while ago. Huawei recalled the description in the young girl's work log, where the young girl was plagued by negative reviews for a period. Based on this clue, it could be roughly inferred that a corresponding mechanism would appear in the dungeon when a certain stage was reached. The merging of the two dungeons was inevitable, regardless of whether she obtained the prop phone or accepted the special solo mission. When she resolved the source of the negative reviews, the mechanism was eliminated, and naturally, people could click follow again.
1 million fans was no small number.
Jiang Jiao's mobilization ability was unexpectedly formidable and solved all her subsequent troubles. With this massive number of fans, she only needed to wait for the dungeon time to end before leaving the dungeon.
Huawei sincerely thanked Jiang Jiao.
She waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's a small matter."
You are Hope.
Jiang Jiao was calling her Hope again.
She truly didn't understand why she resembled Hope. Unable to bear shattering Jiang Jiao's fantasy, the two waved goodbye. Back inside the building, Yan Lian excitedly ran up to her. My fan count suddenly broke 1 million.
Her excitement slightly subsided.
However, it seems I'm not the only one whose account is like this.
Hua Yuan's and Tu Yang's accounts also reached the final mission goal.
She asked with concern, what about you? Did you complete it?
Jiang Jiao not only helped her but also everyone else still alive in this dungeon.
Huawei replied, I completed it.
Yan Lian excitedly hugged her.
That's great. It's also wonderful that you returned safely. Tell me about it. What happened in that dungeon? Huawei told Yan Lian everything truthfully.
This fight was not considered dangerous. It was merely the story of a young embalmer, confined to his own small world. A story of someone who dared not step out, could not step out, and ultimately perished like a moth flying into a flame.
But he hadn't done anything wrong while alive.
Yan Lian felt complicated emotions upon hearing this. Yin was pitiful, but she still couldn't feel sympathy for him. Next, since everyone's final mission goal had been achieved, the players didn't need to live stream. The remaining days at the company felt exactly like a vacation. Good food, good drinks, good sleep. All free of charge. It was absolutely fantastic. If there was any remaining threat in this dungeon, Manager Wang was the first to bear the brunt. His plan to come to this company had failed, and he was secretly resenting the players. He quietly prepared to pay them a visit that night, but unexpectedly, the lights in the corridor flickered on and off, and in the flashing light, a young girl appeared before him. That familiar song began to play in the corridor. With every beat of the music, the young girl's dance moves brought her one step closer to him. Manager Wang was so scared his legs trembled. His throat felt constricted, making him unable to scream. His teeth chattered, and syllables spilled from his throat. Xiao. Shower, you. Didn't you die? The young girl's current appearance certainly didn't look like that of a living person. Thinking this, he nearly peed himself in terror. The rhythm of the music suddenly sped up. The young girl advanced mechanically and quickly, her skin peeling off layer by layer. By the time she stood before Manager Wang, she was a blood person, stripped of all her skin. You still remember me? A sharp, jarring laugh abruptly entered Manager Wang's ears, as if the laughter alone could carve a bloody gash in his heart. Remembering me is useless. My former dream was trampled under your feet. And what do you intend to do now? Trample new intern streamers? With me here, you can't touch anyone. Not only could he not move, but she also wanted his life. The young girl clearly made no movement, yet Manager Wang felt suffocated. He looked down and saw soft, blood-drenched skin wrapped around his neck, tightening continuously. The heart palpitations of impending death spread little by little throughout his limbs and body. The suffocation intensified, yet still left him just enough room to cling to life. The young girl's blood-soaked hand gently picked up Manager Wang's hand and examined it closely. Manager Wang screamed incoherently in terror from his throat, his hair stood on end, and he struggled desperately. The young girl pinched the skin of his hand and, like tearing a piece of paper, peeled his skin away, separating flesh from dermis. From the young girl's perspective, tearing it off was extremely easy. From Manager Wang's perspective, the pain made him tremble incessantly, and he thought that this was probably what it meant to wish one were dead. You shattered me, so I must shatter you too. That's only fair. As she acted, she hummed the lyrics she once knew best. Light up the mobile phone's light. Walk into this live streaming battlefield. Pull up the corners of your mouth, a puppet-like smile. My audience, please click follow. The young girl's humming was very soft, and her emotions were extremely flat. When the humming ended, she patiently started over again. Flow and information, internal organs. Manager Wang finally stopped thrashing in agony, his skin shredded beyond recognition. The girl withdrew her gaze in satisfaction and vanished on the spot. At the same moment, the toy bear in the corner gave a slight wobble. The players discovered Manager Wang's fate the next day. Supervisor Sume rushed over after hearing the news, one look at the corpse and she nearly vomited bile. Nervous and shaken, she ordered someone to remove the body at once. She was frightened. Frightened of what? She ought to be used to corpses in this state. Her reaction was over the top. Could it be, she thinks she might be next? Understandable. Without Sume's tacit consent, how would Manager Wang have dared run amok? Her fear was only natural. But why did the ghost strike yesterday of all days? That yellow talisman outside the bathroom had been missing for days. Had Manager Wang done something unusual last night? Once Sume left, Yan Lian produced 3 keycards, 2 matching the rooms of the surviving players. The third belonged to Manager Wang. Found in his pocket. Guess he thought we'd grown too comfortable and he couldn't milk us anymore, so he planned to move against us. Look at the way he died, no wounds except a ligature mark on the neck, clearly the fatal blow.
No cuts, yet blood soaks the clothes, undoubtedly a ghost's handiwork. Conclusion reached. It is protecting us.
They'd never met this ghost, it had no reason to help.
Unless, it was that toy bear.
The group hurried to the bizarre dollhouse on the 39th floor and, after a search, found the toy bear. It cowered in the corner, eyeing them timidly. As if puzzled why Hua had brought so many people. Tu Yang knelt, ruffled its head, caught a faint scent and frowned. Her fingertips lingered on its fur. Your name is Chen Tianxiao, right? The toy bear dared not move, as if under threat. I've heard your story. Everyone has greed, that's normal. You only chased what you wanted and lost your way. Tu Yang had no prop phone, yet her own skills still gleaned clues about the dungeon. Cleanliness isn't skin deep, it's of the heart. A pure heart is true cleanliness. Tu Yang knew what ghosts value most, her words struck home, making the bear's chest heave twice. Its ink-black eyes fixed on her, unable to speak, only gaze. Have you heard? Long ago a god ruled the world of ghosts. He held the right to judge, holding fair trials so every sinner got due punishment. The guilty should be handed to him, to taste infernal torment. The surroundings stirred though no wind blew, a chill swept over them. The ghost girl appeared, face ashen, eyes dull as a puppet's. Mechanically she said, there's no fairness. And, there is no God. Disgust overflowed in every word. Fairness doesn't exist, I've never seen it. Her fingers raked her arm like it was fragile paper, tearing at a touch. Some people stand high from the moment they're born. I must give everything, pay any price, to glimpse that lofty view. I know our hearts up there aren't the same, perhaps the sights differ too. Tu Yang rose slowly. The god has only fallen, that doesn't mean he's gone. Do you know why you're trapped here? This place is filled with rules, and you're part of them. Have you ever wondered what power forged these rules? The girl's eyes flickered. You mean, the god? The force is too vast, no ghost has met the deity, so the thought never arose. Tu Yang smiled faintly. Await the god's return, you'll have the fairness you want. The girl stared at her. Fine. I'll wait. The ghost faded, the toy bear remained sitting. Leaving the dollhouse, Hua couldn't help asking, what god? Can there really be a god in this world? Yan Lian coughed. Actually, I've heard of it too. It's only a legend, no one's seen proof, let alone confirmation. They say we players of the horror game are fighting to become gods, the first to reach SSS rank will ascend as the new deity. But it's just a tale, hard to swallow. From Yan Lian's tone, her belief sat at 50-50. Tu Yang placed more faith in the story. Hua Yuan didn't care, the concept of God meant little to him. There's a whiff of viscera in there, he remarked. Tu Yang glanced at him. Oh? Which organ would that be? Hua Yuan answered curtly, heart. Tu Yang froze, Hua and Yan Lian stared. Yan Lian laughed in disbelief. Seriously? You can tell that by smell? Tu Yang replied, you can scent organs, but pinpointing one is hard. She was amazed Hua Yuan could be so precise. Why the heart? He shrugged. The scent, plus the bear's size, heart fits best. Tu Yang chuckled. Didn't know you had a gift for medicine. Organs smaller than a heart, kidneys, spleen exist. If the bear can hold a heart, tinier organs pose no problem. As for how he knows their sizes, veteran players see plenty in dungeons. I've worked years and still can't judge by smell alone, your nose is sharper than most. The toy bear's odor is faint, without pressing it to your face most people wouldn't notice. Tu Yang's keen sense came from training. Hua recalled the drug scent in the corridor the night Hua Yuan was abducted, Tu Yang had identified it at once. So she's medical staff. So far the clues are, the girl's work log, the ghost's killing method, the mirror in the bathroom, and the heart inside the toy bear. Traffic and information, settlement. Connecting these clues, Hua suddenly realized the toy bear is the true body. Hua Yuan, hands in his pockets, looked bewildered.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Yan Lian explained clearly, the aberration detested its own body to the point of personally abandoning its life. Its method of killing, stripping the skin of its victims, also subtly reveals this point. Tu Yang just now conversed with the toy bear, calling out the aberration's name, and the toy bear reacted. The toy bear couldn't speak because it was just a heart, and a heart has no mouth. It needed a mouth that could speak for it. Between the toy bear and the aberration, it was the toy bear controlling the aberration's body. And the toy bear's true body cannot kill people. Tu Yang chimed in, I investigated, that toy bear was Chen Tianxiao's favorite, accompanying her until the end of her life. She most likely detested her original body, and in the end, simply let the toy bear become her new body. When the two separated for a long time, each became incomplete. As a result, the original body developed self-awareness, and that heart became increasingly timid. Although the heart still has the right to control the body, when it doesn't control the body acts on instinct. So, if you don't want trouble before leaving the dungeon, everyone had better abide by the dungeon rules.
With that, Tu Yang turned and left.
Hua looked at her retreating figure.
Is she number 10?
In the information hive dungeon, number 10's presence was not strong, but her unique demeanor made Hua remember her.
Now, Tu Yang's figure perfectly matched number 10.
The face was different, she must have used an item that changed her appearance.
It's just unknown which face is fake.
Number 10 didn't want to reveal her identity, and Yan Lian had no grievances with her, so even if she recognized her, she didn't inform Hua.
When Hua asked, Yan Lian finally responded, I thought so too.
Hua Yuan had no impression of number 10, but he had a deep impression of Tu Yang. Tu Yang gave off a very powerful feeling. Hua Yuan felt like prey being stared at by a fierce beast, not daring to be too ostentatious in front of her. Outside, the sky was getting dark. Yan Lian passed by Hua Yuan and pulled him along. Let's go downstairs to the restaurant together. That pull was significant, a yellow talisman floated out of his pocket. 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him, he didn't know whether to pick it up or not. He just scowled, think whatever you want. It seems Hua Yuan still has a long way to go. This crooked melon has grown into this, Yan Lian really doesn't know what method Hua will use to straighten him out. The players spent the remaining time peacefully, arriving at the settlement day. Congratulations to players Hua, Yan Lian, Hua Yuan, and Tu Yang for completing the sea-level dungeon. Task reward, rest time increased by 30 days, bonus of 250,000 yuan per person, already deposited into the horror game key. This information was displayed uniformly for the 4. Hua's personal panel refreshed. Congratulations to player for completing the special solo task and the A-level information hive dungeon task. Additional task reward, unlocked the last permission of live streaming mobile phone, rest time increased by 180 days, bonus of 5 million yuan. Already deposited into the horror game key. Due to Yan's demise, all remaining aberrations have gone to Wangchuan, and the information hive dungeon is permanently closed. Level B aberration Jinjiayu's trust level has increased to 90%. Soul Fairy skill upgraded, current level D, usage condition changed, requires drawing a formation with one's own fresh blood, can forcibly ferry one soul to the banks of the Wangchuan River. If the soul being ferried is willing, the quantity is unlimited. Soul Fairy skill restriction, when forcibly ferrying a soul, the cooldown is 7 days, the level of the forcibly ferried soul is unlimited, but the higher the level, the more fresh blood the formation drawer needs. It is not recommended to forcibly ferry souls across skill levels. Live streaming mobile phone last permission, prophecy. Prophecy introduction, in the girl's work log, the girl's resentment still remains. She thanks you for clearing the source of bad reviews and will use this resentment to convey prophecies to you. Prophecy usage, input the words prophecy into the girl's work log, and events that will happen within the next minute will be displayed in text. From the user's perspective. Within 1 minute, such a short time, and displayed in text, it's currently unclear what its use is.
However, it looks quite powerful anyway. Next, Hua Huai's player panel refreshed. Player, Hua Huai. Age, 12 years old. Level, C. Money, 34.53 million. Rest time, 348 days. Skills owned, Soul Fairy, D-level. Items owned, Rib Bone Dagger, Silver Gray Sports Car, Luyang's Wooden Hairpin, Live Streaming Mobile Phone, Red High Heels. Bound Specters, Zhou B-level, Jinjiayue, D-level, Zhang Changchang, C-level. Spirit Pet, Black Feather, D-level. The task of the Information Hive dungeon merely required players to survive. When the abnormal boss was destroyed, and the other aberrations all went to Wanchuan, it was naturally considered a completed task. With the two dungeons combined, Hua Huai was only one step away from being a B-level player. The dungeon scene gradually darkened, and Hua Huai returned to the small room for backstage transactions at the auction house. This dungeon had lasted too long, and she felt disoriented upon her return. Before she could fully adapt, danger was already approaching. A porcelain vase, raised high, was about to fall onto her head. A large shadow fell behind her. Hua Huai sensed danger but had no time to dodge. Someone was present, so she couldn't summon a specter. In the real world, she couldn't use any items. At this moment, Hua Huai was just a little girl who knew some martial arts better than ordinary ones. But the size difference between them was too great. With her physique, it was truly difficult to shake the opponent with strength. Just as the porcelain vase was about to fall, it suddenly shifted, grazing Hua Huai's body and dropping to the ground. Hua Huai dodged and simultaneously adopted a defensive stance. She retreated in time and wasn't scratched by the fragments. Upon closer inspection, the porcelain vase's deviation was due to Hua Yuan's effort. He pushed a chair, which bumped into the person holding the porcelain vase. Due to his lack of strength, it only caused a slight deviation in the opponent. The person holding the porcelain vase was Yang Shou, who died in the Information Hive dungeon. After Hua Huai dodged one attack, another shadow fell, and it was Fang Chenju raising a porcelain vase to smash her. They both died in the dungeon, and even after leaving the dungeon, the outcome of their death couldn't be changed. The rules of the horror game clearly could no longer bind them. The two were in a frenzied state, especially Fang Chenju, who screamed, her eyes bloodshot, "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here at all." Crooked Melon. Fang Chenju and Yang Shou blamed Hua Huai for their deaths, looking as if they wanted to drag her into hell with them. In the room, Rao Quan was long gone, leaving only the four of them. Several porcelain bottles shattered on the floor, the noise startling the people outside the door. Before Hua Huai and Hua Yuan could get out, the door was locked from the inside. The people outside couldn't turn the doorknob and eventually had to smash the door open. Xu Wenyao and Xiang Lu saw the mess inside, and Fang Chenju and Yang Shou acting like lunatics. They quickly stepped forward to restrain their frantic behavior. Staff members rushed in, and Xu Wenyao roared, "Can your venue just let anyone in?" The staff members apologized repeatedly and quickly took over, subduing the two. Fang Chuanju's body was restrained, but she still yelled unwillingly, "I'm going to kill her. Don't stop me. If it weren't for her, how would I have died?" She completely disregarded her violent struggles, giving a sense that she wouldn't mind even breaking a bone. Fortunately, there were many staff members, so their struggles were futile. Yang Shou's behavior was much calmer than Fang Chuanju's. He was fine with dragging someone down with him, but it didn't matter if he didn't, he had lost the will to live. Hua Huai stood in a safe area and asked coldly, "Do you feel wronged? Do you know why I gave them so much money?" Here, them referred to Yang Bin and his little followers. Connecting it to the word money, Fang Chenju and Yang Shou barely reacted. For a player, 70,000 a week was by no means an astronomical figure, but in the eyes of low-level players, it was still a considerable amount. Not to mention Yang Bin and those little followers, they probably had never seen so much money. I was just using their own methods against them, an eye for an eye. If you feel wronged, don't those who were harmed by them also feel wronged? My money isn't easy to take, taking it comes with a price. Their latter half of life definitely won't be much better than yours. Rest in peace.
When Huawei said this, Yang Shou, who had been half dead, was also provoked by her and struggled against the staff, trying to break free. No matter how they acted, they were eventually dragged out by the staff. With the situation stabilized, Xu Wenyao turned to look at Huawei and Huayuan, confused. What happened? He felt as if they had experienced a lot in a short amount of time. Xiang Lu saw Huayuan's figure and pointed at him in shock. Why are you here? From Xu Wenyao and Xiang Lu's perspective, they had only separated for less than half an hour, having just finished trading items and immediately regrouping. Huayuan stared back, completely unafraid of Xiang Lu, even subtly showing defiance.
Huawei called out faintly, Huayuan.
Immediately, Huayuan blinked, pretending nothing had happened. Oh.
Huawei answered Xu Wenyao's question. The man in the large cloak was Rao Quan. All of us were brought into an A-level dungeon.
Xu Wenyao and Xiang Lu both gasped, exclaiming in unison, A-level.
What kind of joke was this?
Even Wei Shuwei had to think carefully before entering an A-level dungeon, and still came out injured.
Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Xu Wenyao quickly asked, Did you clear it?
Looking at Huawei's condition, it seemed like they had cleared it, but he still needed to ask to be sure. Huawei thought for a moment, originally no, but then we cleared it.
Xiang Lu didn't understand and asked, What do you mean?
Huawei recounted what happened in the dungeon, causing the two to feel a roller coaster of emotions.
Xiang Lu complained, This A-level dungeon clearly doesn't intend for players to clear it.
Following the dungeon rules normally, the probability of clearing it is extremely low. It requires a combination of intelligence, combat power, and
luck.
At this, she couldn't help but shiver. No wonder it's an A-level dungeon. I finally understand how difficult it is.
The group chatted a bit more and walked out of the venue together. As they approached the main entrance of the venue, the staff members were coincidentally escorting Feng Chunju and Yang Shou, intending to throw them out of the venue.
Just then, a building opposite the venue was undergoing renovation, and a steel bar accidentally fell, piercing directly through Feng Chunju's mouth,
creating a gruesome scene. Ah!
A terrifying scene suddenly appeared, and pedestrians on the streets scattered in terror, screaming repeatedly. The staff members, who had just released them, were still in shock. If they had let go a little later, or if the steel bar had fallen slightly differently, wouldn't they have been hit instead? Brushing past the gates of hell, they were almost scared to pee themselves, scrambling back into the venue.
As for Yang Shou, no one paid him any mind. The next moment, a car lost control and crashed right into Yang Shou. After the impact, the scene exploded, and both the car and the person were burned to ashes.
Unknowing passers-by wondered if they had encountered something evil today. Otherwise, how could accidents happen one after another? According to later news reports, the falling steel bar during construction was purely accidental. The car that crashed and exploded was driverless, possibly due to a short circuit causing it to lose control, and the specific cause had not yet been found. On the way back to the Demon Guild, Huawei asked Xu Wenyao, Brother Yao, did you find any clues about the sinful deep mountain dungeon? Xu Wenyao nodded, I found a little. This dungeon is extremely dangerous, and it's also an A-level dungeon. The dungeon's difficulty is one challenge, and how to accurately enter this dungeon is another challenge. A-level players' authority only allowed them to choose the dungeon level to enter, not specific dungeons. He expressed his thoughts, my idea is to challenge C-level or B-level dungeons a few more times. Going straight to A-level, even if there's a way to enter, I'm still very nervous.
Huayuan, who loved to watch drama, snorted disdainfully, what's there to be nervous about? You're such a big person, only growing in body, not in brains? Xiang Lu and Huawei.
Xu Wenyao slammed on the brakes, turned back with raised eyebrows, and retorted, Brat, do you remember whose car you're in?
Huayuan turned to look out the car window, Tisk, they're in the car too, so you can't kill me, can you? Xu Wenyao gave a fake smile, why is this little brat so annoying? Huawei commented, a crooked gourd is like that. Looking at Huayuan, she admonished, can't you grow up straight? Huayuan was startled and said aggrievedly, how do I grow straight? I don't know how. Hua Huai's eyes went dark.
Xiang Lu chuckled, when I get a chance, I'll send him some books.
Hua Huai reminded her, he can't read 2 characters. Xiang Lu, then I'll send ones with pinyin. Hua Huai, he only half understands pinyin too.
She paused, then added, but it doesn't matter, he'll learn it all. If he couldn't learn, she would find a way to make him learn. He hadn't suffered the hardship of studying before, so now he had to make up for it twofold. And he wouldn't have a choice in the matter.
Shu family.
Xiang Lu was not a member of the Demon Guild. She got off the car halfway before returning to the Demon Guild. Hua Yuan had nowhere to go and was temporarily under Hua Huai's supervision. The 3 returned to the Demon Guild. As soon as they entered the main gate, they saw a group of strangers occupying the main hall, pushing the guild members into a corner. Seeing Shu Wenyao return, the guild members all called out, "Brother Yao!" This group of people inexplicably came here, insisting they were looking for you.
Shu Wenyao recognized them.
Among this group, one person was wearing a suit and tie, exuding an elite aura. That person's appearance was somewhat similar to Shu Wenyao's, but his brows were less sharp and slightly gentler than Shu Wenyao's. He slowly stood up and approached Shu Wenyao, earnestly saying, "Xiaoyao, how could you sell off the shares you hold? How sad your father would be to know about this." Shu Wenyao smiled indifferently, exuding a carefree and unruly demeanor.
"These shares were given to me, so they're mine. Do I need to report to you how I dispose of them?"
He walked over to where the man had been sitting and sat down, spreading his legs and crossing his arms over his chest.
"If you want to complain to him, go ahead. You can't hide it forever."
Suddenly, he grinned, revealing his mischievous nature.
"Shu Jiazhen, those shares I sold off, you bought them, didn't you? You're a cunning fox, I can't play games with you.
There's no need to come here and try to get close to me.
Or are you feeling guilty and planning to return those shares to me?"
A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Shu Jiazhen's expression, and he changed the subject, reprimanding, "I am your elder brother. You must remember this title properly and not call me incorrectly again." Shu Wenyao sneered, "We're not from the same mother."
"How noble are you? I'm not worthy of addressing you like that." Shu Jiazhen's temper flared at his words. "Do you think I really want to manage you? Since you have this attitude, there's nothing more for me to say."
His gaze swept over the guild members. "Hanging out with these disreputable people all day, you'll be ruined sooner or later." In Shu Jiazhen's eyes, the Demon Guild members were idle all day, frequently visiting various crowded places, and had no proper jobs. Yet, under these circumstances, the Demon Guild showed no signs of disbanding, making him strongly suspect that this group relied entirely on Shu Wenyao's support. It was no wonder these people revered Shu Wenyao as the guild's second-in-command. They probably treated him like a blood bag, like leeches sucking blood. Upon hearing this description, all the guild members exploded, pointing at Shu Jiazhen and saying, "Who are you calling disreputable? You put on a dignified air, but the words coming out of your mouth aren't human. You'll be ruined before our brother Yao is, so rest assured." The guild members' mouths were like poisoned weapons, their fighting power formidable. The people Shu Jiazhen brought, seeing him so insulted, all took on a fighting stance, ready to compete with them. Now, they only waited for Shu Jiazhen's command. The Demon Guild members were not to be trifled with. Constantly needing to enter game dungeons, they had to undergo continuous physical training, so it was hard to say who would win or lose between the 2 sides. Shu Jiazhen frowned and coughed heavily. "Let's go. Do you want to start a street fight?" Before leaving, he said, "Wenyao, I can pretend this share incident never happened, as long as you don't come to places like this again." The guild members were about to explode again. "What kind of place is this? Don't leave, explain yourself to us." Shu Wenyao slammed the table, shattering the glass tabletop. Unaware, he loudly declared, "I don't need your charity. Your pretense is truly disgusting." The loud crash made Shu Jiazhen look back, seeing Shu Wenyao drop his unruly demeanor, his eyes filled with resentment, which made his heart clench. He had no doubt that if Shu Wenyao were given a knife at that moment, he would truly dare to stab him with it. His eyes visibly reddened, bloodshot veins climbing into the whites of his eyes. He opened his mouth hoarsely, wanting to say something. Ultimately, he just opened and closed his mouth twice, then shut it again. He told the people he brought, "Let's go." As the group's figures disappeared, Shu Wenyao's chest heaved violently, then gradually calmed down. Xin Wenlin came to his side with a first aid kit. "Brother Yao, let me bandage your hand." The shattered glass had cut Shu Wenyao's palm, and blood dripped from his fingertips, yet he showed no sign of pain. Anger consumed him entirely. Hua Huai didn't understand why Shu Wenyao's anger was so intense. It was only after Xin Wenlin bandaged Shu Wenyao's hand that he quietly told her it all stemmed from the death of Shu Wenyao's mother. Shu Wenyao's status as a young master was not as glamorous as it seemed on the surface. His biological mother was just an ordinary woman with an outstanding appearance. His father had never married his mother. In other words, his mother was the third party. From childhood, he had never experienced paternal love, living with his mother until he was 16. One day, his mother's identity was suddenly discovered, and it was revealed that she had given birth to an illegitimate child. His father couldn't bear to leave his own flesh and blood out in the cold and wanted to bring them home. How could the legitimate wife of the Shu family tolerate such a presence? She immediately laid down harsh words, absolutely refusing to let the mother and son enter the house. Actually, up to this point, it was understandable, no wife could endure such a situation. But the child had already been born, so his father eventually negotiated with the legitimate wife, and both took a step back. Shu Wenyao could enter, but his biological mother could not. He didn't care about wealth or status and didn't want to return to the Shu family. It was Shu Wenyao's mother who, for his future development, knelt and begged him, and only then did he agree. From then on, they separated. Shu Wenyao lived in the Shu family home, and his mother lived in a rented small apartment. Everything changed when Shu Wenyao was 18. His mother was accidentally involved in a car accident on her way to his school, and her rescue required a large amount of medical fees. At that time, Shu Wenyao was still a high school senior and had never received pocket money. He couldn't come up with the money, and his mother's earnings were far from enough to cover the medical fees. To save his mother, he returned to the Shu family, kneeling in the heavy rain for a day and a night, yet still failed to move them. The next day, the tragic news arrived: his mother had passed away. At the same time, the Shu family's legitimate wife, his father, and Shu Jiazhen all three returned to the Shu family home. It turned out they weren't home at all. This story made Hua Huai feel heartbroken, but there were still confusing points. She asked, "Didn't he call them? Also, I heard that wealthy families have servants. Didn't he communicate with them either?" Xin Wenlin sighed. "He called, but the whole family's phones were unreachable. When Brother Yao looked for them, the servants forcefully stopped him, insisting that his father was busy with official business and no one could disturb him." One of the permissions. Xin Wenlin felt heartbroken for Shu Wenyao, paused, and then continued. Brother Yao inquired about the legitimate wife, and the servants said she had gone out and they didn't know when she would return. He also went to the school to check. Shu Jiazhen's homeroom teacher said he took a leave of absence that day, and when asked where he went, the teacher stated they didn't have the authority to know. That family was clearly doing it on purpose. They must have learned about the accident involving Brother Yao's mother and deliberately stood by. On the surface, no one could be blamed for that incident, it was merely caused by an accidental mishap. But from Shu Wenyao's perspective, while their family was happy, he was always an outsider. Although they ensured he never lacked food or clothes, that was the extent of it. It was precisely because of this incident that Brother Yao came into contact with the world of the horror game. The three of them stood outside the door. Inside the hall, Shu Wenyao was immersed in his own thoughts. Xin Wenlin looked into the distance and said, "It is said that after that incident, his father sought him out and claimed he didn't know something so serious had happened. To compensate him, he increased the originally planned 5% of shares to 10% and handed them over to him early." Hua Yuan squatted on the ground, picking up pebbles to play with, and muttered, getting bullied and not fighting back. If it were me, they would already be dead. Death was extremely simple in Hua Yuan's eyes. Shen Wenlin frowned as he looked over. Hua Yuan gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. A combination of innocence and cruelty. Those innocent eyes conveyed the message that doing so was only natural. Conversely, not doing it would be what felt confusing. Hua Huai pulled Shen Wenlin's attention back. Don't mind him, he's legally illiterate. If he does anything wrong in the future, you can discipline him directly. Don't hold back. Hua Yuan was unconvinced. Why? Hua Huai righteously declared, if you do something wrong, you should be disciplined. If you don't want to be disciplined, then don't do bad things. Hua Yuan was intimidated by her, he always felt wary of her and barely dared to breathe in her presence. He scratched the ground twice with the pebble, though it was unclear if he had taken the words to heart. Hua Huai withdrew her gaze, pondered Shen Wenlin's words, and analyzed. Brother Yao's father probably truly didn't know about this, otherwise there would have been no need for subsequent compensation. When Brother Yao returned to the Shu family, Madame Shu and Shu Jiazhen's interests were harmed, giving them a very reasonable motive. About to make a dangerous statement, she hesitated slightly. I even suspect the authenticity of that car accident being an accident. Shen Wenlin lowered his voice significantly, cupped his hand over his mouth, and squatted down to talk to her. Brother Yao suspected the same thing. But after investigation, the result was an accident. Since no evidence could be found, he could only vent his anger outwardly. Shu Wenyao had stood behind them at some point, and he asked faintly, "What are you two talking about?" Hua Huai and Shen Wenlin both stiffened. Shen Wenlin gave a dry laugh, nothing. I was just chatting with little Hua Huai about having a gathering. It's been a long time since our guild had a collective meal. Shu Wenyao raised an eyebrow slightly, showing no trace of his earlier fury. Alright, you arrange this gathering. Just send me the time and location when you decide. Shen Wenlin nodded. Understood, Brother Yao. Hua Huai had thought it was just a way to change the subject, but unexpectedly, not long after returning to the apartment, Shen Wenlin actually sent a mass message to all guild members with the time and location of the gathering. The location was a 5-star hotel, and the time was set for 1 week later. Suddenly feeling thirsty, Hua Huai went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. Just as she picked up the cup, a slip of paper floated down. When did a piece of paper get placed here? She didn't remember. Squatting down to pick it up, the content of the note made her expression slightly freeze. One of the S-level player's permissions, the ability to select and enter a designated dungeon. The Demon Guild does not have any S-level players, so this note did not come from a guild member. The only S-level player she knew was Ran Ping. However, Ran Ping had no reason to know that she wished to enter the sinful Deep Mountain dungeon. The meaning of this note was obvious. It wanted her to go find Ran Ping. Hua Huai carefully inspected the apartment but found no suspicious individuals. Everyone living in this building was a member of the Demon Guild, yet this person managed to bypass them and silently enter her apartment. Hua Huai did not keep it to herself. She took a picture of the note and sent it to Shu Wenyao. The embryo he acquired also belonged to the sinful Deep Mountain dungeon, and perhaps the key to its hatching was hidden there. Soon, she received a reply from Shu Wenyao. Received. I will investigate the credibility of this matter. Before receiving Shu Wenyao's investigation results, Hua Huai did not intend to act rashly. Just as she was about to close her mobile phone, a news alert popped up. It turned out to be news about Yang Bin and others being arrested. Yang Bin and the others from the junior high school section were all over 14 years old, and investigations revealed that most of the videos circulating online were true. Their behavior was extremely heinous, having caused their victims to suffer from depression, and some even developed suicidal tendencies. Furthermore, due to widespread condemnation and intense online attention, Yang Bin and the others were sentenced to life imprisonment. With this matter concluded, Hua Huai still had to return to class. For a human, academic qualifications are very important. She would grow up eventually, and the more things she had to rely on, the better. Huayuan's level of education was indescribable, so she simply registered him for school, letting him experience a brand new life. At the same time, Huai set a goal for him: before the next exam, you need to score 60 points. If you succeed, I will give you a reward. If you fail, there will be a punishment. Huayuan would struggle to score 60 points even on a first-grade test paper. He was currently facing a fourth-grade test paper, and he didn't think he could manage it, so he immediately asked, "What's the punishment?" Huai smiled slightly. "I won't tell you beforehand. Unknown punishment is more likely to cause anxiety." Huayuan turned his head and snorted, "If you won't say, then don't. I won't get 60 points anyway." It didn't matter. Once he experienced the punishment, he wouldn't think that way next time. During the day, Huai would summon all the spirits and spirit pets, allowing them to move freely and briefly return to the feeling of being human. Besides this, Huai bought a mobile phone for everyone. With assistance from Wei Shuwei in providing information, they successfully logged onto social software and could use online transactions. This made it easier for Huai to transfer money to them, and they wouldn't have to ask her directly if they needed to buy something. It wasn't that she found it troublesome, but she was afraid they might feel embarrassed. Zhao Ling stared at the numbers on the mobile phone screen. "I will find a way to earn money. I can't keep spending yours." For Zhao Ling, Huai was his younger sister. What kind of older brother asks his sister for money? Affection. As a level B aberration, Zhao Ling's summoning time could last up to 8 hours, so if he wanted to go out and find a job, there was indeed a possibility of finding one. Huai naturally said, "My money is also older brother's money." All of this came from clearing dungeons, and older brother also contributed, so please feel free to use it. Zhang Changchang held her mobile phone, looking at the numbers on it, already thinking about what delicious food she wanted to buy. She rolled around on the sofa and snuggled up to Zhao Ling. "Older brother Zhao Ling, go buy some clothes. Winter clothes aren't suitable for this season." The last time Huai took Zhao Ling shopping was in winter. Now, the spring festival has passed, and it's already spring. Jin Jiayue was scrolling on her mobile phone, not understanding how to use it. Fortunately, Zhao Ling was sitting on the sofa, and she was standing behind the sofa. With a slight turn of her gaze, she could see Zhao Ling's mobile phone screen. She pretended to click skillfully to search, but after a long time, she still couldn't find the correct page. She stiffly pulled up the corners of her mouth, wanting to curse the broken mobile phone. But she forcibly held back. She had to maintain her upbringing. A noble daughter would not use vulgar language. Huai noticed her expression was off and came to her side. "I'll teach you." Her eyes were full of frankness. Huai didn't deliberately ignore her just because she had once disregarded her life. Jin Jiayue hadn't asked proactively, also because she felt there was a considerable distance between them, and she had no standing to ask Huai. She hadn't expected Huai to come to her proactively, offering to clear her doubts. Her heart couldn't help but stir greatly, her 5 fingers unconsciously clenching the mobile phone. After much deliberation, she replied, "Okay." After speaking, she still nervously observed Huai, only seeing her serious expression. She clicked on the corresponding page and said, "Look at the mobile phone, don't look at me." Jin Jiayue responded twice, "Oh, oh." Her gaze returned to the mobile phone screen. Jin Jiayue was very smart, almost to the point of photographic memory. Sometimes, she could even draw inferences from one instance. In just over 10 minutes, Jin Jiayue had a basic understanding of how to use the mobile phone. "Your clothes also need to be changed. Come with us to buy clothes." Although Jin Jiayue always pretended to be calm and composed, she was ultimately not a person from this era and could never fully understand the rules of this era. She needed time to adapt. Huai was acting as her guide. A hint of awkwardness flashed in Jin Jiayue's eyes. She had never made friends. The maid's kindness towards her had always been accompanied by respect. It was a posture of looking up, suppressed by class, always a step below her. Hua Huai was waiting for her response.
She nodded, okay. Hua Yuan popped out from a corner of the sofa. I want to buy clothes too.
Zhao Ling's gaze swept over, and he said mercilessly, spend your own money.
As a player, Hua Yuan's assets were more than enough to buy clothes.
But Zhao Ling deliberately brought it up, which was clearly an exclusionary act. In his eyes, Hua Yuan was an outsider, perhaps even less than an outsider. In this apartment, Hua Yuan scanned everyone.
Aberrations were in the majority, and he couldn't beat any of them. It seemed his only reliance was Hua Huai. No choice. Hua Yuan puffed out his cheeks. I have money. If I spend my own, then I'll spend my own. He didn't have a deep concept of money and wasn't very possessive.
This time, Hua Huai didn't ask Xu Wenyao for help. He was still troubled by the Xu family's affairs and it wasn't appropriate to bother him with such minor matters. Xin Wenlin happened to be idle and volunteered to drive them to the shopping mall. Usually, Xin Wenlin would always gather with Hiyu and Xiaoxingxue, but they were nowhere to be seen today, so Hua Huai casually asked. Xin Wenlin smiled, they're about to enter the next dungeon, so they're probably intensely training at the gym right now.
So that's how it is.
Next, Xin Wenlin acted as the driver, taking the group to the shopping mall. Jin Jiayue was curious about the fast-moving car, her eyes sparkling as she stared out the window. This car was much faster than the carriages of her era. If she could have obtained this car in that era, she could definitely have escaped.
Bustling traffic, towering buildings.
It looked very similar to what was in the horror game world, but it had an added vibrancy of activity, giving a completely different feeling. Jin Jiayue couldn't help but want to linger here, it was truly a dreamlike place. Stepping into the shopping mall, the various glittering and shining decorations almost blinded Jin Jiayue's eyes. Inside the exquisite storefronts, mannequins wearing the latest fashionable clothing were placed in the most conspicuous positions to attract
customers' attention. Xin Wenlin introduced, the clothes in this shopping mall are suitable for your age group.
Looking at the entire row, there wasn't a single adult. As the only adult, Xin Wenlin patted his chest, anything you can't carry, leave it to me. We're out, so we should buy to our heart's content. Zhao Ling was very polite, thank you, older brother Xin, but I can carry them myself. Xin Wenlin was flattered. One must know, the person in front of him was an aberration, and he actually called him older brother Xin. Zhang Changchang hopped and skipped, fearlessly hugging Xin Wenlin's leg. Wow, older brother Xin is so nice, I'll let you carry all of mine. She displayed innocent joy, and Xin Wenlin rubbed her head, saying with a smile, okay. Jin Jiayue watched, tilting her head back, unable to stop herself from imagining if she, at her age, dared to hug a man's leg, she would surely be reprimanded. She stood properly in place, saying very demurely, like Zhao Ling, I can carry my own. These two looked so young, yet why did they exude such a mature aura? In Xin Wenlin's eyes, they were all children. Because their team had both males and females, young and old, they basically visited every single shop.
And after entering, they wouldn't come out empty-handed.
Zhao Ling calmly and composedly carried over a dozen bags. Jin Jiayue had never carried so many things, her hands and arms were full, and she'd drop one every 2 steps, then bend down to pick it up again. Despite this situation, when Xin Wenlin wanted to help, she stubbornly refused, I can do it, no need to help me. Then she'd pick it up, walk 2 steps, and drop it again.
This went on repeatedly, and even Zhao Ling couldn't bear to watch anymore. He questioned, are you really okay? Jin Jiayue was dejected, it seems. I'm not. I've never had to carry so many things, the maids would arrange everything for me in life. Xin Wenlin sighed and held out his hand, give them to me. There's no need to be too eager to change. If you have difficulties, you can directly bring them up, and we will all help you. Warmth, like spring water, flowed into Jin Jiayue's heart. A warmth spread from her heart to her limbs, making her understand what affection was. The affections in the world are not just romantic love, but also familial love and friendship.
As an aberration, she was too defensive, always calculating gains and losses, completely forgetting to look at what was right in front of her. Housework. Although binding Hua Huai was not for the purpose of genuinely helping her. After actually spending time together, Jin Jiayue discovered that Hua Huai treated her no differently than she treated Zhao Ling and the others. Xin Wenlin said he would help her without any additional conditions.
Is this what friendship refers to, people like them?
Jin Jiayue didn't understand, but she silently categorized them under friendship.
She genuinely smiled, thank you, older brother Shen.
Like Zhao Ling, she called Xin Wenlin older brother Shen. Xin Wenlin seemed not to notice her emotional fluctuations and laughed heartily, no need to be polite.
Since you call me older brother, then I naturally have to fulfill my duty as an older brother.
Hua Huai had many clothes and only picked a few fashionable ones to buy, without needing Xin Wenlin's help. Hua Yuan spoke excitedly, but when it came to actually buying things in the store, he became impatient and just picked 2 sets randomly. As they were about to leave the shopping mall, Hua Huai keenly sensed a gaze from the shadows. Instantly, Hua Huai turned her head to look. Within her line of sight, a man in black clothes was choosing children's clothing, chatting with a sales assistant. Having stayed in dungeons for a long time, Hua Huai was very sensitive to being spied on. She was certain that someone had been watching them from the shadows just now. Zhao Ling and the others followed her gaze and also noticed the man.
However, they couldn't detect anything suspicious.
Xin Wenlin understood, let's go back to the guild first.
Sitting in the car, Hua Huai asked, older brother Shen, did you also feel someone spying on us? Zhao Ling's heart tightened, spying? That man just now? Jiang Changchang cursed, spying on us? He must have a death wish.
Let me out of the car, I'll make him understand the consequences of spying on us. Jin Jiayue grabbed her flailing arm, this isn't our world, don't act rashly.
The oddities in the real world are no different from humans. They cannot use their oddity abilities. To confront someone with Jiang Changchang's current body, there's no need to think about who would get beaten. Hua Yuan looked bewildered, why spy on us?
Clearly, Hua Yuan hadn't noticed the man's gaze. Xin Wenlin started the car and said unhurriedly, not spying, but tracking.
They've been following us for a while, I don't know who sent them.
After all, Xin Wenlin's age was a factor, and his life experience was much richer than Hua Huai's. His sensitivity was stronger than Hua Huai's. Although the oddities had spent a long time in dungeons, day after day, the things they experienced were mostly the same. Moreover, they were usually the ones spying on others, so they were naturally clueless about anti-reconnaissance. Xin Wenlin not only sensed it but also gave an assessment, it shouldn't be members of other large guilds, their tracking professionalism isn't strong enough. However, to determine who is behind him, we'll need to investigate. Back at the apartment building, Xin Wenlin helped carry the shopping bags back to the apartment, and during that time, he ran into Gunglingshou.
Talking to someone. Did you also notice someone tracking you today? What the hell? Are they monitoring all our guild members? Xin Wenlin joined the conversation, we ran into it too.
Gunglingshou saw the shopping bags full in his hands and knew where they had been.
She said strangely, even if they're tracking us, making us all notice it, are the people behind them trying to provoke us? Xin Wenlin chuckled, probably not, who would be so arrogant? The Demon Guild can be called one of the 3 major guilds because of its inherent strength. If ordinary guilds did this, they probably wouldn't know how they'd die in a game dungeon.
As for the other 2 major guilds, President Ran would never stoop to such a thing.
Rao Quan, it's hard to say, he's arrogant, and might just have a moment of madness.
Xin Wenlin's previous speculation was based on the premise that the other party wasn't intentionally exposing themselves.
Now, Gunglingshou offered another possibility, making him uneasy.
Unable to make a decision, he said, I'll go talk to the boss later.
Hua Huai raised her hand, I'll go too.
She was a member of the guild, and Xin Wenlin didn't refuse, alright. Hua Huai temporarily left the apartment, entrusting Hua Yuan to Zhao Ling and the others. Hua Yuan was like a rabbit dropped into a wolf's den, immediately becoming incredibly well-behaved.
Wei Shuwei's office.
When Hua Huai and Xin Wenlin arrived, Xu Wenyao was talking with Wei Shuwei. Xu Wenyao had been investigating the matter of S-level player authority for several days, but still had no results.
Currently, Ran Ping was the only S-level player to appear in the public eye.
Wei Shuwei even wanted to break through to S-level himself to help them prove the truth of this matter. According to Wei Shuwei, he was only one A-level dungeon away from S-level. However, it hadn't been many days since his last A-level dungeon, and his wounds had only just fully healed. Making Wei Shuwei reluctantly take such a risk, Hua Huai truly felt bad about it.
She said, President Ran doesn't seem like a bad person. Tomorrow, I'll go ask President Ran. Hua Huai wasn't 100% confident about this.
The S-level player authority seemed very important to Ran Ping.
No, she would have to think of another plan.
That note was indeed meant to lead her to Ran Ping, but no matter how she thought about it, the Bounty Guild people had no reason to attack her. Whether it was a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, one had to venture in to find out.
Wei Shuwei's eyes showed suspicion mixed with surprise. Can he tell you? Hua Huai was honest, I don't know, I'll only know if I ask. Wei Shuwei had a look that said, this child is so naive.
Not wanting to overly dampen the child's confidence, Wei Shuwei said to Xu Wenyao, you go with her tomorrow, lest she gets bullied.
Xu Wenyao nodded in agreement. Wei Shuwei then asked, did you come to find out about the progress of this matter?
Both shook their heads simultaneously, and Shen Wenlin recounted the matter of someone tracking guild members. After listening, Wei Shuwei cast his gaze upon Xu Wenyao. He also understood, immediately stood up, his tall and straight figure exuding a strong sense of pressure.
With a solemn face, he said, this is my family matter, you don't need to worry about it.
Hua Huai and Xin Wenlin exchanged glances, so it was a Xu family matter. It seemed that to resolve this matter, Xu Wenyao would have to return to the Xu family. He strode out of the office with long steps. Hua Huai tugged at Xin Wenlin's sleeve, and Xin Wenlin reacted, quickly saying to Wei Shuwei, boss, we'll be leaving now too. Before Wei Shuwei could nod, the two rushed out of the office. On the way, Hua Huai mumbled, older brother Xin, you know the way to the Xu family, right? Xin Wenlin replied, the Xu family is so big, it's not hard to find.
Just follow me, don't worry.
Following directly behind Brother Yao was too risky, as most guild members had anti-reconnaissance capabilities. It was safer to go straight to the destination. He was more worried about another thing. If Brother Yao finds out, will he resent me? Hua Huai showed her white teeth, smiling brightly, you've known Brother Yao for so long, do you think he's that petty? Insult. Xin Wenlin took Hua Huai on a shortcut to the Xu family, observed the locations of the surveillance cameras at the Xu family villa, chose a blind
spot, and climbed over the wall.
Hua Huai found it a bit difficult to enter the Xu family residence, so Xin Wenlin assisted her, pulling her in. At this time, Xu Wenyao had not yet arrived. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the main gate slowly opened. There was a small garden in the Xu family's backyard, with an ivory-white pavilion situated in it. The pavilion was surrounded by various flowers and green plants, making the place seem like a dreamy fairyland. Today, Xu Jiazhen did not go to the company, specifically waiting in the pavilion for Xu Wenyao to arrive. In his hand, he held a white jade teacup, exquisitely carved with intricate patterns, clearly very valuable.
Dignified, elegant.
These were the two words that immediately flashed through Hua Huai's mind. But before she could look at it for another moment, the teacup was smacked to the ground, shattering into pieces.
Xu Jiazhen, my patience with you has limits. I don't want anything, nor do I want to compete with you. Don't always try to scheme against me.
Xu Wenyao's eyes were filled with frost, clearly expressing his disgust for the person in front of him.
Tea was spilled all over Xu Jiazhen.
He should have been angry, but he forcefully endured it. He took out a handkerchief to wipe away the tea, and slowly said, I sent people to follow them, not to scheme against you.
I just wanted to know what you all usually do.
After these 2 days of investigation, the answer is very clear, you are all doing nothing. All guilds of the horror game, when publicly displayed to uninformed external personnel, appear as normally operating companies. The Demon Guild is no exception, even boasting a scale of nearly 1,000 people. They have no normal clients and do not interact with ordinary people. Generally speaking, no ordinary person would thoroughly investigate an unfamiliar company. You have no proper positions, no client contact, and frequently visit entertainment venues. I really don't know how this company manages to stay afloat.
Because it's not a company at all.
Shu Wenyao curled his lips, not wanting to explain in the slightest.
Does it concern you?
Shu Jiajin put down the handkerchief and stared at Shu Wenyao. Whether it concerns me or not, we'll know in a month.
Shu Wenyao frowned. Know what?
Shu Jiajin gritted his teeth, speaking without politeness. You've sold all your shares.
What funds will you use to support that bunch of good-for-nothings?
It turned out that Shu Jiajin mistakenly believed that all guild members lived by leeching off others.
Hua Huai hid among the green plants and whispered, "Is he looking down on us?"
Xin Wenlin squatted behind her, also lowering his voice, "Yes." Both of them suppressed their anger and did not act rashly. These words made Shu Wenyao laugh.
Anyone who didn't know would think you were concerned about me.
Unexpectedly, Shu Jiajin retorted, "I am concerned about you." Not saying anything would have been better, but saying it made Shu Wenyao's face turn extremely ugly. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. "I cannot bear your concern. Put away your hypocritical kindness, and don't appear before me ever again. I've long stopped wanting the title of the Shu family's young master." Shu Jiajin opened his mouth, but before he could speak, another voice interrupted his words.
"Wan Yao. What brings you home today?" The speaker smiled warmly, dressed in luxurious clothes, adorned with jewelry that exuded nobility.
Approaching 50, her face showed no wrinkles. Her voice was gentle, making her seem very approachable.
"You haven't been home in a long time. Your father always says he misses you.
You're not young anymore, it's time to settle down and return to your career. With Ajin supporting the group all by himself, I truly fear he'll overwork himself. How wonderful it would be if you were there to assist him. Brothers should work together with one heart."
On the surface, Yin Anchuan was expressing concern for Shu Wenyao.
In reality, her words, both direct and implied, conveyed one message: the Shu group belonged to Shu Jiajin, and even if he returned to the company,
he could only be a subordinate.
To say such words, she probably didn't know that Shu Wenyao had already sold his shares. Otherwise, her words would have to change.
Without responding to Yin Anchuan, Shu Wenyao glanced at Shu Jiajin. "Didn't you tell them?"
Not only did he not tell them, but he deliberately concealed it. The Shu group was not a small company, such a major upheaval couldn't have gone completely unnoticed.
He realized that he somewhat couldn't understand Shu Jiajin anymore. Yin Anchuan was confused and turned her gaze to Shu Jiajin. "What didn't you tell us?"
Shu Jiajin smiled and came to her side. "Mom, it's nothing."
Yin Anchuan looked suspicious. "I'm telling you, you can't hide things from your mother.
Your mother is the closest person to you." Shu Jiajin held her arm, speaking softly and coquettishly. "It's really nothing."
"Do you believe him and not me?"
He had a way with words. Even if Yin Anchuan had doubts, she couldn't trust an outsider and suspect her own son. Yin Anchuan was coaxed into a wide smile. "Of course I believe you." Before she could finish, Shu Wenyao's raised voice interrupted her. "I've sold all my shares. From now on, I won't take a single cent from your Shu family, and I don't want to be a member of your Shu family."
He glanced at Yin Anchuan. "Control your son, and don't disturb me." With that, Shu Wenyao prepared to leave.
A hint of triumph flashed in Yin Anchuan's eyes, and she slightly raised her head. Indeed, a child born of a has no manners. A dog raised at home for 2 years still knows to respect its owner. You're such a grown man, can't you even respect your elders? These words were truly severe, not only insulting a deceased person but also comparing Shu Wenyao to a dog. The two hidden in the green plants felt their anger surge. Shu Wenyao's rage reached the brink of being uncontrollable. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. "What did you say?" Yin Anchuan was not afraid in the slightest and sneered. "I said, your mother is a. And you are worse than a dog." In an instant, Shu Wenyao's eyes turned red, like a helpless child desperate to vent his anger. He was a scoundrel, there was no saying he wouldn't hit women. Since Yin Anshuan was asking for a beating, he would grant her wish. As he raised his fist, Yin Anshuan raised her voice, someone. At the same time, she took 2 steps back. Shu Jiazhen blocked her, his eyes full of helplessness. Wait, my mom speaks without thinking. You need to calm down first. Calm down? He couldn't calm down now. Insulting him was one thing, but why insult his mother? Every memory of his mother was exquisitely delicate. She was a gentle mother who had never even spoken a harsh word to him. He could never believe that such a mother was the indecent woman those people spoke of. Family. His mother never once spoke of it while she was alive. Shu Wenyao didn't dare ask, afraid of hurting her. In the end, his mother could speak no more, and he still had no idea what had happened that year. Even if his mother had truly done something wrong, she had already paid for it with her life. Yin Anshuan insulted his mother, absolutely unforgivable. The servants hurried over at the commotion, but they were far too slow to match Shu Wenyao's speed. Shu Jiazhen was close to Yin Anshuan, but he couldn't fight. Apart from standing there as a punching bag, he was useless. Shu Wenyao was furious at them both. Since Shu Jiazhen blocked the way, he'd beat him up too. Yin Anshuan never expected Shu Wenyao's martial arts to be so fierce. After Shu Jiazhen took 2 hits, the servants finally arrived. A dozen servants couldn't restrain one Shu Wenyao, all were flung to the ground. Those crimson-rimmed eyes locked on their prey like a beast's, fierce with hidden cruelty and a trace of barely perceptible grief. He swung his fist, putting every ounce of strength into it. Yin Anshuan's breath caught, she could feel the powerful wind of that blow. With danger right in front of her, she shut her eyes in fear. Ugh! A muffled grunt. With a heavy thud, Shu Jiazhen crashed to the floor, blood streaming from his nose, his vision blurring. Still, he forced out a sentence, "Mom, say less." Feeling it wasn't enough, he added, "I can't stop him." Shu Jiazhen pressed a hand to his nose, blood seeped between his fingers as he fought to stay conscious. Turning to Shu Wenyao, he said, "I apologize for my mother. Please stop." Yin Anshuan helped Shu Jiazhen up, her gaze drifting into the distance. "Why apologize? I said nothing wrong. That shameless woman seduced a married man. Then secretly bore a child, probably scheming to use the baby to grab family assets." Even under Shu Wenyao's rage, Yin Anshuan kept piling on the hatred. Shu Jiazhen and the servants were clearly outmatched. Following Yin Anshuan's glance. "Watch your back!" Hua Huai and Shen Wenlin burst from the greenery, shouting a warning. The Shu family employed more than ordinary servants, there were black-clad bodyguards trained to the harshest standards. Hearing the uproar, they arrived. Alone, Shu Wenyao would struggle to escape unscathed. Yin Anshuan's taunts aimed to keep him from noticing their approach. Blinded by fury, Shu Wenyao never sensed the bodyguard's arrival. Normally, he'd never lose control like this. But anything concerning his mother made calm impossible. Now, hearing Hua Huai and Shen Wenlin's voices, Shu Wenyao snapped back to his senses. Behind him, a guard swung a club with enough force to shatter ribs. Shu Wenyao dodged and exchanged 2 quick moves with the black-clad guard. Hua Huai and Shen Wenlin exchanged glances, drew the weapons they carried, and jumped straight into the fray. Honestly, Hua Huai had never fought a human outside the realm of the supernatural. Barred from using her eerie powers, she reflexively made several useless feints. The bodyguard hadn't expected such agility from a child, her moves felt battle-honed. Not flashy showmanship, but life-and-death experience. Her technique was nearly flawless, only the occasional fake-out left the bodyguard baffled. He actually mirrored her, expecting hidden projectiles that never came. When nothing happened, a bead of cold sweat rolled down his temple. He'd been toyed with by a kid. A grown man, outplayed by a child, how humiliating. Over with Shen Wenlin and Shu Wenyao, things looked more conventional. Though the bodyguards were numerous, the 2 veterans wore them down. After half an hour, the guards were exhausted and floored one by one. Shu Jiazhen stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene. Was he seeing things?
all of them could fight like that?
A few days earlier, when Shu Wenyao visited the Demon Guild, he had 2 children with him, this girl was one. She'd looked frail and unremarkable, so short he'd paid her no mind.
Yet at her age, overpowering grown bodyguards? That was anything but normal.
Shu Wenyao stepped up and leaned in, eyes locking with Yin Anshuan's.
Sooner or later, I'll find the proof. He didn't specify what proof. But he knew they'd understand.
Yin Anshuan's gaze flickered.
I don't know what you're talking about. Leave my house at once.
Her mouth stayed defiant, even with no leverage, she kept her haughty tone.
Shu Wenyao snorted a cold laugh and said no more.
He left the Shu residence and sat in the car.
Only then did he ask, why were you hiding there? Xin Wenlin chuckled, we were worried about you, brother Yao. Shu Wenyao fell silent, inhaled slowly, and let the breath out. This is my family matter, I don't want you getting involved.
Hua Huai looked at him and said plainly, if we hadn't come, you'd have been beaten. Brother Yao, we see you as family, your family business is ours.
Shen Wenlin nodded eagerly. Right, we're brother Yao's family. Whatever concerns brother Yao concerns us.
We wanted to help long ago, but you'd finally climbed out of your grief and acted so normal we thought you were over it.
If it was over, we didn't dare bring it up.
Now that we know the hurdle's still there, of course we won't let you face it alone.
Shin Wenlin thumped his chest. That's what family's for, walking together. Shu Wenyao's eyes grew moist, ever since they'd burst from the greenery he'd wanted to cry.
In the Shu house, with people he loathed watching, he wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Now, his nose stung and the tears nearly spilled. He blinked hard, forcing the tears back. Voice hoarse, he said, thank you. His throat worked for a while. He exhaled as though releasing foul air trapped inside. I don't know where to begin, so I'll start from the start. From birth until I turned 16, I was a child without a father. When I was little, I'd ask my mother why everyone else had a dad and I didn't. She'd smile gently, ruffle my hair, and tell me it was better this way.
Mother and child. Hua Huai couldn't tell whether it was good news or bad.
Xin Wenlin clung to the back of the seat, his face full of shock. Usually, when a child has no father, the mother blames herself for failing to give the child a complete family. To show no sorrow and even call it a good thing was truly rare. Mother told me not every father is a good father, some men don't deserve the title. The word father so often pairs with ugly ones like alcoholism and violence. Without a father, we don't risk any of that.
Mother asked me, isn't our life now good enough?
Though we were poor, my heart was full of warmth and joy. Whenever Shu Wenyao recalled the past, his chest tightened and he could barely breathe.
He clenched his teeth. Whether I had a father or not didn't matter.
The only person who mattered to me was Mother. After that day, I never mentioned the word father again. Everything changed when I turned 16. A man showed up out of nowhere, claiming to be my father. He wore expensive clothes, drove an expensive car, looked imposing. I don't know what he said to my mother, but the woman who'd told me those words suddenly changed her mind and told me to go home with him. I asked why. She said it was for my future, with that man's money I could get the best education. She said she'd been short-sighted and shouldn't keep me stuck in the mire. His heart twisted in agony, Shu Wenyao couldn't hold back his tears, looking utterly broken. Then she knelt and begged me to return to the Shu family. She knew mere words wouldn't move me, so she used that method, leaving me no way to refuse. As she wished, I came to the Shu home.
Inanchuan showed no disgust, instead she praised me as a good boy. Shu Jiazhen's loathing, however, was undisguised, constant barbed remarks, eyes telling me I didn't belong. Since it was our first meeting, I thought he was the only one who rejected me. Over the next 2 years Shu Jiazhen gradually softened, acting like a real big brother, creating an illusion of harmony. I call it an illusion because, with time, I noticed Yin Anshuan wasn't as agreeable as she seemed. Whenever important Shu decisions arose, she always shut me out. The day everything snapped was the morning after my mother's car crash. In the pouring rain I raged,
and Inanchuan coldly sneered, "Why didn't that take you too?" At that moment I felt plunged into ice, a biting chill to the bone. Hua Huai and Xin Wenlin both caught the sinister undertone. Inanchuan's words sounded like a victor's taunt. No wonder Xu Wenyao suspected the crash wasn't an accident. Inanchuan was so sure a mere ant couldn't rock her boat that she couldn't hide her. Triumph. The Xu family offered no support, they insisted it was an accident. Most elders in the guild know I first touched the horror game that day. In my very first dungeon I met the boss, giving me a chance to join the demon guild. Back then the boss was only a B-level player and couldn't choose dungeon tiers. The demon guild had just been founded, guilds sprouted everywhere vying to lead a chaotic era. The demon guild needed funds and connections to stand firm. And those were things I could provide. Xin Wenlin had told Hua Huai that after the incident Xu Wenyao's father handed him 10% of the group's shares. The Xu group is vast, those shares were worth a fortune and could achieve much. Without prior connections, that money plus the title of young Xu master easily opened doors. Of course, reward follows effort. In return, the Demon Guild covered my investigations, keeping the Xu family in the dark so I wouldn't alert the enemy. I checked every lead I could think of, nothing, not a trace. I almost believed I'd imagined it until the one behind it tried to kill me again. Tempered by dungeons, Xu Wenyao was no longer the green boy others saw. Nowhere reveals human malice more clearly than inside a dungeon. The one behind wanted both my mother and me dead, the only ones to profit were that mother and son pair in the Xu family. Yet lacking proof, he couldn't bring them to justice. Xin Wenlin burned with anger. They've done this plenty, they won't leave easy evidence. 3 years have passed, finding proof now is even harder. Back then, too young, Xu Wenyao didn't even know how to gather evidence. Once the best moment passed, time washed away whatever proof might have existed. An idea flashed through Hua Huai's mind. Try my way. Because of Xu Wenyao's story, Hua Huai postponed her plan to visit the Bounty Guild and find Ran Ping. That night, in the Xu family villa. After her shower, Inanchuan stepped out of the bathroom to find the house in darkness. She called for the maid, no answer, as if she were alone in the vast villa. Impatient, she frowned. What's going on? She couldn't just stand there, she set off to find the light switch. Groping the wall, where she thought the switch should be, her hand touched hair. The instant she realized, Inanchuan recoiled as if shocked. Who's there? Silence, no reply. She backed away, tripped over something, and crashed to the floor with a clang. Right in front of her, a photo under the bed glowed with an eerie light. A closer look sent chills down her spine. Ah! Inanchuan screamed, her soul seeming to flee her body, cold sweat drenching her. It was a photo of the woman who had died 3 years ago. The ghostly light made that face horrifying. In the picture, the woman's mouth slowly curved into an eerie grin. Scrambling to her feet, Inanchuan fled the room in utter panic. The villa had floor-to-ceiling windows everywhere. In her haste she glimpsed a white shape drifting past outside an uncurtained pane. See ghosts. This was the 3rd floor. The white fluttered in the moonlight. Inanchuan made out a dress. The very dress that woman had loved to wear while she was alive. Inanchuan had mocked her for it more than once. White every day, think you're some pure white lotus. Playing the delicate victim to hook men, how cheap. Her legs shook. She was an atheist who believed ghosts couldn't exist. But the scene before her shattered that belief. When the white figure outside the window turned, its death-pale face sent her heart into arrest. Darkness swallowed her and she fainted. At the same moment, in the CEO's office of the Xu Group. Outside the sky was pitch black, yet the Xu Group tower blazed with lights. Staff were far from off-duty. Xu Jiaozhen had fallen behind during the day and returned at night to catch up. He just finished dinner and was about to sign documents. Suddenly the office lights flickered as if the wiring were faulty. Everyone stopped. Someone rang for an electrician. In one flicker, a photograph appeared on his desk. The woman in it wore a white dress, her face the pure, first-love beauty people always describe. But this was unmistakably a photo of a dead person. A moment earlier the spot had been empty.
No one had entered. How had the photo materialized?
The woman in the frame seemed to meet his eyes, vivid as the living.
Ridiculous, had overwork finally broken his brain? The desk phone rang, he lifted it. Hello? Static crackled, then a woman's voice emerged. Jajin, is my son doing well in the Shu family?
He glanced at the handset, the display showed only scrambled glyphs, no digits. His gaze flicked to the photo, breath quickened, palms slick with sweat.
No way. He was taking a call from the other world.
Shu Wenyao was not doing well in the Shu family, he'd barely returned in recent years. Telling a dead soul such a truth was too cruel.
He's doing fine.
Perhaps the kind lie could give her peace. But lies remain lies, the voice turned harsh and grating.
You are lying.
Clenched with hatred. You still plan to kill my son, don't you?
The final note stretched, ear-splitting. My son never wanted to fight you for anything. Why kill me and still want to kill him?
The surroundings chilled, Shu Jajin shivered, gripping the phone, lost for words.
Doors and windows rattled as if in fury. He hastily said, that won't happen again, I promise you.
The voice was unmoved. Why should I trust your word?
Could you stop your own mother?
Laughter burst from the receiver, low at first, then wild, hair-raising.
Shu Jajin forced down his fear. I'll do everything I can. The voice drew out a long O.
On the glass wall facing the corridor, a bloody handprint slapped into view. His hand jerked, the phone crashed to the floor. Eyes wide, he stared at the crimson print. Did ghosts truly exist? If it could find him, it could certainly find his mother. When the call ended, the light steadied, most staff stayed calmly at their posts as he left. To them, the electrician had simply fixed the fault. In the stairwell, Gung Lingxiu hugged her computer and said into her phone, Team 2, pack up, he's likely heading back to the Shu family. Outside the Shu mansion, Shen Wenlin reeled in his drone and replied, Team 1 also packing up, regroup at the guild. Every member of the Demon Guild was a horror game player, faking hauntings was child's play. They had recorded both Yin Anshuan's and Shu Jiaxin's terror on video. The group crowded round one computer to watch the two clips. When it ended, they scattered to find seats.
Gung Lingxiu analyzed, from Shu Jiaxin's reaction, Yin Anshuan is the likelier mastermind. Next 2 days we focus on her.
She looked at Shu Wenyao.
Brother Yao, give us the details again. With the guild's help the job was twice as easy. Far better than fighting alone.
Shu Wenyao felt a warmth he'd never known, the return of a home.
Over the next 2 nights the horror in Yin Anshuan's eyes escalated.
Dripping blood, eerie sounds, she nearly broke under the torment. Inside her head a voice kept wailing, demanding her life in payment. By daylight every terror vanished. Night became another world, demons circling with no escape.
Where was Shu Jiaxin? Why wasn't he beside her?
Or had she truly crossed into a world where he didn't exist? Debts must be paid in blood, ha ha ha.
Yin Anshuan, it's time you join me below. She trembled, tears streaming, something snapped and she shrieked, I didn't do it. If you want revenge, you've got the wrong person.
The unexpected answer made the observers behind the screen exchange glances.
They framed the next line, if not you, then your son?
To save yourself you'd sell out your own child.
She cut them off. Who says it was my son? Look for Shu Hanshua, he's the real culprit.
Have you forgotten? How you conceived this child, he was never a good man. The watchers were stunned, even Shu Wenyao had no idea what had happened then. Luckily they didn't need to prompt her, she kept talking. Because of your face he obsessed over you, got you drunk on purpose and took what he wanted. His power let him cover most of the crime. But once he possessed you, he tossed you aside like trash, treating you as nothing more than an object.
Doing good.
In front of outsiders he's a hypocrite, forever striking the pose of a moral paragon. In this house, the one who really has the final say has never been me. In front of the screen, Xu Wenyao clenched his fists so hard his nails cut into his palms. No wonder his mother had never felt the slightest attachment to that man. The first time he'd asked he'd sensed the pain in her eyes. Even so, she had spoken to him in that gentle voice of hers. Had she ever hated him, remembering he carried that man's blood? But no, his mother had been gentle, teaching him everything about how to be a decent person. In Anchuan's emotions snapped, she offered nothing more. Xu Wenyao took the voice changer and challenged, "That still doesn't prove he wants me dead." In Anchuan shivered, glancing round the empty darkness. She couldn't see a single shadow. Terror made her spill everything. That day, passing the study, I heard him on the phone. A few words sparked my jealousy. Later, while he slept, I secretly copied the call log. I thought he was rekindling things with you, planning some surprise. Next morning he told Asian and me there was a banquet we had to attend. He didn't take Xu Wenyao. I figured a bastard had no place at a formal event. He must have considered that. When the news reported the crash, I realized jealousy had made me ignore the crucial point. To him you're a stain on his life. While it stayed hidden he could pretend it never existed. Once exposed, he had to erase it. For that alone, Xu Hanxue was ready to take a life. And still he feigned heartbreak in front of him, acting the helpless husband ruled by his wife. If this was true, Xu Hanxue was absolutely ruthless. Doubts remained. Xu Wenyao recalled what In Anchuan had said to him that rainy day. Then why did you say? Why didn't you take my son too? What did you mean? In Anchuan looked puzzled. She had spoken the sentence in front of Xu Wenyao, with no one else to hear. Or had that woman's spirit been beside him even then? The thought made her shudder. She dared not answer. Until a shrill voice came from every direction. Speak. Sharp, grating. Like a saw tearing at her heart. Only then did she stammer, I don't like you, and I don't like your son. I just, let my tongue run away with me. Her hesitation showed she was her husband's equal. Condemn him in words, do nothing in deed, turn a blind eye while he ran wild. She called him a hypocrite yet never exposed him, letting him do as he pleased. Xu Wenyao swallowed his anger and said through the changer, give me the driver's number. In Anchuan took out her mobile phone and recited the digits. The changer's cold voice pressed, after all this time you still keep the driver's contact? In Anchuan hastily explained in fright. Xu Hanxue is ruthless. If he could strike at you, he could strike at me. I had to keep leverage, a way out. Xu Wenyao had that same driver's number, the two matched perfectly. It still didn't make In Anchuan's story 100% true. Yet Xu Wenyao felt the truth was almost within reach. Setting the changer aside, he ordered, make me a copy of In Anchuan's voice. Hua Hui could only plan. When it came to action she was useless. These 2 days she'd grabbed Hua Yuan and tried to cram knowledge into his head, leaving him wilted and miserable. When had Hua Yuan ever suffered like this? 2 pages in and he was nodding off. Zhao Ling exuded a chill that promised trouble if he dared stop reading. With a ghost beside him, Hua Yuan stayed alert no matter how sleepy, forcing his eyes open to stuff knowledge in. That day Xiang Lu brought a book, the 3-character classic. He needs to learn how to be a decent person. This book is perfect, she declared. Zhao Ling opened it and placed it in front of Hua Yuan. Read. The book was the fully pinyin edition. Hua Yuan faltered, at man's beginning, what root what? Zhao Ling corrected, nature is good. Hua Yuan swallowed. At man's beginning, nature is good. After a pause, what does that mean? Zhao Ling, a high schooler, found it easy. It means people are born good. Hua Yuan frowned. People are born good? But I don't remember what I was like when I was born. Xiang Lu chuckled. Hardly anyone remembers being that young. You need to know what goodness is, why you should be good, and whether you choose to be good. In truth, Hua Yuan had no concept of kindness. He didn't even realize his past acts were evil. Everything he did came from pure impulse. He didn't understand, but nodded. Oh. Whether he'd absorbed it or not, he moved to the next line. Nature something something, habit something something. Zhao Ling corrected again, natures are alike, habits diverge.
Xiang Lu noticed that the character for nature he hadn't forgotten after Zhao Ling's first correction. He wasn't slow-witted, he simply hadn't tried to learn. Hua Yuan looked blank. What does that mean?
Zhao Ling swallowed his irritation, he felt like a teacher now.
People are born much the same, different upbringings and education set them apart. You're someone who's never had proper schooling, plus you mixed with a bad crowd, monkey see, monkey do, copying every rotten thing. Jiang Chongchang clapped. Wow!
Well said, brother Zhao Ling. Hua Yuan felt aggrieved, if anyone else had said it, blood would already be flowing.
And with a cheerleader to boot, he felt utterly useless, unable to read, unable to beat anyone. Turn grief into strength.
He wasn't useless, he would become formidable. One day he'd make them all look at him with new eyes. Head down, he kept reading, never again mentioning sleepiness. Hua Huai had set an alarm, Zhao Ling's supervision was capped at 4 hours. When it rang, Hua Huai popped her head into the study.
Big brother, my turn. Zhao Ling could appear only 8 hours a day, Hua Huai wasn't going to let him spend it all watching Hua Yuan. As a human you need time to play and enjoy yourself. That's the real joy of being human.
Evil spirits. Hua Huai and Zhao Ling swapped places, and to her surprise Hua Yuan was studying on his own without any prompting.
Whenever he ran into something he didn't understand, he even knew to look it up on his mobile phone. She had no idea how long they'd been there when Hua Yuan finally spoke without lifting his head, voice low, "Do you hate me?" Hua Huai's heart skipped. Oh? You still care about that? Startled by his own question, Hua Yuan instantly denied it. I don't care.
Hua Huai curved her lips.
Then I won't answer. When you do care, I'll reply.
Hua Yuan puffed his cheeks and gave a cold harumph.
Fine, don't answer, like he was desperate to hear it.
After that the room fell silent. Hua Huai's thoughts drifted. Following last night's operation, Xu Wenyao had left the city this morning with Shen Wenlin and Geng Lingxiu. Apparently Xu Wenyao's father, the man called Xu Hanxue, was on a business trip in another city and couldn't return anytime soon. So Xu Wenyao had to take the team himself. She hoped that this time he could uncover the truth and settle the matter that weighed on his heart. Outside the city, a 5-star resort hotel. Nothing in life is more pleasurable than eating, drinking, and being merry. A man stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Passing an antique gramophone, he casually slipped a disc onto the platter. Then he settled onto a lounger, poured himself a glass of red wine, and swirled it gently. Utterly relaxed and content. The vintage song was about to flow forth when, maddeningly, the sound began to skip. Without turning, he reached toward the nightstand for his mobile phone to call hotel service. Instead of the phone, his hand met something wet. He drew his palm back and saw it coated in thick, scarlet blood. Just then the skipping stopped and a woman's voice drifted from the gramophone, eerie and laden with resentment. The recording sounded old, yet oddly familiar. It seemed to be that woman's voice. Terror shortened his breath. Before he could puzzle out the disc, Yin Anshuan's recording poured into his ears. Every word laid bare his crimes. The wineglass slipped from his fingers and shattered unnoticed, cold sweat soaked him. He shouted, "Who's playing ghost tricks?" A woman's laughter sounded outside the door. He sprang up, yanked it open. The laughter faded, the corridor was pitch black. Hotel hallways are lit round the clock, lights don't just go out. Could this really be a supernatural event? He refused to believe it. Tonight he'd catch this ghost if it killed him. Drawn by the laughter to an open balcony, he picked up the source, a recorder. As expected, someone was staging a haunting. The thought had barely formed when the balcony door slammed shut behind him. He spun around too late. He pounded the thick glass. "Do you know who I am? How dare you mess with me?" Silence answered him. Early spring still carried a biting chill. Inside, the room had heating, outside he wore only a towel. After minutes in the wind he shivered uncontrollably. At first he yelled, hearing no reply, he huddled on the balcony, teeth chattering, sanity fraying. Whether from cold or delirium, he saw a figure in a white dress drifting above, slowly turning to reveal a face that should never appear before him.
Again. Because it belonged to a dead woman.
Blood streaked the face, wounds from that car crash, exact in every detail. The apparition floated closer.
Why did you kill me?
He scrambled backward, clawing at the wall, but there was nowhere to go. A strangled ah escaped him.
Am I freezing to death? He muttered, have you come to take me away? Have you come for revenge?
Suddenly he lunged, grabbing the figure's head.
Ghosts don't have solid bodies, how could I catch you?
With a crash he slammed it to the floor.
No face, no person, none of it's real. It was all fake. Just an illusion wrought by panic and bitter cold. Projection tech, drones, a few items, did they think he was a clueless child?
Shu Wenyao lowered his eyes as the screen went black, though the sound still came through.
He had never seen Shu Hanshue like this before.
Yin Anshuan's credibility rose several notches.
Gung Lingxiu frowned.
He's tougher than that mother and son pair, he doesn't buy supernatural nonsense. Xin Wenlin asked, then our items were wasted.
What now? Shu Wenyao strode out.
I'll pay him a personal visit.
We've seen enough.
Shu Hanshue had spoken of revenge.
If he wasn't responsible for that incident, why claim someone had come for vengeance?
The hallway lights came back on as Shu Wenyao approached at an unhurried pace. A huge glass door separated the balcony from the corridor, curtains hung on the hallway side, nothing on the outer side.
Now the inner curtain was drawn, Shu Hanshue couldn't see into the corridor.
Yet he could sense the lights had returned.
He pounded the glass. Somebody, help! I'm trapped on the balcony.
Footsteps halted outside. Encouraged, he shouted, open the door, I'm freezing. The curtain stirred, a cold laugh came from the corridor.
Freezing to death sounds perfect. You murdered your son's mother, did you never think your son would find out? So next you sent people to eliminate me, hoping to wipe out the whole route?
One mistake of yours demands 2 lives as payment, quite the bargain.
Shu Hanshue had guessed someone was staging a haunting, but not who.
Events had moved too fast, half an hour on the balcony in the cold had left his mind muddled. Shu Wenyao had always been sharp. He'd deliberately driven Shu Hanshue into this state so he'd slip and leave no room for denial.
Shu Hanshue fought to stay calm. So what, you plan to freeze me to death here?
No sane person would choose to die of exposure on a balcony.
You're still too young to plan things meticulously. If I die here the police will trace it to you, you'll have no backer left.
After all, this door can only be locked from the corridor side. Which meant that if Shu Hanshue died here, it could only be murder.
Obstacles.
Shu Wenyao pulled back the curtains and slammed his palm hard against the glass door, his fingertips white with strain.
So, you admit it, don't you?
Since things had come to this, Shu Hanshue made no effort to hide his disgust for him.
You already made Yin Anshuan speak, what's the point of me denying it now?
I am the young master of the Shu family.
I get whatever I want. What kind of woman can I not obtain?
That woman was cheap, she forced me to use this method. We only had one encounter, and I really didn't expect you to appear. It was inexplicably exposed that you were my son, and the paternity test matched.
I couldn't reject you even if I wanted to.
When I returned home, that woman Yin Anshuan still dared to give me attitude. In the outside world, I have always been a good man and a good husband.
How could that be ruined because of you two mother and son? As a stain, you ought to be erased. Shu Hanshue's first thought after doing something wrong wasn't to correct the mistake, but to double down on it. Or perhaps, he didn't believe he had done anything wrong.
The image of a loving father he usually displayed before Shu Wenyao was nothing but a facade. He loves no one, he only loved himself. Whenever his interests were involved, he would not hesitate to transform into a vengeful spirit demanding a life. Shu Wenyao didn't have much affection for Shu Hanshue,
and since Shu Hanshue had admitted it himself, he didn't need to show mercy. Your scope of understanding is different from mine. I am not a reasonable person. Since you dared to admit it in front of me, prepare to go to hell. The glass door lock opened, and Shu Wenyao stepped onto the balcony. Shu Hanshue tried to seize the opportunity to return to the corridor, but Shu Wenyao dragged him back with one hand and threw him onto the corridor. Railing. Due to inertia, Shu Hanshue nearly flipped over the railing and fell straight off the balcony. This shock instantly sobered Shu Hanshue. He said in disbelief, "Are you trying to kill me here?" Shu Wenyao slowly took out gloves and put them on, after which a folding knife spun in his hand, occasionally making the sound of metal clashing. In a son's body, a father's blood flows to some extent. Since you are so cruel, shouldn't I keep up with you? Shu Wenyao's strength had become so immense that Shu Hanshue had no power to resist him. He was drenched in cold sweat, but that didn't stop the folding knife from plunging into his abdomen. Shu Wenyao deliberately avoided vital areas, aiming to make him suffer more pain. The suffering his mother endured, he wanted him to repay twofold. Shu Wenyao, standing before him, looked exactly like a merciless executioner. Help! Shu Hanshue's bloody palm wiped against the glass door, leaving a glaring streak of blood. That door was still open, but he couldn't get past it. Strange. What is going on? Are there no staff members in the hotel? Such a huge commotion didn't alarm them either. Even if there were no staff members, there must be guests. Facing his confusion, Shu Wenyao said with extreme cruelty, "This hotel was cleared out today, prepared specifically to host you." Shu Hanshue's voice broke. "Cleared out? How can you clear it out?" Shu Wenyao rolled his eyes impatiently. "I already said, our scopes of understanding are different. That doesn't mean your scope of understanding is high, it's quite the opposite. Given the status of the Shu group, they could indeed accomplish many things with money. But countless players were hidden in the dark. They constantly faced threats to their lives, so when a high-level player offered help, they naturally had to cling to this powerful patron." Shu Wenyao toyed with the folding knife. "I'm wearing gloves not to avoid leaving evidence, but because I find your blood disgusting." Shu Hanshue covered his wound and retreated repeatedly. Mad. Truly mad. He didn't understand why Shu Wenyao could be so reckless, he only knew that continuing like this would lead to death. Stab after stab, he wouldn't die, but the blood wouldn't stop flowing. Did Shu Wenyao want him to die from excessive blood loss? The next stab came, and Shu Hanshue had no strength to dodge. He watched the knife descend, only for it to be suddenly caught by a pair of hands. The knife was aimed at the person's face, and blood dripped down the tip. He said tremblingly, "Enough. You can't continue, he will really die." The person who arrived was Shu Jiazhen. He was covered in sweat, breathing heavily, looking like he had rushed up immediately after getting out of the car. Shu Wenyao continued to exert force, his eyes cold. "So what? Go on being your young master, and stop meddling in my affairs. Don't you want the Shu group? If I kill him, the Shu group will completely fall into your hands. Your mother will probably be ecstatic." Shu Jiazhen still didn't let go, and Shu Wenyao finally fixed his gaze on him. The chill around him spread. "Believe it or not, I'll kill you too. None of your family are good people." Shu Jiazhen still insisted on holding on. "I'm not doing this for him, I'm doing it for you. Killing is not a simple matter. Do you want to spend the rest of your life immersed in nightmares, enduring the cleansing of sin? Since he did something wrong, the law will naturally punish him. You shouldn't dirty your hands." On the first night Shu Wenyao and the others took action, Shu Jiazhen rushed back to the Shu family home and found Inanshuan had fainted from extreme shock. The next morning, when Inanshuan brought up the matter, Shu Jiazhen was vague, only telling her she had a nightmare and that nothing terrifying had happened. Unexpectedly, the next day, he was sent away, and Inanshuan saw that bizarre scene again, nearly suffering a mental breakdown. At this point, Shu Jiazhen found it extremely strange.
After searching the room for a while, all the strange items that appeared at night had vanished, and he found nothing. Suspicion arose in his heart, so on the third night, he pretended to leave to see what was going on. Sure enough, the bizarre incident reappeared. This time, he happened upon In Anchuan revealing the truth and paused where he stood. Originally, he also thought his mother was responsible for this matter. His mother often showed jealousy and frequently targeted Xu Wanyao, which he observed entirely. His father always maintained the demeanor of a good person, even deceiving him. Had In Anchuan not spoken, he probably would have believed that father for the rest of his life. The matter of the ghosts was truly suspicious. He had never seen them in the past 20+ years, so why was he seeing them now? After some careful thought, Xu Jiazhen gradually realized the intention. The other party wanted to know who killed Xu Wenyao's mother. Other than Xu Wenyao himself, no one else would be so fixated on this. After getting this answer, what would he do next? Without a doubt, his next step would be to act against Xu Hanxue. That's why he arrived in time to stop Xu Wenyao. Xu Wenyao sneered, "Are you sick? If you're sick, go get treatment, and get lost." He completely disregarded Xu Jiazhen's words and continued to exert force with his hand. Upholding justice even at the cost of one's own family. Xu Jiazhen used all his strength, gritting his teeth and persevering, cold sweat already covering his back. "I know there are excusable reasons for you to become like this, but I want to ask you not to forget your original self. I will resolve the matter of Xu Hanxue for you." After understanding the truth, Xu Jiazhen no longer called that man father. On weekdays, Xu Hanxue was mostly out, and even if he acted well, it still couldn't deepen the relationship between them. His feelings for Xu Hanxue were shallow, completely different from his feelings for In Anchuan. In fact, his feelings for Xu Wenyao were even stronger than for Xu Hanxue. Xu Wenyao was the person he admired and wanted to become. However, that was in the past. Now, with this unruly demeanor, even daring to commit murder, he didn't want to learn from him at all. He didn't give an inch, saying, "Our family wronged you, and we should compensate you." Xu Wenyao looked at him as if he were looking at a monster, saying with apparent interest, "How do you plan to resolve it for me? Can you really bring yourself to do it?" The resolution Xu Jiazhen referred to, of course, wasn't about wielding weapons. "I will make him face legal consequences." Xu Wenyao scoffed, clearly not believing his words. Xu Jiazhen continued, "Do you still remember when you first arrived at the Xu family? At that time, I didn't treat you as a younger brother. I thought you were a manipulative person, trying to snatch my father and making my mother sad. Because of it. It was your actions that slowly changed my perception of you. Now, in my heart, you are my biological younger brother." Your former sunny and cheerful disposition was a sight I had never seen before. I can't just watch my own brother make mistakes. Please stop, okay? So, this was how Xu Jiazhen saw him. His words were earnest, his body trembling, scared to death, yet he still stood firmly in front of him, not moving an inch. After a long standoff, Xu Wenyao suddenly withdrew his strength. "Your words must count. Otherwise, next time it won't just be his life I'll take." Xu Jiazhen relaxed. "Yes, they must count. A life for a life." Xu Hanxue was an adult. Even if handed over to the police, he couldn't change his ultimate fate. The prerequisite was that Xu Jiazhen wasn't lying to him. A child who grew up under two false masks did something unexpected by Xu Wenyao. After treating Xu Hanxue's wounds, Xu Jiazhen personally called the police, performing an act of righteousness over family. The unconscious Xu Hanxue didn't know this. Only when he woke up and was taken away by the police did he understand what had happened. With a face full of disbelief, he said to Xu Jiazhen, "You ungrateful wretch, I've raised you for so many years for nothing." Xu Jiazhen's face showed neither joy nor sorrow as he replied, "Without you, my mother could still afford to raise me." Given the Xu group's status, his wife naturally couldn't be an ordinary person, and raising a child wouldn't cost much. If you didn't want to go in, you shouldn't have done wrong in the first place. It must be said, Xu Jiazhen was a bit of a hypocrite. His first reaction to his mother was to protect her, but for his father, it was completely the opposite.
Companionship truly is very important.
The chairman of the Shu group arrested, and by his own son no less. Such explosive news immediately topped the headlines and dominated trending searches. Within 2 days, with all witnesses present, the previously imprisoned driver recanted, and In Anshuan testified in court, making Shu Hanshu's
sentence a certainty.
On the day of the testimony, In Anshuan cried her eyes out, her gaze constantly drifting towards Shu Jiazhen. It was likely only Shu Jiazhen who could persuade In Anshuan to testify. As the court adjourned, Shu Jiazhen approached Shu Wanyao. "This is what the Shu family owed you, I've returned it to you. Also, the shares that rightfully belong to you, I will draft a new document to transfer them into your name." Recalling the past misunderstanding, where he accused the Demon Guild members of being useless, he explained, "I spoke harshly to you back then because I didn't want you to waste resources on those people. Facts have proven they are worthy, so I won't say more." The shares Shu Jiazhen bought back with heavy funds, he was actually going to return to him.
This person's brain must have been kicked by a donkey.
Shu Wenyao took a long stride.
"Keep them yourself, I don't need them."
During the time Shu Wenyao was dealing with family matters, Hua Yuan ushered in his first exam of the semester. Time was too tight, he had the will, but not the strength. To get a passing grade, he even resorted to cheating, but still didn't get the corresponding score.
The teacher turned a blind eye.
It was said that even if he opened his textbook, he couldn't find the answer on any page. He tried to evoke Hua Huai's sympathy with a pitiful gaze, however, Hua Huai had no sympathy for him. She specifically found a small dark room to serve him. It must be said, the Changxi Quality Education School dungeon wasn't for nothing. She now had some insight into psychological torture. In a completely enclosed environment, without light or entertainment, people's minds tend to overthink, and any subtle sound can stimulate the senses. And when staying in it for a long time, an inexplicable sense of panic increases.
At first, Hua Yuan found it unremarkable. He wasn't afraid of the dark, so what was there to fear about a dark room?
As time passed, he couldn't tell how long it had been. No one spoke to him, and it felt like an entire century. Getting bored, he started counting in his mind. He wanted to count to 10,000, but whenever he counted past 100, his inner restlessness made him forget where he was.
Why isn't it over yet? How much time has actually passed? This dark room confinement was limited to 1 day and 1 night. Hua Yuan couldn't see any light, so he paced anxiously back and forth in the room. He felt so itchy. Were there bugs crawling on him? He couldn't help but scratch, breaking his skin without realizing it. Gradually regretting entering here, he found the door and pounded on it, begging the person outside to let him out. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. There was no one outside the door. Only at mealtime, a bowl of rice was sent through the window. Hua Yuan angrily knocked it over, but never saw a second meal delivered. His stomach rumbled, and the smell of food wafted into his nostrils. All that food was dirty. He couldn't possibly crawl on the ground like a dog and eat dirty food. He gritted his teeth and endured, tears of grievance falling. He had never been so hungry. His stomach cramped violently, making him break out in a cold sweat. But he wasn't a dog. No matter how hungry, he had to endure. Just get through 1 day. Tomorrow, he could get out. Could he really get out? Could Hua Huai keep her word? Hua Yuan thought dully, this dark room was in a remote location. Even if he died here, no one might ever find out. Hua Huai didn't like him, so she must have deliberately set an impossible task for him, so he would starve to death here. The more uncomfortable he felt, the more he thought of the worst. He bit his own wrist, the pain clearing his mind a little. Grasp. By the next morning, the door to the small dark room opened punctually. Suddenly sensing the light, Hua Yuan squinted slightly and raised a hand to shield his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed. He thought this door would never open again. The light revealed the torment Hua Yuan had suffered yesterday. His patience had always been poor. Locked in the small dark room, his reaction was much more intense than others. The scratches on his body and the teeth marks on his wrists were all evidence. Seeing Hua Yuan's face was clouded with gloom. He quickly stood up, intending to attack Hua. However, he overestimated his own abilities. Before his hand could reach Hua, she took a large step forward, grabbed his arm, and slammed him onto the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Dust rose around them as Hua Yuan fell, scattering tiny white specks in the light. Hua Yuan let out a muffled groan, the pain causing his brows to furrow tightly. Hua, however, wasn't going to let him off, and she said condescendingly, "Come on, try again." Hua Yuan had never seen this move from Hua before. Usually, the opponents Hua encountered were much larger than her, making this move useless against them, but it was perfect for him. Hua was using him as a training item. Realizing this, Hua Yuan felt even more wronged. He lay on the ground, refusing to get up, looking ready to throw a tantrum. Hua chuckled lightly, "You don't want to leave this place? Fine, how about staying locked up for another day?" Humph. Hua Yuan's eyes widened into perfect circles. Ignoring everything else, he scrambled up. "No. I want out." How could she not take control of him? Hua replied calmly, "Oh, then let's go." Returning to the Demon Guild, Hua saw Xin Wenlin and the others had returned. It seemed they had resolved the matter concerning Xu Wenyao. Xin Wenlin poked his head in. "Little Hua, we haven't seen you for days. Did you miss us?" Hua chimed in with a grin, "Yes, of course I missed you." Xin Wenlin rubbed the top of her head, "Such a good girl, you're too cooperative." Hua didn't see Xu Wenyao, so she glanced inside and asked, "Where is Brother Yao?" Xin Wenlin replied, "He went to pay respects to his mother. He asked me to tell you that if you have time tomorrow, he wants to go with you to the Bounty Guild to see President Ran Ping." Even in this situation, Xu Wenyao still hadn't forgotten the promise he made to Wei Shuwei. Hua nodded and said, "Okay, I have time tomorrow." Knowledge acquired at school was quite limited. To survive better in the dungeon, extracurricular knowledge was indispensable. Especially the dungeon information in the reading room. Hua went there every day to see if anything new had been added. The answer was, not today. As a major guild, the Bounty Guild had branches in various cities, but only one headquarters. Unlike the Bloodhunt Guild, which was hidden, it stood conspicuously as a large building in the city, making it very easy to find. It was Hua's first time visiting the Bounty Guild, and her eyes lit up as she looked at the building before her. This magnificent and well-designed building gave off an unapproachable feeling. People came and went through the building's main entrance, making the guild appear highly organized, almost like a genuine company. Upon entering the building, the first thing that came into view was a reception desk, where several women in professional attire stood. One of them stopped them and asked, "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" The receptionist wasn't sure if the two who had arrived unannounced were players or ordinary people. Xu Wenyao knew the rules regarding this, so he immediately introduced himself, "Xu Wenyao and Hua of the Demon Guild, here to see President Ran Ping. Please inform him." The receptionist didn't recognize Hua, but she had heard of Xu Wenyao, the rumored second-in-command of the Demon Guild. In reality, not long ago, his player level was inferior to Chao Qixing's in their guild. The receptionist's gaze involuntarily carried a hint of disdain. "Fine, wait here." Even Hua noticed that this perfunctory attitude was wrong. Xu Wenyao, on the other hand, held back and didn't lose his temper on the spot. This was the Bounty Guild's territory. Causing trouble on someone else's turf might result in them being forced to stay here. Moreover, they had a very important matter to discuss with Ran Ping. Xu Wenyao held back, but Hua did not. While the receptionist was dialing the phone, Hua stood on her tiptoes, snatched the phone, and smashed it on the ground, creating a considerable commotion. Immediately, the people coming and going stopped and gathered toward them. The hand Xu Wenyao stretched out ultimately failed to stop Hua. She looked up at the receptionist. "Go on, tell me, what kind of look was that just now?" The receptionist felt annoyed and spoke carelessly. "I looked down on you." She sneered. "What's wrong?" Should people look up to you? What are members of the Demon Guild doing at our Bounty Guild? Do we usually have any dealings with you? Many people in the crowd rolled up their sleeves and said aloud, "Is the Demon Guild crazy? Sending people to cause trouble at our Bounty Guild? They should know their place."
Despite her small stature, Hua Huai's eyes gathered a chilling frost, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly.
Among players, we should speak with strength, shouldn't we? If your strength is inferior to mine, why do you look down on me?
At such a young age, she struck a completely arrogant pose, and her words were utterly unrestrained.
The receptionist laughed in disbelief. "What? You want to fight me?"
She scanned the child, who didn't even reach her shoulder.
"You?"
Hua Huai confirmed, "Just me." The receptionist wasn't prepared to fight her and completely dismissed her words.
"Even if I beat you, it wouldn't be a fair victory."
Her gaze skipped past Hua Huai and landed on Shu Wenyao, her lips pressed together. No, she couldn't beat him. The premise for looking down on Shu Wenyao was that she had the Bounty Guild backing her. Without the Bounty Guild, she was merely a D-level player.
Observing the receptionist's expression, it seemed she wouldn't willingly fight Hua Huai. Remaining in this stalemate was quite disadvantageous for them.
Hua Huai sneered, "You might not even win." A dagger was tossed up in her hand. Hua Huai leaped, kicking the dagger out with her toe while airborne. The strength from her foot was greater than her hands. The dagger was thrown incredibly fast, pinning itself behind the receptionist in the blink of an eye, severing a strand of black hair from her neck. The onlookers gasped sharply, "What the hell, her speed is so fast." The receptionist numbly turned her gaze backward, then looked at the severed hair on the ground. Cold sweat immediately broke out, and her hands and feet went numb. If that dagger had been slightly off target, she would have gone straight to heaven.
A rope was tied to the end of the dagger.
Hua Huai pulled it, and the dagger returned to her hand.
This dagger wasn't as useful as the rib bone dagger item.
However, it was more than enough for self-defense. To avoid injuring herself, the receptionist quickly retreated a few steps as Hua Huai retrieved the dagger, her heart still pounding. Suddenly, someone pointed at Hua Huai and said, "It's rare to see such a young player in the horror game."
This is the little girl who defeated Yang Shou at the players' banquet that day. New S-class.
One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Most players were not qualified to attend that player banquet, but they still heard about the highlights of the feast from those who had attended. The onlookers exchanged glances. Someone recalled the details of that day and said, "That little girl's name seems to be Hua Huai." Just then, a team of people entered the Bounty Guild. The person leading them heard the familiar name and glanced back. Through the gaps in the crowd, he saw the two people in the center. He walked over, pushed through the crowd, and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" These words made all the onlookers present break out in a cold sweat. The person who spoke was Chao Qixing, the one Ranping saw as having a promising future.
Ordinary guild members needed to report through multiple layers just to see Ranping, and even then, they might not succeed.
If Chao Qixing wanted to see Ranping, he only needed to knock twice on the door of Ranping's office. Shu Wenyao said, "We came to see President Ranping, we have something to discuss." Chao Qixing had some understanding of the temperaments of his guild members. His gaze fell on the receptionist, and noticing her broken hair, a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
It seemed Chao Qixing knew those two people.
The receptionist dared not utter a sound, feeling a faint dread in her heart. "Since you stand in this position, act better.
Don't throw tantrums constantly and make others clean up your mess."
Of course, Chao Qixing knew what she was afraid of. No other guild dared to accept anyone kicked out of the Bounty Guild, the Bloodhunt Guild was the exception. But the Bloodhunt Guild was not easy to enter. They were enemies with everyone, and everyone was equally hostile toward them. Before trying to harm others, one must first weigh their own capabilities. The receptionist nodded submissively, barely daring to breathe.
"Yes. I understand."
When facing his own guild members, Chao Qixing was full of authority, but when turning to Shu Wenyao and Hua Huai, he immediately changed his
demeanor, treating them like close friends. Come with me. I'll take you there personally. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the two openly followed Xiao Qixing away. Guild leaders seemed to enjoy setting up their offices on the top floor, relishing the feeling of looking down upon others. President Ran Ping's office was also on the top floor. The group entered, and Ran Ping was surprised by the arrival of two guests whom he wasn't particularly familiar with. You need something from me? The office was large and contained a reception table. Ran Ping took the main seat at the reception table. A secretary came forward, poured a cup of tea for everyone, and then left. Xu Wenyao cleared his throat, feeling a little awkward about starting the conversation. Before he could muster the courage, Hua Huai said bluntly, "A few days ago, I received a note detailing the privileges of an S-level player. I wanted to know if the content on this note was true or false, so I came to consult you." These words left Xiao Qixing completely stunned. Seriously? You can just come here and ask that? Very few players knew about the S-level privileges, he only knew a little because Ran Ping favored him. Hua Huai and Xu Wenyao weren't even members of the Bounty Guild. Xiao Qixing figured Ran Ping would never reveal the truth. He thought to himself, isn't this pointless to ask? Xu Wenyao should know that. No wonder he couldn't open his mouth for so long. Ran Ping showed no major emotional fluctuation, smiling gently, "Then tell me, what S-level player privilege was written on that note?" He didn't ask Xiao Qixing to leave, indicating that Xiao Qixing was someone he trusted. Hua Huai replied, "The note stated that one of the S-level player privileges is the ability to choose and enter a designated dungeon." The smile on Ran Ping's face paused. Instead of telling her yes or no, he asked again, "Why do you need to confirm this?" Hua Huai did not hide anything. "I want to enter a designated dungeon. If this is true, I would also like to ask President Ran for help." Ran Ping picked up his teacup and took a sip. Xiao Qixing looked at Hua Huai with the expression of someone seeing a monster, his palms slick with sweat. "Seriously, little ancestor. You really dare to make any request, don't you?" The surroundings felt as if the air had solidified. Ran Ping put down his teacup. "Tell me, which dungeon do you want to enter?" Ran Ping hadn't revealed anything about his own affairs, he wanted to completely dig out what Hua Huai was thinking. Well, she was the one asking for a favor. Hua Huai was extremely honest. "The A-level dungeon, Sinful Deep Mountains." Put. As soon as she said this, Xiao Qixing couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of tea. He quickly reached out to block it, but didn't manage to stop all of it. Fortunately, the few people were sitting far away, or else they would have been sprayed in the face. He awkwardly wiped away the tea and said, full of shock and uncertainty, "You want to enter an A-level dungeon?" Ran Ping hadn't expected this answer either. His gaze shifted to Hua Huai, wearing an expression that seemed to ask, "Did you really take my words to heart?" During that banquet, Ran Ping had mentioned the matter of challenging higher-level dungeons to Hua Huai. Based on their current abilities, the two of them clearly couldn't enter the A-level dungeon yet. Recalling the name of the dungeon, Ran Ping quickly understood. "You are doing this to incubate that embryo?" Xiao Qixing interjected, "No matter what, it's too risky for you to enter an A-level dungeon directly." Xu Wenyao agreed with Xiao Qixing's view. "Actually, we weren't planning on entering directly. We just wanted to confirm if this matter was true or false, so we could plan our next steps." At this point, everyone's gaze shifted to Ran Ping, and they received an answer. "That's right, it is indeed one of the privileges of an S-level player. I am certain I did not give you this note. This means there are others who know about the S-level player privileges. It seems I am no longer the only S-level player now." The addition of a new S-level player meant that Ran Ping's status as an S-level player might be divided. Since the Bounty Guild relied on Ran Ping's rank to establish itself, turmoil was inevitable after this news broke out. As time passed, strong individuals would inevitably break through, and no one could stop it. Furthermore, due to the new addition of an S-level player, it was pointless for Ran Ping to continue concealing the privileges of this rank.
What he was unwilling to say, that person might not be unwilling to disclose. Ran Ping deliberated for a moment and made a decision. When you plan to enter that dungeon, notify me in advance. I agree to your request. This trip turned out to be surprisingly smooth. They achieved their goal without much effort. As they walked out the main entrance of the Bounty Guild building, Xu Wenyao still found it unbelievable. He just agreed to us like that? He didn't make any demands. And the time is set by us. It was practically like receiving a windfall from the heavens. Hua Huai blinked her eyes. Isn't that good? Xu Wenyao felt it was hard to describe. It's good, yes, but I feel strange about it. Hua Huai's slightly innocent smile instantly vanished. She suddenly turned back, saw people coming and going, but didn't find the person she was looking for. She whispered, I also feel like something is strange now. Her gaze slowly moved upward, seeing only tall buildings. The sunlight reflecting off the glass was slightly dazzling. Instance, deep mountain of sin. Life went on as usual. Hua Huai continued her training, preparing to clear a few more dungeons with Xu Wenyao to transition. Unexpectedly, on this day, he frantically stumbled into Hua Huai's sight. Hua Huai asked for the reason, and he blamed himself, saying, we just cleared a D-level dungeon last night. Xiao Xingxue said he was going out to buy wine to celebrate, but he never came back. The Demon Guild had many capable individuals. A hacker particularly skilled in networking retrieved nearby surveillance footage and discovered that Xiao Xingxue was abducted while passing through an alley. The person was dressed in black, wearing a matching hat and mask, almost blending into the night. After successfully kidnapping him, they brazenly spray-painted 4 large characters in red paint on a nearby wall, Sinful Deep Mountains. Hua Huai couldn't help but frown at the sight of the photo with the red paint. What's going on? It seems someone was deliberately trying to lure them into this dungeon. Because they hadn't acted for so long, the other party grew impatient and used this method to demonstrate against them. Yu was extremely sad. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have let him go out to buy wine alone. The black-clad person's kidnapping method was extremely skilled, and they knew how to bypass surveillance and leave without a trace. The scene in that alley was deliberately shown to them by the black-clad person. Once they left the surveillance range, finding them again would be incredibly difficult. However, Hua Huai knew their objective. She immediately went to discuss countermeasures with Xu Wenyao, but before she had taken a few steps, he was already approaching her. I know about this too. We probably have to enter that dungeon immediately. Not long ago, another member of our guild was kidnapped. The Demon Guild was in the open, and the enemy was in the dark. There was no logic in guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. The guild members' energy couldn't withstand this kind of depletion. The opponent's experienced methods told them that killing those members was not impossible. Players indeed cannot kill each other, but outside dungeons, there are still ordinary people. If the other party hired non-players to kill players, there would be no rules to speak of. Hua Huai nodded decisively, okay. Players who enter the game disappear from the real world for only a short time. Since the other party was so eager for them to enter the dungeon, it was highly probable that the other party would also enter. Facing them directly, the answer would naturally become clear. Before leaving, Hua Huai said, I'll bring someone else. As Xu Wenyao wondered, Hua Yuan was brought out by her. Entering an A-level dungeon meant life and death were unpredictable. Hua Huai would never allow Hua Yuan to live well after her own death. From now on, their entry into dungeons would be bound. If she was in danger, she would definitely drag Hua Yuan down with her before she died. Hua Yuan had no idea what they were going to do. When he arrived at the Bounty Guild, he was dazzled by the magnificent architecture and admired it non-stop. Entering the office, Hua Yuan faced the two strangers with a slightly bewildered expression. Xiao Qixing pointed at Hua Yuan and asked disbelievingly, he's also a player? Hua Yuan puffed out his chest proudly, of course. Having one young player like Hua Huai was already incomprehensible, and now there was another. He had witnessed Hua Huai's abilities and was genuinely curious about Hua Yuan's.
However, there was no opportunity for now. He wasn't planning to enter this A-level dungeon.
Ran Ping activated his S-level player authority, and the scene dimmed for everyone's perspective except Xiao Qixing.
Hua Yuan opened his mouth and called out, "Wait."
He repeatedly stepped back, wanting to exit this range, but it was futile.
He didn't want to enter the dungeon yet.
When Hua Huai brought him, she hadn't mentioned anything about dungeons. Entering the dungeon inexplicably, a rare look of despair appeared on his face.
When the surroundings solidified, the players found themselves sitting in a minivan. Game loading complete. Game dungeon, Sinful Deep Mountains. Game difficulty, A-level. Mission requirements, you are intern reporters.
This time, disguised as college students, you are entering the village to investigate the recent disappearances of city residents.
There is no time limit for the current mission. Successfully leaving the mountain after thoroughly investigating is considered completion.
Hua Yuan didn't have time to look at the crimson panel.
His backward movement didn't stop even after successfully entering the dungeon.
The car was moving forward, and he was moving backward, accidentally tripping over a chair, causing him to fall to the ground. The car suddenly jolted, and Hua Yuan, who was trying to get up, fell back down heavily. In the swaying car, Hua Yuan felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Then, without holding back at all, he directly threw up. Immediately, an indescribable smell filled the car compartment.
A man in a black one-piece worksuit, meticulously groomed from head to toe, stood up in disgust. "Don't you have any manners? We're all here, and you just threw up." Everyone looked over. The man's worksuit wasn't a uniform but a fashionable everyday outfit. He wore silver earrings that swayed slightly with the minivan's bumps. A man with stubble, sitting in the last row, couldn't help but comment, "He's dressed so flamboyantly." Looking at the dungeon name and mission requirements, I can more or less guess the truth.
The woman sitting in front of him on the right, dressed neatly, chimed in, "I bet 10 cents he dies on the first day." The two of them discussed this right in front of the person, almost making him explode with anger.
Why is everyone so ill-mannered? There's no reasoning with you barbarians.
The man in the worksuit, unable to argue back, angrily crossed his arms and sat back down. The man with stubble rubbed his nose. "I also feel it smells bad." He glared fiercely at Hua Yuan, "Stinky brat, if you have to throw up, can't you wait for the car to stop and go outside?" Hua Yuan wiped his mouth, his tri-white eyes making the other person's hair stand on end. The words "endure" generally didn't appear in his dictionary. He opened and closed his mouth, "None of your business." The man with stubble let out a "ha." He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to get up and teach him a lesson. Hua Yuan didn't freeze. He nimbly darted to Hua Huai's side. "Sister, he's going to hit me." His face was full of grievance. "The car was shaking too much, I couldn't help it. It's not my fault, you can't blame me." Hua Yuan was adept at acting spoiled. Everyone's gaze in the car compartment shifted to Hua Huai. Two children. And their siblings. To be able to enter an A-level dungeon, could they both be A-level players? The players exchanged glances. In high-level dungeons, they had never seen players of this age group. Before understanding their background, the man with stubble didn't dare to act rashly. The younger brother asking the older sister for help indicated that the sister's ability was superior to the brother's. The man with stubble put away his angry expression and laughed heartily. "Considering you're a child, I'll let it go this time. We're all players. How about we become friends after we get through this?" Deep in the Sinful Mountains, entering the village. The players in this dungeon were clearly more vigilant than those in lower-level dungeons. Although their words were sharp, they didn't take any unnecessary practical actions. Ever since entering the dungeon, Hua Huai had been observing the number of passengers in the carriage. There were 12 in total. 3 people sat at the very back, 2 women and 1 man. One of the men was precisely the man with stubble, looking like a rough fellow, perfectly blending into the current atmosphere. Compared to the other 2 beauties sitting in the back row, it was a strong visual impact of Beauty and the Beast. It seemed to be summer in the dungeon, with cicadas chirping intermittently and a strong sense of stuffy heat. As it was their first time entering the dungeon, everyone was unfamiliar with each other, so this man wanted to probe her background. Hua Huai suddenly smiled, dazzling and bright. "Hello, my name is Hua Lin, an A-level player. When out and about, one's identity is what one claims it to be." As soon as she spoke, Hua Huai heard gasps of cold air from within the carriage. No one had expected such a young child to be an A-level player. But upon closer thought, this was an A-level dungeon. Players with too low a level would be no different from seeking death by entering, so they reluctantly believed her words. Following etiquette, the man with stubble also introduced himself. "My name is Yuan Chuan, and I am also an A-level player." Normally, A-level players are rarely seen, but they are not truly scarce. Among the many players, there are naturally lone wolf players who dislike showing off, or players who have recently advanced to A-level. Of course, there was also the possibility that the other party was lying. The atmosphere was harmonious during their introductions, and everyone took the opportunity to introduce themselves. In this dungeon, all players claimed to be A-level, but it was unknown how many were telling the truth. Hua Huai matched the players' names with their characteristics one by one, silently repeating them in her mind, trying her best to remember them in a short amount of time. The other two women at the end were named Kai Li and Lu Hong, both appearing to be of similar age, around 27 or 28. The second to last row had 4 seats, separated by an aisle, with 2 on the right and 2 on the left. 2 players sat in the left and right seats respectively. The woman on the left was named Bu Yunxia, the one who had just declared she would bet a dime. The man on the right, wearing work clothes, was named Xiu Xiu Yuan, and he was the first player to speak after entering the dungeon. Further forward was where Hua Huai sat, by the window. Xu Wenyao, using the alias Yaowen, sat by the aisle. On the other side of the aisle sat Ran Ping, using the alias Feng Ran, with a calm and unperturbed expression. The remaining 3 sat in the front, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were named Dai Ziming and Shui Lai. The woman was named Fu Qiu. Those 3 seemed not to like talking much. After a simple introduction, they remained silent. Now, everyone had reported similar strengths, so no one could look down on anyone else. The man with stubble returned to his seat, his eyes still constantly drifting towards Hua Huai. Hua Huai knew that if the players were to doubt the authenticity of their levels, she and Hua Yuan would definitely be the primary suspects. Precisely, Hua Huai made sure they couldn't grasp her true depth. After all, they couldn't verify the truth of her words. The car stopped half an hour later. The bumpy mountain road made several people's stomachs churn. As soon as the car stopped, those players hurried out and ran to the roadside to vomit. The driver stood by the car, waiting for them to recover, and said, "There's no road into the village, you'll need to walk from here. After nightfall, there are many wild beasts in the mountains, so you must enter the village before dark." From the driver's words, it seemed he had no intention of going into the village with them. The players looked up at the towering trees and vegetation that grew waist-high, making everyone feel their megalophobia acting up. Yuan Chuan pointed inside and said, "Oh my goodness, it's like a primeval jungle. Leaving the village is one thing, but why do we have to enter the village by ourselves too?" Many players showed resistance, but the driver didn't respond. Instead, he took out a camera and a map. "Remember your mission. There's only one camera, so you must not lose or damage it. After entering the village, contact Zhao Qingyun in the village, she will arrange accommodation for you. To avoid our intentions being discovered by the villagers, my car will only stop at this location every 7 days." At this point, the driver's eyes moved slightly. "Be careful in everything." The dungeon had no time limit, but even if they investigated quickly, it would be useless. If they didn't arrive at this location within the stipulated time, they still wouldn't be able to leave the big mountain. While everyone was still pondering the key points of the mission, Hua Yuan had already snatched the camera. It was a professional camera, with unexpected weight. Hua Yuan hadn't anticipated the camera being so heavy, so it immediately slipped from his hand and fell towards the ground. The players broke out in a cold sweat, immediately trying to save the camera, but they were too far away and couldn't even touch its edge despite their best efforts.
This was the rhythm of dying before even achieving success.
The dungeon hadn't officially started, and the NPC had just finished introducing that there was only one camera, which was about to be damaged.
Amidst their heart-stopping, soul-leaving fear,
Hua crooked her finger, and the camera automatically fell into her hand.
She commented, "It is quite heavy." All players? Since some players didn't believe her A-level rank, she certainly couldn't miss this opportunity.
Bound specters are rare. Even if a player reaches a level, they aren't guaranteed to have one.
See?
Several players' eyes were wide with astonishment.
Yuan Chuan no longer scrutinized her with his gaze, saying with a grin, "Little friend, do you have a bound specter?" "Unlike me, I'm an A-level player, but I don't even have a bound specter. Our path into the village is dangerous. Can you look out for me a bit?
I'll buy you candy after we leave the dungeon."
Hua found it hard to understand. In this uncle's eyes, was she really that young?
Buying candy was a phrase better suited for coaxing kindergarten children. Hua bared her white teeth, her words cold and merciless. "No." The camera landed in Hua's hand, while the map fell into the hands of the quiet Shuelai.
He opened the map and entered the forest first.
Seeing this, the players quickly chased after him. There was only one map. If they lost Shuelai, not only would they fail to enter the village before dark, they would probably be trapped and die in the forest. The players complained about Shuelai's fast pace, yelling, "Can't you go slower? This dungeon clearly requires teamwork. Can you have some team spirit?" Shuelai remained silent, pressing forward with his head down. There was so much vegetation in the forest that the players carved out a path where there originally was none. Xiao Yuan was disgusted by the scene before him, feeling as if every step would brush against something dirty, and questioned, "If there's no road, how do the villagers usually leave the village? We haven't taken the wrong path, have we? Is this really the road on the map? Deep in the mountains of Sin, Shrine." Xiao Yuan's words struck a chord with several players. Why did Shuelai rush off like that? After he grabbed the map, none of us got so much as a glance at it.
"Hey! Shuelai, hold up, let us see the map too."
Most of the players inside the dungeon had met by chance. There was zero trust between them. Right now, they were suspicious of Shuelai. Yet Shuelai never looked back, as if he hadn't heard a word.
Yuan Chuan muttered oddly, "Is he deaf?"
Bu Yunxia shot that down.
Deaf? He could hear the driver, so definitely not.
The two exchanged a glance, then lunged to pin Shuelai and snatched the map from his hand. They studied the route marked on it, start and end points connected by a path that showed no road in between.
So that really was the way to go. In that case, why hadn't he said anything?
Shuelai hugged his head, trembling like a leaf, clearly terrified.
Gradually Yuan Chuan caught on, sneering, "Aren't you supposed to be an A-level player? Why so scared?" He nudged him with a toe. "Hey, how did you ever reach A-level?"
Shuelai lifted his head timidly, eyes glistening like some pitiful creature. Such a gesture looked anything but affected on a grown man, rare indeed.
He answered Yuan Chuan, "I don't know. Anyway, that scarlet panel said I'm A-level." Yuan Chuan's rough and ready image was elevated once more.
He couldn't help grumbling, a grown man acting so sissy. He rubbed his arms.
Goosebumps all over.
"All right, up you get, stop acting like we're bullying you." This time the map landed in Yuan Chuan's hands, and the group followed his route. Vegetation was so thick the players struggled to advance. The sun was nearly down and still no sign of a village.
Restlessness set in. Fu Qiu kicked a nearby tree, snarling, "Can you even lead? Where's the damn village?" Leaves showered down at Fu Qiu's kick, the whole trunk swaying.
The tree was thick. The fact that her blow could shake it spoke of immense strength. Yuan Chuan checked the sky and grew edgy himself, his short fuse flared.
"Think you can do better? Then you lead."
Compared with Shuelai, Yuan Chuan's pace had slowed markedly. He focused on momentary comfort. Once that comfort vanished, anxiety took over. Dai Ziming spoke with icy sarcasm. Should have let Shuelai stay in charge, his pace was right.
Why grab the map? Acting like you're the only clever ones here.
Had Yuan Chuan delivered the group to the village before nightfall, no one would have complained.
But since he couldn't, every fault would land on him. Angered, Yuan Chuan stepped forward to confront them. What, wanna fight?
Dai Ziming and Fu Chou were both on the slim side. Together they didn't match Yuan Chuan's muscle.
Rage and restlessness had clouded their minds, they just needed to vent.
If they backed off, he wouldn't push them. If they threw a punch, he wouldn't flinch. Impulse and reason tugged against each other, waiting to see who'd act first. In the end, Ran Ping stepped in to mediate.
I smell food, village must be close.
Keep arguing and nobody wins, let's enter the village first. The driver had warned them the forest after dark was perilous. As seasoned players they still had some self-control.
Yuan Chuan snorted coldly, count yourselves lucky.
Feeling the urgency, Yuan Chuan pushed himself to the limit and reached the village just before full night.
Yet no one came out to greet them.
The villagers hurriedly gathered grain left drying by day, carried their children inside, and slammed doors shut.
Looking from light into darkness, things may appear blurred. But from darkness into light, everything is crystal clear.
The players saw faces pressed to every window, big eyes staring unblinking at these strangers. One such face might not have rattled them. But with every household doing it, the scene turned eerie and hair-raising.
Exhausted from the trek, the players were drenched in sweat and stench. Now they were stranded in this unsettling spectacle.
Shu Wenyao approached a door and knocked lightly.
Excuse me, which house is Zhao Qinyun's?
Hua Huai noticed the face behind that window shift slightly, yet it stayed glued to the glass. A slow, warped voice drifted out, straight ahead, turn right to the end.
From Shu Wenyao's angle he couldn't see that face.
It was Ran Ping who told him, that face hasn't left the window.
Yuan Chuan frowned. What's this supposed to mean?
Ran Ping replied, now's not the time to figure it out, tomorrow will do.
The atmosphere was clearly off. With every household indoors, they couldn't stay outside either. Following the directions, the players arrived at an ancestral hall. Could someone named Zhao Qinyun actually live inside a hall like this?
The situation felt wrong, no one dared move rashly.
The summer night wind left everyone chilled to the bone.
Swish! Something seemed to pass behind them. They spun around, quick as could be, yet still saw nothing out of the ordinary. Shuelai hugged himself, stammering, let's go inside.
Outside, there's something unclean.
The horrors of an A-level dungeon were no trifling threat, resistance would be futile.
Hearts pounding, the players took a vote. Yuan Chuan called out, minority obeys majority, do we go in? He raised his own hand in favor. Hua Huai felt something odd but couldn't pin it down.
One by one hands went up, hers stayed down. She saw that neither Shu Wenyao nor Ran Ping raised a hand. Hua Yuan lifted his, wanting her to do the same. But he didn't dare tell her what to do, only glanced her way. At last she spoke the question that stabbed every player's soul, can we trust what the villagers told us? If the very answer was wrong from the start,
entering the ancestral hall would truly be a dead end.
Ran Ping smiled faintly in approval.
Hua Huai couldn't explain her reasoning, experience was still limited.
Yet her angle of thinking was entirely different, her vigilance startlingly sharp.
Deep in the sinful mountains, well.
From Ran Ping's perspective, the ancestral hall could house people, but outsiders were usually barred from staying there. Moreover, the village ancestral hall was a place of great importance. As outsiders, they shouldn't tread inside without understanding the situation. Surviving countless games had given him all this experience.
After walking the whole day, Zhou Shouyuan was exhausted.
Nowhere outside is safe, and nowhere inside is safe either.
So what do we do? Just stand here?
The players studied one another's faces, trying to read something from them. Every face looked as if it carried 800 schemes. Even Hua Yuan sensed the strangeness. He called out, "If you want to go in, go ahead, try it and you'll know if it's dangerous." One word summed it up: brute force. A crack appeared. Yuan Chuan clicked his tongue. Easy to say, why don't you go first? Exactly, they were stuck on who would scout the way in. Just when no one knew how to broach the subject, Hua Yuan poked the hole open. They watched Hua Yuan's expression. After all, he was the youngest and easiest to push around. Hua Yuan wasn't stupid. If they could sense danger, so could he. The ancestral hall gate was painted scarlet. At a glance you might mistake it for blood. He'd spoken up for the same reason, to get a pawn to rush in and test for danger. Unfortunately, his words lacked tact, far shallower than those seasoned players. If Hua Huai hadn't shown her binding Gi ability by daylight and made them wary, he'd have been the first one conned into entering. The scene froze until Ran Ping broke it. We can't enter the hall. First priority, search the village for Zhao Qinyun's house. Players entering an A-level dungeon never came unprepared. Day 1 was when their items were most plentiful. If they stayed careful and didn't trigger the Spectre's law of slaughter, surviving the night shouldn't be hard. With so many players, they finally split into 3 teams. Hua Huai, Hua Yuan, Xu Wenyao, and Ran Ping formed one group. Yuan Chuan, Kai Li, Lu Hong, and Bu Yunxia formed another. The remaining 4 automatically became the third team. The village wasn't big, yet not small either. Some paths were steep and narrow, 2 people could barely walk side by side. Ran Ping took the front, Xu Wenyao the rear, Hua Huai and Hua Yuan walked between them. The position felt safe, yet the wind brushing in from both sides still set their nerves on edge. Hua Yuan looked left and right. His fear of specters was faint, almost as if eager to find one. Suddenly a mongrel shot across their path. It moved too fast to see clearly, but they could tell the direction it had taken. Ran Ping decided on the spot. Let's check it out. In dungeons, no NPC is ever meaningless. The dog's movement likely signaled something. Ran Ping moved briskly, chasing the mongrel until it stopped beside a well. The dog glanced back at them, then leapt into the well without hesitation. Anticipating the jump, they rushed forward, but couldn't save it in time. Once the dust settled, Ran Ping raised a hand to stop them. Don't approach that well rashly. The dog wouldn't jump for no reason, it must be trying to tell us something. Xu Wenyao asked, did anyone notice the dog's gait looked odd? Ran Ping had never kept dogs, something felt off but he couldn't say what. It was Hua Huai who realized. She's pregnant. Before entering the horror game, Hua Huai had often seen dogs trotting outside her school gate. They were kept by the shopkeeper and showed up every day. Over time she'd memorized their usual running posture. One day she noticed them moving oddly, cautious and clumsy. The shopkeeper told her the dog was pregnant and protecting its unborn pups. The words had barely left her mouth when an infant's wail rose from the well, drawing every gaze. Hua Yuan hid behind Hua Huai, staring fearfully at the opening. The crying drew closer, they went on full alert, the rib-bone dagger appearing in Hua Huai's hand. While they watched for the baby's cry, footsteps sounded behind them. Hua Huai spun around. No one was there. Wet footprints appeared in the mud, one after another. Strangely, only the front of each print was water-filled, the rear splashed outward, leaving hollows. Footprints, but no person. A specter had arrived. Although this dungeon was tied to Jiang Changchang's mother, it didn't necessarily mean her mother was the one coming. Unsure whether it was friend or foe, Hua Huai asked, what now? She didn't know if Ran Ping wanted the well's clue badly enough, nor how confident he felt about this scene. Caught between 2 threats, Ran Ping was far calmer inside than he looked. An A-level dungeon was dangerous for him. He hadn't demanded anything from Hua Huai or Xu Wenyao on entering, not out of kindness. He had something he wanted to learn in this dungeon, worth the gamble. Ran Ping gave the answer. Run. This well was abnormal, there was no need to waste time here now. They could investigate by daylight when it would be safer. Footsteps closed in behind, the baby's wail neared the well mouth, and they sprinted away, putting distance between them and the sounds.
Hua Yuan was the slowest, panic almost bringing him to tears. Fortunately, the noises stayed by the well and didn't follow. Had they looked back, they'd have seen a shape climbing out, like risen dough, featureless and swollen. They circled the village again, every house glowed with dim yellow lamps, every window pressed with a human face.
Shu Wanyao frowned. They've been at it so long, aren't they tired? At first he'd thought it was simple xenophobia, but now it looked like some force compelled them.
Are they going to stay glued to the windows all night?
No one could say. Ran Ping stated what all had noticed.
Every face at the windows is a woman's. There must be men in this village, why aren't they doing the same? With no new clues, they had to tuck the question away.
Half an hour later, a scream rang out ahead, a cry for help laced with sobs.
Help! Help!
It came from the direction they had fled earlier.
Someone was calling for rescue, they had to go back. Even if not for the person, then for the clues, it had to be investigated. Deep in the mountains of sin, staying.
In fact, before they even reached the spot, the source of the scream came sprinting right up to them. Shuelai's eyes were brimming with tears as he muttered, "So scary. So scary." His whole body trembled, as if he'd been utterly terrified. For an A-level player, this behavior was downright bizarre. Hadn't he seen enough horrors in the earlier dungeons? Wasn't he immune to the terror they displayed? Even if he still found them frightening, he shouldn't be reduced to this state. Besides, there wasn't a single wound on him, clearly no real danger had befallen him. After a brief attempt to calm him, Ran Ping asked, "Tell us, what happened?" He glanced around, no trace of anyone else.
Where are the other three?
Everyone traveled in groups of 4, yet Shuelai was alone.
Shuelai seemed scared witless, shaking his head non-stop while tears streamed down.
Once he'd steadied a little, he pointed at the distant well and muttered, I was chasing a dog, we got separated.
I just saw a dog jump in."
Uneasiness crept through the group. They too had seen a dog leap into the well, but Shuelai hadn't been present at the time. His account placed the sighting at a different moment.
2 dogs, jumping into the well at separate times?
Everyone felt anxious.
Hua Wai asked, "Did you hear an infant crying or see wet footprints?"
The moment she spoke, Shuelai's tears threatened to spill again. He shook his head violently. "No, I didn't see anything, don't ask me."
He looked absolutely petrified, yet under such conditions he'd still dared to chase a dog alone at night and lose his teammates.
This Shuelai was no simpleton.
Deliberately acting timid and weak to lower the other player's guard, what was his real aim?
Each player harboring their own thoughts, Ran Ping smiled.
"It's fine, you're safe now. We've searched the whole village and found no unusual dwellings.
Tonight we can't stay outside, so if necessary we'll simply break into someone's home." Ran Ping had done the math, each house could hold at most 7 people, and with 12 players, subduing one household wouldn't be hard. Shuelai hadn't considered this solution. He looked up, eyes wide, and blurted, "Huh?" He wanted to object but couldn't find the words, finally squeezing out, "Oh okay." They located the other 2 teams in the village. When everyone pooled what they'd seen, each group reported watching a dog run to the well and jump in. Right afterward, all had heard an infant wail and footsteps. Normally, players fled deeper into the village. Only Qiu Shouyuan lost his bearings and accidentally ran the wrong way. As the rest dashed off, he tripped over something and fell right beside the well. That tumble nearly scared his soul out of his body. His head happened to land near the well's mouth, giving him a glimpse inside. In the moonlight, a doe-like creature slowly climbed up. He couldn't make out its features, only knew the crying came from it. Qiu Shouyuan, familiar with cadaveric changes, instantly recognized the creature's skin had bloated from soaking too long in the well. Spotting him, it accelerated upward. Terror peaking, Qiu Shouyuan used an item specifically meant to counter such things, slowing it down. Footsteps rushed up behind him. He scrambled to his feet and fled. Whatever pursued him seemed restrained, giving up after a short chase. Qiu Shouyuan's face was deathly pale, but he hadn't cried. Compare that to Shuelai, who hadn't faced half as much yet bawled like a baby. Finding no clues to Zhao Qingyun's whereabouts, they opted to follow Ran Ping's plan. They picked a house and resolved to try courtesy before force.
Shu Wenyao knocked. "Excuse me, could we stay the night?"
A face in the window shifted but said nothing.
"We can pay, just name your price." The man inside chuckled, stepping to the door. "With so many of you, how about 2,000 for the night?" "Outrageous, 2 grand in a backwater like this."
Shu Wenyao glanced back, the corner of his mouth lifting, yet sounding troubled. "That's too steep."
The man's laughter faded, irritation clear. "Then sleep outside. I hear the village isn't very clean at night.
If you run into something, you'd rather pay 2,000 to keep the misfortune away."
After nightfall the villagers slipped indoors briskly, likely for this very reason.
And the group had indeed bumped into something unclean.
Yuan Chuan found the man's logic sound. 2,000 it is. We each chip in a bit, no big deal. We've played so many rounds, who cares about this small change?
True enough, but Shu Wenyao shot him a glare, telling him to shut up, then called inside, "It's still a lot, he's dumb and loaded, I'm broke."
Yuan Chuan swallowed his anger, taking it as an insult.
"If you're that poor, Grandpa here will cover you."
The man inside laughed. "Put the money on the windowsill, we'll open the door once we have it." After pooling 2,000, Yuan Chuan asked, "You're not going to take the money and still keep the door shut, right?" If so, they'd break in. The people inside weren't much of a threat anyway. Still, they preferred not to unless absolutely necessary.
They were here to investigate. Making enemies of the villagers would only raise the difficulty.
The man chuckled. "Of course not, we're honest folk."
Yuan Chuan placed the money on the sill, a rough hand opened the window and snatched the stack. True to his word, the door swung open.
Yuan Chuan grinned smugly. "Haggling just wastes everyone's time. I can see how freely you spent in the real world, couldn't even fork out 100 odd.
Shu Wenyao ignored him, his bargaining had never been about petty cash. He'd warned Yuan Chuan, but Yuan Chuan hadn't caught the hint. He hoped he was just overthinking.
The interior unfolded before them. The house, built of timber, was partitioned into several rooms, anything but spacious. Fitting all of them would be a tight squeeze. 2 people stood inside, a man and a woman, apparently husband and wife.
The man wore coarse cloth, patched in several places, cuffs, knees, and other spots were worn threadbare, yet he wouldn't discard the garment. His exposed skin, face, hands, feet, was rough, likely from constant fieldwork.
Dinner in the deep mountain of sin.
The woman in the house was the one who had been pressing her face against the window. When the players entered the house, the woman's face was freed from the window. The door and the window were some distance apart, so the man could not have forced the woman to stay glued to the glass. Now the woman could move freely, showing none of the forced demeanor from earlier, and her behavior was completely natural. She seemed completely unaware of how frightening her glued to the window look had been. She stepped forward proactively and warmly welcomed the players. "It's so late and you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me prepare some food for you to fill your stomach. Going to sleep on an empty stomach is really uncomfortable." Until they found the driver-designated Zhao Qingyun, the players dared not eat the woman's food casually. Several people spoke in unison, but with different voices.
Shu Wenyao nodded. "All right, thank you, ma'am." Yuan Chuan dryly replied, "No need, I won't eat."
Those who wanted to eat and those who didn't split into 2 camps, and the atmosphere instantly grew cold.
The woman turned her gaze to Yuan Chuan, smiling. "Why not eat? My cooking is excellent. Even if you're not hungry, have a little. We've taken so much money from you, if you don't eat, I'll always feel uneasy."
She said all the friendly words, yet they failed to feel any warmth. Upon closer thought, one realizes her words blocked the players' exit, forcing them to eat.
Obviously, this is a problem.
Dai Ziming rolled up his sleeves. "How about this? I haven't cooked in ages, my hands are itching."
"Cooking for so many must be a hassle, let me lend a hand." A player chimed in, making Yuan Chuan and the others feel a bit safer. Hua Huai and the others entered this dungeon knowing there must be an opposing presence among the players. However, they still couldn't identify who the opponent was. The other side may have used a disguise-changing item, making them unrecognizable. At this moment, any player they didn't know could be the opponent.
Not trusting Dai Ziming alone, Xu Wenyao suggested, I'll also help the lady. The woman clearly didn't want anyone following her, but not knowing how to decline, she reluctantly agreed, fine, you all come with me. While lighting the fire and cooking, she tried to distract the two. Hey, young man, could you wash this vegetable for me? And you, another young man, fetch some oil from the jar. To wash the veg, they'd have to go outside, draw water from the tank into a basin, leaving enough time for her to tamper with things. Dai Ziming didn't act immediately, looking at Xu Wenyao. I'll leave it to you, I prefer stir-frying. Xu Wenyao found a stool, sat down, crossed his legs. I've never done this kind of grunt work, I enjoy supervising. He was blatantly there to keep an eye on things. Both turned to the woman. Please, ma'am, wash the veg and fetch the oil. Thus the woman became the assistant, while one supervised and the other stir-fried. The woman's face collapsed as she tried to reclaim control, but the two kept talking over her, giving her no chance to speak. Truly, she had no opportunity to tamper with anything. Just as she pulled out a paper packet, Xu Wenyao burst out, Ma'am, shall we prepare the next dish? The woman's hand trembled in fear, almost exposing her true intention. With Xu Wenyao in the kitchen, Hua Huai felt at ease and went to the window to look outside. After the players entered this household, the faces on the glass windows of the neighboring houses also vanished. Xiao Yuan, seeing her movement, curiously asked, What are you looking at? Hua Huai didn't hide anything, pointing outside, there's nothing left. Xiao Yuan looked out and saw an ordinary house, far from the terrifying sight outside. He said matter-of-factly, there's nothing worth seeing, so of course it's gone, not surprising. Xiao Yuan's offhand remark clarified the previously vague concept. Hua Huai's eyes lit up, confirming it. She had overcomplicated the matter, making it impossible to understand. Looking back at Xiao Yuan, he was the first player to speak in the car and had shown disdain for Hua Yuan. Now, however, he seemed no longer hostile toward Hua Yuan. Toward his sister he showed no animosity, a player who judges the issue, not the person. Observing his attire and appearance, Hua Huai didn't hesitate. Big brother, are you a model? His aura was outstanding, not just in looks but also in dress. He was pleased someone recognized his profession, his eyes sparkling as he nodded. Yes, how did you know? Hua Huai replied bluntly, just guessed. Xiao Yuan wasn't disappointed, instead he asked, do you want to be a model? With your looks, you could easily be a child model. I have some contacts in the industry and can introduce you. His enthusiasm surprised Hua Huai. She never imagined she could gain such a benefit. Warmth crossed her mind, thank you, but I don't need it. After so many game sessions, Hua Huai realized not all players in a game dungeon are bad. There are people like Xu Wenyao, Xiang Lu, Uncle Zhang, who fight hard to survive and always keep a moral line. That line, high or low, restricts their actions from devolving into inhuman deeds. He thought that Xiao Yuan also has his own bottom line. Since Dai Ziming and Xu Wenyao were in the kitchen making a fuss, tonight's meal was very safe. While they ate, Xu Wenyao casually asked, You're locals, you must know Zhao Qinyun, right? We're university students doing research in the village, mainly to assess poverty so higher authorities can make policies to improve things for you. If speaking were a skill, Xu Wenyao had mastered it to perfection. The male and female heads of the house exchanged a glance. The amount of information conveyed was huge. Their words implied that the players' origins weren't simple. If they could truly improve the village, it would be a great thing. After pondering for a long time, they finally said, We know her. If you want to meet her, I'll take you tomorrow. After resolving this matter and eating their fill, the house owners arranged lodging for them. There were too few rooms, so they reluctantly offered 2. Among the 12 players, 5 were female and 7 male. They simply split by gender, each group taking one of the 2 rooms. The beds were narrow, one bed couldn't accommodate so many people. Bu Yunxia suggested, Xiang Lu and I will sleep on the bed, the rest will sleep on the floor.
Hua Huai looked at the floor, it was mud. Stacking bedding on top would likely ruin the blankets. Deep mountain of sin bed.
Besides, snakes, bugs, rats, and ants are everywhere in summer, and we're in the mountains.
Sleeping on the floor would be absolutely miserable.
Clearly, Hua Huai wasn't the only one who thought so. Lu Hong stepped forward.
Why do you all get to sleep on the bed?
Kylie chimed in, exactly.
We're all A-level players, no one's better than anyone else.
Fu Qiu sat on the bed, brooking no argument, the challenge in her eyes almost spilling over. I don't care how you argue, I'm definitely sleeping on the bed, so pick someone who doesn't toss and turn.
She frowned slightly. I don't like crowding either. This bed is so narrow, can two people really fit?
She voiced the doubt, then solved it, smiling at Hua Huai.
How about I sleep with you?
Bu Yunxia's proposal had included Fu Qiu. Fu Qiu's proposal left Bu Yunxia out. So the two of them didn't know each other after all. Bu Yunxia had assumed too much, only to get slapped in the face.
Lu Hong didn't miss the chance to mock. Oh dear, looks like she's not interested. Kylie snorted a laugh. Under everyone's gaze, Bu Yunxia's cheeks turned visibly red.
At that moment, she probably wanted to crawl into a crack in the floor. She'd offered an olive branch, yet Fu Qiu refused to take it. How arrogant!
So what gave Fu Qiu the right to be so arrogant?
A quick test would tell. Bu Yunxia lunged at Fu Qiu, trying to drag her off the bed. Earlier that day, Fu Qiu had shown impressive strength, now she met Bu Yunxia's attack without falling behind at all.
Not only that, her counterstrikes were lethal, forcing Bu Yunxia to retreat in constant retreat.
Bu Yunxia had mentioned Fu Qiu at first precisely because of that strength, hoping to befriend her. But Fu Qiu didn't spare her a glance. Bu Yunxia was already losing. If this continued, Fu Qiu would claim the bed tonight. Lu Hong and Kylie joined in, determined to crush Fu Qiu's arrogance. Only with all three attacking together did Fu Qiu finally look strained.
Fu Qiu turned to Hua Huai. Don't you want to sleep on the bed?
She did, of course she did. But she didn't want to share it with Fu Qiu. Among A-level players, the binding Giyi ability wasn't that rare.
Wei Shuwei and Rao Quan, both A-level players, each had a bound specter.
She refused to believe that, among so many players in this dungeon, only she possessed a bound specter. Therefore, it couldn't be a reason for Fu Qiu to favor her.
Just as Bu Yunxia hadn't chosen her for any special ability.
So why had Fu Qiu spurned Bu Yunxia and shown Hua Huai special treatment? Children were often treated coldly in dungeons. Hua Huai didn't reply, she simply watched quietly.
Bu Yunxia's smile twisted. Looks like she doesn't want to sleep with you.
Pure vindictive pleasure spread across her face.
Fu Qiu snorted coldly. Then I'll sleep alone.
Fighting for the bed, they tangled in the cramped room, bumping into the cabinet and knocking down an iron basin with loud clatter. If this kept up, they'd wake the house's owner or tear the place apart, leaving no one able to sleep. Hua Huai nimbly climbed onto the bed, propped her head on one hand, and yawned.
Why keep fighting?
I'm settled, you all take the floor. From start to finish, Hua Huai had watched like it was a show. The other four all bore injuries, and at her words they turned their spears toward her. At once, black sludge bubbled up from the floor, gurgling. Where it touched the fallen basin, it instantly corroded a corner away.
If any of you think you can withstand this ability, I'll get off the bed myself.
When Hua Huai first revealed her puppet ability, they could still call it normal, what an A-level player should have. But now she had far surpassed the average A-level player. This ability was completely different from the last, proving she had at least 2 bound specters. Now they had to take her seriously. The scene shifted, Bu Yunxia forced an ingratiating smile and moved to Hua Huai's side.
Little girl, the moment I entered the game I knew you were special. Exceptionally capable. Sleeping on the floor in summer, what if a centipede or snake shows up? Dangerous. There's still space on this bed, how about giving me that spot? We can squeeze in together.
Normally, squeezing together would be fine, but this was a game dungeon. Among them were players who had deliberately lured her in. She couldn't get too close to strangers. Otherwise, if real danger struck, even with her specter's power she couldn't guarantee complete safety.
Hua Huai replied coldly, "No. I sleep alone." A hot face met a cold rear, Bu Yunxia's second setback of the night.
Lu Hong and the others lost the mood to mock, realizing the gap between them and Hua Huai couldn't be closed by martial skill alone.
"Little girl, being too arrogant won't do you any favors."
Whether it would or not, only Hua Huai herself knew.
She answered faintly, "Oh." Utterly unmoved, like oil and salt refusing to mix.
Thanks to her two displays of power, no one dared step into the territory Hua Huai had claimed.
Losing an arm or a leg wasn't worth it. They'd just have to sleep with one eye open tonight. In the other room, another fight over beds was underway. No one wanted to sleep on the floor.
The moment Shuelai entered, he shot straight for the bed and dove under the quilt.
The others only then realized the bed was taken. Where were they supposed to sleep?
On the floor. Xu Wenyao instinctively glanced at Ran Ping, wondering if an S-level player could endure that hardship. Whether Ran Ping could endure it was unclear. Hua Yuan definitely didn't want to. He climbed onto the bed and unceremoniously sat on Shuelai, utterly reckless. Xu Wenyao's facial muscles twitched. Hua Yuan really knew no fear.
Most here were A-level players, and none looked easy to provoke.
Shuelai, surprised by Hua Yuan's move, poked his head out. From an angle the others couldn't see, a dark gleam flashed in his eyes.
He didn't react, giving the impression he hadn't noticed Hua Yuan's action. Yuan Chuan cursed, "You two brats, what have you contributed? Yet you dare hog the bed.
You rest while offering zero help to this mission. Get down and let someone else up." Shuelai wriggled under the quilt, poking his head out like a wronged puppy.
"Oh, okay,"
he said to Hua Yuan, "Little kid, let me get down first."
Hua Yuan stood up, letting Shuelai get off the bed.
But he himself didn't get down. He tilted his head at Yuan Chuan and flashed a wicked grin.
"And what exactly did you contribute, those extra $100-odd bucks?" Deep in the sinful mountains, nightfall.
In the game dungeon, any remaining balance in the horror game key can be cashed out directly to the player.
Money from the real world cannot be used inside the dungeon.
Hua Yuan had just paid the house owner. Yuan Chuan had chipped in over 100 on Xu Wenyao's behalf.
Bragging about such a trifle would only make them a laughingstock. Yuan Chuan rolled up his sleeves.
A pint-sized kid, swaggering in front of him just because of his big sister's power.
He'd probably never considered that the players present might not lose to his sister. Too much arrogance makes enemies on every side. Yuan Chain didn't mind teaching this clueless brat a lesson on his sister's behalf. He stepped up to the bed, intending to yank Hua Yuan off by force.
He overrated himself and underestimated Hua Yuan. The instant he reached out, Hua Yuan's body dissolved on the spot. Everyone stared in shock.
So it wasn't only Hua Huai who possessed the binding Gi ability, Hua Yuan had it too. At their young age, these siblings were terrifyingly powerful. When Hua Yuan's form recondensed, he was already clinging to Yuan Chuan's back, jaws snapping toward Yuan Chuan's neck.
Yuan Chuan reacted fast, clapping a hand over the boy's head to stop him. At the same time he tried to haul the kid around to the front. But his palm met empty air. Hua Yuan had dispersed again. Before gauging the other player's strength, rashly revealing one's own bound specter was unwise.
Kids, so impulsive, never thinking of consequences. Yuan Chuan kept using his own ability against Hua Yuan and steadily lost the upper hand.
In a careless moment Hua Yuan bit his arm, as if intent on tearing off a chunk of flesh. Yuan Chuan struck out with his free hand and barely saved that piece of meat.
He cursed, "You rabid mutt. You'd actually bite a chunk out of me?"
Swallowing his rage, he waved a hand.
"Fine, you win. I'll sleep on the floor, okay?"
Hua Yuan climbed back onto the bed and spat, too. His mouth tasted of salt and grime, disgusting. Having seen Hua Yuan's prowess, the other players, like Yuan Chuan, were unwilling to expose their abilities so soon. Thus the bed was successfully monopolized by Hua Yuan. Seizing the bed had been Hua Yuan's achievement alone. Ran Ping and Shu Wenyao exchanged glances and decided to sleep on the ground. They could endure conditions like these. In the dead of night the players were already asleep. Suddenly, a faint rustle came from outside the door. The sound was slight, but most players were seasoned veterans. Sensing it, they opened their eyes one after another in the darkness. The room was pitch black. Once the lights were off nothing could be seen. They could only rely on sound to judge that the noise came from beyond the door. Creak. The old wooden door always groaned no matter how carefully it was opened. A dim glow seeped in from outside, as if someone had set a kerosene lamp by their feet, allowing the players to faintly see a bamboo pipe poking into the room. Sneaking around in the middle of the night could only mean trouble. Chances were high that the bamboo pipe contained sleeping potion or some other poison. Even covering nose and mouth might not keep out a whiff or two. Like cheetahs in the dark, the players sprang as one, pinned the prowler to the ground. Shu Wenyao picked up the kerosene lamp and shone it on the man's face. It was the house owner. Pinned down, the man couldn't use his hands. The bamboo pipe rolled to Shu Wenyao's feet. Without needing orders, everyone found rope and tied the man up neatly. While this room was having its crisis, the other room was no exception. Fu Chou pinned the wife down and demanded, "Speak, what's your purpose?" The two rooms were close, both intruders were subdued almost simultaneously. Lights were switched on, the couple flung together to face 12 players. A crushing pressure made the two tremble. Yet no matter how the players questioned them, they kept their mouths shut. In a dungeon, players aren't penalized by the rules for harming NPCs. Fu Chou promptly drew a fighting knife from her waist and pressed it to the man's neck. "If you won't talk, I'll kill the chicken to scare the monkey." The pair didn't grasp the idiom, but they caught the word kill and felt the blade at the man's neck. Danger was clear. The wife shook like a sieve, terror almost spilling over. She stammered, "D, don't do it, we can talk." The husband, less afraid, kicked her in the belly, sending her crashing into the cabinet behind her. "No need for you to beg for me. Would they really dare kill me? This is our village. If they dare touch me, they'll never leave it alive." Outside the village the mountains ringed them round, no roads connected directly. To get out, the players would have to cross those mountains. They'd already come that way and knew how hard the paths were. The villagers knew the terrain intimately. Catching a few outsiders would be child's play. In the husband's eyes their role was university students. Tall or short, fat or thin, young or old. That identity had been imposed on them. He never questioned whether it made sense. What could pampered students know compared with rough field workers like them? Though the players' views differed, they all agreed the man mustn't be killed. Their mission in the village was to investigate the unexplained disappearances of townsfolk. If the man's death enraged the villagers, the mission would fail. Still, under the circumstances they wouldn't let him off easily. Fu Chou kept the blade in place. Making up a lie? How hard can that be? "I'll just tell them you were eaten by a tiger while out in the mountains," sounds reasonable enough. On entering the village Fu Chou had kicked a tree and noticed yellow and black fur at its foot. It proved the driver's claim, the forest held beasts, tigers included. Murder glinted in Fu Chou's eyes, yet the man stared back unafraid. "Outsider, you think they'll believe your nonsense?" Villagers living long in one place kept in constant contact. And they had ways to guard against forest beasts. Death as easily as Fu Chou described? Impossible. Her method wouldn't squeeze out a shred of useful information. While everyone pondered their next move, Hua Hui tossed something into the man's mouth. The man tried to spit it out, but Hua Hui pressed his crown and jaw, forcing him to clamp shut. Deep in the mountains of sin, deception. The sudden move left everyone bewildered. The master of the house struggled in vain and, in a fluster, swallowed the thing whole. Seeing it go down, Hua Hui released him. His eyes bulged in horror. "What did you feed me?" Looking perfectly innocent, Hua Hui delivered the crushing verdict, "A slow-acting poison. Such drugs don't kill at once, but they keep death hanging overhead.
Perfect for this moment.
Now truly frightened, the man thrashed and yelled, "I'll tell you everything you want to know.
But promise me, once I talk, you give me the antidote."
Hua Huai nodded, and the man began.
Inside these 2 bamboo tubes is sleeping potion.
You city folk really are different, 2,000 yuan, just like that. For us, that's 3 months of planting, harvesting, and selling crops.
Such hard labor, all that effort.
He turned to Yuan Chuan. But this guy talked like money was nothing, clearly loaded. We couldn't let a flock of fat sheep stroll by.
We only wanted your money, not your lives. We lost our heads this time.
Please, show mercy, spare me. The master knocked his forehead twice on the ground, hard. Ranping picked up one bamboo tube, took the other from Shu Wenyao, and cautiously sniffed. His brows snapped together. He wheeled on the master, voice lethal.
"The smell's wrong, you're lying."
The rest had almost believed him. Ranping's caution, sniffing the stuff himself, risked exposure, yet he dared.
No one had expected this.
Murder glinted in Fu Chio's eyes as her fighting knife kissed the man's throat, pressing a fraction deeper.
"Keep talking rubbish and I'll make sure you never talk again." The unspoken threat, she'd take his head off.
Blood trickled along the blade. The master stammered, I. He ID'd for ages without a coherent sentence. Cold sweat soaked his back. He smelled mortal danger. The scare hadn't been enough, he still meant to bluff his way out. Fu Chio raised the fighting knife high and slashed downward at his face, a brutal visual shock. The master stared, feeling the blade's merciless descent. Fu Chio knew exactly where to stop. His eyes snapped shut in terror, yet no pain came. When he opened them, the knife hovered between his eyes, a hair's breadth away. Even a twitch from him or the blade would end in contact. Sweat poured, he didn't dare breathe, finally forcing out, "Speak. I'll talk." Fu Chio withdrew the blade and waited. He eyed Ranping, reading the marks on the tubes. The left one's poison, the right is sleeping potion. The poison is for men, the other's for women. Women are worth more alive. Men are useless alive. The players' hearts lurched. Monsters were lethal enough, but now NPCs played this dirty? Had Ranping not risked a sniff, the man would have slipped right past them. Ranping, ever measured, capped the tube after a single whiff, far too little to harm him. The players already guessed what use meant. Kylie stepped up, slapped him, "Scumbag, disgusting." Still furious, she swung again and again. Red handprints bloomed on his dark cheeks. The master swallowed his rage, gaze pleading at Hua Huai. "I've told you, where's my antidote?" The matter couldn't end here, Hua Huai smiled. "Patience. Once we find Zhao Qinyun's place tomorrow morning, we'll deliver it." His eyes bulged. "You lied to me." Hua Huai shrugged. "Yep. The host had shown no mercy, why should she? Karma had simply come calling." The master roared, "I won't tell you where Zhao Qinyun lives." Hua Huai bared a grin. "So you don't care about the antidote? Once we leave the village, you can wait for death. We're not down to one informant. But you've got exactly one source for that antidote, me. Think you've any leverage left?" Cold truth, Hua Huai held every card. Survival instinct forced his mouth open. The night was long, the players needed rest, so they shoved the pair into their own room and locked the door. This time they slept soundly, briefly. Soon Yuan Chuan felt an itch and scratched, whatever it was bit back. Pain jolted him awake, he realized he'd grabbed something that bit him. He flung it away with a clang. Fully awake, he guessed a centipede. Sleeping on the floor had been a bad idea. After that bite, sleep was impossible. At dawn, dark circles marked more than Yuan Chuan. Kylie, Lu Hong and the rest had fared no better. Purple crescents testify to the night's torment. Bu Yunxia, seething, kicked open the host's door and hauled the master up by the collar. "Move, take us to Zhao Qinyun. Lie again and I'll cut your tongue out." Under relentless threats, the master dared no tricks and led them straight to Zhao Qinyun's house. Zhao Qinyun smacked her forehead in dismay.
I meant to fetch you last night, but it was too late to go out. Was just wondering where to find you, sorry you had to come yourselves. Alright, Li Ergu, off you go, these folks are mine now.
Li Ergu, that was the master's name. To avoid village backlash, the players had already untied him.
With so many watching, he couldn't run.
Yet at Zhao Qinyun's dismissal, Li Ergu stayed, gaze fixed on Hua Huai.
Meaning plain, he wanted the antidote.
Hua Huai curved her lips.
Congratulations, you've been conned again. Deep in the mountain of sin, the weak.
There was never any slow-acting poison on Hua Huai. It was just a smooth pebble she'd picked up off the ground last night, the dirt rubbed off with her fingers. Li Ergu swallowed too fast to tell what he'd gulped down.
You.
Li Ergu choked with rage, unable to squeeze out a single word. After being tricked again and again, Li Ergu decided antidote was hopeless. Face flushed with anger, he lunged to throttle Hua Huai. Reading his fury, Hua Huai realized he'd misunderstood. Standing still, she said calmly, not poisonous. Li Ergu's charge froze mid-step, under everyone's gaze his raised hands could neither retreat nor advance. If it wasn't poison, his life wasn't at risk.
Attacking now would be downright irrational.
After a tense moment, Li Ergu stiffly lowered his arms and stormed out of Zhao Qinyun's house. Zhao Qinyun chuckled, smoothing things over. Li Ergu's always like this, don't take it to heart.
Whatever she imagined, that was what she said. Next came arranging lodging for the players.
As you can see, a single household here can't fit so many people. When your class advisor booked the houses, we agreed on 4 guests per family.
So we'll split you among 3 households.
The 3 were Zhao Qinyun's, Li Ergu's, and Li Tieju's. Only Li Tieju's home was unknown to the players. Zhao Qinyun explained, Li Tieju's house is closest to the mountainside, well, easy to find. Mention of the well made the players shiver, a chill crept down their backs.
Last night's terror at the well was still vivid.
On the face of it, neither Li Ergu's nor Li Tieju's was a desirable choice. Players scrambled for spots in Zhao Qinyun's house, refusing to yield. Bu Yunxia planted hands on hips, shrew in full form. I don't care how you choose, tonight I'm staying here.
Yuan Chuan said nothing, but his eyes told everyone he too would stay.
Unlike last night, his gaze was one of certain victory. If anyone opposed him again, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash everything he had. Too many wanted to stay, the room couldn't hold them all. Ran Ping stood outside, signaling Hua Huai and Shu Wenyao with his eyes.
They got the message and joined him.
Their present distance from the others let them speak softly without being overheard.
Ran Ping asked, do you trust me?
Given his status and reputation in the horror game world, he was a powerhouse players longed to lean on. Entering this designated dungeon at all was thanks to Ran Ping.
He'd helped plenty without asking for return.
Hua Huai and Shu Wenyao answered in unison, we trust you.
Trust isn't built overnight, but right now they were willing. Ran Ping analyzed, the NPC split players among 3 households, odds are each hides vital clues.
We have 4 people, best to send at least 1 to each house and miss nothing. Li Ergu's and Li Tieju's carry higher danger, so Shu Wenyao and I will take those. Ran Ping left the safest slot for Hua Huai and Hua Yuan. A few dungeons ago Hua Huai would have accepted without protest. But times had changed. Let Brother Yao stay at Zhao Qinyun's, I'll take Li Tieju's. Hua Huai chose the riskiest place, because she believed she could bear it. Shu Wenyao had no bound specter, in an A-level dungeon that was perilous. Whether his items could handle a Class A aberration was uncertain.
A better plan reduced casualties.
Ran Ping meant to claim the most dangerous post, but Hua Huai beat him to it.
Ran Ping frowned. An A-level dungeon isn't like the ones you've seen, don't gamble.
Choosing Li Ergu's would have been bad enough, yet she picked Li Tieju's right beside that well. President Ran overestimates my nobility, danger and clues walk hand in hand.
Her implication, the deadliest spot might yield the richest clues. How do you know I won't hoard those clues for myself? After all, secrets feel safest when gripped in your own hand. Hua Huai winked playfully, obviously joking. To achieve her goal she'd even say such things. Were her teammates paranoid, they'd watch her like hawks. Xu Wenyao had never cleared an A-level dungeon, Hua Huai had, and survived. He personally believed in her ability. Without noticing, she'd left him behind. Years in the horror game were eclipsed by her few months. A radiant light clung to her, someone fate favored. When Hua Huai's group returned, the quarrel over beds still raged. Ran Ping's single sentence silenced the bickering. "Didn't you say this is a team dungeon? Keep arguing and night will fall without a decision. Or do you want to sleep on the ground again tonight?" Last night's torment was still fresh. One sleepless day is bearable, every day would be mental torture. Wasting time on beds was wasting life. Voices quieted, Bu Yunxia asked Ran Ping, "So what's your fair way to split?" Ran Ping laid out his plan. "You're all clamoring to stay here because you think it's safest, leave it to the weak to maximize survival." Weak was far too broad a label. Who could be sure no one feigned weakness? Players who volunteer as weak forfeit nearly all say in this dungeon. They may watch but never speak in future decisions, and must obey outcomes unconditionally. Who would dare fake being weak now? Ran Ping's move was brutal. The quarrelsome crowd deflated like punctured balloons. Anyone with pride couldn't stomach such treatment. Xu Wenyao glanced at Ran Ping, trade his voice for a bed? Among their 4, 3 still had full rights, quite a bargain. Without batting an eye, Xu Wenyao raised his hand. "I'm weak." The first to yield was not only a man but a young one. Xiao Xiuyuan muttered, seriously. Next, Xuelai lifted his hand. "I'm weak too." Great, no woman had raised her hand, yet these two were eager. Deep mountain of sin, strong men. Huayuan couldn't stand being called weak, he clasped his hands behind his back, looking as if he would never raise a hand. That alone put Hua Huai at ease. Huayuan was her responsibility, so he had to follow her lead. Most players still had backbone, the last 2 to raise their hands were women, Lu Hong and Kylie. With the players staying at Zhao Qinyun's place settled, it was Li Ergu's turn. As the second safest zone, it naturally sparked a scramble. Ran Ping interjected again, "So you all think Li Tieju's house is the most dangerous? Then let's add one more rule, players who stay at Li Tieju's get double say in discussions." His proposal was fair, no player could voice a real objection. Where there's risk, there's reward enough to make people rush in. In front of everyone, Hua Huai raised her hand. "I'll go to Li Tieju's." She grabbed Huayuan's hand. "He's coming too." Though the label strong swelled his pride, the real danger made him flinch. "Sis." Yet Hua Huai was so formidable, she'd shown stunning strength in dungeons, she must know what she was doing. In the last dungeon she hadn't let him die, surely she wouldn't now. After weighing it, he trusted her more than his fear and declared, "That's right, I'm going to Li Tieju's too." His shifting expression didn't escape the others. He clearly had no confidence, it all rested on his sister. The players secretly grumbled, newborn calves don't fear tigers. With 2 volunteers for Li Tieju's, the rest of the assignment went smoothly. Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan volunteered for Li Tieju's, the rest went to Li Ergu's. Zhao Qinyun led the distribution and showed everyone their lodgings. On the way, a playful child darted through the village, bumped into Huayuan, and knocked him on his backside. It happened so fast that pain flared in his rear before he could react. The culprit was a small boy with a tiny braided tuft of hair. Huayuan exploded, "Watch where you're going." He scrambled up, pinned the boy, and cocked a fist over his face. A big hand caught him, a booming voice made everyone wince. "What you think you're doing, kid? In our territory you dare hit one of ours?" Huayuan looked up, a middle-aged man, hair streaked with gray, clothes dusty enough to shed dirt with a shake. The man's 3 white eyes glared. "Let go." Like a carnivore's cub, weak but vicious. Of course, it depended on whom you compared him to. Against this man,
Hua Yuan might not be outclassed. To keep things from turning ugly, Hua Huai stepped in.
Enough.
A trifle ballooned in Hua Yuan's mind. He had no idea what restraint meant.
They'd only just arrived, they needed information from the villagers and couldn't show their dark side yet. Hua Yuan's chest heaved twice before he stood off the boy.
Clearly he felt wronged. Even so, the man didn't release his wrist.
You may be done, I'm not.
I saw it clear, you meant to hit him. The man's refusal to let it go reignited Hua Yuan's anger. Even the other players thought it excessive. But they couldn't afford hostility, so Hua Huai pulled 200 yuan from her pocket and approached the man. He has a bad temper, I'll teach him better. Please let this pass.
Money talked at moments like this.
In this backwater, 200 was no small sum.
Any more might attract the wrong attention.
The man's eyes lit, he snatched the cash and released Hua Yuan.
See that you do. If I catch him again, 200 won't cut it.
Once the man left, Hua Yuan tugged Hua Huai's sleeve.
Why pay him? He couldn't beat me.
Others lacked foresight, he lacked any thought at all. He lived by brute impulse, one step at a time.
Hua Huai said offhandedly, think about our mission.
Hua Yuan wasn't stupid, her words sank in as they walked, and understanding dawned. He hurried after her, eyes shining.
You're so smart.
The praise slipped out before he realized it was praise.
Genuine awe was written across his face.
Hua Huai didn't consider herself clever, she shot him a look that called him an idiot.
Anyone with half a brain would have figured it out.
He needed prodding before he'd crank his rusty mind. Now that they were at Li Tieju's, the players had met last night stood before them, even in daylight it chilled them. Yuan Chuan rubbed his arms and hissed, I'm starting to regret choosing this place.
Fu Qiu showed no fear, swaggering forward.
Too late, no turning back, tee-hee.
The players knew where Li Ergu's house was, Zhao Qingyun didn't need to guide them.
So this trip she only led the four of them, Hua Huai, Hua Yuan, Fu Qiu, Yuan Chuan, to Li Tieju's.
On arrival, Zhao Qingyun at the head knocked on the door.
After 2 raps Li Taiju opened it and froze at the sight of them. They froze too. Wasn't this the same middle-aged man who'd grabbed Hua Yuan and taken Hua Huai's 200 yuan? A small head peeked from behind him, the boy who'd bumped into Hua Yuan. Seeing Hua Yuan, the child yelped and darted back inside. The players weren't used to the village's rough paths and had lagged behind. So Li Taiju had reached home only shortly before they finally arrived. Zhao Qingyun explained matters, presumably she'd already settled the players' stay with him. After a brief recap she handed the 4 over to Li Taiju. Li Taiju seemed to bear no grudge.
Then come in.
Village layouts were much the same, 3 rooms, 2 players per room.
Fu Qiu wouldn't room with Yuan Chuan, she told Hua Huai, tonight you're finally sleeping with me, right? Normally that would be the case. But this dungeon wasn't normal. Hua Huai draped an arm over Hua Yuan and pulled him close. I'm rooming with him.
Siblings sharing sounded reasonable enough. Safety came first. Hua Huai knew exactly what Hua Yuan could and couldn't do.
Knowing every detail was the best shield.
Hua Yuan hadn't thought that far, being chosen made him want to wag his tail to the sky.
Fu Qiu looked ready to grind her teeth to dust, yet Hua Huai didn't bat an eye at forcing her to room with Yuan Chuan. Fragments of the truth in, the deepest mountain of sin. A man and a woman shouldn't touch if they're not intimate, doesn't Hua Huai know that? Well, she's only a child who hasn't even hit puberty, what could she possibly understand? Perhaps the concept doesn't even exist for her. Fu Qiu felt she really needed to give Hua Huai a proper education. She opened her mouth, but had no idea where to start. She'd never felt so defeated before. After a long pause she forced out, as long as you're happy. Her head throbbed. Because nutrition had been so unbalanced when she lived with the Hua family, Hua Huai's puberty had been delayed, she still looked completely undeveloped. She was much smaller than kids her age, at first glance most people would mistake her for 10. Hua Huai and Hua Yuan were full-blooded siblings,
and Fu Qiu knew she couldn't out-argue Hua Yuan. She spun around and glowered at Yuan Chuan.
"You're sleeping on the floor tonight. Try to act like a gentleman, will you?" Yuan Chuan's code of conduct really had nothing to do with being a gentleman. He hadn't caught a wink all night and looked haggard. "Do you even know there are centipedes in these mountains?"
One had bitten him last night, the swollen lump still throbbed like mad. Fu Qiu shot him an impatient glance.
"It's not like I didn't sleep on the floor."
This pair of siblings were something else. Both beds in the 2 rooms had been monopolized by them. Everyone else had suffered insect bites to varying degrees. Yuan Chuan wasn't the only victim.
With a frame that big, why make a fuss over such a tiny bite? Yuan Chuan hated losing. Inside a dungeon, everyone's equal.
Man or woman, old or young, we're all just players.
Either we take turns sleeping in a bed, or nobody sleeps in one at all.
When Yuan Chuan refused to back down, Fu Qiu stared at him for a moment.
"Fine."
Hua Huai and Hua Yuan had already gone into their temporary room. The furnishings were simple, almost identical to last night's. With the door shut tight, Hua Huai began searching the place. She checked the wooden cabinet, the bed, the table and chairs, nothing.
Hua Yuan leaned against the wall, watching her bustle about.
Then, mimicking her, he started searching too. His method had no logic, he headed straight for the least likely spots. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. He searched absent-mindedly, so randomly that no one could pin any hope on him. Yet in that randomness he brushed a long unwashed plank, dust cascaded and the board slid aside, revealing a crack.
Hua Huai straightened and stared. Was this the power of a European emperor?
The plank blended perfectly with the wooden wall, gaps riddled the whole surface, easily hiding that particular board. But those gaps weren't damage, probably the villagers' tools had been too crude to plane the boards flush when they built the place. Hua Huai stepped up and pushed the plank aside. A flower cloth package came into view. Judging by appearance, the package was old, its cloth badly faded. She unwrapped it. Inside were baby items. Judging by the hand-embroidered belly band and the floral pattern on the tiny pillow, everything had been prepared for a baby girl. The articles were intact, showing the maker's care, yet they'd lain hidden in a dark compartment. Suddenly a loud crash came from outside the door.
Like pots and pans hitting the floor, accompanied by a woman's sobs. Hastily Hua Huai rewrapped the bundle, stuffed it back, and slid the plank into place.
She stepped out and realized the noise came from next door.
Yuan Chuan and Fu Qiu were already outside, heading that way together. Yuan Chuan hissed, "Don't tell me it really is human trafficking?" "That's what I thought the moment I read the mission intro. I've only ever seen stuff like this on the news." Fu Qiu agreed.
"Highly likely, but it's still guesswork. We need proof." According to the mission briefing, their background setup matched their current suspicion exactly.
Finding evidence was the real reason they'd come.
And right now evidence was presenting itself, waiting to be captured.
Time to put the camera to use.
The village seemed idle at the moment. Quite a few villagers had gathered, pointing and whispering outside the door. Villager A cracked sunflower seeds.
"This new bride needs proper discipline, else she'll always want to fly away."
Villager B stood cockily. "They say she's a college girl from the city, tender as water."
Villager C guffawed.
"There's an old saying, women are made of water." Their after-dinner gossip was built on someone else's pain.
Fu Qiu's face turned icy. "What can you see standing outside?
Let's go inside, now that'll be spectacular." The villagers turned to look at the unfamiliar face.
Villager A shrugged. "Which family's young wife is wandering about?"
Villager B knew a bit more and said meaningfully, "She's no family's wife, she's a college student here doing research."
"Research? I don't know what that means, but Li Erga told me so."
"Someone paid good money and asked Zhao Qinyun to handle it. Don't get any funny ideas."
Villager C looked her up and down like a piece of merchandise, clicking his tongue. What a waste.
If looks could kill, these villagers would already be dead 100 times over. But the mission came first, she couldn't act rashly. Fu Qiu held herself in check and extended her hand toward Hua Huai. I know how to use a professional camera, hand it over. The camera was in Hua Huai's hands, and she really couldn't get the best results with it.
Simple snapshots were fine.
But a professional camera needed its settings tweaked for crisp shots, and she hadn't learned that yet. Besides, Fu Qiu pushing the mission forward would benefit her too. Hua Huai placed the camera in Fu Qiu's palm. Fu Qiu smiled at the villagers, but her eyes, utterly devoid of warmth, sent a chill down their spines. Since you don't know what research means, let me explain.
Do you think this place is poor? That working every day is exhausting? Wouldn't you love to earn money lying down?
If you cooperate with our research, I'll make you rich money while you lie in bed. Enticing words spilled from her lips.
The villagers had questions. How do we cooperate? Fu Qiu raised the camera. Freeze in those exact poses, let me take a photo. Though backward, the place knew what a photo was. Swayed by her sweet promises, they really held their positions for her to record. Click. The scene was captured in the camera. At the same instant, the players' panels popped up. Event truth fragment collected, 1 out of 100.
The message meant they still needed another 99 pieces of evidence to reach the truth.
Hua Huai wondered, the flower cloth package she'd found, didn't that count toward the truth? Deep in the mountains of sin, Xing Xiumin.
So much so that, the truth fragments hadn't increased.
No, that's not right.
Think carefully, they saw the villagers first, Fu Qiu shot the photo after.
Witnessing the villagers' actions hadn't added any truth fragments.
Only after the photo was taken did the panel suddenly pop up. So, for evidence to count, whatever they obtained had to be captured by this camera.
Clang.
The door in front of her burst open, a woman crawled out, her face full of despair. Her body was covered in whip marks.
Bloody and shocking.
In this situation, Fu Qiu's first thought wasn't to help, but to hurriedly raise the camera and snap another shot. Just then, a man in his 30s walked out, long whip in hand, about to bring it down.
Click. Event truth fragment collected, 2 out of 100.
She wanted to test whether repeated shots would work, so she took another photo. This time, the scarlet panel did not appear. And no corresponding picture existed in the camera. The lash landed on the woman, yet it felt like it struck Hua Huai's heart, stirring bad memories. In front of these villagers, she couldn't use her weird abilities to help the woman. From previous dungeons she knew NPCs feared the uncanny, they understood the concept of the supernatural. Using that power rashly would be no different from branding herself as is almost equal to weird entity. Pure brute force wouldn't work, she had to outsmart them.
Hey, everyone's watching.
If you're not ashamed, we are.
Airing your dirty laundry in public, aren't you embarrassed?
Normally, such matters were kept behind closed doors.
Today was an exception, the woman had been disobedient and clever.
Pretending to obey, she'd slipped the bolt and run to the door the moment his back was turned. He'd pinned her by the entrance and whipped her, she'd struggled fiercely and accidentally flung the door open. With family business exposed, the man, no stranger to saving face, still had to live in the village and needed his reputation. He locked the woman in the woodshed, this time there were no curses or blows, he'd break her spirit instead.
Fu Qiu looked at her. Why so kind? She's just an NPC, it doesn't matter if she's beaten to death.
Yuan Chuan shrugged with a smile.
Kids, bound to let sympathy get the better of them.
From start to finish, Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan never considered helping.
Hua Huai's eyes stayed clear. A small effort, why not help if I can?
Even if she was an NPC, those few words had spared her further pain for the moment. The remark left Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan speechless. Unable to argue, they simply fell silent. They weren't so quick to lavish sympathy. Back at Li Tieju's house, Hua Huai stopped them at the door. I found a package, I need to photograph it.
It could be a truth fragment.
Since this dungeon mission was win-win, there was no need to hide the flower cloth package.
Whether its contents counted as truth fragments would be settled once the camera verified it. Fu Qiu's eyes flickered. She followed Hua Huai inside. The flower cloth package was taken out and spread on the floor. Hua Huai frowned. Why did it feel like something inside had diminished? But she couldn't be sure. From retrieving the package for inspection to returning it to the hidden nook, the interval had been too short to inventory every item. Perhaps nothing was missing. She was overthinking. Fu Qiu peered at the contents and narrowed her eyes. Things a baby girl would use. She, too, believed these could qualify as evidence fragments. She raised the camera and snapped. The scarlet panel never appeared. Yuan Chuan asked, "Did you press the shutter?" Another click, still nothing. Reluctant as she was, Fu Qiu had to admit, "I did. Looks like this stuff has nothing to do with the truth." If it was irrelevant, there was no point wasting time on it. Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan left. Hua Huai realized Hua Yuan was nowhere to be seen. When the aroma of food drifted from the kitchen at mealtime, Hua Yuan finally appeared in the distance. 7 or 8 children were with him. They waved as they parted. Play again next time. Inside a dungeon he'd actually befriended NPC kids, impressive, to say the least. His actions gave Hua Huai an idea. The elders in the village never spoke quite truthfully. These children might make a better starting point. With dishes on the table, Hua Yuan returned to Li Tieju's house. To ensure the players' food was safe, Fu Qiu supervised Li Taiju the entire time he cooked. Hot, safe food Hua Yuan had only to sit and enjoy. During the meal Fu Qiu casually asked, "Uncle Li, are the men here that hard on their wives?" She softened the question. "I saw the woman next door covered in blood, terrifying. With these beautiful mountains and clear water, I was thinking of building a house here and living the pastoral life. If everyone here's like that, I'd never dare stay." She spoke of building a house as if it cost nothing. To her, a house seemed worthless. And if she settled here, wouldn't single men like them have a chance? Unable to resist the temptation, Li Taiju explained, "Most families treat their wives well, his is a special case. When a woman first arrives she cries and fusses, you have to be firm. Once time passes and she wants the marriage to work, the beatings stop." Li Taiju didn't realize how wrong his words sounded. The mindset was so ingrained it felt natural to him. He saw no fault, so he spoke bluntly without hiding a thing. Fu Qiu seized the slip. "Just arrived, what do you mean?" Li Taiju caught himself. He'd misspoken and quickly corrected, "I meant his newlywed bride." His gaze drifted. In the old days they said, parents order, matchmaker arranges. A bride might be unwilling and cause trouble for the husband's family. She needs discipline, yes, discipline. That old saying had spread far, even remote mountain villages felt its influence. Fu Qiu fell silent. Hua Huai took over. "Uncle Li, is there a woman named Xing Xiumin in your village?" Xing Xiumin, Jiang Changchan's mother. The unfamiliar name made Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan glance at her. But they didn't interrupt, waiting quietly for Li Tieju's answer. Li Tieju's eyes darted. He dodged the question. "Why do you ask about her?" Then swiftly denied, "I don't know her, don't ask me." Those 2 sentences, and his evasive manner, told Hua why he did know Xing Xiumin. Deep in the sinful mountains, there are no women. What Li Taiju denied revealed his guilt. Guilt from lying. He's not good at lying. Looks like Xing Xiumin really is in this village. Yuan Chuan cut to the chase and asked, "Big brother Li, has anything strange ever happened here? I saw every house had its door shut last night, everyone turned in so early?" A flicker of oddness crossed Li Tieju's eyes. "No, I don't know why you think that. We sleep early because the work tires us out, we need the rest. There's no reason to leave doors open, so of course every house is shut tight." The meal ended amid chatter between the players and Li Taiju. Li Taiju cleared the table to wash up. Fu Qiu quietly stowed her camera. The pro-level body had a video mode. She'd recorded the whole meal, but nothing useful had been captured. Fu Qiu muttered, "Li Tieju's mouth is locked tight. Let's split up this afternoon and see if we can dig up other leads in the village. Hua Huai and Yuan Chuan readily agreed to Fu Qiu's plan. That afternoon Hua Huai beamed.
Hua Yuan, I saw you playing great with the village kids, impressive. Never once praised by Hua Huai, Hua Yuan froze on the spot. He looked at her uncertainly.
You praised me? Hua Huai's grin widened, for a second she looked like a sly fox.
Yep.
I want to play too, bring me along?
Having asked, she hadn't left him the right to refuse. If he said no, she'd beat him until he said yes. Clueless about her thoughts, Hua Yuan kept replaying her praise in his head.
Almost trance-like, he nodded.
Okay.
His heart thudded, why had he agreed so easily? It wasn't like him at all.
Under Hua Yuan's lead, Hua Huai quickly became one of the kids. She soon saw why he'd won their affection so fast.
He excelled at games, city games these remote children had never heard of. The kids were instantly hooked by the novelty he brought. While they played, Hua Huai slipped in, has anyone here heard the name Xing Xiumin? Most villagers saw each other every day. If Xing Xiumin were here, these kids should have heard of her. But every one of them shook their heads.
Their eyes were pure, blank.
Impossible. Li Tieju's reaction said Xing Xiumin was here, how could they not know her? Could the timing be wrong? What if she'd died long ago?
These kids were too young to have ever heard her name.
Those red high heels boosted a specter's power, did that mean their owner had become one? Could the wet footprints by the well last night have been hers?
Unfazed, Hua Huai tried another angle.
Want to play a storytelling game?
Each of us tells a story, then we vote for the best.
Winner takes the round. The kids, still simple, loved the novelty and all agreed. None thought to ask what the winner would get. Just playing something new was fun enough.
Hua Huai cleared her throat. To draw them in, she set her tail in a village. It was the dungeon they'd once cleared, Worm Village. She'd lived it, her vivid telling left several kids pale and near tears.
But terror alone wouldn't keep the game going.
She ended on a warm note, like winter suddenly turning spring, leaving them wanting more. The children clamored for another story.
Hua Huai arched a brow.
Rules are rules, everyone must tell one before the next round. If they wanted to listen, they had to speak first. Seeing she wouldn't budge, the kids began to speak in turn. Kid A whispered, let me tell you a secret, our village has no women.
Dad says the gods blessed us, every baby born here is a boy.
The kids had no idea what a story meant. He simply stopped, tail over. Yet those two lines held a key clue.
Hua Huai pressed, isn't Zhao Qingyun a woman? In perfect unison the kids replied, she's an outsider.
Their voices matched so exactly it sent a chill down her spine.
If no local women existed, every woman here must be an outsider. How had they entered the village? Getting here alone was no small feat.
Kid B went on, no one lives in the ancestral hall, but at night we often hear noises.
Mom says it's rats drinking the lamp oil.
Kid C added, on the first of every month someone always marries, you can pick up sweets. After every child spoke, the winner's crown naturally went to Hua Huai. Their stories were only what they all knew, nothing new to excite them. She told a few more, this time lifting plots straight from storybooks. When the dinner bell rang, the kids drifted off reluctantly.
The afternoon hadn't been wasted.
That ancestral hall was odd, constant night noises meant constant rats after the lamp oil. The hall wasn't an ordinary house. A rat or two was normal, but the villagers never tried to drive them out, just let it go on. Dark had fallen, tomorrow at dawn she'd investigate the hall. Yuan Chuan oversaw supper tonight, by the rota, Hua Huai and Hua Yuan were next. But the pair were too young. Yuan Chuan and Fu Qiu didn't trust them with food safety.
So Yuan Chuan and Fu Qiu would take turns between themselves.
In return, Hua Huai shared her lead, the ancestral hall. Unless forced, the players didn't want to set foot there, the blood-red gates screamed danger. Yet the clue pointed straight at it, they had no choice.
Night fell, draping the village in mystery.
Perhaps because the well was close, Hua Huai kept hearing flowing water. Inside the dungeon, those sounds robbed her of sleep and filled her with dread.
Deep in the mountain of sin, dislocation.
After an unknown amount of time, Hua Yuan suddenly sat up in bed. Hua Huai assumed he needed the bathroom and ignored him. She heard him walk outside in steady, measured steps. Li Tieju's house had only one chamber pot, reserved for his son. Anyone else had to use the outhouse.
Hua Huai counted the minutes, certain Hua Yuan would return soon. 3, 5, 10 minutes passed. Something's wrong, why so long? Nights in the dungeon were never safe. Had something happened?
Hua Huai leapt up, grabbed a candlestick, and followed. In the flickering light she saw him heading straight for the well. Hua Yuan knew danger. Last night's horror at the well was fresh in his mind.
Hua Huai called, Hua Yuan. He didn't react, not even pausing for an instant. Left with no choice, she caught up. Hua Yuan, do you know what you're doing?
No answer. He might as well be bewitched. Only when she stepped in front did she realize he was still asleep. Eyes shut, clutching the clay doll, he shuffled toward the well in a trance. He'd been out long enough to get dangerously close to the opening. Something inside was climbing up. An infant's wail clawed at their ears.
Hua Huai's earlier suspicion was right. One item was missing from the flower cloth bundle, the clay doll in Hua Yuan's arms. Whatever lived in the well wanted it back. She grabbed for the doll, but Hua Yuan's grip was iron. She'd have to snap his hand off to free it.
The wails drew nearer, wet footprints approaching.
Did these two horrors always appear together? Their aura sent the surrounding temperature plummeting.
In desperation, Hua Huai slapped Hua Yuan hard, trying to wake him. His cheeks swelled. He stayed trapped in sleep. At this rate he was as good as dead. Desperate times called for desperate measures. With a quick twist she dislocated his wrist and tore the clay doll free. Pain snapped Hua Yuan awake, tears flying. It hurts, hurts, hurts.
Hua Huai seized his arm and ran. Move.
Hua Yuan finally felt the freezing air behind them and sprinted without protest. Hua Huai's hand was warm, a stark contrast to the chill at their backs. Inside, she set the candle down and returned the doll to the flower cloth bundle. Hua Yuan, teary-eyed, crowded close.
Sis, it hurts.
Hua Huai hesitated.
Bear it. I can't set bones.
Brother Yao can, he'll fix you tomorrow. Enduring the pain all night sounded worse than knocking him out cold.
Hua Yuan's vision tunneled, he almost fainted. Hua Huai glanced at him. You shouldn't have touched the bundle. He pouted. I'd never seen that thing. I was curious. Her expression cooled. If you can't sleep, I can. Good night. She flopped onto the bed. That's brutal.
Hua Yuan's tears hovered, pitiful.
Fine, she'd already said she couldn't help. Endure it, what else could he do? Provoke her and the injury might get worse than a dislocation.
He sat till dawn, occasionally banging his head against the wooden wall. Anyone listening would blame the ghosts. Hua Huai yawned awake. Hua Yuan scrambled over, wrists lifted.
Sis.
It really hurts. After a night of agony his wrist was swollen like a steamed bun. Hua Huai felt a twinge of guilt.
Got it. I'll take you to Brother Yao right away.
To Hua Yuan those words were salvation. Tears spilled instantly. Several times he'd nearly bolted outside at midnight, but the thought of A-level ghosts kept him frozen. At first light he'd considered going alone, yet Xu Wenyao clearly disliked him and might refuse to help. In the end he had to wait for Hua Huai to wake. Luckily, once up she took the matter seriously and led him straight to Zhao Qinyun's house.
Hua Huai spoke, Xu Wenyao reset the joint without a word. After yesterday's clues, the players needed to pool their findings.
They gathered in an area the villagers rarely visited to discuss the day's plan. Bu Yunxia rubbed her arms, shivering. We found nothing major at Li Erga's place. She shifted topics.
Still, the village's odd women are almost invisible.
Li Erga's wife is covered in old scars. I only saw them when I forced my way into the bath with her.
A-level tactics differed greatly from lower ranks. Showering with an NPC wasn't something most players would dare. Thanks to her boldness, they gained a new clue, minor, but real.
Xiao Xiaoyan recalled something.
Yesterday, what did the panel mean by truth fragments? Fu Qiu held up the camera. Here. Clues photographed add truth fragments. There's only one camera, so report every clue to me for a shot. Today's summary must be recorded too. That explained it. Xu Wenyao offered no clue. Instead he asked, did any of you find a mobile phone in Li Taiju or Li Erga's house?
All players shook their heads. In this remote village even a phone would have no signal. Besides, phones were expensive, villagers wouldn't waste money on offline games.
That was exactly why he'd asked.
He continued, Zhao Qinyan has one powers on, no signal.
Phones were useless to villagers, so why keep one? It felt off. Bu Yunxia pressed, did you bring it? Check its contents? Xu Wenyao frowned. Can't.
She guards it like treasure. She sleeps with it under her pillow and carries it in her pocket all day. Only while she's asleep can I sneak a look. If she wakes and it's gone, she'll suspect us. To the second question, it's an old model with almost no features, kept powered off most of the time.
So far nothing special. When it was Hua Huai's turn, she deliberately omitted anything about the flower cloth bundle. After last night she already knew how to use the items inside. Deep mountain of sin unlucky. When the moment came, whatever lay inside the flower cloth bundle could become her blade.
A blade raised by someone else, only to fall on someone else. Because last night's incident was inseparable from the clay doll, she simply concealed the whole affair. Xu Wenyao was one of them. While setting Hua Yuan's bone, he had already learned what had happened.
Hua Huai didn't go into detail, but he knew enough. At first she couldn't be sure whether anything was missing from the bundle, yet once the camera failed to add any new truth fragments, she could roughly guess something had been taken.
Under these circumstances, the only person who could have removed it was Hua Yuan. Hua Huai shouldn't have been so careless. Checking whether Hua Yuan had hidden anything would have been easy. She had clearly allowed it on purpose, wanting to see the consequences of his theft.
These items were meant for a baby girl.
According to the village children, the village had never seen a baby girl, every birth had been a boy. Hence, these objects were rather intriguing. Now that she chose to hide the fact, the purpose of those items wasn't hard to guess. With all clues pieced together, the players agreed they had to visit the ancestral hall today.
Beneath the sun, the vermilion-painted gate looked even more glaring.
Yet once they reached it, deciding who would push the door open became a problem. No one knew what would follow. The gate felt utterly ominous. The previously assigned right to speak now showed its effect. Players staying at Li Tieju's house held 2 votes apiece. Fu Qiu swept her gaze across the group. The weak have enjoyed the safest treatment, so naturally the weak should walk point. Her words meant the choice had to come from the 4 fixed players.
Still, don't worry too much, we're all here, we should be able to keep you safe. Not 100%, if the ghost moved too fast, of course they couldn't guarantee anything. And such a promise had a time limit.
Once they scattered later, no one could vouch for anyone's safety.
Fu Qiu's assurance calmed them, if only slightly. With the groundwork laid, Fu Qiu named her pick. I choose Lu Hong.
Lu Hong's face darkened instantly. 4 players lived at Zhao Qinyan's house, why single her out? No rush. Yuan Chuan, Hua Huai and Hua Yuan had yet to vote, she still had a chance. She bit back her protest and waited to see their choices.
Yuan Chuan saw it differently. If we're talking useless, Shui Lai is the most useless. Apart from minesweeping, I can't imagine any role he could fill. I pick Shui Lai. With votes split, Lu Hong was momentarily safe. Shui Lai looked dazed, utterly unaware of the danger, and accepted Yuan Chuan's choice with delight. This guy, could something be wrong with his mind?
Going by Fucho's logic, she should have sided with Yuan Chuan, yet she chose Lu Hong. Was it because Kylie, Lu Hong's friend, also lived at Zhao Qinyan's house, making retaliation hard in future votes? But Shui Lai was alone too, no one had ever seen him talk much with anyone. After weighing the options, Hua Huai chose Shui Lai. Needless to say, Hua Yuan followed his sister. The siblings held overwhelming sway, together with Yuan Chuan's 2 votes and Ran Ping's single vote, sending Shui Lai in was settled. Unfazed, he pushed the ancestral hall gate open at once, revealing the interior to every player. Rows of spirit tablets stood neatly, not a speck of dust on them, obviously tended often. Before the tablets lay an incense burner, candles, 3 wine cups and fresh offerings. The candle flames wavered, having scarcely melted, clearly lit. Only moments earlier. Shui Lai swept his gaze around the hall, as familiar with the place as if he were a descendant of those names. He found a bundle of joss sticks, drew 3, and lit them from a candle. Instead of blowing them out, he bowed 3 times toward the tablets, letting the motion extinguish the flames, then planted the sticks in the burner. Lu Hong was puzzled. What's he doing? Several other players were equally lost, since she had asked, they needn't speak. Ran Ping explained, he's showing respect to the deceased enshrined here. This is their dwelling, we intrude, so we need their permission. His words sent chills through the players. Lu Hong's scalp tingled. You mean, the hall is full of those things? Ran Ping's calm gaze shifted to her. Speak respectfully, they can hear you. On a summer day, a cold wind rose, brushing only Lu Hong. She shivered. I understand. Since Shui Lai is safe, let's go in. The players entered. Watching the stick Shui Lai had planted shortened by a chunk with every blink. Can joss sticks burn that fast? Clearly, this was supernatural. Incense is food for ghosts, with so many inside, it made sense they would devour it quickly. By the time Lu Hong finished preparing her sticks, Shui Lai's had already burned out. Her palms were slick with sweat as she muttered, no offense intended. She inserted the sticks, everyone queued behind her, eyes fixed on the trio of joss sticks. To their shock, the sticks did not burn evenly, 2 short, 1 long. Many players knew exactly what that signified. Lu Hong, however, had no idea, she had never entered a dungeon of this sort, nor studied the lore. Still, a vague unease stirred within her. Someone shouted, "Get out of the hall now!" 2 short, 1 long, an ominous omen. Reflexively Lu Hong yanked out her sticks and sprinted for the exit. Bang! The door wasn't automatic. Yet it swung shut on its own. In the sealed gloom, only the candlelight let them barely make out one another. What do we do? The door wouldn't budge, Lu Hong was trapped. Too many ghosts filled the hall, any unrelated player who intervened might share her fate. They had promised aid, but only while they remained outside and could ensure their own safety. An A-level player at least, she calmed herself enough to deploy an item. Yet this was an A-level dungeon, even non-boss ghosts here wielded formidable power. Worse, with so many present, her item disintegrated before she could even activate it. The ghosts were too strong. High-grade items from the mall were hard to find and, if available, carried astronomical price tags. Her balance wasn't enough to cover the cost. Deep mountain of sin, specific gravity. Not every A-level player can obtain a bound specter. Lu Hong was one of those A-level players without one. So she cheerfully admitted she was weak just to live in the safer home of Zhao Qinyun. When the chosen players entered the ancestral hall first, she hadn't been picked. She couldn't understand why, after every cautious step, death still found her. A commanding shout rang out nearby, followed by steady footsteps. Something pressed on her shoulders and, with irresistible force, flung her into the center of the hall. The players fell back. On either side of the center, 2 candles hovered in midair a little over a meter high. It looked as though someone were holding candlesticks while standing there. On the altar a book suddenly appeared, its pages turning. Chattering voices filled the players' ears, though no one could tell what they said. Suddenly Lu Hong cried out in pain and spat a mouthful of blood. In the candlelight, cold sweat covered her forehead, thin threads of blood seeped through her skin.
It was a whip.
The specters were punishing her with invisible lashes. The torment was unbearable, every blow intent on beating her to death. Clearly Lu Hong had violated the specter's law of slaughter. The rest of the players could only watch helplessly.
Lu Hong's perspective was different from the others.
She could see the hall packed with specters, pale-faced, vacant-eyed, moving like puppets on strings. The grim scene felt like standing in hell itself. Those specters were underworld officers, she was the wretch being executed.
Ugh! Put!
Another gush of blood, her organs were being smashed to pieces. Too weak even to scream, her eyelids drooped as the specters vanished without trace. When the doors reopened, the players finally saw Lu Hong's horrific state.
Teamwork or not, losing 1 or 2 players in an A-level dungeon was nothing unusual.
Even Ran Ping showed no surprise.
Only Kylie betrayed a flicker of sorrow. Fuqiu mused, Shuai is fine, Lu Hong is not.
She walked toward the door. You search, I'll wait outside.
She sensed something but said nothing outright. Huai couldn't tell whether the problem lay with the person who lit the incense or with Lu Hong's reflex of snatching it away.
Perhaps both. Shu Wenyao patted her shoulder.
You wait outside too. I'll find the clues. Huai nodded. All right.
After Fuqiu and Huai left, Kylie and Bu Yunxia hurried out as well, not wanting to be the next victim. Once they were gone, the remaining players copied Shuai's actions and no further mishaps occurred. With the hall specters silently allowing it, the players began to search. They quickly found a genealogy and a book of clan rules.
The thick rulebook governed every clan member, violators were dragged here for punishment.
Lu Hong had been punished for breaking one such rule. One clause stated that women were forbidden to enter the ancestral hall, minor offenders received a verbal warning, serious ones were flogged. As a first-time offender, Lu Hong should have been let off with a warning, but after being cautioned she instinctively yanked the incense away and acted.
That looked like defiance.
Another rule decreed that any woman who tried to flee would have her legs broken before the whole village as a warning to others.
Why such a rule? Had so many women tried to run that it needed to be spelled out?
The genealogy recorded everyone ever punished by those rules.
Nearly every page bore a name. Though written in black ink, the characters reeked of blood.
Most names were circled. In these mountains there was no proper medical care to staunch bleeding or supply drugs.
The injured could only endure. And how many could endure and still live? No doubt every circled name meant death.
Besides punished names, the book listed accidental or suicidal deaths.
Shu Wenyao spotted a familiar entry, Li Taizhu, first wife, Jishur.
She had tried repeatedly to escape but, being pregnant, the clan postponed punishment. At 6 months, 8 years ago, she leapt into the well near Li Taizhu's home with her unborn child.
Shu Wenyao realized that night the pregnant dog kept jumping into the well as a hint.
It indirectly told the players what had once happened there. The later infant's wail and the wet footsteps all matched the genealogy's record. The specter by that well must bear deep resentment toward Li Taizhu, his home was surely the most dangerous. He turned to the last page, but the person Huai sought wasn't there.
The final page had been torn out. Recalling the truth fragments, he knew a camera was needed to photograph it.
The books couldn't leave the hall, so the players would have to bring the camera inside.
Truth fragments collected, 8 out of 100.
They photographed every page. The genealogy and rules each granted 1 fragment, while Li Taizhu's entry and the torn page granted 2 apiece.
Clues carried different weight. Ordinary clues yielded 1 fragment, more important ones yielded 2. The players never knew how vital the next clue might be. There could always be something even more crucial. With Li Taizhu's home requiring no further shots, the camera passed to Bu Yunxia.
Li Ergu's home had only her as the female player, she was best suited to photograph his wife's wounds.
Shu Wenyao told her everything, including the torn final page. Fuqiu, feigning thought, said, that page must be an important clue. But a single sheet could be hidden anywhere, it won't be easy to find. Still, keep your eyes open, we might get lucky. After a brief exchange the players split up.
Hua Huai glanced at question, Xu Wenyao shook his head. He was certain Xing Xiumin was in the village, yet her name wasn't in the genealogy.
That torn final page gnawed at him. Who had ripped it out? What did they stand to gain? Did they want to erase every trace of Xing Xiumin? Hua Huai believed that if someone had existed, evidence would remain. The clues found in the hall were limited. Xu Wenyao and the others guessed that when specters moved at night, nearby children heard the noise, so the adults invented the tale of mice stealing lamp oil to hide the truth. Deep in the mountains of sin, wife-killing.
On the way back to Li Tieju's house, Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan were also heading in.
Fu Qiu sighed. So the aberration lives right next door. Dare you sleep tonight?
There's a good chance the bed I slept in last night was also slept in by an aberration.
Tell me, how is that not fate?
Listening to her, Yuan Chuan sensed no fear in Fu Qiu's voice. A casual remark that sent a chill down his spine. He'd chosen to stay at Li Tieju's only for the so-called right to speak among the strong, and out of a shred of confidence in himself.
Put him in real danger and he'd balk.
Nothing weird happened last night, did it? He retorted. Fu Qiu gave a meaningful look over her shoulder.
Nothing?
Following her gaze, Yuan Chuan saw Hua Yuan's swollen wrist still red and puffy. The pain kept the boy listless and quiet.
Yuan Chuan stared.
Don't tell me Hua Yuan bumped into an aberration and is still standing here unscathed.
Fu Qiu snorted. Impossible. Don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't bet on escaping a Class A aberration myself, how could some green kid? Unless, it wasn't a Class A aberration he meant. Most players in this dungeon were A rank, but few had actually cleared many A-level dungeons. They knew too well how terrifying a Class A aberration was, something players couldn't fight head-on. Hence their knowledge of A-level dungeons was sketchy at best. Yuan Chuan slowly asked, could there be aberrations slightly weaker than the boss but still self-aware? Such beings would lag only in power, otherwise they were near identical to the boss.
Fu Qiu gave a perfunctory smile.
Maybe. I haven't done many A-level dungeons either. Anyway, stay sharp tonight, don't fall into a trap. I'm just warning you. Ignore me if you like.
She took 2 long strides, the rest of her words faded to a mutter.
After all, I'm no saint. Ha ha.
Yuan Chuan missed that last line, catching only the chuckle.
What's so funny? He called.
Yuan Chuan couldn't hear her, and neither could Hua Huai and Hua Yuan behind them. They weren't blessed with clairaudience.
Back at Li Tieju's house, not a soul was in sight. The kids must be out playing, the adults off in the fields? Toward mealtime Li Tieju finally showed up.
Hua Huai noticed his clothes weren't clean but bore no field mud. Work the soil and your trouser legs always pick up dirt.
His didn't. Fu Qiu asked casually, Uncle Li, where've you been? I'm starving and can't cook.
Today Li Tieju was unusually friendly, beaming.
Sit tight, I'll whip up a meal.
Sitting idle wasn't an option, Fu Qiu hurried after him.
Uncle Li, let me help.
His smile stiffened.
Yesterday they'd watched him non-stop, today the tale was back. He wasn't stupid, he knew exactly why.
In seconds the grin returned.
Good kid.
In the kitchen he cooked methodically, then asked, yesterday you said you wanted to build a house in the village and live the pastoral life, were you
serious? Hadn't that topic passed? Why bring it up again? What was he driving at?
Fu Qiu kept her tone neutral. Of course it's true. Before she could finish, Li Tieju cut in, terrified she might backpedal. Our villagers are wonderful.
Are you still single?
There are several boys your age, I'll introduce you.
Connections make everything easier here. Once you're one of us, you can go anywhere.
The whole place is family. Fu Qiu narrowed her eyes.
He wouldn't let her get a word in. She deflected with a smile. She was here to watch him, not to find a husband. Something felt off about Li Taiju. When the dishes hit the table, his son had already returned. Seated, the boy spread his attention equally, leaving no one out. He latched onto Hua Huai. Any thought of staying? Our boys are top-notch, I'll line up introductions. Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan's faces contorted, laughter burst out uncontrollably. Yuan Chuan hiccuped between guffaws. What did he say? Hua. Hua Lin? Ha 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 ha. Fu Qiu wiped tears. Why yes. From Li Tieju's view, all players were college kids, his question seemed perfectly logical. Midsummer, yet Hua Huai felt a chill. Not from anyone present, but from the horror game key, Zhao Ling's aura leaking out. He seated at Li Tieju's nonsense, looking ready to jump out and pummel the man. Next, Li Taiju turned to Yuan Chuan. We're short of strapping lads like you, why not stay? He paused. Short of girls? There weren't any, period. The half-hearted tone was nowhere near the earnestness shown Fu Qiu and Hua Huai. Clearly, he wanted the girls to stay, Yuan Chuan was optional. Hua Yuan got the same spiel. He ignored it, head down shoveling food as though Li Taiju were thin air. Fu Qiu twirled her chopsticks, slouching. Uncle Li, you've said plenty, where's your wife? The players had been here 2 days without spotting the mistress of the house. According to the genealogy, Li Tieju's first wife threw herself into a well 8 years ago. His son looked about 6, yet the record skipped him entirely. That page butted against the torn-out last page, likely hidden there. Genealogy notes and current clues pointed to a second wife. The boy opened his mouth. She ran. Li Taiju clapped a hand over it, panic flashing. Sick, died of illness. He'd never watched TV, his acting was worse than Hua Huai's. Stiff as a board, the word liar might as well be stamped on his forehead. Fu Qiu nodded and dropped the bomb. You kill your wives, don't you? Deep in the sinful mountains, well water. Li Taiju hadn't expected her to speak like that. When it sank in, his face turned ashen, the hand not holding his bowl clenched into a fist beneath the table. He looked as though he were barely suppressing savage fury, the viciousness still seeping through. Fu Qiu didn't notice a thing, she shoveled 2 mouthfuls of rice and chewed and swallowed. I'm full. As if no one else were around, she stood and walked straight into the house. At the table, Hua Huai and Yuan Chuan watched Li Taiju stare darkly after her until the door shut. Then he turned to the others, forcing a smile. That child, so ill-mannered. No trace of warmth could reach his eyes. After dinner, at Li Ergu's house. The summer heat was stifling, only by scrubbing off the sticky sweat could anyone hope to sleep. They bathed in the inner yard, in a flimsy cubicle cobbled together from planks, roofed with straw to keep rain out. Calling it crude would be generous, gap-scaped on every side. Bu Yunxia only had to pile some firewood near the cubicle to hide both herself and the camera, then shoot through the cracks. She needed a photo of the scars on Li Ergu's wife's back. The rest of the players kept an eye on Li Ergu, feigning casualness so he wouldn't ruin the shot. Dai Ziming chatted idly with them. Li Ergu came back late today. No mud on him, yet not perfectly clean, he probably didn't work the fields. Xiao Xiaoyuan replied, farmers don't go out every day. After planting, you wait for the seeds to sprout. Weeding, pest control, fertilizing, all are done at intervals. Maybe he visited relatives. Every man in the village is surnamed Li, the tablets in the ancestral hall are their forebears. With ties like that, folks drop in on each other all the time, it's normal. If only it were that simple. Ran Ping watched in silence, saying nothing. Right then, Li Ergu's wife drew a bucket straight from the well and headed for the makeshift bath. Every household in the village had its own well for easy water. The well water was icy, as though chilled, in summer, pouring it over yourself felt heavenly. In Bu Yunxia's view, the woman carried the bucket in one hand and a candle in the other, then began to undress.
In the dim light the footage was too grainy. Focused as she was, Bu Yunxia caught a glimpse that made her scalp explode. She almost screamed. Reason screamed louder, stay quiet or be discovered. She bit her lip hard, not letting the tiniest sound escape. On the feed, hair writhed out of the bucket like living kelp, lengthening and coiling around the woman's calves. Right, the village wells were connected. A corpse in Li Tieju's well meant no well was truly safe. Thinking of the water they'd cooked with these past 2 days, Bu Yunxia's face twisted. She couldn't help a dry heave. The sound was faint, but in the night something uncanny caught it. The flailing hair abandoned the woman in the bath and slithered up the cubicle wall, poking through the cracks. On the lens, black hair coiled over the camera. Clack! It slapped across the lens, plunging everything into pitch darkness. Bu Yunxia was terrified. Forget the clue, she shoved the firewood aside and yanked the camera free of the hair. She remembered the driver's warning, only one camera existed, it must not break. The racket of tumbling firewood brought Li Ergo running. He found scattered wood and Bu Yunxia clutching the camera. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Then, incredulous, spying on my wife bathing? In looks, Bu Yunxia outshone the village woman, whose skin had coarsened from years of labor. A lewd notion took hold. Li Ergo raked his gaze over her with ill intent. The players had been given 2 rooms at Li Ergo's house, and Bu Yunxia was the only woman among them. Which meant she had a room to herself. Disgust iced her stare, she looked ready to gouge his eyes out and stomp them flat. Li Ergo had suffered at the players' hands before and moved more cautiously now. He looked away. "We're all women here, so you looked, big deal. No need for those killer eyes. Yesterday you two squeezed in to wash together, nothing you haven't seen." He casually gathered the firewood and carried it toward the kitchen. "All right, wash up and turn in early," he called back. Bu Yunxia returned to the others and reported what she'd seen. Xiao Yuan overreacted, eyes bulging as he bent over dry retching, trying to expel 2 days of meals. "Still bent," he gasped. You mean we've been eating contaminated water?" He scratched his arms. "Why do I suddenly feel itchy?" Dai Ziming looked grim but less theatrical. With no food brought into the dungeon, the players had to eat whatever the instance provided. Starvation was the alternative, they had to keep eating. The well water alone probably wouldn't kill them, it would just sicken them, or act as a trigger requiring other conditions for a fatal outcome. Otherwise they'd already be dead. Neither Ranping nor Dai Ziming shared Xiao Yuan's sudden itch. Dai Ziming rolled his eyes. "It's psychosomatic." Whatever the cause, Xiao Yuan now felt uncomfortable everywhere. With no remedy, he could only endure it. Before nightfall, at Zhao Qinyun's house. Zhao Qinyun had a husband. Last time the players hadn't met him, he left for the fields before dawn. But he always returned punctually for supper. After 2 encounters, the players noticed he differed from other villagers. The others barely listened to their wives, yet he obeyed Zhao Qinyun as though her every word were law. Zhao Qinyun definitely harbored a secret. To unearth it, Xu Wenyao cornered her husband while Zhao Qinyun was back in her room. The man panicked at being trapped. What do you want?" Xu Wenyao's tone stayed flat. "Just a question. I've noticed almost no little girls in the village, why is that?" Instead of asking outright, he circled to a question he already suspected the answer to. Deep in the mountain of sin, fear. The players were outsiders, and Zhao Qinyun's husband couldn't be sure they would believe him. His gaze darted about, he could think of no other excuse, so he simply trotted out what was in his head. "Our village is blessed by a god, so every household gives birth to sons." This matched what the village children had said. Xu Wenyao had expected that answer and pressed on, "Then where did your wife come from?" If there were no women in the village, she couldn't be from here. The question stumped him. For a long moment he stammered, unable to give a proper answer. Finally, red-faced, he glared. "Why do you care so much?" Xu Wenyao didn't back off. With keen interest he said, "On your own turf you still cowed out of that woman, don't you feel your manhood trampled?" Other men's wives don't dare talk back, yet yours has you wrapped around her finger.
You're a disgrace to men.
Those barbs flushed the man crimson. He choked out, "You don't understand anything." He shoved Shu Wenyao aside and strode into the house without looking back. Shuelai had found a spinning top somewhere. He gave it a twirl, eyes shining like a child's. He held it before Shu Wenyao.
"Wanna play?"
The villager's handiwork is rough, but it's novel. You won't find wear patterns like this on store-bought tops.
Shu Wenyao wasn't a child and had no interest in the toy.
Nor could he fathom why Shuelai liked it. He simply asked, "Where did you get it?" Shuelai pointed to a cupboard inside.
"There. Last night the players had combed every reachable spot and hadn't seen this top." Suspicion flashed in Shu Wenyao's eyes.
Shuelai added, "Under the cupboard." They'd indeed missed the space beneath. Dust and mud on the top bore out his words. Shu Wenyao stared at it, uneasy.
"It's already dark, better not spin it."
"The sound makes my skin crawl."
Shuelai looked blank, utterly innocent. "Really? I don't feel anything." As he spoke he gave the top another absent-minded flick. Catching Shu Wenyao's sharp look, he quickly pocketed it.
"Got it, no more spinning." That night Zhao Qingyun went to bed unusually early. Once inside her room she never re-emerged. The players slept in the dark. After an indistinct lapse, a figure clutching a kerosene lamp furtively circled their door. Chastened by past failures, he moved with extreme caution. Wooden doors always creak, so he patted the jamb with cloth to muffle any sound that might wake the sleepers. Heart in mouth, he eased the door open, hardly a whisper, and he slipped inside.
The lamp lifted high revealed the intruder gripping a forearm-thick club. And who might this be? None other than Li Taizhu.
His eyes swept the room, hunting for something. After a long look he still hadn't found what he sought.
Could it be, hidden on them? Tonight Yuan Chuan slept on the bed, Fu Qiu on the floor.
Li Taizhu weighed the odds and chose Fu Qiu first. Her sharp tongue grated on him. Merely frisking her was letting her off easy. He bent to set down the lamp only for the club to vanish from his hand. Fu Qiu's eyes snapped open. She struck his wrist, snatched the club, and in one fluid motion kicked his legs out, dropping him to his knees while her Oni pinned his throat, leaving him gasping and utterly helpless. A ghostly whisper brushed his ear, "What are you looking for?" Though Li Taizhu labored in the fields and ranked top tier in strength, Fu Qiu held him immobile. She smiled, cruel and bright. "Speak before I smash your skull, or I'll really do it." Bloodlust filled her gaze. Anyone who saw those eyes knew she meant every word, and had done it before. Credibility, oddly, shot sky high. Li Taizhu couldn't fathom how she'd spotted him despite all his care. Had she lain awake waiting? Fu Qiu idly swung the club like a golf club. 1. The stick swept close, yanking his eyes wide as they tracked its arc. She controlled the distance perfectly. Each pass hovered an inch from his face, then drew far back as though winding up a devastating drive. 2. In any game, the count of 3 means tee off. Li Taizhu, drenched as if hauled from a river, dared not gamble his life. The camera and the map. When the players entered the village they'd had no time to pocket the map. The villagers must have seen it. The camera was too bulky for pockets and had been carried in hand. So the villagers coveted both items. Recalling Li Taizhu's late return, it was clear that while the players had debated tactics, the villagers had done the same. Their scuffle had already roused Yuan Chuan and, next door, Hua Huai. Hua Yuan had slept poorly the previous night. Tonight he slumbered like a log. Thunder probably wouldn't wake him. Hua Huai stepped into Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan's room, heard the exchange, and asked, "We paid Zhao Qingyun to help, yet you treat her like dirt?" Judging by the villagers' restraint, Zhao Qingyun held some sway, otherwise they'd have acted last night instead of waiting till now. So what had changed tonight to force their hand? At the mention of Zhao Qingyun, Li Taizhu bristled. Fox riding a tiger's back, yet she thinks she's the tiger. We're sick of bowing to that outsider woman. Hua Huai parsed his words. The move wasn't spur of the moment. They'd long wanted to strike but feared Zhao Qingyun, hence last night's inaction. If so, had something befallen Zhao Qingyun tonight? Realization dawned, Hua Huai frowned.
What did you do to Zhao Qingyun?
Li Taizhu tried to dodge, but the pressure on his throat spiked. He croaked, she's not dead.
We wouldn't dare. She's just asleep. Undercurrents in the deep mountains of sin. Li Taizhu said that Zhao Qingyun is a fox backed by a tiger. Yuan Chuan stepped up to Li Taizhu and looked down. Who is that tiger?
This time Li Taizhu really wanted to answer, but he truly couldn't. Hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end he shook his head.
I don't know. Yuan Chuan refused to believe him.
He snatched the stick from Fu Qiu's hand and threatened, you can say she has a tiger behind her, yet you tell me you don't know who the tiger is.
Do you think I'll believe that? Li Taizhu clenched his teeth and stiffened his neck. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do.
Anyway, whenever we try to touch her, something bad happens right away.
It sounded like something no human could do.
Li Taizhu seemed unaware of the supernatural, so he could only describe it like this. Since the villagers' goal was the camera and the map, and they'd forced Zhao Qingyun to fall asleep, the other two houses where players stayed would
probably see action tonight as well. Fu Qiu stood up and released Li Taizhu, then coldly ordered, scram. Yuan Chuan looked slightly surprised. You're just letting him go? Fu Qiu gave a half smile. Should I really kill him, then? Yuan Chuan shrugged. Let him go if you want.
Release a tiger back to the mountain, who knows who'll regret it more. The players should all have ways to deal with villagers. Ran Ping sighed. Hua Huai naturally wasn't worried about.
Xu Wenyao sighed, she wasn't too worried about either.
Following the principle of not going out after nightfall, Hua Huai returned to her room. As expected, the same drama was playing out at Li Ergu's house. The villagers used petty tricks, but they still couldn't overcome the players' vigilance. They never even got close to the camera or the map. Once again the two of them were tied up together, waiting for their judgment.
Bu Yunxia couldn't hold back and cursed, damn it, filthy hands, do you think a scumbag like you can fantasize about me?
Li Ergu wanted not only the camera and map but also to feel her up while tying her. Bu Yunxia felt sick just thinking about it. Now, the more she swallowed her anger the angrier she got. She stormed to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and looked ready to hack Li Ergu to death. If Qiu Xiuyuan hadn't stopped her, her blade would already have landed on Li Ergu. Don't be rash, keeping them alive might still be useful.
As for what use, Qiu Xiuyuan couldn't say. Useful? Dreaming about me alone deserves death.
Only Qiu Xiuyuan tried to stop her, and not very firmly. Even he felt scum like this should just be killed. Attack the players again and again, one clean stab would solve it once and for all.
The restraining force grew weaker until it couldn't hold her back at all. NPCs only, there's no rule forbidding players from killing NPCs.
Bu Yunxia, blind with rage, swung the knife down. Li Ergu recoiled in terror, screaming. His wife stepped in front of him, ready to take the blow for him. Bu Yunxia barely held back, incredulous.
You'd protect a man like this?
After 2 days of exploration the players knew there were no women in the village. Li Ergu's wife was undoubtedly an outsider too. Forced to stay in this village and still willing to take a knife for Li Ergu. If Li Ergu treated her sincerely the players might barely understand, but the facts showed he wanted to cheat on her. That alone made him unworthy, let alone the scars covering her body. Trembling with fear, Li Ergu's wife said, marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. I can't go home anymore, this place is my home. No matter what he does wrong, he's my husband, without him I can't live, so you might as well kill me first.
Not everyone's thinking can reach a common level. What you can understand, others may not. What others can understand, you may not.
Just like now, Li Ergu's wife's mindset bewildered the players.
Bu Yunxia said bluntly, what do you mean you can't go home?
Cross that hill, flag down a car on the road and you're out. I refuse to believe you won't see another living soul once you cross that hill. Li Ergu's wife kept her eyes lowered, never meeting anyone's gaze, the posture of someone deeply ashamed.
A woman's chastity is something precious. If you lose it before marriage, don't bother going home. That's what I was taught since childhood. They definitely don't want me back.
Her eyes blurred with tears, her heart ached, and these words had trapped her in place for so long she struggled to breathe. Worse than being unable to escape was the fact that her own kin would never understand. She wanted to live, yet had no idea how. No matter how Lee Erga treated her, he was the only support she had left. Bu Yunxia tightened her grip on the knife handle, then finally lowered it. I won't take your lives, but for the next few days you stay tied up in this house. The players had zero trust in these two, keeping them bound was the safest option. That was the biggest concession Bu Yunxia could make. Ranping didn't miss the flash of disappointment that crossed Dai Ziming's eyes. When Xiao Xiuyuan looked back at the two, Dai Ziming's gaze had already returned to normal. He exhaled in relief. Good thing no one used the knife, otherwise I wouldn't sleep tonight. Dai Ziming lifted the corner of his mouth. Yeah, exactly. Ranping nodded and said nothing. At the same moment, at Zhao Qinyun's house. Perhaps because Xu Wenyao had blocked Zhao Qinyun's husband for a chat earlier, irritating him, tonight's raid felt partly like payback. He instantly trussed the man up and tossed him into a corner. Then he scanned the room. One person was missing. He narrowed his eyes. Where's Shuelai? Before he could think further, a scream came from the next room. Kylie. Ever since Lu Hong's incident, that room had been hers alone. This house was shared by Zhao Qinyun and her husband. With the husband here, could Zhao Qinyun have gone next door to attack Kylie? Xu Wenyao rushed over, only to find the situation wasn't what he'd imagined.
Zhao Qinyun wasn't there, another villager was in the room.
Kylie huddled in the corner, looking frail and helpless.
Xu Wenyao's exasperation showed on his face. It's just one guy, figure it out yourself.
With that, he leaned against the doorframe, ready to watch the show.
Kylie bit her lip and glanced quickly at him. I can't beat him. Such a clumsy lie. Xu Wenyao didn't believe a word. An A-level player who can't handle an ordinary villager? People would die laughing.
Of course, she might have lied about her player rank.
But if a low-rank player enters a high-rank dungeon unprepared, she should pay the price for her choice. Xu Wenyao isn't overflowing with the urge to help others. The mystery of deep mountain of sin.
The villager was stunned that Xu Wenyao was unharmed, but his target was the woman in front of him. Since Xu Wenyao wasn't going to interfere, he'd deal with the woman first and handle Xu Wenyao later. The villager closed in step by step. Kylie's face was ugly, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Xu Wenyao really just stood there watching. He wasn't going to help her. She gritted her teeth. There was no choice but to act herself. After about 5 exchanges, the villager was subdued and trussed up like a rice dumpling. Perhaps recalling what had happened in the ancestral hall, Lu Hong's death left a knot in her heart. After tying him up, she reached out again to
throttle the villager's neck. Inside a dungeon, players may hunt NPCs.
Right now she was in a foul mood. This villager had walked straight into the crosshairs. This villager deserved it. He'd brought it on himself.
Thinking so, her 5 fingers tightened even more. Stop!
A hurried voice came from not far away. Zhao Qinyun woke just in time to see this scene. Her face paled and she rushed inside. Kylie ignored her. The veins on the back of her hand bulged, showing how much force she was using. At the critical moment, Zhao Qinyun said something that made Kylie break out in cold sweat. If he dies, you won't live either. The ancestors in the hall protect the villagers.
The first half she could dismiss, but the second half made her hands tremble.
She abruptly released the villager and backed away several steps.
If she understood correctly, as long as the anomaly in the ancestral hall remained, they couldn't harm any villager. The villagers eyed them like tigers, yet they couldn't strike back. At most, tie them up and restrict their movements. But there were so many villagers, were they supposed to go door to door and bind every last one? And they still couldn't be sure whether the thing in the hall would come knocking because of it. Zhao Qinyun was willing to tell them this, clearly standing on the player's side. Perhaps they could pry some useful clues out of her.
Xu Wenyao's expression shifted slightly.
Can you tell us the story of this village? Zhao Qinyun stared at him, mind racing, hesitated a moment, then finally nodded. Come with me. Under her guidance, Xu Wenyao and Kylie sat at a table. The surroundings were so quiet they could hear the three of them breathing softly. You have to promise, after I finish, you'll release those villagers. Actually, Zhao Qinyun was looking out for them. This condition was hardly a condition at all. Even if she hadn't said it, they would have had to do it. Once the two agreed, she continued, some things I can't say, but I can tell you, it's exactly what you're thinking. However, the specifics are more complicated. Zhao Qinyun poured a cup of tea, dipped her finger, and wrote a line on the table. Half the realm joins hands, millions leave their homes. She glanced toward the doorway, then quickly looked back. If you can understand this line and act on it, I'll tell you the full story. Their hopes fell. Zhao Qinyun didn't tell the tale, instead she posed a riddle. With that, Zhao Qinyun rose and left. Kylie stared at the line for ages without understanding it. She simply asked Xu Wenyao, do you get it? In such a short time Xu Wenyao hadn't figured it out either, he simply committed the words to memory. Once dawn came, many heads were better than one, someone else might crack it. The night was still deep, the two returned indoors to catch up on sleep. For now they left the two villagers tied, they'd free them after a good night's rest. At the first faint light of dawn, Xu Wenyao heard rustling sounds. He opened his eyes to a slit and saw Shuai returning clutching his stomach. Surely he hadn't spent the whole night in the latrine? To stay that long, plus the way he held his belly, had he eaten something bad? That didn't make sense, they'd all eaten the same food, yet only he was affected. As Shuai sat on the bedside, Xu Wenyao asked, where have you been? Apparently not expecting him to be awake, Shuai jumped, patted his chest and said, you're up? Early bird. Ever since I was little my stomach's been weak, if I eat too much junk I can't handle it like normal people. It happens all the time, I can't help it. Xu Wenyao pressed on, what on earth did you eat to end up like this? The air froze for a second, just when Xu Wenyao thought he wouldn't answer, Shuai spoke, garbage. It was an answer Xu Wenyao had never considered. In his mind garbage meant plastic bottles and bags. How can anyone eat garbage? He began to doubt the truth of Shuai's words. Shuai gave a bitter laugh. When there's nothing else, you eat garbage. If you want to live, you give it everything you've got. Back then I was an unwanted orphan, no different from stray cats and dogs. Xu Wenyao tried to recall what stray cats usually ate. His brows knitted tightly, he offered an apology. Sorry for bringing up bad memories. You sleep, I'm getting up. Before the sky truly brightened, he kept pondering what Zhao Qinyun's line meant. After silently repeating it many times, Xu Wenyao cracked the second half. Millions takes mega, leave home takes flee, together they form escape. When full daylight came, the players gathered to analyze the first half. Since the second half was a word puzzle, odds were the first half was too. Huawei wasn't good at riddles, and her schooling was limited, she couldn't offer much help. The other players frowned and thought for an entire morning and still came up blank. Just as everyone was growing discouraged, Ran Ping looked up. It's the character Bang, help. The players didn't understand why, they all asked for the reason. He explained, half the realm takes the radical gong, half of river and Jin, a variant of mountain. Joining hands gives together, meaning addition. So gong plus Jin equals Bang. Yuan Chuan was lost, his head spun. I still don't get it, what does it mean? Why do those two add up to Bang? I see Jin, but why gong? The top of gong and Bang look nothing alike. The riddle was tricky, Ran Ping slowly said, it's about distortion and substitution during Chinese character simplification. In the simplified set, the left half of Bang was replaced by a shape resembling gong, not the real gong, but a simplified variant. With that explanation the players more or less grasped it. Yuan Chuan was a rough man, brain work that deep wasn't his thing. Sounds right, must be that character. Deep in the sinful mountains, help. One riddle solved, and another appears.
Help plus escape, who are they supposed to help escape? Shu Wenyao racked his brain. Last night, when Zhao Qingyun wrote that line, she had glanced outside.
Yuan Chuan slapped his forehead. Ah! Don't tell me she wants us to help Zhao Qingyun herself escape?
She's a woman, there are so many beasts in the mountains, she can't get away alone, so she needs our help. The more he talked, the more convinced he became. Most players stared at him in silent disbelief, clearly they disagreed. Even Huawei felt it wasn't what he thought. Zhao Qingyun has some say in the village, but none of the players know where that authority comes from. Until this riddle is solved, Zhao Qingyun probably can't leave the village. If she could leave, with her influence she would have done so long ago. True, wild beasts roam the mountains, but she's lived here for years, she must have some way to protect herself. After so long, she'd have figured out the beast's habits. Last night Zhao Qingyun looked outside, but the exact direction was unclear. Shu Wenyao recounted the details, then said, "Could she want us to rescue some other woman?" That had to be it, Zhao Qingyun hadn't specified whom to save. Presumably, she wanted to test their ability. If they could bring a woman safely out of the mountains, it would prove their competence. Zhao Qingyun demanded they release the villagers, meaning those same villagers might hinder them. This was definitely not going to be easy. Still, they had to do it. Fu Qiu pondered. I already have a candidate. Under Fu Qiu's lead, the players came to the house next to Li Tieju's, the one that had been beating a woman. One player had died, 11 remained. They stood in a line outside the door, startling the man inside. They advanced step by step, the overwhelming pressure made the man crumble instantly. Timidly he said, "What do you want?" "One more step and I'll scream." The houses in the village were close, a loud shout would bring the neighbors. Hearing this, Fu Qiu casually picked up a rag and stuffed it into the man's mouth. The rest spread out through the house, searching for the woman. Finally they found her in the woodshed, half dead from starvation, wrists and ankles rubbed raw. When the players appeared in the doorway, she shrank back as far as she could. She trusted no one, anyone who came close terrified her. Shu Wenyao stepped forward to undo her shackles, but she waved him off, screaming, her mind seemed broken. In her eyes they were villains, villains come to beat her. Go away! Go away! With her resisting like this, they couldn't take her. If she screamed like that in the mountains, it might draw some beast. Knock her out and they might escape, but how would she move once they were clear of the mountains? Outside the dungeon the players' lives were uncertain, she'd have to get home on her own. Ran Ping spoke up, using their aliases. Yaowen, your aura's too strong, let Hualin try. Children usually have better natural. Shu Wenyao's height made him look like a predator looming overhead. Hua Yuan was also a child, but the air about him could hardly be called gentle. Shu Wenyao stepped back, Hua Huai came forward. Sure enough, this time the woman resisted far less. Subconsciously she felt Hua Huai could not harm her. Hua Huai undid the shackles, her aura was faint, harmless. In a calm, level voice she asked, "Do you want to go home?" The word acted like a trigger, the woman clutched Hua Huai's arm so hard it left red marks. Hesitation and disbelief flickered in her eyes, but the temptation was too great. "See, can you help me get home? I want to go home, more than anything. If it's possible, please help me." Her emotions surged, even the faintest hope, she would seize. This place was hell. No. Worse than hell. She was begging help from someone she herself did not even fear, she had nowhere else to turn. But this time, her plea worked. Hua Huai smiled faintly. "All right, we'll see you out of the mountains." Later, the woman told them her name was Feng Qin. Before the villagers discovered them, they hurried into the mountains at top speed. At the players' pace, it wouldn't be easy for the villagers to catch up. But Feng Qin was injured and needed support to walk. Soon 100 villagers were at their heels, shouting for them to leave Feng Qin behind and promising to forget the whole thing. Feng Qin broke into a cold sweat, clutching the players' clothes, terrified they would abandon her. Of course the players wouldn't abandon her, the villagers were nothing to fear. Only, with so many villagers and the rule against killing them, the players were at a disadvantage. A head-on clash would cost them too much. Yuan Chuan pulled out the map, scanning it again and again, completely forgetting which trail to take. There was no time for dawdling. Ran Ping snatched the map, strode ahead and pointed, "This way." Judging by how he'd cracked the word riddle, his mind was sharper than most. He understood what others didn't. So no one argued over who should read the map. By daylight the forest looked much the same as before. The villagers knew it well and followed them in. The chase became a test of nerves. Flustered, Feng Qin twisted her ankle and pitched forward. Fu Qiu's hand shot out and caught her, preventing a fall that would slow the group. The expected pain never came. Feng Qin finally breathed again. Thank you. Fu Qiu didn't even glance at her. Don't mention it. Those who often skirt death can scent danger. Fu Qiu raised a hand, finger to lips. Shoo. Seems, a big beast is closing in. The villagers seemed to sense it too. The players could no longer see them. Thick greenery provided perfect cover for predators. Right now it might be watching them with hungry eyes. They had to locate the creature fast. Once it got close, hiding would be nearly impossible. A roar of wind swept overhead, like a canopy blotting out the sun, casting a huge shadow. A colossal beast leapt, blocking the light before Hua Huai's eyes. Deep in the sinful mountains, beasts. Hua Huai had no time to think, she reacted instantly. The rib-bone dagger flashed into her hand, puppet ability coiled round the beast's body, and her fingers jerked shut in a violent tug, its frame warped. For an instant. But the pull achieved nothing. At the same moment her fingers went numb. The creature was too big and far too heavy, well beyond what Hua Huai's ability could handle. Trying to meet those claws with the rib-bone dagger would only get her arm snapped and her body pulped. Thanks to her power the beast hung motionless for a heartbeat. She sprinted out from under its looming shadow before it could land. Boom! The monster struck earth, the ground shook thrice, and the players finally saw it clearly. It was a full-grown tiger, perhaps 300 kilos of muscle. This forest fed its kings well. Its roar split the sky. Feng Qin had never faced anything like this. Her face turned paper white. Ran Ping snapped an order, "Protect Feng Qin." Feng Qin was the linchpin of this run. A powerless NPC was fragile beyond belief. Yuan Chuan shielded her as they retreated behind the other players. The tiger was too fast, outrunning it was impossible. To escort Feng Qin out they would have to kill it first. Weapons appeared in every hand, stances set for attack and defense alike. If the foe does not move, we do not move. They weighed one another, calculating the odds of survival. To the tiger they were all prey, small, soft, ridiculous. Its gaze flicked, chose, and it shot like lightning toward its mark. Cold sweat traced Hua Huai's temple. The tiger had chosen her. Did it hold a grudge for that earlier tug? They say beasts that live long enough grow cunning near a child's level. Among the players Hua Huai and Hua Yuan looked the weakest, yet the tiger singled her out. Everyone already saw her torn and bleeding. Meow. Hua Huai sprang back. From thin air behind her a black cat leapt, fur glossy as lacquer, golden slits matching the tiger's glare. The cat was huge, shoulder to shoulder with the tiger. When it snarled, fangs flashed like blades. Hiss. The players gasped, "Spirit pet." Spirit pets were rarer than specters. Not every dungeon offered one. Communicating with them was nearly impossible, let alone earning their trust and binding them. The female players knew Hua Huai already commanded 2 bound specters, now a spirit pet? What other surprises did she hide? None of them understood Black Feather's words, only Hua Huai did. Black Feather drawled, "Dumb miss, can't even beat a tiger." That nickname seemed burned into his mind. Every time he spoke to her he used those 4 words. He knew very well the true miss was someone else, yet insisted on the tease. The tiger spanned 3 meters nose to tail, stood 1 meter 10 at the shoulder, tail another 1 meter 3. Its bulk made things hard, but if she truly wanted to kill it the task wasn't impossible.
In the heat of the moment she had summoned Black Feather to handle an animal threat. She feared injury would slow the whole party, the scent of blood might draw still more giants of the forest. A dead tiger's blood stayed in one place, a player's blood moved with them, leaving a trail. Black Feather and the tiger collided, claws and fangs met reinforced flesh. Spirit pets boasted no esoteric powers, only bodies pushed beyond mortal limits. Flesh was flesh, no hide, however thick, could stand against those empowered claws for long. They rolled through half-height grass, flattening a clearing, the crack of tearing hide and the thud of blows filling the air. Just listening made everyone wince. The players stepped back, looked like their help wasn't needed. Fucho caught Hua Huai's sleeve. Stand further off, out of the way. Hua Huai's spot had indeed been too close, the warning was fair. She obeyed, retreating 2 paces. Every eye was on the fight, no one noticed a viper hiss behind her, mouth gaping for her neck. The racket ahead masked the faint sound. Meow. Black Feather, still entangled, yelled a warning. The instant the snake struck, Hua Huai, without looking, snatched its body and slammed it to earth. The manuals say, strike a snake at its 7-inch weak point. She had no time for niceties, before the reptile could coil the rib bone dagger flashed, severing head from body. Too fast for venom to spray. The severed head still writhed until black mud bubbled up and swallowed it, only then did she relax. The others stared, stunned by the fluid sequence. Ran Ping strode over, glancing at the ground behind her. Hua Huai followed his gaze. Unfamiliar grass carpeted the soil, hiding patches of darkness that promised more dangers. Ran Ping seized her wrist. Move, this place stinks of snakes. Without explanation he set a rapid pace, as though ghosts pursued them. When they had put distance behind them, Hua Huai asked, "What's wrong?" Ran Ping answered on the move, "That was a cobra nest back there, Indian cobras. A strong beast is one thing, venom is another. Out here one bite and you're done. Better to avoid the fight." "How did you know?" she pressed. "The grass behind you is called snakebed. Snakes love to bask in it. When you see a whole field, expect a nest. The one you killed was an Indian cobra, deadly." She had never seen one, only heard. Its reputation was fearsome enough. She had unknowingly beheaded one of the deadliest snakes alive. More unsettling was Fu Qiu. After so many polite rejections, how could she still show such tolerance? Deep in the sinful mountains, night in the forest. Fu Qiu's initiative to warn Hua Huai to retreat to a safe zone might have been meant to put her in danger. She was young, inexperienced, and had seen little of the world. Not recognizing snakeweed was understandable, but surely Fu Qiu knew what it was. Was it deliberate, or simply careless? Soon after the players retreated from the danger zone, the tiger was completely defeated and Black Feather returned. It sprang toward Hua Huai, just as everyone thought it was about to attack. Its body shrank to the size of an ordinary cat. Black Feather meowed, "I'm out for some air, not going back yet." When they looked again, Black Feather was in Hua Huai's arms like a kitten ready to be cuddled. Hua Huai smoothed the fur on its head, its ears drooped contentedly. In her hands the specter pet was no different from a common house cat. Some players showed envy, jealousy, and hatred, truly hate-inducing, while the rest fought for their lives. She could still pet cats inside the dungeon. Huayuan curiously approached Hua Huai and reached to touch Blackfeather's fur, but its bared fangs made him hesitate. He didn't dare stretch out his hand. Against a tiger of that size it hadn't been at a disadvantage. What if it suddenly grew big and swallowed him? Huayuan pulled his hand back, only daring to bluster, "Humph, I don't care." Thanks to the players' combined efforts, no further danger appeared before nightfall. Perhaps because dusk was falling, the villagers stopped chasing as well. Finishing the round trip in a single day was impossible. Tonight they would have to spend the night in the forest. Many beasts become more active at night. To survive till dawn they would need players standing guard. Xiao Xiuyuan proposed rotating shifts, 2 hours each, better than everyone staying awake and tense. After a vote, the players approved Xiao Xiuyuan's plan. They split into pairs, each pair keeping watch for 2 hours.
The extra players, Hua Yuan and Feng Qin, were excused from guard duty.
As for Hua Yuan, they questioned his abilities.
Not his bound specter's power, but his own, whether he could sense danger and respond correctly. None of the players saw that in him, only reckless impulse. With one extra, he was naturally excluded. Hua Huai and Dai Ziming were assigned the first 2 hours, the rest could rest. To keep beasts away, the players cleared a patch of ground and lit a fire. The firewood crackled. Hua Huai squatted by the flames, poking the pile with a stick as if playing with fire.
Blackfeather nestled in her arms, utterly relaxed.
Dai Ziming squatted beside her and also took a stick to prod the fire.
After a long silence, Dai Ziming spoke first. Waiting like this is boring, shall we chat?
Hua Huai kept poking. When the stick caught fire, she thrust it into the soil to extinguish it. Once out, she poked the pile again. She seemed absent, lost in her own thoughts.
Dai Ziming thought she hadn't heard and was about to speak again when she replied, "What do you want to talk about?"
He glanced at Blackfeather and said, "It looks like you have more than one specter ability.
How did you manage to obtain so many bound specters?"
The question was too direct. Dai Ziming smiled to ease the tension and added, "I want to be like you. You know, the more bound specters you have, the
safer you are in dungeons."
Without stopping her poking or turning her head, Hua Huai answered, "Maybe I'm just lucky." She wasn't telling the truth, nor did Dai Ziming deserve the truth. Since entering the dungeon they had exchanged barely a few sentences. Asking such a blunt question before building rapport, did he think her a child who could be fooled? Failing to consider things from her perspective made it easy to overlook that point. Since he'd come, she would return the favor. Hua Huai asked, "I heard everyone who enters horror game has faced a desperate situation. What was yours?" Dai Ziming's hand froze, his face visibly darkened, and he remained silent for a long while. Hua Huai offered no way out, as if she hadn't noticed his ugly expression.
Dai Ziming had to supply his own escape. Isn't it cruel to dig up someone's scars?
Hua Huai curved her lips. "I'm only curious about this."
"Still, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Why so tense?"
She mocked him for making a fuss, and just as he found a step down, she kindly offered another.
A seemingly goodwill gesture he couldn't lash out at without looking petty.
Cold sweat formed as Dai Ziming realized he'd underestimated Hua Huai. Her tongue was sharp indeed. He hadn't uncovered her secrets, instead his own might be completely exposed. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes, so he simply shut up. When the 2 hours ended, Hua Huai stood, stretched, and swapped shifts with Shui Lai and Fu Qiu. They had set out in haste and brought nothing with them. The players could only sleep leaning against the trees. Hua Huai found a spot, closed her eyes, but did not truly sleep. She had a premonition that something big would happen tonight. They were in the open while the enemy hid in the dark. Right now was a perfect time to strike. 2 hours passed, nothing happened. Another 2 hours went by and Hua Huai nearly drifted off. Keeping her mind alert for so long was no easy task. Fortunately, she finally got what she waited for. The temperature around them suddenly dropped. The players felt a chill and instinctively rubbed their arms, brows furrowing.
Drip! Where was the sound of water coming from?
There was no water source nearby and it wasn't raining.
It was the thing from the well. It had followed them. Who was its target? It couldn't be her, could it? She felt she hadn't fallen into anyone's trap.
Hua Huai focused, carefully sensing where the sound originated. The source wandered among the players and did not stop beside her. She quietly opened one eye and saw it halt in front of Shu Wenyao, opening its mouth to wail. The thing had no complete face apart from its gaping mouth that looked just like the Dijiang described in the classic of mountains and seas. The piercing cry was unbearable, yet none of the players woke.
Yuan Chuan and Bu Yunxia, on watch by the fire, were drenched in sweat.
They hadn't slept and could still move freely. Shu Wenyao was in danger, but as the two conscious guards they made no move to save him. Facing a specter at such close range, Yuan Chuan and Bu Yunxia couldn't bear it. They bolted into the forest. Against forest beasts they still had a fighting chance, but once targeted by a specter only death awaited.
Overwhelming panic drove them to this choice.
The specter did not chase them, it stayed beside Xu Wenyao. It seemed, something on him attracted it. On all fours, the specter crept forward step by step, climbing toward him.
Possessed by the spirit of deep mountain of sin.
Xu Wenyao was the one being targeted, the aberration's mark wasn't on Hua Huai. Outside the dungeon, that slip of paper had clearly been delivered to Hua Huai, yet their real target wasn't her at all. Such a roundabout way of doing things.
What were they trying to hide?
She couldn't wait any longer, Xu Wenyao was in danger. Hua Huai's eyes snapped open, the rib-bone dagger flashed into her hand, its edge slicing the air and leaving a faint afterimage. The aberration recoiled several steps from the sudden blade, shrieking wildly. Now that human and monster stood closer, Hua Huai clearly saw a tail dangling from its lower abdomen.
Strange, what sort of tail grows beneath the stomach?
In their previous encounters it had always been inside the well, this was the first time she saw its true form.
Its aura was strong, about level B. At that rank, it couldn't be this dungeon's final boss.
To conserve strength for whatever might come next, Hua Huai chose not to summon anyone for now. She had never fought a level B aberration head-on, without clashing, she had no gauge of its power. She wanted to know how strong a level B aberration was and how strong she herself had become. Xu Wenyao, eyes shut in sleep, was suddenly overwhelmed by impulse and craving.
Craving what, exactly?
He desperately wanted to eat, it felt as though delicious food were right in front of him. Yet in the dream he couldn't move, forever unable to grasp the food before his eyes. That fierce desire seemed to gouge a vast pit inside him, demanding to be filled. As time crawled, the pit yawned wider, his Adam's apple bobbed nonstop, swallowing again and again, as if he might gulp down his own tongue.
Cold sweat beaded and spread across every inch of his skin.
Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Before Hua Huai had even engaged the aberration, she met Xu Wenyao's strangely unfamiliar gaze.
She tested, "Brother Yao?"
No answer, his eyes locked on the aberration, sharp and feral.
That look of hunger, could he actually want to eat the monster? Xu Wenyao wasn't himself, had something possessed him?
A thread of crystal-clear drool slipped from the corner of his mouth, confirming her guess. His movements were awkward, like watching early man learn to use his limbs.
He plainly didn't know how to walk. After 2 stumbling steps he dropped to all fours and scuttled rapidly toward the aberration.
The sight was too absurd, Hua Huai could hardly bear to watch. The usually immaculate Xu Wenyao had never shown such a feral side. Whatever had latched onto him was formidable, facing a level B aberration without the slightest fear.
The enemy of my enemy is my ally.
Hua Huai held back, curious to see how strong the thing inside him might be.
In truth, she overestimated it.
Xu Wenyao simply opened his mouth to bite, treating the aberration as mere food. Unfortunately, the meal fought back, it spun and let loose a fart that blasted him into a tree, where he stuck fast.
The aberration swaggered closer, shaking its head in mockery.
Having seen enough, Hua Huai realized the creature inside Xu Wenyao was no match.
Snap!
Hua Huai flicked her fingers, the surroundings looked unchanged, yet everyone had already stepped into the illusionary realm she had woven. This was Jin Jiayue's power, and her first time using it, she was far from skilled. Within the realm she could manipulate anything to attack, almost like controlling a personal domain. As long as foes remained inside, she held absolute advantage. She tried to bend the realm's elements, starting with the countless leaves in the forest. Under her while the leaves rose, hovering like perfectly forged arrows before shooting toward the target. The aberration wailed, its sonic blast shattered thousands of leaves and stabbed Hua Huai's eardrums.
So its previous showings hadn't been its full strength at all.
Her woven illusionary realm could only draw out about 30% of Jin Jiayue's true might, far weaker than if Jin Jiayue had shaped it herself. Add Hua Huai's inexperience, and head-on victory was impossible. Yet the crisis hadn't peaked, the aberration's fixation on Xu Wenyao meant something on him was drawing it. She moved to his side. His mind was gone, even after that blow he still panted with hunger, eyes locked on the monster. There were only 2 pockets where anything could be hidden. In one she found the clay doll. The instant it appeared, Hua Huai knew her gamble had paid off. The lurkers in the shadows were surfacing, their purpose finally showing. Whoever lured them into the dungeon knew exactly how many were in their group. To keep the upper hand, the enemy would have sent at least 2 or 3 of their own. When their goal was met, they too would have to finish the dungeon's mission. So, when arranging lodging, their thinking should match Hua Huai's team. If 3 of them had entered, 1 player per household would be needed to ensure no clues were lost. Of course, she still wasn't certain it was 3. So far she could only pin down 2, Fu Qiu and Xue Lai. Few players knew about the floral cloth bundle, the day Fu Qiu and Yuan Chuan had seen it, yet snapping it awarded no truth fragments. The photo was the first time either of them had laid eyes on the bundle. Therefore, they couldn't have known an item was missing, which was why the shot failed. From their viewpoint, the bundle should have been a dead-end item, nothing worth mentioning to others. Unless one of them had witnessed what happened to Hua Yuan that night. Not that Hua Huai had meant to keep it secret. If someone saw, all the better, she could follow the trail. Yet after seeing, they kept quiet. Well, no need for guessing. They had to be working for whoever lured her and Xu Wenyao into this dungeon. Initially, she hadn't been sure about Fu Qiu. But the moment Yuan Chuan fled, only Fu Qiu remained. As the one who brought the aberration, how could you run in fear? He should know that once a target is chosen, the aberration won't bother anyone else. Dashing into the woods only makes things more dangerous. Fu Qiu confirmed. The snake bed grass stunt earlier had clearly been deliberate. And her vote for Lu Hong in the ancestral hall meeting was equally telling. Everyone knew Lu Hong and Kylie were close, odds were they'd entered the dungeon together. Xu Wenyao was on Hua Huai's side, she and Hua Yuan staying with Li Taizhu gave them double say. Add Ran Ping's vote in sending Xu Wenyao to test the waters should have been impossible. Making that move brought no gain, only harm. It risked alerting Hua Huai's group to her hostility toward Xu Wenyao. She would expose herself early and lose the advantage of staying hidden. Deep mountain of Sintoys. Fu Qiu knew this well, voting for Xu Wenyao was pointless, better to cast it for Lu Hong, who had no power to resist. She openly bypassed Xue Lai so her own people wouldn't be the ones to test the waters. She just hadn't expected Yuan Chuan to target Xue Lai, rallying the other players against him. Hua Huai happened to suspect Xue Lai as well, sealing the situation completely. In effect she held 4 votes alone, Hua Yuan would follow whatever she chose. Unless every other player opposed her, Fu Qiu could never win the count. Xue Lai put on a generous show, his acting wasn't bad either. Were it not for those tiny details, Hua Huai might never have dug him out. Next came elimination, Bu Yunxia and Yuan Chuan fled together, so neither could be the one targeting them. Kylie sided with Lu Hong and was likewise ruled out. That left only Qiu Xiu Yuan and Dai Ziming still uncertain. She had to find a chance to test them. After Hua Huai picked up the clay doll, the aberration shifted its attention to her. It couldn't beguile her while she was conscious, but it could attack her outright. That night she too had taken the clay doll, yet the aberration stayed in the well and never entered the house. Thinking back, its very appearance here was odd. Earlier nights had left Hua Huai believing the aberration could only prowl near the well. It moved fast, accompanied by wet sloshing sounds like a slippery loach. Since she couldn't beat it, she simply wouldn't fight. Hua Huai spun and flung the clay doll far away, the aberration shot past her like a dog spotting a bone. It chased the doll into the distance, and Hua Huai finally exhaled. Xu Wenyao loped after it, eyes still blazing with desire. If the clay doll was the aberration's bone, then the aberration was Xu Wenyao's. Hua Huai's breath caught, she sprinted and hauled him back. She couldn't hold him, no way to hold him. His adult frame was several times stronger than hers. Her heels gouged a trench through the dirt. Something had seized Xu Wenyao, she couldn't use any ability on him. The puppet ability could control people, but if Xu Wenyao insisted on going the opposite way it would only snap his limbs. He looked mindless, yet she still tried reasoning with him. Stop. Whatever you are, you clearly can't beat it, why charge straight at it?
Shu Wenyao giggled, stammering, eat, eat, eat. Stuck on one syllable, he really meant to devour that aberration. Hua Huai swallowed. The thing inside him was savage and utterly lacked self-knowledge. If he actually reached it, survival would be doubtful. Fortunately, she'd learned how to knock someone out in the guild, never expecting to use it on an ally. Her first try, she didn't even know if she could land it right. Shu Wenyao never slowed, and the constant motion threw off her aim. Forget it, just try. She seized a moment, one strike, useless. Again, must have missed the spot. Second blow, still useless. No way, was her accuracy this bad? Third strike, still nothing. Maybe accuracy wasn't the issue. Shu Wenyao was essentially asleep, something else possessed his body. She could knock out a person, but not the aberration inside. It's dangerous, stop right now. Another warning, Shu Wenyao only giggled on. He looked like a child whose mind had never developed. He couldn't understand her words or grasp danger. They were too far from the fire, she could no longer use its light to see. Dense leaves blotted out the sky, and tonight there was no moon anyway. From the instant she threw the clay doll, the danger vanished and the illusionary realm had already faded. Now she could no longer track the aberration. Whatever road Shu Wenyao seemed able to see, for it never hesitated. After 10 minutes Hua Huai heard wet sloshing again. Shu Wenyao sprang on all fours, mouth gaping to bite the aberration. Panicked, Hua Huai threw caution aside, save him. As a level B aberration, Zhao Ling should reserve his power for the direst moment. Well, this counted as dire. Zhao Ling seized Shu Wenyao's collar and hurled him in another direction. Blocked, Shu Wenyao instinctively looked up, their eyes met and he flinched. Zhao Ling's gaze was so aggressive it felt capable of ripping whatever hid inside the body straight out. Go back where you belong. That warning glare, that lethal aura, made the thing inside tremble. Not bodily fear, an assault on the soul. The creature's mind warred with itself, unwilling to leave even after the warning. Zhao Ling followed its stare and smiled. You want that? He released Shu Wenyao and in an instant stood beside the aberration. Black sludge swept in from every direction. The aberration's aura matched his, true, but before becoming an aberration he'd been educated, his brain fully developed for thought and strategy. The thing before him was pure brute force, like a muscle-bound oaf facing a martial artist trained in systematic combat, no contest. In the aberration's eyes only the clay doll existed, as if the toy had always belonged to it. When struck, it wailed, the cry was muffled by the corrosive sludge, keeping the sound from grating on the ears. Its attacks were monotonous, always the same few moves. Soon Zhao Ling had it running for its life, scrabbling through a rotted wall and fleeing into the dark. Left behind was a lone clay doll on the ground. Hua Huai picked it up and pocketed it, a good blade mustn't be wasted. Zhao Ling didn't pursue. Gone now, he said, turning back. The thing inside Shu Wenyao watched the aberration vanish and tried to follow, but Zhao Ling barred its way. Once the aberration was far enough away, Shu Wenyao's body suddenly went limp. Whatever had been inside him was gone. Strangely, nothing had been seen leaving his body. Even with enough strength, Hua Huai's frame couldn't carry Shu Wenyao back. Piggyback? She wasn't tall enough. Cradle in arms? Still too short. In the end she could only drag him along the ground. Zhao Ling had foreseen it, being thorough, he hoisted Shu Wenyao and carried him to the fire. Setting him down, he noticed the red mark on Shu Wenyao's neck. Hua Huai had swung hard, lucky it hadn't landed on him. Black Feather spotted Hua Huai and sprang straight into her arms.